Chapter 101 Pesticides. Bruno speculated that the reason why pyrethrum was sold at such a low price was probably because pyrethrum already existed in this world. In the days after the time travel, Bruno observed every aspect of this world in detail. Whether it was the climate, vegetation, soil conditions, or mineral types, social culture. He explored them roughly, apart from the possession of magic. The social development trajectory and most biological species in this world are basically very similar to those on Earth. There may be some minor differences in between, but these differences are almost negligible. The prices of goods in the system mall are also closely related to it. For example, items that already exist in this world are sold at very low prices. Fruits and vegetables that already exist in this world, such as onions and beets, usually only require single-digit brilliance points. Even the most precious magic crystal veins in the world can be purchased directly in the system mall with just 20 brilliance points. However, things like blueprints of 3-masted sailing ships, potatoes, corn, etc., which do not exist in the world or have never been discovered by Bruno before, are ridiculously expensive. It can be seen that the prices in the system mall are not only marked according to their value and usefulness, but are also closely related to the difficulty of obtaining them. Take pyrethrum for example. Bruno had seen a few of them in the dense forests surrounding the sky gardens before, so the system determined that it was a plant that originally existed in the territory of Adar. So its price in the system mall was exceptionally low. Although the sea of pyrethrum flowers before his eyes only consumed 5 of Bruno's brilliance points, the role it played should not be underestimated. Thanks to this patch of pyrethrum, the insect pest problem that has plagued the people of Adar for many years has almost been solved. The capitula of pyrethrum contains 4 insecticidal components, among which pyrethroid A has the strongest insecticidal effect. By extracting pyrethrins from pyrethrum, we can prepare extremely effective natural broad-spectrum insecticides, which are dozens of times more potent than organic chlorine, organophosphorus, and other insecticides. Its mechanism of action is to disrupt the normal physiology of insect nerves, causing them to go from excitement, spasm to paralysis and death. At the same time, since the amount of pyrethroids required to prepare insecticides is small, and the concentration used is low, it is safer for humans and livestock and causes little pollution to the environment. But its disadvantages are that it is highly toxic to fish, harmful to certain beneficial insects, and long-term repeated use can cause pests to develop resistance. However, Bruno didn't care much about this so-called shortcoming, because compared with the contribution that this natural insecticide could make to Adar territory, such a shortcoming was almost negligible. Since the cultivated land area of Adar territory has more than doubled this year, most of the serfs in Adar territory are tied to agricultural production, which makes Adar territory short of manpower for ship construction, new city expansion, and road construction. Although the population entering Adar territory has been increasing in recent months due to Adar territory's extensive propaganda strategy, most of these people are attracted by Adar territory's land policy. To put it bluntly, they come for the arable land provided by Adar territory. So, although the population is growing rapidly, the number of people sent to various places to carry out construction projects is still not sufficient. Bruno did not intend to force the civilians who had heard the news and came to live in Adar to build those projects from the beginning, since they wanted to farm. He just let them do it. Besides, after all, they have just moved here, and the new civilians must first get used to Adar territory, which is completely different from other places in the empire. Furthermore, there is food in your hands, and you don't panic. If a war breaks out in the northern border of the empire, no one can predict how the situation will develop. However, with enough food, Lord Adar also had enough confidence. However, the cultivated land area in Adar territory is expanding effectively, but the number of people engaged in agricultural production is skyrocketing. If the same area of land was placed on Earth in the previous life, only 2 people would be needed to cultivate it. But here, 3 to 5 people are needed. The most important reason why so many people are tied to the fields is insect pests. In this age where there is magic but no druids, if you want to get rid of insects, you can only rely on manpower. To put it more bluntly, it depends on civilians and serfs to pull out the insects one by one with their hands. Does it feel incredible? But this is exactly what happened in Adar territory. If Bruno was only using this method to control pests for a few crops planted in the yard, he could still accept it. But if it was used in a vast farmland, this method of control would be too inefficient. The solution Bruno came up with after much thought was to use pyrethrum to make a natural insecticide. Once such pesticides are widely promoted and used in Adar territory, a large number of people will be freed from farming. Maybe we can even gather enough manpower to build another wonder. Of course, this is just Bruno's random thought. After all, Adar's existing financial chain will never allow him to do this. But there is no doubt that the production of pesticides will bring the agricultural development of Adar territory to a new level. The insecticide preparation workshop is built on a hillside where a large amount of pyrethrum grows. It provides a complete one-stop service from picking to preparation, and even saves the transportation cost of raw materials. Moreover, when picking, the serfs only need to pick the flowers, stems, and leaves of pyrethrum, while the roots can remain in the soil and continue to grow. In this way, Bruno does not need to exchange pyrethrum every year, although it only requires 5 brilliance points. It would be a huge expense if you had to purchase it again every year. As for the production principle of the insecticide, Bruno had already copied it down on paper and handed it to Shabi. The main thing was to purify the pyrethrum contained in pyrethrum, and use it as the raw material to mix it with the solvent to make the insecticide through a certain ratio. So, as long as you have enough pyrethrum, the following method will be much simpler. While talking to Shabi about some precautions in making insecticide, the beggar's chicken was cooked at the same time. You sit down and eat too. Bruno picked out a beggar's chicken covered with mud from the charcoal fire with a branch and said to Shabi, "This is not appropriate." Shabi was obviously hesitant. "I command you to sit down and give me chicken." Chapter 102 Beggar's Chicken. Although it felt inappropriate, Shabi finally succumbed to Bruno's tyranny. Just eat it. But the question is, what about the chicken? Looking at the large piece of mud that his master had dug out from the charcoal fire, Shabi looked bewildered. Shabi was not here when the chef was preparing the whole chicken, so he really couldn't figure out what his master wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted him to eat mud? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but shudder. He didn't seem to have done anything wrong recently. After being baked over charcoal fire for a period of time, the mud wrapped around the beggar's chicken had already shown a crack and looked hard and dry. Bruno found a knife from somewhere and slammed the back of the knife on the large piece of mud wrapped around the chicken. The outermost layer of mud suddenly cracked. And then, the chicken that was wrapped in mud and roasted to a charcoal-like black was revealed. Burnt! Bruno looked at the beggar chicken that had been burnt into charcoal in front of him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, for a novice, the success rate of making beggar's chicken is really not high. Fortunately, I had the foresight to ask the chef to prepare several chickens and roast them at different levels of flame. Hopefully the others will be successful. Shabi, who was sitting next to him, stared blankly at the thing that emerged from the cracked mud. It was black and looked like a chicken, but he had no idea what it was. I must have offended the Earl. Otherwise, why would Lord Bruno let himself eat this kind of thing? You know, our Lord Earl has a very profound attainment in cooking all kinds of food. All the meals made under the guidance of the Earl are delicious. But today, tears welled up in Shabi's eyes. No matter what, since the Earl asked her to eat it, she would just eat it. He picked up a piece of black stuff with trembling hands, then made up his mind, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth with great difficulty. "What are you doing?" Just as Shabi was about to put the burnt chicken into his mouth, Bruno's surprised voice came. Bruno knew that compared to this world, the taste of beggar's chicken was indeed quite good. But could it be that beggar's chicken that had been roasted into charcoal also have such charm? Hearing Bruno's voice, Shabi finally stopped what he was doing. He asked cautiously, "Mr. Count, didn't you let me eat the chicken? Throw that thing away. How can you eat it when it's so black and dirty?" Bruno laughed when he heard Shabi's silly words. This kid, Shabi, may have been cleaning the poop for too long. He seems to be a little silly lately. But it is also true that Shabi spends all day collecting feces, processing feces, distributing feces, or on the way to distribute feces. On the contrary, Lister, who was originally a bit silly, has changed his temperament since he became the director of the Adar Immigration Administration. Although he is still a bit dull in doing things, he is much better than before. But on the other hand, Shabi deals with feces all day long. Bruno shook his head. Forget it. If he continued to think about it, even the beggar's chicken in front of him would not taste good. He dug out a large piece of beggar's chicken wrapped in mud from another pile of charcoal fire. He tapped it lightly with the back of a knife, and the outer layer of mud cracked. This time, a faint fragrance emanated from the mud. Beggar's chicken. Done! Peel off the shiny lotus leaf that wrapped the chicken, and you will see the delicate chicken that has been roasted over charcoal fire into a light yellow color. Bruno carefully tore off a greasy chicken leg with his hands. Although it was still a little hot, the tempting aroma always tempted Bruno's taste buds. After blowing a few times with his mouth, until the roasted chicken leg was no longer so hot, Bruno couldn't wait to put the beggar's chicken into his mouth. The delicate chicken exudes an enticing aroma wrapped in honey and sauce. The aroma emitted by the beggar's chicken makes up for the lack of taste. When the crispy and soft chicken just touches the tip of the tongue, you can feel the pure freshness of the chicken, which makes people reluctant to swallow it. The fragrance of lotus leaves is not strong, but this light and refreshing fragrance can stimulate people's appetite, making people unable to stop and salivate. Looking at Bruno, who was enjoying his meal, Shabby's Adam's apple couldn't help but roll. It really was so delicious. It turns out, it wasn't the Earl who had a problem with me, but the chef who prepared the food. Although Shabby wanted to eat it, he swallowed his saliva and held back when he saw Bruno eating happily. How can you snatch food from your lord the Earl? Bruno still couldn't bear it, so he tore off a chicken leg for Shabby as a reward for his diligence in cleaning the shed during this period of time. After all, in Bruno's view, giving his subordinates some small favors from time to time is also a way to win their hearts. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Shabby thanked him repeatedly and took it carefully with his hands. This is called flour chicken, and it smells really good. With great anticipation, Shabby put the greasy chicken leg into his mouth. Suddenly, the delicate and delicious taste of the chicken and the elegant fragrance of the lotus leaf bloomed in his mouth. What a delicious dish! This is much more delicious than the black pudding that my master used to give me as a reward. Shabby ate so voraciously that he swallowed the chicken leg bones without even breaking them. This is the feeling of happiness. Master, after Shabby swallowed the last piece of chicken, he finally asked, My lord, I wonder how we should distribute the insecticide after it is made. First, distribute it for free to the serfs who farm for us. After all, most of the harvest from the fields they farm belongs to me. As for other civilians, we don't need to charge too much. We can just charge 5 copper coins from each civilian household that owns land every quarter. However, if the number of land owned exceeds a certain range, we will charge the civilians additional fees. As for the specific amount and implementation details, you should think about it carefully, and then write a document for me to review another day. Bruno thought for a moment, then said, As you command, my lord. Chapter 103 Navy. Navy! The beggar's chicken was quickly eaten up by the two men. Of course, mainly by Bruno. Seeing that the picking of pyrethrum was proceeding in an orderly manner under Shabby's command, Bruno felt relieved. After all, this was a sea of flowers that Bruno exchanged for with his glory points. So he had to take a stroll around it. After all, this was because Bruno was too restless to stay idle. So he couldn't just stay in the Lord's castle of Adar like a wooden man all day long and listen to his subordinates' reports carelessly like other nobles. What you hear is not as good as what you see, especially in this era when people are treated like grass. Bruno has to walk out of the castle himself to see with his own eyes the living conditions of the lowest class of people in Adar County. Besides, he might as well take this opportunity to stroll around, get to know the people, and breathe the free air of Adar County. To date, more than half a month has passed since the last pirate attack on the Cape Salt Works. Those pirates who escaped were probably frightened and did not come back to attack again. The lowest level people in Adar County gradually immersed themselves in their busy lives, and only regarded the pirate attack as a topic of conversation after dinner. After all, the Cape Salt Works did not suffer any damage, and it did not have any major impact on the normal lives of the people of Adar. As for the soldiers who died, Bruno held a grand funeral for them in the barracks, and provided a considerable amount of pension to their families. However, Bruno did not seize this opportunity to stir up public opinion in Adar, and inspire hatred among Adar's civilians towards pirates. After all, if this were to be publicized, what would happen to the pirates captured by the Adar people? An eye for an eye? An eye for a tooth? You know, the pirates captured by Adar soldiers are now building warships for the Adar people. Whether it is a pirate captain like Captain Jack or the other captured minions, most of them have some navigation knowledge or shipbuilding experience, which can play a significant role in the construction of the 3-masted sailing ship and the formation of the Adar Navy. Therefore, with Bruno's tacit consent, They were all escorted to the fishing port by White Barrel and ordered to assist in shipbuilding. It is called labor reform. In addition, another reason why Bruno intended to handle the matter coldly was that he hoped to recruit some of the pirates after defeating them. Because according to Captain Jack, not all pirates lurking in the sea are vicious criminals. A large number of them are poor people who have nowhere to go after losing their land. As for the current Lord Adar, if he wants to unify the pirate forces entrenched overseas, he certainly cannot eliminate them all. Therefore, according to Bruno's idea, the most evil pirates among them should be eradicated, while those pirates with relatively minor crimes should be given a break. And these pirates, who are relatively familiar with overseas, should be used to complete the control of the waters east of Adar. After all, the Adar territory would definitely not be able to gather so many people in a short period of time. Moreover, after revealing the information about the Friend Islands, these captured pirates no longer dared to cheat. He accepted all requests from the Adar people and discussed everything with them. After all, the leak of the news about the Friend Islands created an indelible rift in the relationship between these captured pirates and the pirate leader Kelvin Plateau. Even if Bruno agreed to let them go back now, they would probably not dare to go back to being pirates, because if they dared to go back, the most likely thing that would happen was that they would be hacked to death by Kelvin Plateau. Therefore, at this moment, their fate is linked to Lord Adar. If they behave well and let the soldiers of Adar defeat the pirates entrenched overseas, perhaps the Earl will show leniency to them, and in this way, they will still have a chance of survival. But if the Adar people failed, Kelvin Plateau never showed mercy to traitors, and all kinds of killing methods were endless. And when Captain Jack saw the battleship blueprint in White Barrel's hand, he almost exclaimed out loud, even on Earth in the previous life, the structure of the three-masted sailing ship was regarded as a nearly perfect great masterpiece of mankind. The three-masted sailing ship can be regarded as the crystallization of countless human wisdom in the sailing age. Every part of its structure, and even the position of every wooden board, is almost perfect. It also represents the beautiful fantasy of every sailing enthusiast about sailing. When had a native of another world like Captain Jack ever seen such exquisite warship drawings? He was stunned for a moment. But secretly, he was glad that he was captured so early. If not, who knows what kind of fierce battle would ensue when encountering such a warship? The wood needed to build a three-masted warship has extremely strict selection standards, and it can be said that the best of the best is selected. But fortunately, all the wood can be sourced directly from the Almes Mountains, and then the felled wood can be tied into wooden valves and shipped down the Adar River to the shipbuilding dock. This undoubtedly saved manpower to a great extent and saved a lot of labor for the Adar County, which was already short of manpower. It is estimated that only when pesticides are widely used will the labor force in Adar County gradually become abundant. While the three-masted sailing ships were being built, the Navy of Adar was also being formed. There are a total of 200 combat personnel in the Adar Navy, most of whom are civilians or serfs living along the coast of Adar. That's right, serfs. Since Adar's navy was formed extremely hastily, Bruno even allowed some serfs to join the army and promised that they could exchange their freedom in the future with their military achievements. This undoubtedly greatly stimulated the enthusiasm of the Adar people to join the army. For a time, the Adar Navy was unrivaled, although it had not yet experienced the experience of war. The discussion about the Navy had a vague momentum of overwhelmed the Adar regular army. Although the Navy's manpower is not too large for the time being, the number of personnel providing logistic supplies and warship maintenance for the Adar Navy far exceeds this number. This is also Bruno's plan for the future. Although life is a little tight now, if he can get through this period, then the future life will be much better. After all, the escort of logistical supplies is secondary. The personnel required for positions such as warship repair and port maintenance undoubtedly need to be trained as early as possible. Chapter 104: Adar's Sword and Shield. For reasons of confidentiality, the fishing port and shipyard of Adar territory are located in the south and north, respectively, on both sides of the mouth of the Adar River. On the north bank of the Adar River, a large piece of land has been circled out on the map by Bruno, which will be used to build the Adar Naval Headquarters, including a series of supporting facilities such as naval barracks and material warehouses. According to Bruno's plan, the fishing port on the south bank will become the starting point of Adar's future new shipping routes, and will gradually transform into a large commercial and cargo port. The shipbuilding project of Adar territory is in full swing at this time. After these days of running in, Captain Jack has finally adapted to the work efficiency of the Adar people. He originally thought that the construction task would take a week to complete. But the Adar people could complete it within 3 days, with guaranteed quality and quantity. Although this was closely related to the application of the anti-gravity array, he was also extremely surprised by the dedication and efficiency of the Adar workers. Although I don't fight for everything, I will never shirk my responsibility once it is my turn. The anti-gravity magic array is the latest product of the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory a few days ago. Its predecessor is the suspension magic array designed by the mage apprentice Anil. Since the overall structure of the suspension magic circle is relatively rough, it is very unstable, and a wizard must be present to supervise when using it. Otherwise, work-related accidents are likely to occur. But the anti-gravity magic array completely eliminated this shortcoming. 9 mage apprentices worked together to carry out a comprehensive upgrade and optimization of the suspension magic array, and added a backup line when drawing the magic array. Once the suspension magic array fails, the backup line will be activated to prevent the heavy wood from suddenly falling and causing a safety hazard. At the same time, the mage apprentices also made an overall improvement to the original structure of the magic circle, and changed the original single-line operation to multiple lines to transport magic power at the same time, thereby reducing the magic load during the operation of the magic circle and greatly extending the service life of the anti-gravity magic circle. Since the anti-gravity array has a special switch for ordinary people to operate. When Captain Jack first saw the wood that could float on the construction site, he even thought that all the workers on the scene were wizards. Adar territory is truly unfathomable. Captain Jack only has some knowledge of shipbuilding, but due to years of wandering on the sea, he has considerable experience in naval warfare. And this also perfectly fills the gap in Adar's naval training. It was absolutely impossible to give full authority to Captain Jack to conduct training. The original deputy commander of the Adar Guard, Mal Karen, was temporarily appointed by Bruno as the admiral of the Adar Navy. Captain Jack can only serve as a special consultant to the Adar Navy, responsible for assisting Mal Karen in training the Navy. After all, Captain Jack is still just a prisoner of the Adar people. He can only make suggestions on the naval construction of the Adar territory. But if he wants to seize real power, it is absolutely impossible in a short period of time. The training methods of the Adar Navy followed some of the training methods of the standing army, but some changes were made on this basis. For example, subjects such as standing at attention and squatting were all retained. This was not because these subjects were of great significance to the physical fitness of soldiers, but to enforce strict military discipline, rectify military style, and let the naval soldiers under Adar always remember their duties as an Adar soldier. Bruno attached great importance to the military discipline and ideological construction of the Adar Navy. After all, when the 3-masted sailing ship is built, the Adar Navy may sail freely in the ocean far away from Adar most of the time. This requires these soldiers far away from Adar's homeland to always remember their original intentions, keep their mission in mind, and truly regard Adar as their home and the people of Adar as their own family. However, training subjects such as weighted cross-country running, which are often conducted by the regular army, have been greatly simplified in naval training. But at the same time, the Adar Navy added many different training subjects. For example, in order to help some crew members overcome seasickness, Mal Karen specially requisitioned several small fishing boats. Through all the newly recruited sailors, who were not accustomed to ocean life on board, and then sailed to the open sea, the turbulent waves, the howling wind, the crowded cabin filled with seasick crew members, and the small fishing boat swaying in the sea with the waves. Ugh! When the first sailor couldn't bear it anymore and vomited, a pungent smell filled the cabin, coupled with the bumps and crowds on the fishing boat itself. More and more sailors began to be unable to bear it and started vomiting. Ugh! The cabin was already crowded, so when the fishing boat came to the shore again, almost every sailor squeezed in the cabin rushed out, and the crowd watching the excitement on the shore avoided them as much as possible. You'll get used to it by vomiting all the time. For the sailors who had just joined the army, this sentence was simply the beginning of a nightmare. However, the high salaries of the Navy and the heroic deeds of the Adar regular army that they had heard in the ideological construction course had already been engraved in their minds. Therefore, under the control of some mysterious force, they became more and more courageous, and enjoyed vomiting more and more, and truly took "you will get used to it" by vomiting as words to encourage themselves. Therefore, half a month later, when the Navy soldiers stood in front of the naval port of Adar for the first time with the 3-masted sailing ship under construction, as the backdrop to receive the inspection of the Earl. They all held their heads high and were full of spirit. Good. Very energetic. Bruno couldn't help but admire sincerely. Bruno had high hopes for these naval soldiers. If the Adar standing army is an important force to protect the security of Adar's homeland and is the shield of Adar, then this newly formed Adar Navy is the sword of Adar. At least at this stage. They are the main support for Adar's external expansion. The naval soldiers under Adar must not only obey orders and have good work style, but also dare to fight and be able to win. What you need to do most now is to tighten the string in your heart, intensify training, and be ready for battle at any time. After the three-masted warship under construction is completed, the Adar people will take the initiative to attack and kill the pirates on their territory. After inspecting the naval soldiers of Adar, Bruno said to Mal Karen in a deep voice, Chapter 105 Magic Crystal Bomb. Yes. Mal Karen was startled and replied quickly. Mal Karen is in his 30s and has golden hair, which makes him look particularly eye-catching. As early as his great-grandfather's generation, members of the Cullen family began to serve in the personal guard of the Lord Adar. For generations, they have been deeply favored by the Stewart family and are extremely loyal to Earl Adar. Although he had been unknown and did not hold a high official position before, Bruno had actually been paying attention to Mal Karen for a long time. In Bruno's opinion, Mal Karen has sufficient battlefield judgment and extremely strong willpower. Both he and his father have made indelible contributions to the Adar territory. Therefore, Bruno has always had a good impression of this Adar man, who is accustomed to doing more and talking less. The most important reason why Bruno chose Mal Karen as the admiral of the Adar Navy was that he was loyal only to Adar, and was a real Adar hawk. Since the next strategic direction of the Adar territory is to expand overseas, it would be most appropriate to choose Mal Karen, who has a tough attitude towards the enemy. Originally, Mal Karen had some doubts about the Earl's choice of him to be the admiral of the Adar Navy. But when he heard Bruno's words, he felt a little excited in his heart. Sam Layton is good at defense, but Mal Karen is good at attack. When Mal Karen thought that the Adar Navy led by him would have the opportunity to compete with the pirates entrenched in the open sea in the future, he could not suppress his excitement. Before the Battle of the Grand Heights began, the Adar territory had always adopted a passive defense policy, which made Mal Karen feel uneasy. When the Battle of Grand Highlands was successfully launched and half of the territory of Sauron was taken in one go, Mal Karen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had long wanted to make his own contribution to Adar. However, the standing army has always been controlled by Sam Layton, and the newly established Adar Intelligence Bureau has been handed over to Krell and the standing army's deputy commander Boromir Braun. Now, he finally has the opportunity to show his talents in the position of Adar Navy Admiral. The ocean will be the focus of Adar's future expansion, so the burden on your shoulders is extremely heavy. However, you are not very familiar with naval battles, so if you have free time, you should learn more from Captain Jack. I don't want the Adar Navy to be beaten back to land in its first battle. Bruno patted his shoulder and said solemnly, I understand. I will study hard and train an Adar Navy that dominates the ocean for the Earl. Mal Karen promised excitedly. Good job. Bruno waved at him as he walked. Mal Karen looked at Bruno's gradually receding back and couldn't help but clench his fists. In order to build the Adar County that the Earl wanted and to live up to the Earl's expectations of him, he, Mal Karen, would do his best. The first batch of magic crystal bombs have been produced. When this news came from the Adar Array Research Laboratory in the Almes Mountains, Bruno was so excited that he almost jumped up. This is really cause for celebration. With the magic crystal bomb, Lord Adar can be said to have kicked open the door to the era of hot weapons with one foot. Although it has not officially stepped into it yet, it is already very close. The excitement that Bruno felt from the successful development of the magic crystal bomb was almost as great as the sense of accomplishment he felt when the wonder was built. In his previous life, when Bruno was playing Civilization, his favorite thing was to use Lao Chin to quietly farm the land, and then rely on the epic-making technology and weapons to blow up the invaders' heads, and use the power of technology to crush the enemy. Similarly, Bruno performs the same operation when playing in Europe. If he falls behind in technology by mistake, he will have to quietly open the console ATM, dip, mill, cache to learn about the cheat codes. So even a novice player like Bruno can conquer the world with his superb control skills. As the saying goes, I have guns, you have food, and my granary is next door. Although the Adar lords do not have guns now, they have food in the fields and bombs in their hands. No matter how the war in the north develops, at least they have a certain ability to protect themselves. And the magic crystal bomb is the source of Bruno's confidence. So, almost as soon as Bruno heard the news, he grabbed Old Ford and Lister and rushed to the Almes Mountains. Nowadays, the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory has become the only place in Adar territory with stricter security than the Lord's Castle and the standing army camp. Even the Adar soldiers, who were carrying out their mission here, did not know what was in the dense forest they were guarding. As soon as he pushed open the door of the laboratory, Bruno saw Arnell dancing with joy, Watson with a dazed look on his face, and the mage apprentices with shocked or solemn expressions on their faces. "My Lord Count, we succeeded?" After seeing Bruno, Arnell immediately shouted to Bruno happily. Before Bruno could continue, Arnell said, "We followed your instructions to test the stability of various materials, and conducted experiments using heating arrays, temperature control arrays, compression arrays, and other arrays. Since magic crystals can carry a large amount of magic elements, we tried to compress magic that far exceeds the magic crystal's carrying capacity into the magic crystal, and then use the traction array to disrupt the magic stored in the magic crystal. And then further." Arnell was talking non-stop and Bruno was listening attentively. "The principle of the magic crystal bomb is not complicated. A large amount of magic power that far exceeds the carrying limit of the magic crystal is compressed and filled into the magic crystal. Then the nested compression arrays are artificially destroyed, causing a large amount of disordered magic power to overflow in a very short period of time, and explode after far exceeding the carrying limit of the magic crystal, thus generating a magic storm within a certain range. Magic storm. Whether for mages or ordinary people, the magic storm is an impressive disaster. Since magic already exists in this world, magic storms can be considered a real natural disaster on the continent. Every year, people die from sudden magic storms. However, in this laboratory far away from the border of the Empire, 9 mediocre mage apprentices actually accomplished this appalling result with their poor magical abilities. Chapter 106. The speed at which the mage apprentices developed the magic crystal bomb was far beyond Bruno's expectations. Because according to Bruno's original expectation, even if he could rely on his experience in the previous life to help the mage apprentices avoid some detours, if he wanted to study it almost perfectly, it would take at least half a year, or even more than a year. However, only more than a month has passed since the start of the research, especially that compression magic circle. It can actually compress magic power and force in magic power that far exceeds the carrying limit of the magic crystal. The value of this thing is completely comparable to that of the magic crystal bomb. With powerful magical abilities, Bruno could naturally understand the principles of most magic arrays. However, for the drawings of compressed magic arrays, it was no longer like reading advanced mathematics. It was like reading random dynamics. To put it bluntly, what it means is, I don't understand anything at all. Could it be that these apprentice mages are all talented? Not only are they smart, but they are also gifted and omniscient? Bruno looked at the apprentice mages in the laboratory in disbelief. No. This group of guys came to Adar because they were neglected in St. Lawrence. Ahem. As if he had noticed the confusion and disbelief in Bruno's eyes, Arnell deliberately coughed a few times and tried to make his presence felt in front of Bruno. I said, Arnell, am. As soon as Arnell opened his mouth, he seemed to suddenly think of something, and then his tone changed. He sorted out his thoughts and spoke again. My Lord Earl. Actually, although I am very slow in learning basic magic, because I have relatively good mental strength, my logical reasoning ability is very good among the apprentices of mages, and everyone is very diligent and conscientious. Bruno interrupted Arnell rudely and said, "Just get to the point. Don't waste words." Before Bruno officially became the master of magic, Arnell was more casual when talking to him. After all, Arnell had a good father who was a duke, so although he respected a count like Bruno, he was not afraid or nervous when talking to him. However, after Bruno received the system's reward and showed a little bit of his magical attainments, Arnell suddenly became extremely respectful to him. So much so that sometimes he couldn't even speak clearly and sounded quite strange. Well, these magic arrays were actually mainly designed by me. And then, they were responsible for drawing and adding various different magic arrays according to my ideas. Arnell said cautiously. After all, the Earl in front of him is the man who is about to become his mentor. If you speak too lightly, it will inevitably leave a bad impression. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but look at Arnell in surprise. This guy who started out as a bread thief actually has some skills. Even though Arnell couldn't even cast spells smoothly on a normal day, he didn't expect that he had such a high talent for drawing magic circles. Sure enough, when God closes a door for you, he will open a window for you. Although Arnell learns magic very slowly, he possesses extremely strong mental strength and is simply a natural master of drawing magic arrays. In our territory, this is like picking up a treasure. Of course, I thought so in my heart, but I could never say it out loud. Bruno deliberately put on a stern face, glanced at Arnell casually, and then said lightly, "Not bad. Keep up the good work." While Bruno and Arnell were talking, most of the mage apprentices were still immersed in the shock brought to them by the magic crystal bomb. The magic storm represents the disaster of this world. But on this day, they themselves created a disaster artificially in the Magic Array Research Laboratory in Adart territory. Except for the heartless Arnell, Watson, Wright, and the other wizard apprentices were all extremely shocked, even horrified, by the results of their research in the past few days. If they previously thought that the research on magic circles could make the Adar school a new school in the field of magic, then when the first magic crystal bomb exploded in the Adar territory, their ideas changed completely. The rise of the Adar school and the large-scale application of magic circles will not only change the landscape of the magic world, its influence may even penetrate into every aspect of society, to the point of changing the way wars are fought in this era and being used in the change of dynasties. When the way of war was still that everyone fought each other with swords, who could have foreseen the power of bombs? Therefore, the power of the magic crystal bomb has far exceeded the expectations of these mage apprentices. Because before this, they had only heard Bruno's description of the power of the magic crystal bomb, and all they had was a general idea. However, only when they faced the magic crystal stone bomb directly and watch a magic crystal stone bomb explode in front of them, can they more clearly experience the rolling heat waves generated by the explosion and the sudden magic storm. Since the mage apprentice did not have a deep understanding of magic crystal bombs before, he did not go too far away when he tried to detonate it for the first time. Therefore, when the magic crystal bomb exploded, the huge impact force almost made them lose their balance and fall to the ground. With the magic crystal bomb as the center, under the influence of the small-scale magic storm, even the magic in the surrounding air became chaotic and irreconcilable. As a result, the apprentice mages were almost unable to summon the restless magic in the air before the magic storm completely subsided. The power of the magic crystal bomb is so terrifying. At this moment, the wizard apprentices felt that everything that happened to them was just like a dream. From the moment they stepped into Adar territory in ragged clothes, the things that happened before their eyes were more shocking and more ridiculous than the last. Starting from studying magic arrays that they had never heard of before, to hoping to become Master Bruno's apprentice, and then to creating the legendary magic crystal bomb with their own hands. Life is more ridiculous than fiction. Even in the romantic wizard search for love that was popular in the Norman Empire some time ago, there was no such inspirational counterattack plot. He started out as an unknown and useless apprentice, but in just a few months he had leapt forward and, under the guidance of the great Count Bruno, became an important participant in the research of magic arrays and the development of magic crystal bombs. So, if they follow the plot in the search for love, in a few days, they should return to St. Lawrence to play the pig and eat the tiger. Right? Chapter 107 Explosion. Wright pressed his hands hard on the handles of the seat. Seeing that the research on the magic crystal bomb was successful, he felt extremely excited. He had long been tired of the dull and tedious life in the Mage Tower of St. Lawrence, where all he could do was to clean the corridors over and over again. And in Adar territory, he found his own value as a mage apprentice. Although most of the credit goes to Lord Bruno, because Bruno provided the overall idea and attention to details in making the magic crystal bomb, but I also have a share of the credit. I should be considered one of the earliest members of the Adar school. When he thought of this, Wright suddenly felt that crossing mountains and rivers to come to Adar territory with like-minded friends might be the most correct decision he had ever made in his life. In the spacious and bright magic array laboratory, and with a clear research direction, and with the cooperation of his classmates, Wright can call upon magic power through his staff and draw one novel magic array after another, although they will experience all kinds of difficulties and setbacks in the process, and suffer the frustration of dashed hopes time and time again. In Wright's opinion, this is what a wizard's apprentice should be like. It is true that he would not experience any setbacks if he stayed in the Mage Tower and cleaned the place. But what was the meaning of such a life for him? Any ordinary person can do that job. And requiring wizard apprentices to do the cleaning is just to satisfy the vanity of those great wizards. Wright likes his current life very much. Every morning, when a hint of dawn just rose in the eastern sky, Wright and other mage students would struggle to get up from their beds and start running around their residence. And this is one of the requirements that Bruno puts forward to these mage apprentices. Since they stayed in the Mage Tower all day long, the mage apprentices were so weak that they would be bedridden due to a minor illness if they were not careful. This was extremely detrimental to Bruno's exploitation of his employees. No. It was extremely detrimental to the mage apprentices' long-term research on magic arrays. Therefore, at Bruno's request, no matter how difficult the task of the day was, they had to do a certain amount of exercise every morning to enhance the mage apprentices' physical fitness. After all, the medical level in this world is there. No matter what disease you have, just bleed it. Although mages can feel and use the free magic in nature, their physical conditions are no different from those of ordinary people. They neither have longer lifespans nor are they immune to all poisons. There are even unlucky ones who have been bled to death by doctors. Therefore, in Bruno's opinion, mages are the most scarce and non-renewable resource in Adar County. If they were bled to death due to a cold or illness, it would undoubtedly have a great impact on the research progress of the Magic Circle. On one side of the Magic Circle Research Laboratory is a wide and flat testing ground. And this is where the first magic crystal bomb in Adar County exploded. In the test site, there was a large open space that had been charred by the raging fire. And several trees were broken directly in the middle when the magic crystal bomb exploded. Although the magic crystal bomb has been successfully developed, Bruno has not seen the scene of the magic crystal bomb explosion with his own eyes until now. My Lord Count, please step back a little. The power of the magic crystal bomb is extremely great, Arnell said to Bruno as he carefully took out a fist-sized magic crystal bomb from a tightly sealed wooden box. According to the wizard apprentices, the power of the magic crystal bomb is closely related to the magic power that the magic crystal can carry and the performance of the compression array. Therefore, under the existing technical conditions, the larger the size of the magic crystal bomb, the more powerful it is. The fist-sized magic crystal bomb that Arnell took out was designed according to the grenade mentioned by Bruno earlier. According to the Earl's request, this kind of grenade bomb can be completely controlled by ordinary soldiers. Soldiers can destroy the compression array in the magic crystal stone by flipping the switch located on the raised surface of the grenade, so that the magic power will overflow in a large amount in a short period of time. Of course, in order to allow the soldiers to have enough time to throw the magic crystal stone grenade, there will be a time delay of more than 5 seconds after the soldiers flip the switch. Arnell introduced to Bruno. This was actually the first time Bruno saw the real magic crystal bomb. Unlike the grenades on Earth, this magic crystal grenade is more like a flawless work of art. The magic crystal stone itself is a translucent mineral with a faint blue glow, and the patterns drawn on the magic crystal stone grenade are faintly visible in this blue glow. After Bruno retreated to a certain distance, Arnell flipped the switch on the surface of the magic crystal grenade without using magic, and then threw it out with force. A few seconds later, accompanied by a sudden roar, the magic crystal grenade that fell on the ground in the distance suddenly exploded. Boom! As if it was a punishment from the gods. A dizzying wave of light suddenly spread out with the magic crystal grenade as the center. A sudden flash of fire appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a scorching heat wave. In a flash, the trees near the landing point began to burn. The power of the magic crystal grenade is obviously much greater than Bruno had expected. Perhaps because of the bonus of magic power, it is even far superior to the grenades on Earth. You have passed the test, Bruno finally said after a moment. The mage apprentices were stunned for a moment, then knelt on the ground excitedly. Master Minter, they shouted in unison. Although Bruno did not personally participate in the research of the magic circle, he clearly knew the principles of the magic circle. The distances between different lines and the angles between the lines may affect the operation of the array, and the possible interaction forces between each line will also have unpredictable effects on the operation of the array. Therefore, every line in the magic circle has its most suitable position, and different structural combinations will also make the magic circle produce different effects. If you want to optimize the magic circle, what you need most is complex mathematical calculations. For people of this era, It is undoubtedly extremely difficult to rely on mathematical calculations to determine the optimal operation route of the magic array. But for Bruno, he only needs 10 brilliant points to redeem mathematics content from the first grade of elementary school to university in the system mall. Therefore, Bruno is more than qualified to be their mentor. Chapter 108 Weak, Pitiful and Helpless. When Bruno was busy testing the explosive power of the magic crystal bomb in the test site of the Almes Mountains, and was pretending to be a subordinate, a shrill and miserable scream suddenly crossed the sky above the Lord's castle. The misery and despair contained in the scream made almost every servant in the Lord's castle tremble with fear. Bruno had already told the servants before that a special experiment would be carried out in the dungeon of the Lord's castle during the day. To be honest, with the experience of these servants, they have no idea what the experiment is. Just by listening to Bruno's relaxed words, I felt that it shouldn't be something new or weird. However, no one expected that after Bruno left the castle, this so-called experiment would cause such miserable wails to be heard from time to time in the castle during the day, making it even more eerie and terrifying. The cry was like that of a pig being slaughtered, hoarse and sharp, like a sharp sword piercing one's heart and lungs. No wonder the Earl is going out today. Of course, these servants didn't know about the Adara Ray Research Laboratory and the magic crystal bomb in the Almes Mountains, so they instinctively thought that the Earl left to escape the piercing screams. I don't know what kind of cruel torture the guy suffered after going through such a thing, even if he was lucky enough to still have half of his life. I'm afraid he won't have much time left. But it is said that the person who conducted the experiment clearly did so under the order of the Earl. Could it be, my Lord Earl, could it be that he also has such a hidden side? But if the Earl liked this kind of sound, why would he leave the castle? The thoughts of the nobles are really not something that others can fathom. Ah! As the servants were thinking about it, another hoarse and miserable scream came from the dungeon, which made the servants in the castle shiver again. Servants, at this moment, in the dungeon of the Lord's castle, with the help of 2 soldiers, another unlucky guy has been firmly controlled. 2 specially selected soldiers with strong psychological endurance stood on both sides of the unlucky guy. And then, they used their hands to firmly fix the unlucky guy's limbs. It struggled desperately, howled, and twisted madly with all its strength. But it was of no use. And the soldiers on both sides just held it tighter. It begged with its desperate little eyes, its eyes full of tears, as if it had lost hope of living. Although the soldiers who carried out the punishment also felt cold and frightened. But this still cannot change the unfortunate guy's tragic ending. Doug Batilov was half crouching on the ground, his hands tightly gripping the knife, already sweating. As a former military doctor of Adar's soldiers, he still couldn't understand why the Earl suddenly threw him into the dungeon. It's like a group of people got together to play cards. They were having a great time when Bruno suddenly overturned the table. Not only did he throw Doug Batilov's cards on the ground, he also locked Doug Batilov himself into a small dark room. Oh my God! But, fortunately, the Earl still cared about me after all, and even came to see me once during the journey when interrogating the pirates. This shows that the Earl is still a nostalgic person. However, even though he practiced the bloodletting technique countless times, the Earl did not show mercy and release him from the dungeon. This probably means that he has indeed committed some monstrous sin. Could it be that among the people whom he bled to death a few days ago, there was a good friend of the Earl? Impossible. Most of those dead guys were civilians. No matter how hard Doug Batilov racked his brains, he couldn't figure out what mistake he had made. But, fortunately, the Earl finally showed leniency to me. Looking at this unlucky guy who was firmly fixed in front of him, Doug Batilov felt his blood boiling. As long as he completes the task assigned by the Earl, he will be released from prison. In addition, he will be granted an official position by the Earl. The Count's promise to Doug Batilov echoed in his ears over and over again, which finally gave him hope of getting out of the dungeon. Thinking of this, Doug Batilov made up his mind, and no longer cared about the miserable screams of the unlucky guy. So, he carefully groped under the unlucky guy's tail. Then, he raised his knife and cut it down. In a very short time, the sharp knife cut a hole in an unspeakable part of the unfortunate man. And then, squeeze with both hands. Pull with your left hand. Pull with your right hand. One last cut. 2 oval-shaped unknown objects were pulled off the unfortunate piglet by Doug Batilov. Since there was no anesthesia. So, suddenly, an even more shrill cry came from the dungeon, piercing the ears of every servant in the Lord's castle. Even Doug Batalov, the surgeon in charge of the so-called piglet castration operation, felt a chill in his crotch and his body stiffened. However, although he himself felt a chill down his spine, he was still very dedicated and disinfected the castrated indescribable parts as soon as possible to prevent infection in the piglets. Another one. Doug Batalov wiped the sweat from his forehead and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. This thing is much more exciting than bloodletting. Compared with this piglet castration operation, the so-called bloodletting therapy is simply child's play. Doug Batalov felt a little unsatisfied. If the piglet could survive, it would be a great advancement in the medical history of the Norman Empire. Dr. Doug felt refreshed at the thought that his name might become a milestone in the medical history of the Norman Empire. My Lord Earl, you are truly my role model in life. I just don't know what the use of castrating piglets is. I don't know what the Earl is thinking. After the soldiers had almost cleaned up the remaining blood on the ground, Doug Batalov finally put aside his wild thoughts. Doug Batalov took a rag soaked in alcohol from the soldier, carefully wiped the blood off the blade, and gestured twice in the air casually before continuing. Next one. Chapter 109 Agriculture, Forestry, Animal Husbandry and Fishery. Whether in the previous life or in this life, agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery, as the primary industries, have always been the top priority in the eyes of those in power. After all, food is the basis of everything. In Bruno's view, the primary industry is to solve the problem of food and clothing. The secondary industry is to solve people's daily needs. And the tertiary industry is to satisfy people's yearning for a better life. With the primary industry still unstable, the current Adar territory does not have enough confidence to develop the secondary and tertiary industries. Therefore, in the entire territory of Adar, only Bruno could rely on his status as a count and the financial support of Adar to build large ships, create wonders, and lead mage apprentices in research and development. But it is undeniable that no matter how straight the road is built or how good the wonders are, it cannot cover up the fact that Adar County still needs to improve the development of its primary industry. Agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, and fishery are for the most basic people's well-being. If the people of Adar County are hungry and cold, then even if Bruno takes steps to develop the area now, the gains will outweigh the losses. Bruno has always subconsciously believed that the people of Adar territory must not be out of touch with the development of Adar territory. So, while Bruno was going to test the magic crystal bomb, he also arranged for Doug Batalov to start the plan of castrating piglets. Among agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery, Bruno has set the tone for agriculture and fishery. Sweet potatoes, corn and potatoes. Any one of these three is a rare farming artifact and a treasure that countless time travelers dream of. With the addition of composted manure, the direction of development of Adar territory's farming industry has been determined. What needs to be done next is to water and fertilize as usual, and then save enough seeds after the first harvest to gradually expand the arable land area of Adar territory. As for the so-called fishing, with the help of the methods Bruno had taught earlier, the Adar people's fishing boats would return with a full load almost every time they went out to sea, bringing a large amount of fish to the Adar territory. Of course, in order to ensure that the small fish in the waters near Adar can grow up smoothly, the fishing nets used by the Adar people are all large mesh ones. So those small fish will not be caught at all. And forestry among agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery, it not only belongs to the primary industry, but also to the secondary and tertiary industries. In many cases, it refers to farmland shelter belts used to ensure food security, or economic forests such as dried fruits and oil tea. However, due to the geographical location of Adar territory's natural environment, the impact of forestry on the primary industry is not that critical. Bruno's special order for the castration of piglets was naturally also for the benefit of agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry and fishery. Bruno doesn't want to eat chicken all day. Ever since Bruno taught the chefs several ways to cook chicken, almost every time the chefs hear about meat dishes, they want to cook chicken. Besides, Adar doesn't have many chickens. If we eat them like this, well, even if he eats this much, he can't finish it. After all, Bruno is a count. But a diet that is too monotonous is not a good thing either. So Bruno set his sights on the pigs. Among the three old animals, cattle, sheep and pigs, pigs can be said to be the cheapest. After all, the pigs of this era were not castrated, so they all had a fishy smell. They tasted terrible. and most nobles were unwilling to even touch them. The most fundamental reason why Bruno chose to castrate piglets is not because the taste and flavor of pork will be much better after castration, but because the growth cycle of castrated pigs will be greatly shortened. And this is the most important reason why Bruno chose to castrate piglets. Of course, all this is based on the premise that these castrated piglets can survive successfully. If not, Bruno can only honestly exchange white-feathered broiler chickens in the system mall to raise. That's right. According to Bruno's plan, he originally intended to develop animal husbandry on a small scale by raising white-feathered broiler chickens and castrated piglets. However, Bruno put his plan to exchange white-feathered broiler chickens on hold because corn, the main food needed to feed white-feathered broiler chickens, had not yet matured. You know, white-feather broiler chickens can be released from the cage in just 40 days, and the meat-to-feed ratio is as high as a terrifying 1:2. Both their demand for food and their own growth cycle are far lower than any other livestock in this world. After all, the Norman Empire today is still in an era where people will starve to death. Even in the current Adar territory, Bruno does not dare to say that everyone can have enough food and clothing. So the livestock raised in the animal husbandry industry should consume as little food as possible. Castrated piglets and white-feathered broiler chickens are undoubtedly the two items that best meet Bruno's requirements. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. What Bruno didn't expect was that the piglets that had only been operated on by Dr. Doug were unexpectedly strong. Except for one unfortunate one who died due to wound infection. The rest of the little guys survived luckily. Although the indescribable thing is gone, they are still alive and well. The first batch of more than 20 pink and tender piglets that were operated on were all kept together. They had lost all the liveliness they had before the operation. Without exception, all the little pigs were lazily lying on their stomachs and taking a nap, humming from time to time. If you are hungry, just turn over, walk a few steps, and start eating with big mouthfuls. Eat when you are hungry and sleep after eating. For these little pigs, this is simply the dream life. Moreover, after the castration operation, even if two little boars get together, they will not fight from time to time like before. Fighting is the most boring thing. It's not as interesting as eating. Therefore, they all stayed safely in the pigsty, eating and drinking as usual, and had long forgotten their previous painful experiences. So, today's piglets have almost no other activities except eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. And they have become qualified pigs. Even when these castrated pigs are in estrus, they will still keep to their duties and regard growing plump as their most important job. Looking at the little pigs, Bruno suddenly felt in a good mood. After all, when these cute little pigs grow up quickly, Bruno will finally be able to eat pork without the fishy smell. 2 words, happy. Chapter 110, The Shadow of War. Although it is already late spring and early summer, the weather in the Odin Empire can only be considered not cold. On the towering mountains not far away, you can still see white snow shining in the sunlight. The Odin Empire is located to the north of the Norman Empire. It has a vast land area far larger than that of the Norman Empire, and is the largest country in the entire continent. But unfortunately, the area is sparsely populated, so that more than 60% of the population is concentrated in the Novocaine Mountains and the east and west coasts near the border. The land north of the Novokamenkia Mountains is mostly mountainous and wasteland, with high altitudes and a cold climate, making it extremely unsuitable for human survival. Only a few types of food crops can grow in the wasteland, but due to its poor soil conditions and extreme climate changes, the yield is extremely low. South of the Novkaman Mountains, the vast plains bordering the Norman Empire can be regarded as the most suitable place for farming in the entire Odin Empire. The annual grain output even accounts for more than 70% of the total grain output of the Odin Empire. The tall Novkaman Mountains block the cold winds from the Arctic ice sheet on the other side of the mountains, which also gives the plain south of the mountains relatively warm climate conditions. However, the food output of this plain area was far from meeting the Odin people's growing food needs. So many of them could only make a living by hunting wild animals and picking berries in the mountains and forests. Such harsh living conditions also greatly temper the Odin people's bloodiness. Those Odin warriors who can tear tigers apart with their bare hands and fight against wolves often become heroes passed down by word of mouth among the Odin people. It was under the influence of generations and the spur of harsh living conditions that the Odin people gradually turned their attention to their southern neighbor, the Norman Empire. Hunting wild animals in the mountains and forests can only fill your stomach for one meal. But if you can seize more land that can grow food from the Norman Empire, then you can fill the stomachs of yourself and your descendants. Besides, fighting the Normans seems to be much easier than fighting wild beasts. So, no one knew when it started. But the friction and conflict between the Norman Empire and the Odin Empire gradually increased. Along the long border between the two countries, from the Winter Fortress in the west to the province of Angris in the east, the conflict between the Odins and the Normans has lasted for nearly 100 years. For many years, every generation of Odin monarchs regarded going south as the most important goal to prove their achievements. Time and time again, they mobilized weapons and marched south, repeatedly breaking through fortresses and entering the territory of the Norman Empire, burning, killing, looting, and plundering wealth. As for the Normans, every generation of Norman emperors regarded the decoration of their magnificent palaces as a top priority. As for the Odin Empire in the north, it's just a country established by a group of barbarians. The luxurious and decadent court life had long made the nobles of the Norman Empire lose their original bloodiness, so that they turned a blind eye to the threats from the north, and continued to indulge in their own gentle life. Only this time, the royal palace guards managed to intercept intelligence from the Odin Empire, and put a noble member of the Regent Council into prison, because the words in the intelligence made the nobles of St. Lawrence realize with horror that the new Odin monarch who was in power seemed to no longer be satisfied with burning, killing and looting in the empire. The Odinites want land. The Odins want to own vast tracts of land suitable for farming. And this finally touched the bottom line of those imperial nobles who had turned a blind eye to it. According to the nobles, you Odin people are relatively poor, and if you sometimes come to rob civilians, they will forgive you because we are all neighbors. But you can't just demolish my house. You can't touch the interests of our nobles. This is the bottom line. Thus, almost overnight, the border of the empire was in turmoil, and the cloud of war seemed to have shrouded the two countries. Most of the noble lords in the north of the Norman Empire have received orders from St. Lawrence, and one after another, the noble private armies began to gather towards the Winter Fortress. And those imperial soldiers, who were directly under the imperial emperor, also began large-scale mobilization within the empire. Just as the Norman Empire began to prepare for the upcoming war, Odin's army was actually ready to go. Unlike the Norman Empire, which has a large number of powerful noble lords, the Odin monarch is the supreme ruler of the Odin Empire, and has complete control over the Odin army and Odin civilians. Therefore, once a war breaks out, those Odin civilians, who have lived on the Armanchus plain, a vast plain south of the Novkamen Mountains, for generations will become qualified Odin soldiers in a very short time. Everybody is a soldier. This is the greatest impact that the harsh living environment of the Odin Empire has brought to the Odin people. In the inherent values of the Odin people, an Odin boy who has never participated in hunting will not be called a man, and an Odin man who has never killed a beast will not be worthy of having a wife. The strong are respected. These four simple words represent the values that are deeply ingrained in the Odin people. The high mountain wasteland north of the Novkamen Mountains brought poverty and desolation to the Odin Empire, but also provided the Odin people with the best war horses in the world, to the extent that the Odin Empire would exchange large quantities of food and supplies from the Normans every year for the highland horses they had domesticated from the northern wilderness. With the support of a large number of highland horses, these Odin people, who are soldiers when on horseback and civilians when dismounted, have combat effectiveness that is no less than that of the Norman Empire army. At the same time, they also have the ability to move quickly, which the Norman army does not have. It was with these that the Odin people won most of the conflicts with the Norman Empire in recent years, and obtained the resources and food they needed through war, consuming the excess population. Although this sounds cruel, it is under such a grand strategy that the physical fitness and combat capabilities of the Odin people have increased day by day, and in the past 100 years, they have become the #1 enemy of the Norman Empire. It can be said that if it weren't for the Winter Fortress and other 14 fortress cities firmly nailed to the land in the north of the Norman Empire, the Odin people would have already marched straight into the capital of the Norman Empire, St. Lawrence. Chapter 111. The Day War Comes. On the southern foot of the Novkamen Mountains, the Armanchus plain, the days passed by unknowingly, and the light green on the leaves gradually faded, replaced by an intoxicating dark green, like the skirt of a graceful dancer, swaying freely in the warm summer breeze. With the arrival of summer, the temperature in the north of the empire gradually began to pick up. Logically speaking, summer should be considered the most suitable season for human habitation in the northern border of the empire. A pleasant breeze blows against your face, refreshing yet warm, carrying the fragrance of flowers and plants and the moisture of the soil, making people feel refreshed and clear-minded. Looking up, you can see the towering Novokuznetsk mountains. Looking down, you can see a field of golden crops with plump and heavy ears of wheat. In addition, the emerald green grass and brown dirt roads interweave in between, making it like a beautiful giant oil painting. However, behind this peaceful appearance, the cloud of war looming over the northern border of the empire became increasingly heavy. Even if the weather is good and the harvest is good this year, the grain produced by the Oden Empire this year is far from enough to support the population that has skyrocketed in recent years. The grain output of the entire Armanchus plain accounts for 70% of the total grain output of the Oden Empire, but can only feed less than 60% of the population of the Oden Empire. All signs indicate that such a huge food gap will cause an extremely horrific famine throughout the Oden Empire, transferring the class contradictions that have arisen again in the country due to insufficient food supply has become the most important issue in the Oden Empire at present. Therefore, on April 27, 537 New Calendar, Ariel O'Sullivan, the youngest king in the history of the Oden Empire, suddenly revoked all powers of the Oden Empire Marshal Portia Mariano and appointed himself as the supreme military commander of the Oden Empire. On May 6, 537 AD, Ariel O'Sullivan, the king of the Oden Empire, finally issued an order, ordering more than 10,000 Oden Empire guards, who had been stationed north of the Nopkaman Mountains to cross the Nopkaman Mountains and station their troops on the Armanchus plain. This move also brought the total number of Oden's troops stationed in the Armanchus plain to a terrifying 40,000. For a time, the northern border of the empire, which had been on the verge of war, was suddenly plunged into panic about the coming of war. The Norman Empire did build 14 fortresses in the plains bordering the Oden Empire, but the garrisons in these fortresses range from more than 2,000 to more than 1,000. Even the largest fortress in the north, Winter Fortress, only has more than 3,000 people stationed there. Even if you add up the number of all these soldiers, it would only be just over 20,000. But looking at the Oden Empire on the other side, the number of soldiers stationed in the Armanchus plain alone reached 40,000. This does not even include the Oden civilians, who can just take up their swords and mount their horses when the war starts. So, at this moment, the Oden Empire, where almost all its people are soldiers, has fully possessed the ability to break through the Winter Fortress. 40,000 versus 3,000. If the war started at this time, the result would be self-evident. Norman Empire, Imperial Capital, St. Lawrence. The Regency Council is located on the south side of the Royal Palace. This building, supported by 99 light gray marble columns, can be said to be the most eye-catching building in the city besides the Royal Palace. At this moment, in a room on the second floor of the Regency Council, an old man with a white beard was furious. Bang! A silver-plated wine glass was thrown hard onto the light red velvet carpet. Although it was blocked by the carpet, it still made a dull sound. The old man with a white beard is named Yersin Paris, the Duke of Dorne, one of the 5 regent dukes. Ever since the situation in the northern border of the empire became increasingly tense, he hurried to St. Lawrence, saying that he wanted to urge the reinforcements from all parts of the empire to hurry to the northern border. Assholes. They are all a bunch of assholes. It should only take 7 days to get there, but they took me half a month to walk. The old man with white beard was so angry that he jumped up and down. However, if we want to dig deeper into the reason, it is probably because Doran territory, which is close to the forest of Warcraft, is only 2 days' journey away from the northern border of the empire. So, if the war situation in the northern border of the empire is unfavorable, then Dolan territory will be the first to bear the brunt. The military mobilization carried out by the Norman Empire during these days mainly consisted of 2 parts. One part was the imperial soldiers mobilized by the emperor, and the soldiers who are now stationed in the 14 fortresses in the northern border are imperial soldiers directly under the emperor. The other part was the private army of the nobles dispatched by the Regency Council. Ever since the northern border was shrouded in the shadow of the invasion of the Odenites, the Regency Council had issued a call to most of the noble lords, requiring them to send part of their troops to help. Almost every noble leader also sent out troops to help. But the speed of these noble private armies was a bit slow. Although they were all wearing shiny armor, riding tall war horses, with colorful flags behind them. They looked heroic and proud. And they looked up at people. But the speed at which they are moving can be described as a snail's pace. The journey that should have taken 7 days took more than half a month. And the noble private armies that should have taken a month to arrive simply stopped as they went, eating, drinking, and having fun along the way. Most of these noble private armies that deliberately delayed time along the way were dispatched by noble leaders in the southern part of the empire. Let them fight in the north of the empire. What does it have to do with my southern border? After all, these southern nobles had never faced the pressure from the Odins. Therefore, in their view, it was enough to have the northern nobles' private armies and the imperial soldiers on the front line. And there was no need for them to rush to join in the fun. What's more, there are noble lords like Bruno who didn't send soldiers to help at all. The crying child gets the milk. Since the letter written by Bruno was sent to the Regency Council, although it only stayed on the desk of a certain member for a few seconds before being thrown into the trash can. It also made the Regency Council aware of the unstable current situation of Adar County. In addition, the news that the Holy See was going to exempt Adar County from the tithe had reached St. Lawrence a few days ago, which made the noble lords of St. Lawrence believe the desolation of Adar County. Adar County is so miserable. Even the church in Bethlehem knows about the miserable situation and desolation of Adar territory. Chapter 112. In fact, Duke Yerson Paris of Doran had long anticipated the lack of effort being put into the work by the private army of nobles from the southern part of the empire. If it concerns their own interests, they will all rush to curry favor with me. But if it has nothing to do with them, they will run away one by one. Duke Doran knew that the nobles were a group of people who only pursued profit and avoided harm. But Duke Doran always thought that this group of nobles at least had a minimum IQ. If the skin is gone, where will the hair attach to? Could it be that the nobles in the southern border of the empire think that they can remain unscathed when the war in the north fails? Oh! Naive. Only, in the past, these private armies of the nobles were not so important. After all, at any time, the imperial soldiers directly under the emperor were the main force of the war. But this time, although the emperor of the empire also took countermeasures and began to mobilize troops on a large scale in the territory of the Norman Empire, none of these troops went directly to the northern border. The disputes between the royal family and the Regency Council have never stopped over the years, but they have never intensified as much as in recent years. The current emperor, Raphael Alexander, has long been dissatisfied with the 5 old guys in the Regency Council. After all, the more the power of the Regency Council expands, the more the emperor's power will be suppressed. However, no matter what he had guessed before, Duke Doran would never have expected that the imperial soldiers under the emperor's command would actually want to directly abandon the northern border of the empire and then engage in battle with the Odin people in the interior of the empire. In this way, the nobles of the Regent Council, especially the nobles in the northern border and inland areas of the empire, including Duke Doran, will suffer extremely huge losses. They may even lose the capital to gamble with the emperor. In Duke Doran's opinion, if the imperial soldiers gathered at the northern border from the beginning, no matter how brave the Odin people were, they would not be able to defeat the large number of imperial soldiers. After all, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Odin Empire has developed rapidly in recent years, its national foundation is difficult to compare with the Norman Empire, which has occupied the rich land on the continent and has been recuperating for many years. So, what the Norman Emperor Raphael Alexander is doing now is a blatant conspiracy. You guys fight first, and I'll watch from the side. After you nobles from the northern border have fought to the death with the Odin people, the imperial soldiers will come in to clean up the mess. In this conspiracy, perhaps countless civilians will be abducted and enslaved by the Odins, and countless wealth will be plundered by the Odins. But Raphael Alexander can use this opportunity to take back the imperial power he has always dreamed of. A complete and exclusive authority belonging to the emperor. Faced with the temptation of this power, Raphael Alexander can afford any loss. But this kind of plan of killing 1,000 enemies and losing 800 of your own people will result in a complete failure if you are not careful. Thinking of this, Duke Doran couldn't help but shudder. If the Norman Empire soldiers were unable to resist the Odinites' offensive after the fall of the North, doesn't that mean that I will become a duke who loses his fiefdom? If something like this really happened, I would probably become a laughing stock. So, at this moment, Duke Doran had no other choice. All he could do was to do his best to stop the offensive of Odin and consume their manpower, before Duke Doran had no confidence at all in stopping the attack of the Odin people. After all, Portia Mariano, the commander-in-chief of the Odin Empire, was a famous general who had experienced many battles and was known as the first warrior of the Odin Empire. However, according to reliable intelligence obtained by Duke Doran a few days ago, this veteran warrior of the Odin Empire was actually dismissed by the young king of the Odin Empire just before the war was about to begin. Not only that, it is said that the young king even gave himself the title of the supreme military commander of the Odin Empire. This was a joke not only in the eyes of Duke Doran, but in the eyes of most of the nobles in the Norman Empire. In this world, is there any king who would grant himself an official title? So, after the magical operation of Odin King Ariel O'Sullivan, Duke Doran actually gained some confidence. Who knows? If I try my best, I might be able to keep these stupid Odin people out. Of course, if he could resist the invasion of Odin with the nobles' private army, that would be the best outcome. But if he couldn't, from now on, the overexpanded power of the Regency Council might really be taken back by more than half. It was under the threat of the Odinites that the nobles in the northern border of the empire unexpectedly united. Under the lobbying of Duke Doran in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, and the mobilization of Duke Eric in the northern border, the nobles in the north of the empire finally formed an offensive and defensive alliance. The private armies of various nobles were disorganized and stuffed into various fortresses to fill the shortage of manpower in the major fortresses. At the same time, many nobles opened their vaults that had been sealed for many years and transported carts of gold coins and grain to the 14 fortresses on the border, hoping that the soldiers could keep the barbarians from the north out of the border of the empire. That is, with the full support of various noble territories. The number of Norman Empire's garrison troops in the northern border finally reached more than 30,000 people, barely enough to fight. On May 28, 537 AD, Ariel O'Sullivan, the king of the Odin Empire, officially launched military operations against the Norman Empire. Tens of thousands of Odin soldiers launched a fierce attack on the 14 fortresses located in the northern border of the empire. Although the Odin Empire had an absolute advantage in numbers, the Norman Empire soldiers, relying on the support from the nobles in the northern border and the solid walls of the fortress, actually withstood the first wave of Odin's offensive. But the good situation didn't last long. On June 7, 537 of the new calendar, an Odin cavalry with a total number of more than 10,000 people, led by the former marshal of the Odin Empire, Portia Mariano, marched from north to south through the monster forest full of secrets and traps, in the astonished eyes of everyone, and directly bypassed the 14 fortresses in the north frontier that the nobles of the north frontier had painstakingly built for many years, and went deep into the heart of the Norman Empire, heading straight for the Dolan territory. On June 8, 537 AD, Dolan territory fell. On June 12, 537 of the new calendar, all 14 fortresses in the northern border of the Norman Empire fell, and the 20,000 imperial soldiers and nearly 10,000 private armies of the nobles guarding the fortresses were completely wiped out. Chapter 113 Midsummer. Although this war in the northern border of the empire was unpredictable and brutal, it did not cause too much waves in the entire Norman Empire in a short period of time. After all, it takes time for the message to be delivered. Due to the extremely slow speed of information transmission in this era, Bruno didn't even know that fighting had already broken out in the northern border of the empire. The reason why Bruno was so anxious to build an intelligence system was to make up for the common information gap in various aristocratic territories. He is not eager to find out what family secrets or empire hidden in a short period of time, but at least let Bruno know the news from all over the empire in the shortest time, and understand the latest war from the front line of the north. In order to meet Bruno's request, Claire, as the head of the intelligence agency, has stepped up the selection of personnel and the establishment of the framework. If everything goes well, it is expected that the Adar Intelligence Agency will be able to play a certain role within a year. In fact, after several months of preparation, the first batch of candidates for the Adar Intelligence Agency has almost been selected, and the rest is to receive systematic training according to Bruno's instructions. Most of them were originally members of the Adar Bandits, and some came from the Adar Lord's personal guards and standing army. But the most striking thing is that among the personnel who formed the intelligence system, more than 30% were born as serfs. This was not because Claire wanted to deliberately promote the serfs, but because Bruno's series of simple measures in Adar territory made the serfs and civilians deeply feel the difference between Adar territory and other noble territories. Therefore, they always have a special feeling for Adar County, and truly regard Adar County as their home. Under the order of Bruno, the southern gate of Idal City opened the new Idal-led recruitment work registration office. Whenever Adar, the idol, who wanted to be an idle standing army. What made Bruno most gratified was that, due to a series of measures he implemented to free serfs and reward farm workers, the civilians and serfs in Adar County were extremely enthusiastic about joining Adar's army and intelligence system. There are more than 2,000 registered civilians and serfs alone. You know, the total population of Adar County today is only over 20,000. Moreover, in order to ensure that the information registered in the Adar County Recruitment Registration Office has sufficient value, the registration office has adopted the original conscription requirements of the standing army, and only Adar people who meet the requirements can register. So, no matter from which angle you look at it, this is already a very impressive number. Unlike the war in the northern border of the empire, the weather in Adar was sunny, and the people were safe and sound. The war in the northern border of the empire did not have any impact on Adar at all. On the outskirts of Adar, the crops in the fields have already produced heavy ears of wheat, and the corn that was just planted this year is also growing vigorously, producing many large and tender corn cobs, which looks particularly gratifying. Although sweet potatoes and potatoes are hidden underground, just by looking at the lush vines and branches above the ground, you can tell that they are working hard to grow in this soil. Insecticides made from pyrethrum have begun to be used on a large scale throughout the territory of Adar, which has finally eliminated the insect pests that have plagued the people of Adar for many years. Although there are still a few fish that have slipped through the net, it is no longer a cause for concern. In fact, at the beginning, although the Earl claimed that such potion could prevent and control pests, but people were still skeptical because in this era, insect pests were common in any farmland across the entire continent. Therefore, in the inherent impression of ordinary people, insect pests cannot be prevented or eliminated. And if you want to get rid of insects, you can only rely on your own hands to kill the insects. In addition, although the price of a few copper coins is affordable for ordinary people, it is not cheap. If it is of no use after purchase, wouldn't it be a waste of money? It's not easy to make money, so don't spend it recklessly. However, this idea did not last long, because after a few days, they were shocked to find that after the serfs sprayed pesticides on the Earl's farmland, the pests disappeared without a trace in an instant. Some of the serfs were directly transferred to work elsewhere. If they worked hard, even if they were serfs, they could receive a few copper coins as a reward. It turns out, this insecticide actually has such an effect. If that's the case, then compared to its selling price of 5 copper coins, this insecticide is indeed quite cheap. Although the civilians are of low status, they are not stupid. Nowadays, Adar County needs manpower everywhere, and is recruiting laborers everywhere. If they use pesticides on their own farmland, then they will definitely have a lot of free time. Although they are not well educated, they are very strong. If you use the extra time to do some hard labor, you can definitely make back all the money you spent on pesticides, and even earn a little extra money. Money is a good thing. Even if you can only earn 1 or 2 more coins a week, it will add up to a considerable income. The greatest advantage of ordinary people is that they can endure hardships. They are willing to endure hardships. Therefore, with the large-scale application of pesticides, more and more Adar people were freed from the fields, because they still have farmland to take care of. They don't have long to work each day, but they can't handle the large number of civilians. Even working 2 shifts a day is fine. So, with the addition of a large number of new personnel, the construction speed of various projects in Adar County suddenly accelerated. So much so that Old Ford had to set up a new cement workshop to meet the progress of road construction. Speaking of road construction, after several months of work, more than half of the road construction in Adar County has been completed. In addition to the Adar Road connecting Adar County and Man Fortress, 2 roads connecting Adar City and the fishing port terminal and Adar City and Namur Fortress have also been built. The roads built in Adar territory today are definitely far from meeting the standards of the previous life. But these cement roads will not be used for cars, and no heavy vehicles will pass through them in the short term. So they are completely sufficient. Chapter 114, the warship is built and ready for battle. The lush green spring passed in the blink of an eye. The scorching sun splashed on the streets of Adar City, making the air of the entire city warm. Most of the civilians and serfs passing by walked on one side of the street, because only there was a rare shade. This is also thanks to Bruno's previous renovation plan for several main roads in Adar, and Shabi's persistent work in collecting feces. Otherwise, there would be a lot of feces under the walls, making it impossible to step. Bruno's renovation of the main road relieved passers-by from having to worry about falling objects. After all, it was originally a bunch of dilapidated houses, and you never know when something might fall. Such a change undoubtedly made the people living in the city applaud and greatly improved Bruno's reputation in the hearts of the people of Adar. So, according to the data from the Adar Territories polling agency Adar CIA, under these measures, Bruno's public support rate in Adar Territory has steadily increased, and he has remained firmly in the first place. With the arrival of summer, Bruno had moved out of the Lord's Castle in Adar some time ago. Strictly speaking, the Lord's Castle in Adar cannot be considered a truly qualified castle. A truly qualified castle would usually be like the Namur Fortress, built in a strategic location, such as a mountain top, a cliff, an island in a river, etc., in order to provide the necessary defense means to ensure the safety of the Lord himself. However, since there have been no large-scale wars in the Norman Empire in the past 100 years, the population has continued to gather and form cities, which has led to the emergence of many lords' castles located in the cities. However, although these lords' castles are located in the city, they have retained their original appearance, and living in them is quite difficult to describe. As the weather gets warmer, the scenery of the Hanging Garden becomes more and more charming. Colorful flowers and plants are mixed in with the emerald green grass. Rippling streams meander through the Hanging Garden. There are a few drifting wooden boats and a few captive small animals. These make the Hanging Garden a rare, secluded, and elegant place in Adar Territory. Naturally, it has become Bruno's first choice for summer vacation. So, since the beginning of summer, Bruno has been living in the Sky Garden, which can be regarded as satisfying the life of an aristocrat. I sleep until I wake up naturally in the morning, and count money until I get cramps before surgery. Under the leadership of Kallio, the Adar Chamber of Commerce expanded in an orderly manner, and used the large amount of salt produced in Adar to consolidate the monopoly of Adar sea salt in its original sales area. In addition to the sugar sold to nobles from all over the country, and the liquor sold in the city of Adar, the Adar Chamber of Commerce earned a lot of money for Bruno in the past few months. The Lord of Adar did not build any new wonders during this period, and the cost of building a 3-masted sailing ship was much smaller than building a large-scale wonder. Therefore, the treasury of the Lord of Adar finally became abundant, just as the territory of Adar was thriving. Bruno finally received a letter from the holy city of Bethlehem. In his letter, Cardinal Camus Blanchard expressed his deep sympathy for the attack on the territory of Adar by foreign enemies, and at the same time expressed his respect and appreciation for Count Bruno Stewart of Adar's firm belief in the God of Light. He also praised the workers from Adar territory in the letter, calling them the most devout believers and the most hard-working workers. Cardinal Camus Blanchard was moved by the sincere faith of the Adar people, who went to Bethlehem to build the Colossus. Therefore, with the permission of the cardinal, the church decided to grant the Order of St. George to Count Bruno Stewart of Adar, and exempt the tithes of the Adar County for the next 5 years. After reading the letter, Bruno couldn't help but feel happy. All the arrangements he had made earlier finally paid off. First, under the influence of his noble sentiments and great personality, he trained those gangsters who were originally causing trouble into the most sincere believers, and then arranged for his confidant Mike and the guards to follow the gangsters to Bethlehem. Bruno did not expect any praise from the Vatican. His original hope was to let Michael tell him what he saw and heard in Bethlehem after his return. Religion is a very sensitive topic at any time and in any place. Therefore, Bruno is particularly cautious about this. The first thing he needs to figure out is whether the church in this world plays a positive role or a negative role. After all, in most of the online novels Bruno had read in his previous life, the church was definitely the big boss that had to fight with the time travelers. But what Bruno did not expect was that before Michael's letter arrived, the letter from Cardinal Camille Blanchard arrived first. That's the Order of St. George. According to the order of medals awarded by the church to the nobility, the Golden Rose Medal is the most precious. Perhaps only the Emperor of the Empire or the nobles at the Duke level are qualified to obtain the Golden Rose Medal. Following closely behind is the Order of St. George. Bruno had some knowledge of the Order of St. George. In the absence of an archbishop, Bruno, who possessed the Order of St. George, was the spokesperson for the church in Adar. Bruno actually had no interest in the so-called privileges such as Crusader protection. because there were no crusaders in the entire eastern part of the empire. Among the many privileges possessed by the holders of the Order of St. George, what makes Bruno most excited is that the holders of the Order of St. George are qualified to interpret Vatican scriptures. And this is a bit of a problem for Bruno. After all, in the last life, when Protestantism was born, didn't it spread across Europe like wildfire? What's more, the Church has exempted Adar County from tithes for the next 5 years. Although the tithes from Adar territory are not that much now, but it may not be the case in the next 5 years. As a time traveler, Bruno still has some confidence. Bruno had no intention of paying full taxes to the Church anyway. So this way, his refusal to pay the tithe became justified. Just as Bruno was flipping through the letter, White Beryl, with a happy look on his face, hurried over from not far away, panting heavily. "My Lord Earl," White Beryl said excitedly. "Ship, 3-masted sailing ship. We built it. Chapter 115, skip it, and it won't affect your viewing experience. Chapter 116, Holy Light. Purify them." After several months of construction, the 2 3-masted sailing ships that the Adar Lord had been working hard to build were finally completed at this moment and officially launched. That's right. 2. In order to deal with the threat from the ocean, Bruno even ordered a temporary halt to the construction of wonders in Adar County and mobilized a large number of people to build warships. Under the joint supervision of White Beryl, Mal Cullen, Captain Jack and Siebel, the new mage advisor to Adar, the 2 3-masted warships that Bruno had high hopes for had been neatly moored in the naval port of Adar. Under normal circumstances, the wood needed to build a warship needs to be dried in the shade for at least 2 years, and the ship with the keel and ribs built needs to be naturally dried on the slipway for a year before the planks can be laid on the hull. However, with the help of Siebel, the wizard advisor to Adar, the hulls of the 2 3-masted sailing ships were shrouded in magic. In fact, there were no mysterious magic circles drawn on the hulls of these 2 3-masted warships. They just used some magic marks that almost every wizard knew and were usually applied to envelopes. Any wizard could do it. The existence of magic can slow down the rate at which seawater corrodes wood, greatly extending the service life of the ship. This also made Bruno feel the convenience of magic once again. After all, if he waited for the wood to dry naturally, let alone fight pirates, I'm afraid the opportunity would be lost. At this moment, a large number of Adar naval soldiers have gathered in the military port north of the Adar River estuary. Surprised, delighted, excited, looking at the warships anchored in the naval port. Almost every Adar soldier felt extremely excited. In fact, not only these soldiers, but even Bruno, who came hurriedly, was impressed by the warship with a nearly perfect structure in front of him. This is a 3-masted warship, although the scale of these 2 3-masted warships can only be regarded as the bottom in the family of sailing warships, and is far from the 3-masted warships in the previous life that could carry 800 to 900 people or even thousands of people. But no matter how small they are real 3-masted sailing ships. However, having said that, even the too many 3-masted sailing ships in front of us can carry more than 200 naval soldiers on each warship. So, this is a bit embarrassing, because the Adar Navy's combat personnel totaled only about 200 people, just enough to fill a warship. However, as more and more people have poured into Adar territory in the past few months, Bruno has begun to prepare for the recruitment of a new batch of Navy. Moreover, because of the existence of Adar territory's conscription registration office, it is expected that another 3-masted warship will be put into use soon. Looking at the 2 3-masted warships anchored in the Adar naval port, almost everyone felt their heart pounding, because this is a warship that has never appeared in this world before. It completely surpasses the current Norman Empire's navigation and shipbuilding technology. It is the crystallization of the wisdom and efforts of countless humans on Earth. The tall and sturdy mast, the spotless sails, coupled with the solid hull and streamlined shape, almost perfectly fits all of Bruno's ideas about warships in the Age of Discovery. Earlier, when they captured Captain Jack, Adar's soldiers also captured a stranded pirate ship. Chapter 83. But now it seems that compared with the 3-masted warship of Lord Adar, the pirate ship is just a piece of junk put together. In addition, Captain Jack told almost all the information he knew, so Adar Navy Admiral Mal Karen was full of confidence in defeating the pirates. Of course, Mal Karen's confidence comes not only from the shot brought by the 3-masted warship, but also from the naval soldiers of Adar County. After several months of hard training, At this moment, compared with those pirates, Idar's naval soldiers can be said to be well trained. After experiencing countless times of seasickness and vomiting, no soldier would be afraid of the rough waves on the sea, and no soldier would retreat because of unknown dangers. They had heard countless times from the naval instructors about the heroic deeds of the Idar regular army in the Battle of the Golan Heights. With only single-digit casualties, they captured more than half of the entire territory of Sauron. If the facts were not right before their eyes, they would never have believed such a brilliant record. So, as a member of the newly formed Idar Navy, they have been eager to try. If the standing army can do it, then the Navy can do it too. After all, every time you kill a pirate, you can get a generous bonus. The kind and open-minded Lord Bruno really gave too much. This made every Navy soldier eager for war. With the unanimous agreement of Mal Caron, White Barrel and other relevant officials, Bruno personally named the first 2 three-masted warships launched by Idar. One was named Explorer by Bruno, and the other was named Pioneer. Exploration and development. This symbolizes Bruno's good expectations for the future of Idar territory. It symbolizes Bruno's strong desire for Idar territory to explore and develop overseas. And this also includes Bruno's good wishes for the players of a certain series of games in the previous life. Looking at the Idar Navy soldiers, who had been standing on the naval port dock for a long time, Bruno cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "A few months ago, those brutal pirates entrenched in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basel broke into the territorial waters of Idar and attacked the Cape Salt Field on the Idar coast. In that battle, 6 Idar soldiers fought bravely and died heroically. In addition, 8 serfs were shot and killed, and more than a dozen Idar soldiers were injured. Your instructor should have mentioned the names of those 6 soldiers to you a long time ago. And now, it's time for us to take revenge. The blood of the Idar people will not be shed in vain, and every Idar whose sacrifices will not die in vain. No matter if the dead is a soldier or a serf. He is a member of the Idar territory. Anyone, no matter who it is, will pay the price in blood." Bruno looked solemnly at the Navy soldier standing in front of him, and said in a deep voice. "And this?" Bruno said, as he picked up the medal that was originally hanging on his shirt. It was the Order of St. George from the Bethlehem Church that he had just received. The gold-plated Order of St. George looked even more eye-catching under the sunlight. The enamel cross on the surface of the medal seemed to indicate the most sincere faith of the medal holder, coupled with the 3 black and 2 yellow vertical alternating ribbons on the ribbon. The soldiers felt it was awesome at first glance. We in Idar are not fighting alone. The archbishops in Bethlehem have also heard about our plight. They hate the pirates who killed the Idar people. So this time we must not only eliminate the pirates headed by the pirate leader Kelvin Prado, but also completely eliminate those pirates who are not a threat yet, but may pose a threat to Idar. The God of Light will be with us. Let us use the holy light to purify those filthy pirates." Chapter 117 Set Sail. Bruno's words made the Navy soldiers present excited. Not only the soldiers, but even Admiral Mal Caron and many Idar officials present were eager to try. After all, when Bruno took out the Order of St. George representing the church, this was no longer just a war in Idar County. The Holy See located in the holy city of Bethlehem is not just the Holy See of the Normans. It is the Holy See of the entire continent. In fact, before this, although Mal Caron was a real hawkish general of Idar, he was still a little worried. After all, the pirates they are about to face are entrenched in the waters of the Kingdom of Basel. Although the major kingdoms on the continent do not pay much attention to the ocean now, it is too close to the Kingdom of Basel after all. A fully armed warship belonging to the nobles of the Norman Empire is heading to the waters near the Kingdom of Basel to cause trouble. Even though the islands occupied by the pirates did not belong to any kingdom, anyone who heard it would think that this was a very serious diplomatic dispute. However, if it is done under the banner of the church, it is completely different. A nobleman of the Norman Empire, with the support of the church and the illumination of the holy light, traveled across the ocean to fight against the heretics entrenched on the deserted islands overseas, to purify those pirates who have committed many crimes. Listen, it takes a devout believer to do this. In fact, fighting pirates in the name of the church was an idea that Bruno had just come up with. Because, as the holder of the Order of St. George, Bruno should be protected by the Crusaders. So, can it be understood that any army that protects Count Bruno of Idar is the Crusaders? If we follow this logic, then any army under Idar's command can be called a Crusader. Perfect logic. No problem. So, This is no longer a war between the pirates and the Adar people. This is a provocation of the pirates to the church and the crusaders. After all, in many cases, a suitable reason is enough for Bruno to occupy the moral high ground. At least, it can make his attack on the pirates justified. Everyone present stared blankly at the Order of St. George in Bruno's hand. It turned out that the burden on their shoulders was so heavy. Even the church thousands of miles away was silently watching them from behind. Kill the pirates! Avenge your blood! Long live Lord Adar! Not only did someone start shouting, but all the soldiers present shouted out loudly, Long live Captain Adar! Listening to the fighting shouts of the soldiers in front of him, Bruno couldn't help but glance at a corner of the soldiers' formation with satisfaction. The atmosphere group he trained had grasped the timing just right. And this wave of assists was simply perfect. After boosting morale and issuing the order to fight the pirates, Bruno no longer had to worry about the rest. Although Bruno has now become a genuine great wizard-level strongman, Bruno has never thought of going into battle with the soldiers. After all, as the territory ruled by Adar territory continues to expand, and the oceans it controls continue to expand, Adar territory's navy must get used to facing all-powerful enemies alone. Otherwise, would Bruno, a noble lord and a great wizard, have to follow the army around all day to maintain order? This is obviously impossible. Rather than charging ahead in the name of the great wizard, Bruno would rather stay in the Adar territory and cheer on the Adar soldiers. After all, the deeper Bruno's understanding of the world, the more superficial his knowledge seemed. Who knows that there is a powerful person above the level of a grand wizard somewhere on the continent? A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Compared to the unpredictable power of magic, Bruno would rather be an ordinary noble lord and farm peacefully. So, professional matters should be left to professionals. Bruno believed that under the leadership of Admiral Malkaran and naval advisor Captain Jack, Adar's naval soldiers would be able to give him a satisfactory answer. Speaking of Captain Jack, after these days of observation, Bruno and Malkaran have actually made some observations about Captain Jack's character and temperament. In addition, Captain Jack told the pirate leader Kelvin Prado almost all the information about the ships, the number of personnel, weapons and equipment, as well as other information he knew without any reservation. Therefore, Captain Jack's letter of allegiance was of sufficient weight. Therefore, under Malkaran's deliberate propaganda, Captain Jack has become a former pirate captain who was captured by the Adar people, repented, and decided to turn over a new leaf and become a new man. Moreover, Jack will serve as the guide of the navy, leading the Adar navy to directly attack the Coral Island, the old base of the great pirate Kelvin Prado. Therefore, the naval soldiers of Adar County reluctantly accepted the existence of Captain Jack. The three-masted warship Pioneer actually set sail a week after it was launched. After all, the naval soldiers still need time to get familiar with the brand new three-masted warship in front of them. Although Adar's naval soldiers had conducted many simulations before, the warship they used for training was just a captured and stranded pirate ship, which was a world apart from the three-masted warship that had just been launched. Moreover, only by actually standing on the three-masted warship can the soldiers truly understand what kind of warship they have. For a moment, the pride of being an Idarian was beyond words for every naval soldier. It is said that the western part of the empire is the truly wealthy place. But the Adar territory located in the eastern part of the empire is definitely not bad either. Not only are the soldiers busy familiarizing themselves with the warships and practicing all the time, but even the Adar Navy's logistics personnel are not idle at all. Not only did they prepare a large amount of weapons and equipment for Adar's naval soldiers, they also prepared sufficient food, fodder, fruits and vegetables for Adar's soldiers. After all, unlike wars fought by standing armies on land, the Navy, whether it can win or not, will not be able to return in a short time. Finally, in the early morning of this day, under the gaze of Bruno and many Adar officials, the three-masted warship Pioneer, led by Adar Admiral Malkaran, officially left the naval port and headed towards the kingdom of Basel. The target is the lair of the great pirate Kelvin Prado, located on a coral island in Basel's territorial waters. Chapter 118 Crush. The sea area east of Adar territory was named the Gulf of Merlin by Bruno. It is a roughly U-shaped bay with the coasts of the Norman Empire and the kingdom of Basel on both sides of the U respectively. Bruno's Adar territory is located at the bottom of the U-shape of the Gulf of Merlin. As for why it was called Merlin Bay, perhaps only Bruno knew. It was probably to commemorate the great wizard Merlin, a character who was widely present in various novels, biographies, and Arthurian legends of the previous life. After leaving the Adar naval port, the Pioneer began to sail southeast. If you take an ordinary ship to travel from Adar naval port to Coral Island, it will probably take at least a week, and it will also be affected by monsoons and ocean currents. But for the three-masted sailing ship of Lord Adar, it only takes 3 to 5 days to arrive, and it can sail regardless of headwind or favor wind. During this period of time, the soldiers of Adar County can continue to explore and practice, familiarizing themselves with the structure and operation of the three-masted sailing ship. Captain Jack provided the Adar people with a detailed map of the waters near the Kingdom of Basel, as well as the division of the spheres of influence of various pirate groups. The Coral Island, occupied by the pirate leader Kelvin Prado, is the closest island to the Adar territory. Its area is quite large, and it has a deep water port suitable for ships to dock. Therefore, Kelvin Prado regards it as his base camp. The pirates entrenched in the waters of the Kingdom of Basel are mainly composed of 4 pirate forces, and the Coral Island pirates led by Kelvin Plateau are considered to be the largest of them, ranking second in overall size and strength. The waters south of Adar to the Coral Island are the area of activity of the pirate leader Kelvin Plateau. Since shipping had not received much attention in this era, there were not many merchant ships traveling back and forth, and these pirates actually lived a very tight life, mainly relying on looting and harassing the coastal areas of the Kingdom of Basel to make a living. But, no matter how wealthy a place is, it will become poor after being plundered by pirates without restraint, and the pirates' lives will become increasingly difficult. Therefore, although the pirates can live in harmony within their designated sphere of influence most of the time, sometimes, due to the instability of their income, a series of conflicts and disputes will occur due to the division of spheres of influence and uneven distribution of benefits. The previous actions of looting the Cape Salt Works in Adar territory and exploring the Friend Islands were actually carried out under the instruction of Kelvin Plateau, and it was also an attempt to help the Coral Island pirates find new profit points. The Friend Islands, located east of Adar, were discovered accidentally by the Coral Island pirates during this process. According to Kelvin Plateau's request, the pirates of Coral Island will set out from Coral Island in the middle of every month and go to the coast of the Kingdom of Basel to plunder money and people. In the captain's room of the three-masted warship Pioneer, Captain Jack was explaining the daily movements of the Coral Island pirates to Adar Navy Admiral Mal Karen. According to past practice, this month it is the turn of Kelvin's right-hand man, Fast Pearson, to lead the pirates ashore to plunder. Every pirate captain has his own familiar sailing routes and approximate landing locations for plundering. So, according to my guess, Captain Jack said, as he pointed to a location on the coast of the Kingdom of Basel on the map, I suggest that we can just wait for them on the route they must take on their way here to plunder. After all, our three-masted warships are much larger, faster, and stronger than pirate ships, and we can completely defeat them head-on. Of course, this will also allow the naval soldiers to have a taste of actual combat. After all, directly attacking the Coral Island is a bit too radical, and the coordination between the soldiers also requires a war of moderate intensity to hone in, Captain Jack suggested. Hearing Captain Jack's suggestion, Mal Cullen couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, with the support of the three-masted warships, the Adar Navy will be able to gain a greater advantage in naval battles. Moreover, the 2 three-masted warships of Adar are equipped with magic crystal bombs produced by the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory. Moreover, there are a lot of magic crystal bombs. In his previous life, Bruno was a member of a flower-growing family. Like other rabbits, he suffered from a certain degree of phobia of insufficient firepower. Therefore, the magic crystal bombs that Bruno equipped for the 2 three-masted sailing ships almost filled the entire gunpowder chamber. Therefore, the 2 three-masted sailing ships floating on the sea today can actually be regarded as 2 giant mobile bombs, thanks to the fact that in today's world, at least so far, the magic crystal bomb is only owned by the Adar territory. Otherwise, even if the mages of the Adar territory set up various protective measures for the gunpowder chamber, Mal Karen would still feel terrified. The existence of the magic crystal bomb had been top secret until now. Apart from Bruno, the only people who knew about it were the mages who studied the magic crystal bomb and a few specific people. And Mal Karen and the sailors in charge of operating the catapults were the ones who knew about the existence of the magic crystal bomb. They witnessed with their own eyes the tremendous power of the magic crystal bomb at the test site in the Almes Mountains. and witnessed the magic storm generated by the explosion of the magic crystal bomb. With such a powerful weapon, in Malkaren's opinion, dealing with those pirates in a naval battle is really a very easy task. And the most important thing is, Fast Pearson was also one of the pirate captains who attacked the Cape Salt Works at that time, Captain Jack added. Hearing this, Malkaren's expression finally moved slightly. Lord Adar lost 6 brothers in the battle, and now that Captain Jack has sided with the Adar people, this debt must naturally be placed on Fast Pearson's head. Thinking of this, Malkaren finally said in a deep voice, "Let's do as Captain Jack suggests. We will just sit there and wait for the Navy officers and soldiers to experience the feeling of being crushed." Yes, Fast Pearson had a hard time during this period. First, the fleet that plundered the Cape Salt Works suffered a major setback. And then he suffered repeated defeats in conflicts with other pirates. This undoubtedly made his immediate superior, Kelvin Plateau, very dissatisfied, so that his position as the second in command after Kelvin in the Coral Island pirate gang became somewhat shaky. Therefore, Pearson must use a rich victory to exchange for Kelvin Plato's trust and consolidate his own position. In order to prove his strength, Fast Pearson brought all his pirates out this time. 3 pirate ships, carrying nearly 100 pirates. What made Pearson feel relieved was that the sea in front of him seemed to feel his urgent desire. There was no sudden storm, no howling sea wind that silenced all the horses. The vast sea was calm, with only the surging waves gently hitting the hull. Just as Pearson was planning where to go ashore to rob with great confidence, a pirate ran in a panic. "Boss! It's bad. There are pirates ahead." Pearson was stunned for a moment, then kicked the pirate to the ground fiercely. "Asshole! We are pirates! I don't care what you did before. At least you are a pirate under my command now." The pirate who was kicked down could only say with a sad face, But Lord Pearson, there really is a pirate ship outside. A very big one." Hearing this, Pearson's eyes narrowed slightly. Colleagues or enemies? Could it be that his fellow pirates would come here to steal his livelihood? Damn it! A bunch of damn bastards. Accompanied by a group of lackeys, Pearson angrily walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. There were no telescopes in that era, so he could only rely on his own eyes to observe the ship not far away. And at the top of the ship's flagpole, a black skull and crossbones pirate flag was fluttering in the wind. Damn! It really is a pirate ship. It just feels like that ship is a little big. Pearson suddenly realized the problem. The size of that ship seemed to be much larger than the pirate ship he called. Moreover, before this, he had never seen such a ship in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basel. That's right. That's the pirate ship of Kelvin's right-hand man, Pearson, on the 3-masted sailing ship, Captain Jack said in a deep voice while looking at the 3 pirate ships not far away. "But I didn't expect that this time he would bring all the pirates under his command out of the nest?" Malkaren said with a smile. "That happened to be buried here, all of them." Passing the order official, "Remove the pirate flag, and let people raise the banner of our Adar." "Yes." At this moment, on the deck of the pirate ship, looking at the slowly rising flag representing the Adar territory of the Norman Empire, Pearson felt extremely angry. In Pearson's view, the tragic failure he encountered when plundering the Cape Salt Works was the cause of his unstable position. After all, among the Coral Island pirate group, no pirate would be attacked head-on when going ashore to rob, so that he would be beaten and flee in panic. So shameful. Therefore, this made him hate the Adar people extremely. "Damn it. I've already left. And you actually chased me to the waters of the Kingdom of Basel to cause trouble for me?" For Pearson, this is a great humiliation and a trampling on his personality. "Assholes. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just that their ship is a little bigger? We have 3 pirate ships here. I don't believe we can't defeat them 3 against 1. Pearson said angrily. "Send a signal to the other pirate ships to speed up. Surround them." "I don't believe it. If we can't defeat those Adar people on land, how can we defeat them in the sea? This is our pirates' home ground. A few months ago, they didn't even have a warship. And now they get a big ship from somewhere and come here to show off their power. Even though the Adar people have extremely strong combat power on land, I don't believe that a group of landlubbers can defeat us on the sea." Pearson cursed. "Don't use the trebuchet. Just charge up and engage them in a boarding battle." Although he was somewhat disdainful of the Adar people's naval strength, Pearson was very envious of the Adar people's big ship. If he could seize that big ship, then I will be rich. So, under Pearson's command, The three pirate ships sailed straight towards the Adar warships, with great momentum. The skinny pirates were sharpening their knives, staring intently at the huge three-masted warship not far away. That ship is so big. But the pirates are not vegetarians either. Most of the pirates in the window have been fighting in the sea for many years, living on the edge of a knife. So at this moment, the pirates are quite excited, because the bigger the ship is, and the tougher it looks, it means the more gains will be gained after this battle. Let those Adar people have a taste of the power of the Basel pirates. Many pirates had already drawn their swords, waiting for the two ships to get close so they could engage in a good boarding battle. Although the Adar people kicked open the door to the era of hot weapons with magic crystal bombs, it was only in the Adar territory. Therefore, the naval warfare methods of this era were still very backward and primitive. The main ways of conducting naval battles in this era were to use the ram of the bow to ram, the long-range attack of the catapult, and the soldiers jumping onto the side of the ship to engage in boarding combat. But what surprised the pirates was that when the Adar warship faced the oncoming pirate ship, it actually exposed its side to the pirates. This undoubtedly shocked Pearson. What kind of operation was this? Were the Adar people he was facing really fools, who didn't understand naval warfare? But at this point, Pearson had no time to think about it, because the Adar people's catapults finally started at this moment. Without any warning, dozens of catapults on the Adar warships unleashed their power, and dozens of magic crystal bombs fell from the sky. In fact, Pearson was not very afraid of the trebuchet. After all, the accuracy of the trebuchet was extremely limited most of the time. It was considered very good if he could hit the target once or twice out of 10 attacks. But somehow, as the object thrown by the catapult got closer and closer to the pirate ship, Pearson suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. What the Adar people threw didn't seem to be stones. Right? At this moment, a magic crystal bomb happened to hit the pirate ship where Pearson was, looking at the crystal-clear stone with strange marks on it. The pirates were full of doubts. But in the next second, the situation suddenly changed, as the halo emanating from the crystal became stronger and stronger. In a flash, a dull bang suddenly broke out on the deck of the pirate ship. Boom! At this moment, dozens of magic crystal bombs that were thrown out finally exploded, accompanied by a loud noise like lightning and thunder. A huge hole was blown out on the deck of the pirate ship, and the mast of the pirate ship was completely broken. The broken pirate flag fell into the sea under the carry of the sea breeze. In almost every corner of the pirate ship, there were groans coming from the injured pirates. Pearson was also hit on the head and bleeding from the explosion. Looking around, wood chips were flying and the pirate ship was in a mess. What the hell is this thing? Chapter 119 Complete Victory. After the magic crystal bomb exploded, the aftermath was still echoing around the pirate ship. Adar's wizard advisor Siebel stood on the deck of the three-masted warship, staring blankly at the scene in front of him. Siebel had heard that Anil and others were researching a secret weapon for Lord Bruno, Count of Adar. However, he never realized that this secret weapon had been successfully developed and possessed such powerful power. As a genuine wizard, he could most intuitively feel the tremendous power generated by the explosion of the magic crystal bomb. Therefore, when the magic crystal stone bomb exploded, he could clearly sense that at that instant, a magic storm suddenly erupted in the direction of the pirate ship and then disappeared without a trace. Although this magical storm was fleeting, at that moment, Siebel could still feel the agitation of magic in the air around him. If I were chanting a spell to cast magic at that time, I would probably be interrupted by the surging fluctuations of magic power. Looking at the Adar soldiers who gathered around the catapults, leaping for joy and full of confidence, Siebel felt a little confused for a moment, because he knew clearly that the powerful magic crystal bomb he saw was developed by a group of mage apprentices, and the ones who wield this magical weapon are just ordinary people. The emergence of this weapon will completely change the way of war. Zybier firmly believes in this. Look! When those pirates were about to engage in close combat with the Adar people with weapons, the Adar people responded with magic crystal bombs from 100 meters away. In Siebel's opinion, this was simply a crushing naval battle, because the pirates didn't even get to see what the Adar soldiers who killed them looked like before they were blown to pieces by the magic crystal bombs that fell from the sky. Although the pirates have long been accustomed to hovering on the edge of life and death, but in the past they at least understood the dangers they faced. But at this moment, facing those Adar people who were 100 meters away, A feeling of powerlessness suddenly emerged in their hearts. The pirates didn't even know what weapons the Adar people used. This was a war completely controlled by the Adar people. On one side were the Adar warships capable of launching devastating attacks from 100 meters away, and on the other side were the Coral Island pirates armed with melee weapons. After just the first round of confrontation, the outcome of the war was already obvious. The Adar technology tree that Bruno has been silently adding points to finally shows its power at this moment. But one round of catapult bombardment was clearly not enough. So, under the command of Malkaran, the sailors carried brand new magic crystal bombs to the deck of the three-masted warship. Pearson finally climbed up from the deck. Although the previous round of bombardment was loud and powerful. In fact, a large part of the magic crystal bombs exploded in the water. Therefore, although the pirate ship and the pirates on board suffered a certain degree of damage, they were not completely wiped out. Quick! Stand up! Get ready to fight! Suddenly, Pearson heard a familiar shout coming from behind him. He turned his head with some effort and saw his first mate trying to stand up and gathering the pirates, who were not affected by the explosion, to prepare for battle. Come here! Pearson waved to the first mate and said weakly. At this time, the first mate finally saw Pearson, who was moving with some difficulty. He hurried over and shouted, Boss, I have organized the pirates, who are still able to move, and they are ready to go into battle at any time. Pearson stared at his first mate with complicated eyes. This was the first mate he personally selected. Pearson stretched out his hand with difficulty. And then, he hit the first mate hard on the head. As a pirate, he didn't even learn the necessary skills of a pirate, which is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Damn it! Asshole! Pearson cursed with almost all his strength. Why are you fighting? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? The weapons and equipment of the Adar people are thousands of times more powerful than ours. Aren't we just seeking death if we go up now? Retreat! Retreat immediately. The Adar people ships are very large, and they will definitely have difficulty turning and are slow. As long as we escape the attack range of the Adar people's catapults, we will be safe, Pearson ordered without hesitation. Hearing Pearson's words, the pirates on the deck were visibly relieved. What the hell? We can't even see the enemy shadow. Are we just going to rush forward and die? The lack of attack distance is a flaw that cannot be eliminated. No matter how much power the pirates accumulate, they cannot hit the enemy. So they can only be forced to take the beating. Therefore, the most important thing to do at this time is to speed up the strategic shift. With Pearson's order, the pirates suddenly burst out with an action power that was extremely rare under normal circumstances. Turned the rudder, and returned. Only, at this moment, another round of magic crystal bombs fell from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud roar of the explosion. The pirate ship at the back was unfortunately hit by several magic crystal bombs. After a violent explosion, the hull of the pirate ship actually broke in the middle. Dozens of unlucky pirates fell into the sea, struggling helplessly in the rolling waves. Pearson looked at the pirate ship that was blown up by the Adar people, and his eyes twitched. It was sunk just like that. Hurry! Hurry up! Get out of this damn place! Pearson shouted loudly. However, although the speed of the pirate ship has been increased to the maximum, the bombardment of the Adar people has never stopped. Even the distance between the three-masted warship and the pirate ship is getting closer and closer as time goes by. The Adar people's huge warships are obviously much faster than the pirate ships. Although Pearson also found it hard to believe, the tragic reality was right before his eyes. The other pirates finally realized that they could not escape, and they all looked at their captain with hope, hoping that Pearson could make up his mind. Pearson glanced at the pirates around him with a heavy gaze. Looking at these pirates, who had fought with him through life and death countless times, he finally shed a tear. Pearson, with a look of grief and indignation on his face, drew out the sword from his waist and raised it high above his head. The sharp blade flashed coldly under the sunlight. His hoarse voice shouted, "Brothers, life and death are between this line. Although the Adarians have powerful warships and weapons we have never seen before, our Coral Island pirate is not mud. It is not allowed to be insulted by others. Brothers, turn the ship around and do what we should have done a long time ago," Pearson said firmly. A moment later, the two already dilapidated pirate ships turned around again in front of the shocked gazes of the Adar people. The white flag hung high on the mast, fluttered in the sea breeze. Chapter 120 Landing. Coral Island. On the deck of a three-masted warship, Pearson, who had been tied up by the Adar Navy soldiers, looked at Captain Jack standing in front of him with shock. Captain Jack. Live. Seeing Captain Jack, who had been captured by the Adar people before, standing alive in front of him, Pearson's mind instantly became active. Maybe if I try harder, the Adar people will be able to forgive me. But ideals are full and reality is very skinny. Before Pearson could open his mouth to beg for mercy, he was knocked unconscious by Mal Karen's stick and then dragged into the cabin by the soldiers. The Earl said that the Adar people only need one guide. Mal Karen waved the thick stick in the air a few times and spoke casually. Hearing what Mal Cullen said, Captain Jack's face suddenly turned red. TMD? Which guide does not open the pot? Captain Jack knew about Mal Karen's problem as early as when he was helping to train naval soldiers in Adar County. And he used it to mock himself all day long. Is that what I call a coward? That's called following your heart. As the first naval battle in which the Adar Navy soldiers participated, this record was already quite good. Not only did they capture dozens of surviving pirates, but they also seized 2 damaged pirate ships. On the other hand, the casualties among the Adar naval soldiers were 0. Although most of the support is from magic crystal bombs, weapons and equipment are an important part of measuring the strength of an army. The most important significance of this war is that it allowed the soldiers to personally experience an actual combat that was not too difficult. This plays a vital role both in the soldiers' subsequent training and in their future cooperation on the battlefield. The pirates were soon taken by the Adar soldiers to the temporary prison that had been prepared at the bottom of the 3-masted warship. Although Pearson himself was a heinous criminal, according to Bruno's instructions, he must be taken back to the Adar Lord for trial. The same thing went for the other pirates, who were all ordered to tie themselves up and thrown into the lowest cabin. In fact, in Mal Karen's opinion, the easiest way is to kill these pirates directly. After all, the Adar soldiers will launch an attack on the base camp of the Coral Island pirates next. But before leaving, Bruno had given Mal Karen some special instructions and explained many post-war matters, which made Mal Karen give up his original plan. Bruno has long missed the former 9th production team. That team, composed entirely of Adar thugs, had extremely high work efficiency under Shabby's training. However, it was a pity that they were sent to Bethlehem like this. However, although the members of the 9th production team have all left, the title of the 9th production team is still there, and the spirit of the 9th production team is still there. Therefore, Bruno very much hoped that the pirates captured in the war could become new members of the 9th production team and consciously continue to carry forward the fine tradition of the 9th production team of working hard without pay. Let's go! Next target. Coral Island. Looking at the soldiers around him, who were already impatient, Mal Karen finally issued the order. But this time, the ship was not moving very fast, because in addition to the Adar people's huge 3-masted warship, the 2 pirate ships that had just been captured by the Adar soldiers were also slowly following behind. According to the plan of Admiral Mal Karen, since Coral Island is the pirates' lair after all, he intends to arrange most of the Adar naval soldiers to board pirate ships and sail into the pirate port of Coral Island when approaching Coral Island, so as to catch the pirates by surprise and achieve the effect of a surprise attack. The sailors who stayed on the 3-masted warship were responsible for providing fire support from the ocean to the naval soldiers in the landing operation. Captain Jack almost wholeheartedly agreed with this plan. After all, these pirates entrenched in the waters near the kingdom of Basel have almost never encountered strong enemies on the ocean. So the vigilance of the Coral Island can be said to be extremely lax. Even though the number of pirates is slightly more than that of the Adar naval soldiers, they should not be a match for the Adar people. So, after a period of rest and deployment, on the second night, under the bright moonlight, hundreds of fully armed Adar naval soldiers finally sailed into the port of Coral Island on 2 pirate ships that originally belonged to the Coral Island pirates. On the shore of the Coral Island harbor, 2 drunks on guard duty were playing finger-guessing games and chatting. Why did Lord Pearson come back so soon? Pirate A looked in astonishment at the pirate ship that was approaching the shore not far away. Pearson? How is that possible? Didn't he just set out to plunder? Pirate B took a big sip of fresh ale and shouted loudly. Pirate B patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Old A, you are probably drunk. But that is indeed Lord Pearson's pirate ship. Look behind you. Pirate A rubbed his head, which was a little dizzy from drinking, and said uncertainly, Where is it? Let me see. Pirate B finally stood up shakily from the fence he was leaning on. Then, he only felt shadowy figures, as if countless figures were rushing towards him, etc. Pirate B was about to say something when he saw a sharp dagger stabbing straight at him. Then the next second, phew, the cold dagger pierced into Pirate B's warm abdomen. Once inside, once out. Bright red blood spurted out immediately, and Pirate B was stabbed to the ground before he could react. The wine glass that was originally tightly held in his hand also fell to the ground at this moment. Soon, the fully armed Adar soldiers, led by Malkaran, captured the port of Coral Island with almost no effort. The pirates, who had lost their port, were now trapped by the Adar people. The three-masted warship that had been hovering outside the port finally entered the port at this time. With a command from Malkaran, dozens of catapults started again. Unlike the difficulty of aiming at a target in the ocean, throwing bombs at the pirates' base, the Coral Island requires almost no aiming. Once a bomb is thrown, an unlucky pirate will be destroyed by the explosion. For a while, there were continuous explosions on the Coral Island, and those pirates who finally got close to the port would be hacked to death by the Adar people like cutting melons and vegetables. Fortunately, Bruno is not here. Otherwise, he would definitely scold Malkaran. The magic crystal bomb is not meant to be used like this. Every magic crystal bomb of Adar's army was drawn by the magic wands in the hands of the mage apprentices. Even though the wizard apprentices had a clear division of labor, and were extremely skilled in drawing magic arrays, they could only produce about 20 magic crystal bombs a day. After all, it is impossible for the mage apprentices to stay in the laboratory all day to make magic crystal bombs. Under Bruno's arrangement, they also need to spend a lot of time every day to study new things. After 2 rounds of bombing, the entire Adar County's production capacity will be consumed in 1 day. Even if we confront the pirates head-on, the losses may not be that great. After all, facing these Adar people who invaded the Coral Island, the pirates had long lost their will to fight. In a simple castle in the center of the Coral Island, the big pirate Kelvin Plato, who was snoring, was finally awakened by a roar coming from not far away. But feeling the softness and warmth beside him, he hesitated for a moment. This is probably thunder. The intense exercise in the first half of the night made him extremely tired, so that he was still in a state of half sleep and half wakefulness. Boom! It was not until another loud thunder-like sound was heard not far away that Kelvin suddenly climbed up from the bed. Without paying any attention to the woman, who was still lying on the bed and mumbling, Kelvin grabbed a piece of clothing and put it on himself, then pushed open the door of the small castle. Then, he saw a scene he had never seen in his life. Just in the direction of the Coral Island port, rumbling sounds like muffled thunder exploded from time to time. The bright and dazzling fire almost dyed the dark night sky red. Even the stars in the night sky appeared dim under the reflection of the fire. For a moment, Kelvin just stood at the door in a daze, not knowing what was going on. After all, in the years since they occupied the Coral Island has never been shrouded in war. Even if there are occasional conflicts between different pirate gangs, such disputes are limited to the vast ocean. Oh no! A pirate stumbled over, gasping for breath and stammering. The Adars? They are the Adars. They are riding on Lord Pearson's pirate ship. Coming from the port. What? Kelvin was shocked. But, who are the Adar people? That's right. This is the truest portrayal of Kelvin's innermost heart. Because, before this, Kelvin had never heard of the name Adar people. It must be Lord Pearson. Lord Pearson suffered a setback when he was looting the Adar salt fields. The pirate said hurriedly. Pearson? For a moment, Kelvin was furious. Damn it! Couldn't Pearson have found out the other party's background before the robbery? However, it was too late to say anything at this point. So Kelvin had no choice but to bite the bullet and order. Quick! Tell the people below that anyone who kills an Adar soldier will receive. Before Kelvin finished his words, he saw a crystal-clear crystal falling from the sky and landing right at his feet. The pirate who came to report the news suddenly changed his expression when he saw the crystal that was glowing with a light blue light. What's this? Kelvin did not notice the pirate's sudden change in expression. He bent down and carefully observed the crystal that fell at his feet, and even tapped it twice with his fingers. Lord Kelvin. The pirate was so frightened that he sat down on the ground, pointing at the light blue crystal with his trembling hand. What's wrong? Kelvin frowned slightly. The next moment, a blinding light suddenly appeared at Kelvin's feet. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and limbs were torn into pieces. This pirate leader, who had dominated the waters of the kingdom of Basel for many years, died inexplicably at the hands of an unknown man from the Adar territory. Chapter 121. The Spoils of War. The Battle of Coral Island, initiated by Adar Admiral Malkaran, did not last long, especially when the Adar naval soldiers occupied the Coral Island port under the cover of night and took control of the pirate ships anchored in the port. The pirates on the Coral Island had become trapped. The port was occupied. The ships were detained, and the Adar soldiers almost completely cut off all the pirates' escape routes. Therefore, the pirates had only two choices: surrender or fight to the death. If the enemies facing the Adar navy were replaced by crusaders with religious belief buffs, or Odin people with a brain dead, then maybe they would fight back before they die. But at this moment, the enemy of the Adar navy is pirates, and they are a group of pirates who are greedy for life and afraid of death, and bully the weak. Therefore, the pirates had no intention of fighting, but just fought and retreated, fighting cautiously while waiting for orders from the pirate leader Kelvin. That's right. The pirates, who were fighting the Adar people on the front line, had no idea that the pirate leader Kelvin Plateau had actually been killed by the magic crystal bomb thrown by the Adar people. Even the Adar people who threw the magic crystal bombs had no idea that they had killed the opposing boss. The residences of the Coral Island pirates are mostly concentrated in the port area. So in the second half of the night, after the magic crystal bomb stopped being thrown, the Adar people began to enter the streets and alleys of the Coral Island to clear out the pirates hiding in the residences. That's right. Streets. After Kelvin's management over the years, the buildings on the Coral Island are actually quite decent. If you ignore the identity of the pirates, it looks like a medium-sized town in the vast ocean. The war ended at dawn. The body of Kelvin Prado was found outside the castle on the island by a pirate who was fleeing in panic, because he was too close to the explosion point of the magic crystal bomb. The pirate leader's face was blurred and torn into pieces, but the pirate still recognized at a glance that the guy in front of him, who was as dead as could be, was his boss Kelvin Plato. When this news spread, the pirates' will to resist completely collapsed. Even though a few diehard fans of Kelvin Prado tried to resist, they could not make much of a splash, because most of the pirates had already thrown their weapons on the ground and surrendered to Adar's army. Oh my god! It's so explosive. How did that guy recognize that this is Kelvin Prado? Looking at the body in front of him that had been blown to pieces, Malkaran complained. Maybe it's because of the cast iron skull ring on my finger. As he was speaking, Captain Jack pointed to a finger that had fallen in the grass nearby. After all, Captain Jack was once Kelvin's subordinate, so he quickly recognized the ring. It was the skull ring that Kelvin had always worn on his hand. After hearing Jack's affirmative answer, Malkaran nodded. How miserable. I don't know which sailor launched the magic crystal bomb that killed Kelvin. I must give him a chicken drumstick when I get back. After this battle that the Adar people had been preparing for a long time, the Coral Island pirates can be said to have been wiped out. The next thing Malkaran has to do is to count the spoils. The first were the captured pirates, including Pearson and others who were captured in the naval battle a day ago. The Adar navy now holds nearly 200 pirate prisoners. However, not all of these prisoners will be sent to Adar County, according to the plans and arrangements Bruno made before the expedition. After the victory of the war, Captain Jack will become the new boss of the Coral Island pirates with the support of Lord Adar. As the agent of Count Bruno's steward of Adar, he assisted the Lord of Adar in supervising and controlling the waters around the Coral Island and Kelvin Plateau's original sphere of influence. Therefore, in order for Captain Jack to achieve this goal as soon as possible, Captain Jack will select a large number of pirates who look relatively pleasing from the nearly 200 captured pirates. As for the other pirates, especially the pirates led by Pearson who attacked the Adar territory, they will be sent to the Adar territory for trial. However, the Adar people's captives apparently included more than just these pirates. Since pirates had been abducting people in the coastal areas of the Kingdom of Basel for many years, there were a large number of serfs and civilians on the Coral Island who were forcibly abducted by pirates. Their number may even be as high as 400 or 500. Looking at the civilians and serfs who were trembling with fear in their eyes, Malkaran felt a headache. It was true that he was Adar's general, but he really didn't know how to deal with these innocent civilians. After all, the Adar Navy only had this one three-masted sailing ship, and it was impossible to transport all these innocent civilians to the Adar territory at once. Moreover, the Adar people had not originally anticipated that there would be so many civilians and serfs on the Coral Island, So they did not make plans and arrangements in advance. If you don't have any good solution for these serfs and civilians for now, why not leave them on Coral Island? At this moment, Captain Jack suddenly said, after the fierce battle last night, both the buildings and the port of Coral Island were severely damaged. It would be better to let them stay here and help me repair the many buildings on Coral Island. You should be clear about Adar's policy towards serfs and civilians. Right? Malkaran said in a deep voice. I understand. Captain Jack assured him immediately. I will follow Lord Bruno's will. I will not let these civilians and serfs live in the fear they have been in before. Hearing this, Malkaran nodded. Until there was a more suitable place to go, these serfs would probably have to continue living on the Coral Island. In addition to prisoners, the most loot captured by Adar's soldiers was money. In addition to coming from the coastal areas of the Kingdom of Basel, most of the money the pirates robbed actually came from the few passing merchant ships. Although there are not many merchant ships, and they generally employ a large number of sailors and mercenaries, this also means that if they successfully plunder a merchant ship, it will be enough for the pirates to make a fortune. In addition, there was no place to spend money on the Coral Island. So under the leadership of Captain Jack, Malcolm found thousands of gold coins in the cellar of Kelvin's small castle. For the Adar territory, this can be considered a windfall. At least, there is no problem in making up for the cost of building the three-masted warship previously. Of course, this battle brought Adar lordship not only gains in population and money, but most importantly, Adar lordship successfully gained a fulcrum overseas. The geographical location of the Coral Island means that the territory of Adar will now have a naval base located in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basel. This is particularly critical to the expansion strategy of Adar territory. Moreover, the pirate ship anchored in the port, under the leadership of Captain Jack, will become the first nail that Adar territory has driven into the ocean. It will block the rest of the Basel pirates from entering Adar territory. Chapter 122 Basel Nobles. The early morning sun was not too hot, and the sea breeze blowing to the shore carried a slightly damp and salty smell. Although these soldiers in front of them had been fighting for a whole night, there was no sign of fatigue on their faces. This could be said to be the first time that Adar's naval soldiers set foot on land outside of Adar's territory. Therefore, not only the lowest level soldiers, but even the naval admiral Malkaran, were quite excited. There is a first time for everything, and this is the most precious first time for the Adar Navy. Boxes of gold coins were carried out of Kelvin's castle by Adar's soldiers. Although they were heavy to carry, the soldiers' hearts were filled with happiness. Although most of these captured spoils would be stored in the treasury of Adar County, and then used by the Earl, the soldiers had no objection to this, and did not have the slightest complaint. After all, the instructor in charge of lecturing to the naval soldiers had already said long ago that the Earl was a diligent and motivated person. And after these gold coins and spoils were handed over to the Earl, they would often be used where Adar County needed them most. The Earl will work out the most appropriate usage plan with many officials based on the actual situation in Adar territory. But no matter how it is used, the beneficiaries are the Adar people, including these soldiers. Looking further ahead, the families and friends of these soldiers have benefited greatly from measures such as the use of pesticides, renovation of the city of Adar, and collection of feces that Adar has been promoting these days. To put it more recently, it is precisely because of the support of the Earl that the Adar soldiers can now use brand new three-masted warships and a large number of magic crystal bombs. Otherwise, how could they have such good things? Without the Earl's full support, today's battle would not have been so easy. The number of casualties alone would have more than tripled. Besides, the salary that Adar received was considered relatively generous even in the entire empire. So how could the soldiers have any other thoughts? Just as Admiral Malkaran was busy counting the spoils of the battle, an Adar soldier came over and said, "Sir, there is a guy who claims to be a Basel who wants to see you." Nobles? Malkaran was stunned. He claims to be a Basel nobleman imprisoned in Kelvin's dungeons. The soldier added, "There is also a dungeon under the castle of pirate leader Kelvin. Unlike the stuffiness on the ground, even though it was summer, the dungeon under the castle was extremely cold, perhaps because it is deep underground. There always seems to be a layer of damp water vapor on the cold stone walls, which makes people feel a biting gloom. The light in the dungeon was very dim, and there were some dried bloodstains on the ground, making the atmosphere of the entire dungeon seem particularly depressing and cramped. The noble robe that Wally Harlan was wearing had been torn to pieces, so that his face and body were stained with dirt and blood. He was wrapped in a wet straw mat and curled up in the innermost corner of the cell. Shivering, he carved 14 lines on the wall with stones, which meant this was already his 14th day in the dungeon. The days in the dungeon were so dark that he could only count the time by the number of times the pirates came to bring him food. Achoo! Wally Harlan rubbed his slightly swollen nose and couldn't help sneezing. He was a nobleman of the Kingdom of Basel. He had just followed his father's orders and led a few guards to take a ship to the Odin Empire to buy Highland horses produced on the Arctic ice field. Unexpectedly, they were robbed by pirates on the way to the Odin Empire. This shouldn't be the case. Although pirate groups like the Coral Island Pirates are quite powerful on the coast of the Kingdom of Basel, this is mainly aimed at civilians. As a noble, you can pass safely as long as you give a little money and make some arrangements. But what Wally Harlan didn't expect was that this time, the pirates didn't play by the rules. Although they had taken the money he had paid, they still went back on their word and arrested him. When he thought of this, Wally Harlan felt particularly aggrieved. These damn pirates have absolutely no moral principles. However, unlike other stupid nobles in this world, Wally Harlan had already understood from the pirates' words why he was captured. That is, the right to inherit the title. As Wally Harlan's father grew older, as the youngest and most beloved son of Viscount Harlan, Wally Harlan naturally became a thorn in the eyes and flesh of his two older brothers. After all, the inheritance system of the Kingdom of Basel does not distinguish between the old and the young. As long as your father likes you, you can inherit the title. Therefore, it was obvious why he was captured by pirates. Maybe it was because his two dear brothers gave the pirates a large sum of money. However, maybe the two dear brothers didn't give enough money. Or Kelvin originally wanted to use the existence of Wally Harlan to blackmail him again. Therefore, Wally Harlan's life was saved for the time being. But until last night, although Wally Harlan was in prison, he could vaguely hear the roar coming from outside the dungeon and the intermittent shouts of killing. Then, after an unknown amount of time, Wally Harlan finally saw a team of fully armed soldiers in the dungeon. After some inquiries, Wally Harlan finally figured out the identities of these soldiers. They were naval officers from Adar County of the Norman Empire. Although they were the Norman Empire's army, Wally Harlan had no objection to them, and he was too lazy to consider why the Norman Empire soldiers appeared in the waters around the Kingdom of Basel. After all, I am still in prison, so how can I have the time to care about these things? Besides, in Wally Harlan's opinion, dealing with the nobles of the Norman Empire is always much easier than dealing with pirates. Therefore, being rescued by these Adar soldiers, who had no conflict of interest with him, actually made Wally Harlan feel much more at ease. At least, it was impossible that these Adar soldiers took money from his two brothers to murder him. Lord Malkaran. I hope to go to Adar territory to visit Lord Earl Adar and thank him in person for saving my life. As soon as they met, Wally Harlan went straight to the point. And Wally Harlan's demands and frank words obviously caught Malkaran off guard. Originally, he was planning to use the name of the Crusaders to explain why Adar's army appeared in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basel. But he did not expect that the nobleman in front of him did not care about it at all. Before the Adar officer could ask a question, Wally Harlan spoke first. I am Wally Harlan, the son of Viscount Harlan of the Kingdom of Basel. I have an important matter to discuss with your lord. The so-called important matters were just Wally Harlan's rhetoric. For Wally Harlan, the most important thing was to get these Adar people in front of him to take him away from the Coral Island. However, Wally did not dare to return to Viscount Harlan's territory for a while. After all, although he had the support of Viscount Harlan, he didn't know what kind of tricks his two dear brothers had prepared for him. The current situation is actually extremely favorable to Wally Harlan, because, at this moment, in the impression of his two brothers, Wally Harlan had already been cut into pieces by the pirates. In this case, it would be better to let this idea remain in the hearts of his two brothers. Malkaran really couldn't think of any reason to refuse the suggestion given by Wally Harlan. After all, the other party was a nobleman. After being rescued by the Adar people, he went to the Adar chieftain in person to express his gratitude, which was a very aristocratic etiquette. Therefore, Malkaran had no choice but to nod in agreement and prepared a room for Wally Harlan on the three-masted warship in advance. The Adar army led by Malkaran did not stay on the Coral Island for long. After a thorough search of the spoils at Coral Island, the three-masted warship sailed out of the Coral Island pier early the next morning. Wally Harlan stood on the deck of the three-masted warship and looked around curiously. After washing up, Wally Harlan finally appeared in front of everyone in an aristocratic appearance. After all, he is just a teenager who just turned 17 this year. There is a long and thin scar on his young face, which was caused by a sword during the confrontation with pirates. Instead of disfiguring his appearance, it adds a bit of resilience. But if the sword had been a little closer, Wally Harlan would have been killed long ago. As a son of a noble family, Wally Harlan considered himself to be well informed. But as he looked at the Adar warship he was on, he suddenly became curious about Adar, which was far away in the Norman Empire. After all, few men can resist the temptation of a three-masted warship, even though most people of this era have not yet set their sights on the ocean. The sharp streamlined shape of the three-masted sailing ship is still unforgettable and deeply remembered. The three-masted warship was sailing at full speed towards Lord Adar, braving the wind and waves. The howling sea breeze blew across the deck, dissipating the warmth of the morning sun. Wally Harlan looked deeply at the outline of the coral island that was gradually disappearing in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but hold the railing on the side of the boat tightly with both hands. Without saying a word, "Basil, I will definitely come back. Of course, there are also those two dear brothers." Chapter 123, The Beginning of Industry. When Malkaran led the Adar Navy to kill all around, the Adar territory once again experienced a population boom. However, this population explosion has nothing to do with the propaganda previously carried out by the Adar territory. Due to the threat from the Odin Empire, the nobles in the north of the empire continued to forcibly conscript civilians into the army, so that a large number of civilians originally living in the north began to flee to other inland areas of the empire. Therefore, since the beginning of summer, the number of foreigners pouring into Adar territory has increased dramatically, which caught Bruno off guard. These civilians from the north of the empire first rushed southeast and entered the Valence Plain in the east of the empire. However, so many more people meant many more mouths to feed. So the nobles living in the Valence Plain continued to drive all the civilians to the south. After all, they don't have so much food and land to feed these penniless civilians. The noble lord south of the Valence Plains naturally would not accept these disgusting civilians, so they drove them away elsewhere. As a result, a small number of unlucky people were captured by these noble lords and taken back to the north to serve as soldiers, while the other part was constantly expelled in various directions by many noble lords. In short, just don't stay in your own noble territory. From the Eider River to Heisenberg, from Heisenberg to the Dale Hills, and then all the way south to the territory of Soren. Finally, after being driven away again and again by many nobles, these displaced civilians finally arrived at the banks of the Sauron River in midsummer. Compared to when the Solon River port was just opened, the number of ferries on the Solon River has doubled, and the number of members of the Adar Immigration Administration has tripled. Lister finally has more than 30 formal officers under his command. But even so, there are still a large number of civilians from the northern border of the empire waiting to cross the river on the north bank of the Sauron River. And their number is increasing with the passage of time. For these exiles, Bruno can be described as coming. After all, ever since the time travel, population has always been the most important factor restricting the development of Adar territory. A large population requires a large amount of food to support it. But for the current Adar territory, the thing that is least lacking is actually food, because potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn will soon be ripe. This also means that Adar County will soon usher in the most crazy grain harvest in history. Moreover, because of the border, Brienne's land area is much larger than the nobles, who are inland. So, if the population increases, then we can just continue to reclaim wasteland, and there is no need to worry about food shortages. However, no matter how the number of refugees gathering on the banks of the Soren River who want to enter the Adar territory increases, the Adar Immigration Administration cannot allow all of them to enter the Adar territory immediately. After all, under Bruno's strong urging, every refugee entering Adar territory must undergo detailed registration and strict inspection, and the Adar Immigration Administration must arrange accommodation for them. This is also for the sake of public security in Adar's territory. After all, from the beginning of this year to now, the number of civilians pouring into Adar territory has exceeded the number of indigenous people here, and there are nearly 20,000 refugees distributed in the newly opened working communities in different locations in Adar territory. The small town of Glen, located in the Glen Heights, is one of the larger working people communities. The Grand Highlands have extremely rich mineral resources, and this is the root cause of the Battle of the Grand Highlands between the Adar territory and the Soren territory. But before that, due to the general shortage of manpower in Adar County and the intensive construction of various projects, Bruno had to temporarily shelve the plan to mine iron ore on the Grand Heights. However, temporarily not carrying out large-scale mining of the iron ore in the Grand Heights does not mean that Bruno will ignore the huge benefits that mining iron ore and smelting steel can bring to the Adar territory. Therefore, Bruno had already exchanged detailed records about steel refining in the system mall. He also specially arranged several trusted craftsmen, and with the full cooperation of the mage apprentices, tried to build the relevant industrial facilities needed for steel making on the Grand Heights. When it comes to steelmaking, we have to mention the level of iron making in this world. To this day, the most commonly used method for making iron tools in the Norman Empire is still the block iron smelting technology. The block iron smelting technology does not require a high level of technical skills. You only need to throw rich iron ore and charcoal into the furnace together to easily smelt iron. This is because the iron content in rich iron ore is very high, while the content of other impurities is very small. Therefore, even if there is no limestone, iron cannot be smelted. All the impurities are mixed with iron, and after repeated forging, the impurities can be gradually removed and it becomes wrought iron. And the most important thing is that it does not require high temperature. Even at only 800 degrees Celsius, iron can be smelted. This is undoubtedly a method of iron smelting that is extremely in line with the current level of productivity. After all, in this era, if there is no bonus from the magic circle, it would undoubtedly be extremely difficult to maintain too high a temperature. However, although the block iron smelting method is extremely simple, this method of iron smelting also has an almost fatal flaw. That is, the iron refined by this method is even softer than copper. And this is the most important reason why Adar soldiers and Norman Empire soldiers generally use daggers. It's not that people don't want to use longer weapons, but if the weapons are lengthened, they will probably break after just a few hits. Therefore, the dagger and shield are the standard equipment for Norman soldiers today. However, the steel produced using the iron smelting method exchanged by Bruno completely avoided this problem. With the support of the magic unique to this world, Bruno can make the development of Adar's iron smelting industry leap to the early stage of industry. You know, the amount of brilliant points Bruno spent on these steel forging methods was no less than when he built a 3-masted warship. A full 70 points. This is equivalent to half a wonder. However, it is expensive for a reason, and the information provided by the system mall is also extremely powerful. There is no shortage of forging methods for pig iron, wrought iron and steel, and all kinds of reference materials are also extremely complete. When the craftsmen responsible for building the relevant facilities saw the information provided by Bruno, they were stunned by these unprecedented forging methods. Chapter 124. In fact, rather than saying that what Bruno exchanged was the detailed method of producing steel, it would be better to say that what he exchanged was a complete industrial system from the production of pig iron, wrought iron to steel, because it contains not only the principles of steelmaking and the proportions of raw materials, but also the construction drawings of iron-making facilities, such as blast furnaces that were extremely common in the previous life. Of course, in addition to these, there is also no shortage of construction drawings for blowers, iron frying furnaces, etc. However, it is obviously impossible to copy these supporting facilities as they are. After all, some conditions are still difficult to achieve with the current technological level of Adar County alone. These difficulties will need to be overcome by the mage apprentices in Adar County. Adar territory is Bruno's territory, and the apprentice mages are all Bruno's students. So, as a teacher, Bruno assigns tasks to students, not for Bruno himself, but to enhance students' comprehensive qualities, improve their hands-on skills, cultivate their team spirit, and enable these mage apprentices to grow into fully developed qualified mages as soon as possible. No problem. That makes sense. Therefore, when the magic crystal bomb was developed, assisting the craftsmen to complete the construction of Adar's iron smelting industry has become the new task of these mage apprentices. However, the magic circle needed to build an iron smelting plant is actually much simpler than the magic circle drawn on the magic crystal bomb. After all, the compression array needed to make magic crystal bombs is extremely exquisite and unique. Not only does it have strict regulations on the effects of the magic circle, but also due to the size limitations of the magic crystal itself, it also has almost harsh requirements on the shape and area of the magic circle. However, when the apprentices drew magic circles on iron-making facilities, such as blast furnaces and blowers. They had no such concerns at all. After all, things like blast furnaces are all huge. So the core issue that the mage apprentices are concerned about naturally shifts from reducing the area of the magic array to the reasonable combination of different magic arrays. The reasonable combination of magic arrays is extremely important for the normal progress of iron smelting. For example, the blower needed for iron smelting requires close cooperation between the heating array and the array that can generate wind conditions, so as to stably deliver preheated air to the iron smelting blast furnace. If there is no blower to provide sufficient oxygen to assist combustion in the blast furnace, the furnace temperature in the blast furnace will hardly achieve the purpose of iron making. And it is very important that the air must be preheated by the heating array. If the air entering the blast furnace is just room temperature air, then this room temperature air will undoubtedly need to be heated in the blast furnace. By the time this air is finally heated to meet the requirements of iron making, it has already risen to the top of the blast furnace and then discharged into the air. In this way, it will be difficult for the temperature inside the blast furnace to reach the temperature conditions required for iron smelting. This requires that the air be preheated before it is introduced into the blast furnace, so that the air after entering the blast furnace can directly reach the temperature required for iron making or reach it in a very short time. You know, even when the steel-making technology was extremely advanced in the previous life, the air preheating step absolutely could not be omitted. Therefore, this requires mage and apprentices to draw a variety of different legal arrays in the drum, and cannot affect each other. However, these problems are almost insignificant in front of the talented Anil. Bruno sometimes even thought that if the world he lived in was a fantasy novel, then Arnel would probably be the protagonist of this novel. He ran away from home due to oppression, but made rapid progress after being enlightened by others. His extraordinary mental power enabled him to conceive a magic circle that transcends the limitations of his thinking. This is definitely a perfect template for the protagonist. Therefore, among Adar's mage apprentices, a team prototype has basically been formed, with Anil responsible for conception and the mage apprentices responsible for drawing. Relying on Anil's powerful mental strength and logical thinking ability, the drawing of magic circles on facilities, such as blowers and blast furnaces, progressed rapidly. Therefore, when the overall construction progress of the iron smelting plant is basically completed, all the refugees pouring into Adar territory can be taken to the Grand Highlands for iron smelting and mining. The residents living in the Golan Heights basically serve the iron smelting industry in the Golan Heights. Most of them are refugees from outside Adar territory. After being registered and inspected by the Adar Immigration Administration, they become temporary residents of Adar territory. For these temporary residents of Adar territory, Bruno also adopted a work point system similar to that of the production team. Only when the work points they have obtained meet certain requirements, and they have lived in Adar territory for more than 1 year, can they apply to the Adar Immigration Administration to become official residents of Adar territory and enjoy the same treatment as Adar civilians. Their main task is to mine the rich mineral deposits in the Golan Heights and provide sufficient labor for the Adar Ironworks in the Golan Heights. The ironworks on the Golan Heights was officially put into use 3 days ago. When this ironworks on the Golan Heights began to operate gradually, a large amount of exhaust gas emitted from the blast furnace began to cover the sky above the ironworks. However, due to the very limited scale of the iron and steel plant, these gases did not form large areas of smog, but gradually dissipated in the air and blended into the surrounding environment. Bruno stood in the open space outside the ironworks, staring at the light smoke covering the ironworks, and couldn't help but be lost in thought. Although the smog in the previous life was very annoying, but this also means that the Adar County finally stumbled into the door of the industrial age on this day. Today was actually Bruno's first time to personally visit the iron smelting factory in the Grand Heights. Looking at those huge blast furnaces that were more than 10 meters high, he felt that the technology tree of Adar territory was thriving under his careful care. The blower will blow the preheated air into the iron smelting blast furnace. Inside the iron smelting blast furnace, the charcoal and iron ore have already been burning hot. With the addition of the preheated air, the temperature inside the blast furnace will suddenly rise under the effect of the magic circle and a variety of fuels. Although the Adar lords had developed heating arrays long ago, these heating arrays had not been widely used in ironworks. They were only used on blowers in order to reduce fuel loss and lower costs to a certain extent. After all, in this world, magic can be said to be the cheapest energy in nature. Whether you can see it or not, It is always floating in the air. However, the disadvantages of magic are also obvious. That is, the magic elements in the air are relatively thin and cannot support the large-scale magic consumption of an iron blast furnace. It is difficult to heat the iron blast furnace to the required temperature, so it can only be used in blowers. The fuel used to heat iron-making blast furnaces is still traditional fuel such as coal. This is why, when the ironworks was being built, the mage apprentices, who had always been the protagonists, only played supporting roles this time. Therefore, before finding a way to collect and absorb a large amount of magic power, the main function of the magic circle drawn by the Adar people on the iron smelting blast furnace was to maintain a constant temperature in the blast furnace and slow down the loss of heat. After being heated at high temperature in the iron-making blast furnace, the scorching furnace temperature will melt the ore to form molten iron. At this time, workers will carefully open the movable valve at the bottom of the blast furnace to allow the bright orange molten iron to flow out along the pipes that have been laid long ago. After the slag is filtered and the molten iron is cooled, what is obtained is pig iron in blocks. As for the rest of the molten iron, it will flow into a specially designed steelmaking furnace. The molten pig iron is then stirred by a hydraulically driven circular stirring facility, which accelerates the reaction of impurities such as carbon, silicon, manganese in the molten iron with oxygen in the air, so that the impurities mainly composed of carbon in the molten pig iron are gradually stripped out. Then after a few simple steps such as forging and hammering, a furnace of good steel will be produced. The difference between steel and iron mainly lies in the carbon content. The carbon content of pig iron is greater than 2%, while the carbon content of steel is less than 2%. Because pig iron has a high carbon content, it is hard and brittle, and has almost no plasticity. However, steel with carbon content is less than 2%, which not only has good plasticity, but also has excellent material application performance such as high strength, good toughness, high temperature resistance, corrosion resistance, and impact resistance. Although the steel produced by this method is definitely not comparable to the steel Bruno had seen in his previous life, it is still unique in this era. After all, the only place that can produce such high-quality steel nowadays is probably Adar County. Once steel is available, both the weapons and equipment of the soldiers in Adar territory and the infrastructure construction in Adar territory will experience a qualitative leap. This means that in the future, the weapons of Adar's soldiers will gradually move away from soft daggers and develop in other directions. In fact, Bruno had long been displeased with the daggers in the hands of the Adar soldiers. Although the standard dagger of the Norman Empire has blades on both sides, making it easy to kill enemies, it can only be used for chopping, and it requires a lot of effort to use. Therefore, Bruno planned to make a batch of knives instead. Although the knife only has a single edge, it is more flexible to use than a dagger. It can be used for chopping, cutting, stabbing, and it does not require too much effort to kill the enemy. It is also very light to carry. But the most important thing is that allowing soldiers to carry lighter knives is more in line with Bruno's next plan to equip soldiers with weapons. Chapter 125 Weapons Equipment Plan. Bruno has been thinking about the Adar Army's equipment plan for some time. When the magic crystal bomb was developed by the wizard apprentices at an unexpected speed, Bruno suddenly felt that his previous ideas such as enchanting blades and arrows were too low-end. The most important thing is that this does not reflect my wisdom and bravery at all, covering my face. So, with the application of magic crystal bomb, Bruno began to have new ideas. After all, since the magic crystal bomb can be made by this group of awesome wizard apprentices, then what else can't they make? We already have the magic crystal bomb. So no matter what, we must at least get the magic cannon out as soon as possible. Otherwise, using catapults to drop bombs all day long would be a bit too shabby. Moreover, the catapult throwing distance of only 100 or 200 meters is far from enough to bring out the long-range strike effect that the magic crystal bomb can bring. Caliber is justice. Range is truth. Bruno has always agreed with this statement. Only by using magic cannons on a large scale in the Adar army can the Adar army have extraordinary deterrent power. Let Bruno's Adar be fearless of any other forces. Although there has been no news about the war in the north yet, just by looking at the civilians fleeing in groups, one can tell that the current situation is definitely not optimistic. Therefore, Bruno must make all preparations in advance. At least, he must have enough strength to guard the Adar territory. In addition to the magic cannon, Bruno also hopes to create a magic rifle, because the magic crystal has the function of storing magic power. if the magic power can be stored in the magic crystal in advance, and then through a magic array similar to a trigger. The magic power in the magic crystal can be stimulated when necessary, or by cutting the magic crystal into a large number of tiny particles, and then using a specific magic field to generate the power that can drive these tiny magic crystals to burst out suddenly. Bayubu. When Bruno thought of this, his blood immediately boiled. He felt so good just thinking about it. Just imagine, when other soldiers are still fighting with black bread and bleeding, Idar's soldiers can rush up with magic rifles and cover them with firepower. This is simply too cool. Of course, the so-called magic rifle is just Bruno's vision for the future, and its reliability and practicality still need to be studied. However, the magic cannon can actually be seen. After all, we already have magic crystal bombs. So how far can the magic cannon be? Besides, if the magic rifle is really put into service in the future, when they were a few thousand meters away, there were magic cannons to bombard them indiscriminately. When they were a few hundred meters away, there were magic rifles to cover them completely. When they were a meter or two away, there were portable and sharp sabers to draw blood. This is the outfitting plan that Bruno chose with his toes for Idar's soldiers. And it is also one of the reasons why Bruno wanted to replace the dagger with a lightweight saber. As for why he used his toes to think, it was mainly because the previous idea of enchanting weapons was too lame. If this plan was not as perfect as the previous one, then Bruno would naturally have a reason to comfort himself. After all, what was the idea of asking Anil to enchant the arrows? Wouldn't it be better to just enchant the bow? Chapter 45. Wagner was originally just a civilian in Solon territory, but he was also one of the first refugees to come to Idar territory. Chapter 69. After the Battle of the Grand Highlands, in which the Lord of Solon was completely defeated, Count Solon forcibly conscripted a large number of civilians into the army. Therefore, Wagner brought his pregnant wife to the Lord of Idar through the Solon River. When he first arrived, Wagner, like everyone else, was trembling with fear, fearing that the Count of Idar might be a difficult person to deal with. However, when he passed the port of the Solon River for the first time, he realized the uniqueness of Idar territory. The Idar officials did not show any arrogance or prejudice towards the lowest level civilians. Not only were they willing to humble themselves and talk to him, they also did not ask for any money from him. This is extremely rare in any other noble territory. After all, the great nobles oppressed the lesser nobles. The lesser nobles oppressed their subordinates, and the subordinates oppressed the lower class civilians and serfs. Such cases were so common in the Norman Empire that they had long become the norm. Wagner, who had just arrived here, had no idea that after Bruno personally ordered the punishment of several arrogant officials as a warning to others, the political outlook of Idar officials was completely changed. Therefore, after a week of isolation at the centralized quarantine point in Idar territory, Wagner was finally allowed to enter Idar territory, and together with other civilians from Sorin territory, he was settled in Grand Town, a working-class community on the Grand Highlands. With the temporary residence certificate of Idar in his hand, Wagner successfully became a temporary resident of Idar territory. He could sign up for labor with Idar officials in Grand Town and get a job provided by Lord Bruno, Count of Idar, to mine or in the iron mine of Idar territory. 20 copper coins a month, and then corresponding commission according to the amount of ore mined. Wagner didn't know what commission meant, but he knew that if he only relied on the guaranteed salary of 20 copper coins a month, it would at best be enough to keep himself and his wife from starving. But, you know, my wife is pregnant now. How can she starve with me? Therefore, for the legendary and elusive commission, Wagner worked hard almost from the very beginning. I get up early every day to go down to the mine, and then return to my residence to rest only after everyone has left. I am busy from morning to night, without a single day of rest. So, 1 month later, Wagner received a staggering 43 copper coins, more than double his guaranteed salary. Until the moment Wagner received the copper coins from the Idar official who distributed his salary, he still felt unbelievable. In fact, not only Wagner, but also the civilians from the Sorin territory were shocked. It turned out that this so-called commission was actually tangible copper coins that could be obtained. Therefore, under the incentive of money, Wagner's enthusiasm for work became more and more high. After all, the wages of more than 40 copper coins were already considered generous. The officials of Idar County also apparently discovered Wagner's diligence. Therefore, after the ironworks in Idar territory was built, Wagner and dozens of other temporary residents of Idar, who were particularly active in their work, were all arranged to work in the newly built ironworks. The molten iron flowed slowly along the trough, and pieces of pig iron were smelted out like an assembly line. Everything in the ironworks shocked Wagner immensely. This was simply a miracle. That's right. Only the word miracle can describe Wagner's feeling at this moment. After all, in the Norman Empire, where block iron smelting technology was popular, this blast furnace iron smelting method was simply unheard of. Not only is it highly efficient, but the iron produced is also of extremely high quality. Besides, the shock that Adar's time brought to Wagner was more than just that. Since the population in Adar territory had been relatively scarce before, Bruno specially formulated a special policy that every pregnant woman could receive 2 sea fish and 5 copper coins as a living allowance every month. Oh my God! In the hundreds of years since the founding of the Norman Empire, I am afraid that no noble lord would even consider the pregnancy of a commoner. Although the 2 sea fish and 5 copper coins may not seem like much, they represent the deep concern of Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, a nobleman, for every commoner family in Adar. This move also made every Adar civilian feel Bruno's kindness and the Adar lord's deep care for civilians. After entering the ironworks, Wagner's guaranteed salary increased to 30 copper coins. If his commission and his wife's pregnancy allowance were added, his family could earn more than 50 copper coins a month. If this had happened in the past, it would have been something that we would never have dared to think about. Chapter 126: Teaching and Educating. During the days that Wagner came to Adar territory, he went to bed late and got up early every day. Exhausted, however, he was extremely grateful to Lord Adar and was full of hope for the future of himself and his family. Because here, in Adar territory, there are neither officials who exploit the common people nor thugs who rob and loot. Wagner can completely rely on his own strength to exchange for the material resources for his family to continue to survive. Although he was very tired, he was also very happy. This is because, whether mining at the iron ore mines in the Golan Heights or smelting iron in the newly built ironworks, more work, more pay. Less work, less pay is the only principle followed by the Adar officials in charge of managing them. Therefore, every work point is real, and every salary is solid. In Wagner's eyes, this is the most valuable thing about Idarling. Of course, not only Wagner's life is fulfilling and busy, the lives of the mage apprentices who previously participated in the construction of the ironworks are also extremely fulfilling. Or in other words, when the 9 mage apprentices who came from afar formally established a teacher-student relationship with Count Bruno of Adar, the daily lives of the mage apprentices suddenly became extremely fulfilling. The original daily morning physical exercise was naturally retained. After all, the physical fitness of these mage apprentices is really poor, and Bruno doesn't want anything to go wrong with these weak guys. The production of magic crystal bombs did not stop. After all, even though Bruno had traveled through time, the fear of insufficient firepower had already been imprinted deep in his soul, deeply affecting Bruno's decision-making in all aspects. This is why Bruno gave Admiral Malkaran a ship full of magic crystal bombs when he sent him to the Coral Island. After all, magic crystal bombs are the most relied upon thing in the current Adar territory. So naturally, they should make as many as they can. After all, there is absolutely no reason to have too much. In the previous life, the flower-growing family suffered too many setbacks and experienced too much pain along the way. The many pressures that the rabbits bear also make Bruno, who has traveled through time, always alert, because he never hopes that he will encounter those oppressions in this world. After all, compared with those big rabbits, who work for the country and the people, his political wisdom is still far behind. The successful development of the magic spry bomb undoubtedly opened a familiar door for Bruno. Therefore, no matter how much the mage and apprentices have, it will be taken out of the magic spry bomb every morning to make the magic crystal bomb. In addition to making magic crystal bombs on time every day, the apprentices also have to optimize the existing magic arrays, explore the magic arrays that have not been researched, and analyze the usage of the magic arrays. At the same time, they also have to take time to regularly inspect and maintain the magic arrays that are in normal operation in various places in Adar territory, such as the magic arrays in the iron smelting plant, the magic arrays in the cement workshop. Then, they would also visit their mentor, Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, from time to time in their spare time. These apprentice mages happily became Bruno's second batch of tools after Arnell. Therefore, as a qualified tool person, The mage apprentices naturally also have the awareness of being a tool person. Getting up at 6 in the morning and going to bed in the early hours of the morning has almost become the daily routine of the mage apprentices. Although these mage apprentices were a little uncomfortable at the beginning, under the bright prospects for the future development of the Adar school described by Bruno, the mage apprentices burst out with unparalleled creativity and willpower. Persevere to the end and never give up. Crazy today, brilliant tomorrow. I would rather suffer for 100 days than have regrets for a lifetime. I am strong. I work hard. I can succeed. I will definitely succeed. The walls of the Adar Magic Array Research Laboratory were already covered with slogans that Bruno had carefully prepared for these mage apprentices. The light white paper was written with encouraging words in the Norman language. Once the apprentice mages were distracted for a moment, they would see these banners and then they will feel guilt and uneasiness from the bottom of their hearts. Yes, Lord Bruno has provided me with such good living conditions and the opportunity to fully engage in magic and array research. How can I not cherish it? If I cannot make full use of every minute and every second, I will be sorry to the Earl, sorry to the soldiers of Adar, and sorry to everyone in Adar. So, inspired by these slogans and Bruno's trusting eyes, the mage apprentice's task completion speed is gradually becoming more efficient and faster. Of course, as an outstanding young man of the new era with a sense of morality and justice, Bruno would never force these mage apprentices to complete any tasks. They did this voluntarily. However, although it is a good thing that the mage apprentices are so self-conscious and self-disciplined, there is also a slight drawback, which is Bruno, who sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day, almost forgets about teaching the mage apprentices. After all, the mage apprentices who live a life of going to and from work every day do not have a very strong presence in the Adar territory. In addition, the secret laboratory where they lived was located in a remote place in Adar County. So unless he thought about something related to magic, Bruno really couldn't remember that he had 10 students. Sometimes, Bruno would suddenly remember before going to bed that he had not taught the magical mathematical knowledge to the wizard apprentices today. And then he would silently swear in bed that he would do it next time. But when the next morning comes, I will forget all these trivial matters. Therefore, in fact, up to now, although Bruno is nominally the teacher of these mage apprentices and the pioneer and founder of the Adar school, but he has not taught even a single class to the mage apprentices. So, the day after Bruno visited the ironworks, he finally decided to give lectures to this group of mage apprentices. The lecture was held in the Sky Garden. Since Bruno needed to sleep until he woke up naturally, Bruno's first class for the mage apprentices officially started at 3 o'clock in the afternoon of the same day. However, as early as a day ago, when the mage apprentices received the news, they felt excited from the bottom of their hearts. After all, his mentor, Lord Bruno, although he is low-key and inconspicuous in his daily life, is at least a powerful wizard. Moreover, his mentor, the young Master Bruno, had only used a few words to establish a new school of thought in Adar territory. How wise he was! Moreover, as the apprentices delved deeper into the study of magic arrays, they felt that magic arrays were indeed a vast and profound subject. This is enough to become one of the most important milestones in the history of magic. Therefore, the wizard apprentices were very excited and looking forward to the first lesson taught by their teacher. They had almost just finished lunch when they came to the outside of the Sky Garden to wait in advance. After all, no matter when and where, it is extremely rare for a great wizard to teach in person. Bruno yawned and finally sat up from the bed. Most of the time, a short nap can really make people feel refreshed and more energetic to do things. My Lord Earl, Liz walked in and said softly, "The apprentice wizards have been waiting outside for a long time." "Mage apprentice? My Lord Earl, you were originally going to give a lecture to the apprentices this afternoon," Lister explained. "Let them in," Bruno said, rubbing his head. The temporary classroom is located on the first floor of the Sky Garden, right next to the gurgling stream that flows through the garden. There is an open terrace on the side. Although the area is not large, it is just enough to see the fish leaping in the stream. This was actually the first time that the mage apprentices entered the Sky Garden after arriving in Adar territory, because as soon as they arrived in Adar territory, Bruno arranged them to a secret laboratory in the Almes Mountains. They had even only been to the city of Adar once. Midsummer is the most eye-catching time of the Sky Garden, when the lush vegetation grows exceptionally luxuriantly and all kinds of exotic flowers and plants compete for splendor. Not only are there flowers, plants, insects and fish that originally grew in the Almes Mountains, but there are also rare plants that Bruno ordered people to purchase from all over the empire. Even the mage apprentice, who had been in St. Lawrence for a long time before, could not help but feel shocked from the bottom of his heart. Although the Sky Garden is not suspended in the air, its unique geographical location makes it look like it is floating in midair. The rushing waterfall cascades down one side of the hanging garden, making this garden built on the Almes Mountains look like a miracle from the gods. The classroom on the first floor had already been tidied up, with several rows of desks, a podium, and even a blackboard hung on the wall behind the podium. In fact, although it is called a blackboard, this thing is not black. It is just a piece of wood that has been polished clean by a craftsman. However, Bruno could scribble on it with his homemade charcoal pencil. This was the first time for the wizard apprentices to have classes in this way. Each person had a bench and a desk, so they found it quite interesting. The wizard apprentices sat upright like elementary school students, staring at Bruno intently. After all, in the eyes of these wizard apprentices, today is their teacher's first lecture, so they must leave a good impression on Bruno, no matter what. It has been at least a month since I agreed to be your mentor. So, everyone, please speak freely. What have you learned during these days? Seeing that the wizard apprentices were ready, Bruno cleared his throat and asked them. Hearing this, the wizard apprentices looked at each other in bewilderment and fell silent. One is because in this year, for the group of the mage, the method of teaching like this is actually not common. Most of them are on an open space outside, or in the practice room of the mage tower. The mentor will teach the way to perform spells one by one. The second reason is that, ever since the wizard apprentices took Bruno as their mentor, Bruno really hasn't taught them anything. For example, research on making magic crystal bombs was done before Bruno became his mentor. No one answered. It was a bit awkward. Ahem. Right. Right, don't look around. It's you. Stand up and tell me what you have learned in these days. Bruno randomly pointed to someone. When Wright heard that he was called by his mentor, his face turned pale. Bruno has always managed these mage apprentices in a laissez-faire manner, simply throwing a task at them and then leaving them alone. This made Wright really not know how to answer. I learned Seeing that Wright had been mumbling for a long time without giving the answer he wanted to hear, Bruno couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This group of apprentice wizards, although they made rapid progress in drawing the magic circle, they were not very smart. Pointing at this group of mage apprentices sitting in front of himself, Bruno said a little bit sadly, "You guys have been for several months to become my students, and they have not yet fulfilled the deep meaning of their adults." Bruno shook his head helplessly and said, "So what have you done during this time?" Arnell stood up quickly and said, "In reply to your words, Master, we get up every morning to run laps, and then start making magic crystal bombs after breakfast. Then, when it's almost noon, we start discussing the next step of the magic array research you asked us to do. In the evening, we try to optimize the existing magic array. Every weekend, we go out to check the operation and status feedback of the magic arrays in various regions of our territory." "Very good." Bruno nodded and motioned for Arnell to sit down. Just like Arnell said, your life has been very fulfilling in the past month. But the most important point is that these array studies were completed independently under the cooperation of your team. Hearing Bruno's words, Arnell nodded thoughtfully. "I only assigned you tasks, but didn't teach you what to do and what not to do." Bruno paused, then continued, "But why is that? You know, these magic arrays that you spent a lot of time and energy to develop and draw are easy for me to draw." Bruno said calmly, "The reason I did this is definitely not because I am lazy, but because I want to cultivate your habit of independent thinking and your awareness of teamwork. And this is the most important thing. Think about it carefully and ask yourself, why has something as simple as a magic circle not been proposed by any magician in these hundreds or thousands of years?" When Bruno said this, all the apprentice mages present fell into deep thought. "What you said makes sense. These magical arrays could be drawn even by the most common wizard apprentices like Wright, Watson and Arnell. But before that, they had not caused the slightest ripple in the wizard world. Not even a splash, without giving the apprentices too much time." Bruno continued, "This is because your thinking is rigid." "Rigidity of thinking?" The mage apprentices present could not help but be stunned for a moment. "In your opinion, only mages can enjoy the convenience brought by magic. The Paranids, like those in the Sagu school, even directly regard themselves as a kind of inhuman, but human-like creatures. You have long been accustomed to the traditions that have been passed down in the wizard world for a long time. You only know how to chant spells and cast magic all day long. But you have never thought about trying to use magic in other aspects or give magic other uses. And this is why I want to cultivate your habit of independent thinking. In my opinion, only when you learn to think, your life will truly begin. Think about it carefully. Bruno concluded. Finally, the classroom was silent. Because what Bruno said is the reality visible to the naked eye. The world of mages, which has been passed down for thousands of years, has never had any novel ideas like magic arrays. Even the simplest magic arrays had never appeared in this world before Bruno proposed them. The only thing that could be slightly connected to the magic circle was the magic mark that was often attached to letters. Drawing a magic circle is not difficult. It can even be said to be simple. But the difficulty lies in how to simplify those complex magic circles. How to make the magic circles exert a greater effect. Correct. Bruno was about to leave, but seemed to suddenly remember something. So he pulled out a thick booklet from behind him. The wizard apprentices looked closely, and saw 4 big words written on the cover of the booklet: Elementary Mathematics. What is recorded here is just the tip of the iceberg of the knowledge I have acquired over the years. For simple contents like elementary mathematics, I will leave it to you to study on your own. If there is anything you don't understand, please write it on this blackboard and I will naturally explain it to you. Joke. It is of course impossible for Bruno to teach mathematics in person, as that would be too brain-consuming. Moreover, the booklets he handed to the mage apprentices all had the answers and detailed explanations torn out in advance. Thus, when the wizard apprentices encounter difficulties, Bruno can naturally show his foresight to them and maintain his identity and status as a magic master. Chapter 127 Great Lighthouse. While Bruno was explaining to the mage apprentices the importance of independent thinking, a large number of serfs, who had come to sign up, had gathered on the south bank of the Adar River estuary. The scorching sun burned the earth, and the serfs' foreheads and backs were soaked with sweat. But this did not stop the serfs' enthusiasm to sign up to build the wonder. Yes! After several months of rest and development, the Adar territory is about to start building new wonders. As the population of Adar continued to grow, and the 3-masted sailing ship was completed, Bruno finally had enough money and manpower to create a new wonder. So, when the serfs in Adar County heard the news that the Earl was going to start building another wonder, they became excited again. This is because, under Bruno's deliberate propaganda, Count Adar's policy of freeing serfs had long been widely circulated and praised throughout the entire Adar territory. Every time a wonder is built, it means that a small number of hard-working serfs will be freed by the benevolent lord. This is a class transition from serfs to commoners. These freed serfs will be given 2 choices. They can choose to get a piece of land provided free of charge by Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, and become a free farmer living in Adar territory. Or he could get a house in Adar County and a sum of money guaranteed by the Earl, and then continue to work in the production team, earning much more wages and commissions than when he was a serf. Although the treatment and policies of Adar territory towards serfs were not harsh within the empire, they were not very good either. After all, the Norman Empire today can be said to be a time of great deterioration. The nobles of the empire exploited the serfs more and more excessively, and the bottom line in the eyes of the nobles gradually became lower and lower. So, even though the Adar territory was not that harsh on the serfs, the lives of the serfs were actually quite difficult. However, compared with other nobles, Bruno's exploitation and oppression of serfs can be regarded as very kind. Coupled with the policy halo brought by the liberation of serfs, this makes the Adar territory look completely different. Through such measures, Bruno can undoubtedly stimulate the serfs' desire to become civilians to a great extent, thereby maximizing the serfs' labor efficiency. By building wonders and freeing the serfs gained hope. And Bruno also had a group of workers who would never slack off. This is a win-win situation. Although, in addition to building wonders, Bruno also formulated regulations to obtain freedom through labor such as road construction and farming. The number of serfs that could be freed through these projects or labor was far less than that of building wonders. If there were no wonders to build, then these projects would indeed be very popular. But once the news of building a wonder gets out, then the rest of these will no longer be comparable. Look, even though the site for building the wonder has just been determined, the serfs have already signed up impatiently. However, The wonder that Bruno wanted to build this time was not the Alhambra Palace that was previously on par with the Namur Fortress. After Bruno completed the first task given by the Wonder Construction System building the Hanging Gardens, the Wonder Construction System provided Bruno with two new wonders to build, namely Namur Fortress and Alhambra Palace. However, due to the needs of the situation at the time and the appropriateness of the location, Bruno gave priority to building the Namur Fortress. Originally, Bruno thought that the Wonder Construction System would not open new wonder construction tasks until the two wonders Namur Fortress and Alhambra Palace were fully built. However, after the Namur Fortress stood firmly on the south bank of the Sauron River, a new function called the Wonder Construction Atlas appeared in the system interface, similar to the card collection games that were very common on mobile phones in the previous life. When Bruno clicked on the Wonder Construction Atlas, light purple cards were neatly arranged in the interface. At the bottom of this interface, there is a long progress bar, and next to the progress bar is a number 2. Among the cards above the progress bar, the cards representing the Sky Gardens and Namur Fortress have been lit up by the system, flashing a faint light. In the Wonder Construction Atlas, all the wonders that Bruno is currently unable to build have a gray lock-shaped icon on their cards, which prevents Bruno from seeing the names and appearances of subsequent wonders. However, in addition to these temporarily unbuildable wonders and the wonder cards that have been lit up, there are also many unlocked dark gray cards. Although they are dim in color, they are not locked. The Alhambra Palace, which has not yet been built by Bruno, is obviously among them. This means that the next wonder construction task Bruno can accept is no longer just the Alhambra Palace. So, since Bruno can freely choose the next wonder within a certain range, Bruno will naturally choose the wonder that best suits the current interests of the Adar territory. If that is the case, then the name of the wonder under Adar is obvious, which is Great Lighthouse. Different from the wonders in the tasks actively assigned by the previous Wonder Construction System, most of the many buildable wonders provided by the Wonder Construction Atlas provide a brief overview of the money, manpower, time required to build the wonder, as well as the benefits that can be brought to the territory after construction. But the most important point is that the Wonder Construction Atlas provides a brief description of the wonder characteristics that can be obtained after the construction of different wonders is completed. Telling you in advance what features you will get after building a wonder is much more useful than those long-winded, stereotyped introductions like those in Baidu Encyclopedia. In this way, Bruno can selectively build wonders by weighing the characteristics of the wonders. Otherwise, it all depends on your own guess as to what kind of bonus the wonder brings. If you are lucky, it's not a big deal. But for a guy like Bruno, who has never won a poker game since he traveled through time, it would be a bit miserable. For example, the Namur Fortress built on the banks of the Solin River. After it was completed, there was no wonder feature at all. If it weren't for the system giving a big gift package after the Namur Fortress was completed, Bruno would have lost a lot. The full name of the Great Lighthouse is the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Like the Hanging Gardens, it is known as one of the 8 wonders of the world. Its original site is located on Pharos Island near Alexandria, Egypt, and it has stood outside the port of Alexandria for as long as 1,500 years. It can be said to have an extremely long history. But what shocked Bruno the most was its amazing spectacle. Chapter 128 The Lighthouse illuminates the world. Unlike other wonders built by Adar before, the Lighthouse of Alexandria has 2 wonder characteristics as recorded in the Wonder Construction Atlas. This makes it worthy of the title of one of the 8 wonders of the world. After all, the Hanging Gardens, which is one of the 8 wonders of the world along with the Lighthouse of Alexandria, only has 1 wonder characteristic. The features of the Alexander wonder are as follows. Great Lighthouse Wonder Feature 1. In the sea area controlled by Adar territory, the probability of bad weather is reduced, and the loss of ships during navigation is reduced. Great Lighthouse Wonder Feature 2. The probability of mages being born within the territory increases, making it more attractive to mages from other regions. In Bruno's opinion, these 2 miraculous features of the lighthouse are all top-notch products. The second wonder of the Lighthouse of Alexandria can be described as a miracle that is like having an external plug-in. Let's start with the first miracle characteristic, which is relatively easy to understand. It reduces the chance of bad weather and reduces the loss of ships during navigation. In this day and age, once bad weather occurs at sea, the risk of a ship sinking is extremely high. This is partly due to problems with the ship itself, because including the 3-masted warships of Adar territory, all the ships that can sail on the sea at present are wooden ships. and a large part of them are extremely primitive single-masted sailing ships. Both in terms of size and displacement, they can be said to be pitifully small. Therefore, these wooden ships obviously do not have the stability and safety of the giant ships weighing tens of thousands of tons on Earth. Therefore, their ability to resist natural disasters is not strong. On the other hand, this place is different from Bruno's previous life after all. It is a world full of magic. Therefore, this means that in addition to natural disasters, such as storms and tsunamis, there may also be unconventional natural disasters, such as magic storms on the ocean. If an unlucky person sailing on the sea encounters these disasters, he will naturally be in great danger. So, reducing the probability of natural disasters can almost be considered a life-saving talisman. Furthermore, since the probability of natural disasters occurring within the sea area of Adar will be greatly reduced, this will also greatly reduce the possibility of Adar's coastal ports being hit by natural disasters such as tsunamis. It's like in his previous life, when Bruno was playing Cities, Skylines. If he forgot to turn off the random disaster DLC, and encountered a tsunami when the city was constantly developing, then all his hard-earned fruits of labor would be destroyed. So, although reducing the chance of natural disasters may not sound that practical, it is actually very powerful. Speaking of reducing ship damage, you have to know that although magic can greatly slow down the corrosion rate of seawater on wood, this effect also has certain limits. Moreover, this requires mages to frequently reinforce the magic marks drawn on the hull to maintain the long-term effectiveness of the magic marks. However, directly using wonders to slow down the loss of ships is undoubtedly a good way to solve the problem once and for all. Although there are not many ships in Adar County now, this point is not very noticeable. But if the number of ships in Adar County gradually increases and grows to dozens or even hundreds, will Bruno have to support a group of mages to maintain these launched ships? This is obviously impossible. After all, as one of the most important strategic resources in Adar territory today, mages must definitely be used in the most critical places. And this shows the preciousness of the second wonder characteristic of the Lighthouse of Alexandria. Directly increase the chance of the birth of an Adar territory mage. This can almost be called an extremely incredible characteristic. However, probably due to the system's machine translation, the description of this wonder's characteristics is not very accurate. The increased probability of a wizard being born here does not refer to the increased probability of wizard apprentices like Anil being promoted to wizards, but the increased probability of newborns born in the Adar territory having magical talents. Good seedlings must be cultivated from an early age. However, for some unknown reason, within the Norman Empire, most newborns with magical talents are not born in the eastern part of the empire. Therefore, the eastern part of the empire is the only place so far where no mature school of magic has taken root and grown. After all, in a place like the eastern part of the empire where there are not even a few mages, no school would be interested in this place. Of course, except for the newly born at our school. So, although the Lighthouse of Alexandria has this spectacular feature, it won't have any effect in a short period of time. But after all, there is a feature that enhances the magician's appeal, since it is impossible to directly increase the number of mages within the territory of Adar in a short period of time. Then, it would be a great idea to attract some mages from other places. Anyway, among the current group of mage apprentices in Adar territory, none of them are from Adar territory. The two amazing wonder features, plus the fact that Adar territory can currently afford the expense of building this wonder, make the Lighthouse of Alexandria the best choice for Adar territory's third wonder. After all, in Bruno's view, as a beacon of reform and innovation in this world, Adar territory should illuminate the world. However, unlike a certain game where a big lighthouse is built on the sea, the big lighthouse in reality is actually located on land or reefs. The Lighthouse of Alexandria on Earth stands on a reef at the eastern end of the island of Pharos, while the Lighthouse of Alexandria in Adar will stand on the coastline on the east side of Adar. There happens to be a giant reef not far from the coast on the south side of the Adar River estuary. According to the scan of the Wonder construction system, the geographical environment there matches the original construction environment of the lighthouse by as much as 96%. Therefore, this became the ideal location for Bruno to build the Lighthouse of Alexandria. There are different opinions about the actual height of the Lighthouse of Alexandria, but the drawings provided by the Wonder construction system are designed for a height of 90 meters. Therefore, once the Lighthouse of Alexandria is successfully built by the Adar people, its height will exceed those of the Wizard Towers in St. Lawrence. becoming the tallest building in the world. No doubt about it. Bruno felt extremely excited at the thought of being able to bring another wonder of the earth back to the world. After all, the lighthouse of Alexandria on Earth. A giant navigation lighthouse built by the Egyptian pharaoh Ptolemy II. Collapsed due to several earthquakes, and the remains of the lighthouse, which had suffered so many disasters, have successively become a watchtower, a mosque, the Katbe Castle, and a maritime museum. In this magical world, the difficulty of replicating these wonders will be greatly reduced, and a project that originally took several years, or even decades, can be shortened to 1 year, or even half a year. This will not only allow the wonders that once shone brightly on Earth to reappear in the world, but also allow Bruno and his Adar territory to gain huge benefits. Therefore, in the eyes of Bruno, who loves farming, the Wonder Construction System is undoubtedly the system that suits his taste the most. Ori. Give it. Chapter 129 Return. On the vast and boundless ocean, only a slightly cool sea breeze blew across the corner of the ship that had been baked hot by the sun. The three-masted warship cut through the waves all the way, and its bulging sails were like a giant fan, allowing the three-masted warship under it to break through the surging waves and gallop towards the direction of Adar territory. Although the Adar people had a great time in the previous Coral Island landing battle, and the naval battle in which Pearson was captured not long ago, they also consumed most of the magic crystal bombs carried on the warships. The remaining magic crystal bombs were divided into 2 parts by Admiral Malkaran. One part will be taken back to Adar County by him, and the other will be kept as a secret weapon for Captain Jack. Of course, this must have been something Bruno had instructed long ago. Otherwise, even if Malkaran had great courage, he would never dare to hand over a powerful weapon, like the magic crystal bomb, to other people's hands without permission. Bruno had held several meetings before the expedition to discuss the strategy to be implemented after the victory of the war, and had finalized it, and handed it over to Admiral Malkaran. Through Captain Jack's leadership of the Coral Island Pirates, and by providing Captain Jack with a certain degree of military support, we can stabilize the Coral Island Pirates' original sphere of influence as soon as possible, and lay a solid foundation for gradually annexing and eroding other pirate forces entrenched in Basil's territorial waters. This is the control strategy that the Adar people will implement in the Basel Sea, because this sea area, including the Coral Island, is too close to the Kingdom of Basel. So if Bruno directly sent our naval soldiers to take over and patrol on a large scale, it would not be an easy task even under the banner of the Crusaders. As for the Kingdom of Basel, since you come to fight next to my house under the banner of the Crusaders, I will simply turn a blind eye and let you go. But if you refuse to leave after a fight, that would be a bit too much. Although the Kingdom of Basel has never attached much importance to the ocean, and its naval power is almost zero, it is still a kingdom after all. At least, a few wooden sailing ships can still be gathered together, since this war could be described as a quick victory. The navy of the Kingdom of Basel did not hear any news or make any response for a while. But if the Adar ships stay here and refuse to leave, they will sooner or later encounter the navy of the Kingdom of Basel. Bruno, who has always been pursuing the concept of slow development, doesn't want to be targeted by others so early. After all, the Kingdom of Basel was the most suitable place for dumping goods in Bruno's original plan. Besides, the Adar Navy has limited manpower. Once a large number of naval soldiers are sent to station in the waters near the Coral Island, then, what should the Adar Lord do? There are only so many naval soldiers currently serving, and a new batch of naval soldiers is still being recruited. If the Adar Navy stayed near the Coral Island, then if anything went wrong with Adar, it would be too late to return to defend. Therefore, managing pirates through pirates and letting Captain Jack become the agent of Adar Lord is undoubtedly the most appropriate choice at the moment. After the great pirate Kelvin Plateau became history, Captain Jack would definitely need something to rely on if he wanted to successfully take over the Coral Island Pirates' former territory. Because the pirate gangs adjacent to the Coral Island Pirates will definitely not miss this precious opportunity. For those pirates, even if they couldn't swallow the Coral Island Pirates in one breath, it was possible for them to bite off a piece of fat meat. And Territory Adar is undoubtedly Captain Jack's greatest reliance. Only with the support of Lord Adar and the help of the magic crystal bomb, Captain Jack had the trump card to compete with other pirate forces, and the confidence to intimidate the many pirates under his command. Unlike Kelvin Prado, who was known for his brutality and cruelty, Captain Jack was once just an ordinary member of the dozens of pirate captains under Kelvin. In addition, Captain Jack was originally just a refugee who escaped from the kingdom of Basel. Therefore, in terms of qualifications and prestige, he was inferior to those captains who had followed Kelvin Plateau early on. And this is exactly what Bruno wanted, because only such a person can realize that only by relying on Lord Adar can he obtain the identity and status he expects, and can always hold Lord Adar's thigh and call him daddy. Mal Karen stared at the blue ocean not far away, thinking about it. Although the Earl is far away in Edal, all the arrangements he made are just right, which is amazing. This also made Admiral Mal Karen sincerely admire his own Earl. My lord! My lord! Look! Just as Mal Karen was lost in thought, a burst of rapid shouts came from beside him. What's wrong? As if somewhat dissatisfied with the soldier's reckless tone, Mal Karen turned his head slowly. And then, he was shocked to see that on the side of the three-mast warship, on the sea about 100 meters from the three-mast battle boat, a stout pillar suddenly shot. The water column was like magma gushing out from a volcano, rushing straight into the sky. This is before Mal Karen and the Navy soldiers on the warship could come to their senses. Next, but after a moment, a huge body suddenly broke through the originally calm sea surface. Mal Karen only felt that the huge monster seemed to be bigger than the three-masted warship he was on. Then, its body stayed in the air for a moment, then suddenly dived into the sea, splashing a violent splash of water. Could this be a whale? Looking at this scene on the return voyage, Mal Karen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Before going to the sea, Mal Karen heard from those along the coastal fishermen's description of the whale. It is so huge that the body like a hill, a giant water pillar out of the back. The fishermen's descriptions of the whale even made Mal Karen believe for a time that these were just rumors made up by the fishermen. However, when he actually saw such a huge monster with his own eyes, Mal Karen had no choice but to believe what the Adar fishermen said. This whale is so damn big. For a moment, Mal Karen actually felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, which was a feeling he had never experienced when facing those pirates. In fact, not only Mal Karen, all soldiers present couldn't help asking himself, if you replaced his enemies as the whale in front of you, can you still win? Ever since they crushed the Coral Island pirates with the magic crystal bomb, the Adar soldiers, including Mal Karen, have more or less felt a little proud. However, this may be just a passing whale, but it is easy to break this feeling. The Earl is right. There are indeed too many unknowns hidden in this vast ocean. Chapter 130, Whale Mathematics and Mal Karen. At this moment, the whale was happily swimming past the three-masted warship, busy showing off its huge strength and sturdy body to the female whales that might be hovering nearby. It paid no attention to the three-masted warship sailing on the sea, and the Adar Navy soldiers on the warship who were frightened by it. Mal Karen stared at the huge creature he saw on his way back home, and his heart tightened involuntarily. Although they defeated the pirates easily, facing the vast ocean, the strength of the Adar Navy was far from enough. After returning to Adar territory this time, I will report the existence of this giant monster in the ocean to the Earl. I believe that the Earl will definitely find a way to subdue this whale, as long as we intensify our training and don't waste a single minute. Sooner or later, the Adar people will put such a giant monster on the table. Now, don't worry about that guy, and move forward to Adar territory at full speed. Facing the silent soldiers, Mal Karen spoke in a deep voice. Although the magic crystal bomb was extremely powerful, this was the first time that Mal Karen and the Adar Navy soldiers had seen such a huge creature as a whale. Therefore, based on the principle of prudence and the attitude of being responsible for the Adar soldiers, Mal Karen decided not to provoke this guy living in the ocean for the time being. It would be fine if the Adar people won, but if they lost, wouldn't that mean that the entire navy that the Earl has worked so hard to build would be sacrificed? Although Mal Karen likes to attack, it does not mean that he is a reckless man. In many cases, he is even more cautious than Sam Layton, who is good at defense. So, Mal Karen quickly made a choice between the giant whale in the distance and the three-masted warship Pioneer under him. Hearing Mal Karen's words, the soldiers' eyes gradually lit up. They could no longer hear what Mal Karen had said before, but the 4 words set up a banquet were firmly remembered by these foodie soldiers. Although the living conditions of these soldiers have changed dramatically compared to before after becoming a member of the Adar Navy, the difficulties and hardships they once experienced are always remembered in their hearts. Just half a year ago, they even had trouble filling their stomachs. perhaps because of their extremely difficult lives in the past. When Adar's Navy soldiers observed these creatures living in the sea, they usually measured their value based on how many people they could feed. So, when they saw such a huge whale jumping out of the water, in addition to being shocked, the first thing they thought of was how many people could be fed by this huge whale. A fish like this is probably worth dozens of cows. If they could hunt down this huge monster cruising the sea, just looking at the size of this giant whale, you can tell how rich the harvest will be. After all, even the algae attached to the reefs can be made into a delicious soup by the Earl. So couldn't giant whales living in the ocean become food for countless people? In the eyes of Adar's soldiers, the Earl has always been a man who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. So, if he really hunts a giant whale in the future, as Admiral Malkaran said, the soldiers only feel that military merit and money are waving at them not far away. Therefore, when these soldiers looked at the giant whale that was moving farther and farther away again, their mentality had changed. That is the merit and money of movement. Although the giant whale was gradually getting farther and farther away from the three-masted warship, the naval soldiers of Adar had already buried the urge to hunt the giant whale in their hearts. The victorious three-masted warship Pioneer arrived at the naval port of Adar 3 days later. When Bruno received the news, he was in the temporary classroom in the Sky Garden, explaining the charm of mathematics to the wizard apprentices. Idiot! Look, after you arrange this string of data neatly in order of size, and then simplify it one step further, what you get is an arithmetic sequence. Do you know the formula for the sum of an arithmetic sequence? Bruno glared at the apprentice, who asked the question, hearing his mentor scolding again. Wright nodded quickly, and sat down with a guilty conscience. Mr. Mentor, you are such a wise man. This subject, which the instructor called elementary mathematics, seemed rather confusing and useless at first glance. The chaotic symbols made one dizzy, and it seemed to have nothing to do with the study of magic arrays. However, the more deeply the apprentices of the mage studied, the more they realized how exquisite the content of this elementary mathematics was. Although the wizard apprentices had only studied elementary mathematics for a week, but knowledge such as the law of sine and law of cosine provided in the course were of indescribable help in drawing magic arrays. Therefore, this allowed the mage apprentices to put aside other distractions and study hard. So much so that the task of drawing the magic crystal bomb in the morning was almost not completed. Master Instructor, I would like to ask about question 7 on page 35. Seeing that Bruno had finally answered Wright's questions, Arnell asked quickly. Bruno nodded, then turned to page 35 of elementary mathematics. And then, his face gradually became stiff, because the answer to question 7 on page 35 only has one word, omitted. Seeing the change in Bruno's expression, Arnell said cautiously, Master Mentor. Snap! Bruno slapped elementary mathematics on the podium. Such a simple question. And you told me you can't do it, Bruno said angrily. Ah. This. Don't explain any other nonsense. Wright doesn't know arithmetic progressions because he has a low IQ. Is your IQ lower than his? Arnell shook his head quickly when he heard Bruno point at him. Wright quickly raised his head, looked around, and then quickly lay down on the table, feeling insulted. You can't even solve such a simple proof. I'll punish you to run 2 more laps every morning. Stop when you figure it out, Bruno said in a deep voice. Oh, in fact, he just wanted to say that none of the apprentices here can solve that problem. Why am I the only one who suffers the consequences? Crying. At this moment, Lys knocked on the door and walked in. My Lord Earl, Malkaran is back with the Adar Navy soldiers. Back? Bruno asked in surprise. Win or lose? Although Bruno seemed confident and unconcerned about this expedition on the surface, he was actually extremely nervous deep down. After all, this is the Adar Navy's first battle. Although there is the bonus of magic crystal bombs. But in the previous life, when a certain powerful country invaded an African country with its powerful ships and modern weapons, wasn't it also defeated? Therefore, Bruno was extremely nervous at this moment, fearing that he would hear a bad answer. We won, Lister said quickly. Who won? Bruno confirmed again and again. You win, my Lord Count. The Adar Navy wins, Lister said excitedly. Well done. It was not until this time that Bruno finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the affirmative answer from List. Prepare the horses. I will go to the port now to welcome the victorious soldiers back. Yes. You. Bruno turned around and looked at the mage apprentices present, and said calmly, although the success of the research on the magic crystal bomb was mainly due to my guidance. But I, Bruno, have always been a person who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments. You have spent a lot of time and energy on the development of the magic crystal bomb. And I have seen it all. So, you must have contributed to this war. In this case, you should come with me to the port to welcome them. Yes, Master. The mage apprentices quickly agreed. But, Arnell, you should stay here for now. After all, there is still a problem that has not been solved. Bruno changed the subject and said with a smile. Hearing this, Arnell, who was originally in high spirits, had to sit back down with grievance. So, after Bruno left with the other wizard apprentices, Arnell had to continue studying the tricky proof question in the classroom. It's really difficult. Even if Arnell racked his brains, he could not think of any other solution to the problem. At this moment, a hand seemed to pat his shoulder. Arnell turned around and found that it was Liszt who had gone to prepare the horse for Bruno. Arnell, do you understand the Earl's intention? What? The deeper meaning? Arnell asked with some confusion. Have you forgotten what the Earl said in the first class? Independent thinking? Arnell asked somewhat uncertainly. That's right. Among all these wizard apprentices, the one that the Earl values the most is you. Otherwise, why did he give detailed answers to questions asked by others, but not to you? It's because the Earl wants to cultivate your habit of independent thinking, Lister said earnestly. That's how it is. Arnell suddenly realized. So, you must not let down the Earl's efforts. Rest assured, I will not disappoint Master Earl. I will definitely work hard and think independently, Arnell said quickly. That's good. I'll be leaving first. Slow down, Arnell responded casually. And then, when he looked at the question on page 35 of the elementary mathematics textbook again, Arnell suddenly felt full of confidence and motivation. After all, I am the person that the Earl values the most. On the way to the port, Liszt finally caught up with Bruno, who had already ridden far away on horseback, and the 9 mage apprentices who were riding 9 donkeys following him. That's right. Although the mage apprentices had to do physical exercise and learn horse riding every morning under Bruno's strong request, they still could not get rid of the temptation of donkeys. They just changed from riding donkey carts to riding donkeys. But this is also a small gain. Have you told Arnell everything I asked you to say? Bruno asked Lister. Yes, Arnell replied quickly. How did he say? He said he would definitely live up to the Earl's expectations. He would study hard and think independently. Hearing this, Bruno nodded with satisfaction. After all, if you keep saying this sentence from your own mouth, then over time, the effect of exhortation will be discounted because everyone is used to hearing it. But if it is said indirectly, through people around him, such as Liszt, then the effect will undoubtedly be much better. Well done. Bruno couldn't help but praise. You are indeed the person I value the most. Liszt, although only a little over 2 weeks had passed, when Malkaran returned to Adar territory, he could feel the changes that were taking place in Adar territory. On the south bank of the Adar River estuary, numerous temporary tents were built at some point in time, with countless civilians and serfs coming in and out. What's going on? Malkaran's adjutant couldn't help but mutter to himself. Maybe the Earl is going to build a new wonder, said Malkaran. The scale of the camp near the estuary is large enough to accommodate thousands of people. I'm afraid that only by building a wonder would so many people be mobilized. What a wonder, since it is built on the coast. Could it be prepared for our navy? The adjutant said in surprise. After all, the Earl has already built a Namur fortress for the standing army of Adar, which makes the Adar navy very jealous. Maybe. Malkaran finally smiled. The Earl is here. At this moment, a soldier shouted. Then, Malkaran saw Bruno getting off his horse, and the mage apprentices following him getting off their donkeys. When Malkaran finally saw his Lord Earl again at the naval port dock in Adar County, he knelt on one knee excitedly. My Lord Earl, I have fulfilled your mission, said Malkaran in a deep voice. Okay. Bruno quickly stepped forward, helped the Admiral up, and scolded him with a smile. Asshole. I told you a long time ago that as long as Adar's soldiers are wearing this set of armor, no matter who they meet, they must not kneel on one knee and must salute. Yes. Malkaran quickly stood at attention and saluted Bruno with a standard military salute. Chapter 131 Corals and Parabolas. Box after box of gold coins and loot seized from the pirates were carried off the three-masted warship by the Adar Navy soldiers. The gold coins seized from Kelvin's castle were only a pleasant surprise. What really excited Bruno were the red corals that were being unloaded from the three-masted warship by Adar's soldiers. The reason why Coral Islands are called Coral Islands is not because their land appearance is similar to corals, but because the ocean around the Coral Islands has extremely rich coral resources. Moreover, most of the corals growing around the Coral Island are crimson gem-grade corals. As we all know, coral is actually the outer SHL secreted by coral polyps. Its main chemical composition is calcium carbonate, and it exists in nature in the form of microcrystalline calcite aggregates. Corals are mostly in the shape of branches with vertical stripes. Their colors are bright and beautiful, and are in no way inferior to the exotic flowers and plants growing on land. In addition, compared to flowers and plants that grow on land, corals grow in the ocean, so it is more difficult to obtain them. Therefore, it is natural that they have become the favorite decoration of the nobles of this era. Coral pendants, coral bracelets, coral necklaces. These ornaments made of coral have always been sought after by nobles from all over the continent. The Norman nobles' love for coral jewelry can be traced back to hundreds of years ago. At that time, the Normans generally believed that the bright red coral had the meaning of removing evil spirits and preventing disasters. At the same time, wearing coral jewelry was said to have the effect of stopping bleeding and dissipating heat. Therefore, among countless corals, the color is red, pink and orange-red corals, which are usually regarded as gem-level corals, and the market value of this coral is much higher than ordinary corals. Therefore, gem-grade coral was also called red gold by the Normans. Of course, the sought-after and expensive corals are not just the red gem-grade corals. Black corals, white corals, and even the extremely rare blue corals are often also popular among aristocrats. In fact, the different colors of corals are closely related to the trace elements they absorb from seawater during their growth. For example, if corals absorb a large amount of iron from seawater during their growth, such corals will usually appear red, if the adsorbed element is mainly iron. But a small amount of magnesium is also adsorbed. The coral will appear pink or pink-white. If the coral absorbs magnesium without absorbing too many other impurities, the color of the coral will likely appear white. The pure white coral produced in the deep sea is regarded by many as the best coral stone, and its value is no less than that of ordinary gem-grade coral. In the Norman Empire, the waters in the western part of the empire were the most important coral-producing areas, although there are a small amount of coral resources in the waters near Adar territory. Most of the corals grown on the east coast of the Norman Empire, including Adar territory, are of poor quality and have natural defects such as wormholes, cracks, and chicken claw marks, so they cannot be sold at all. But the corals produced in the areas surrounding the Coral Island are extremely precious. For example, the piece of scarlet coral that is being carefully carried off the ship by the soldiers is the most precious oxblood red at the moment, representing unsurpassed grace and luxury. So, compared to these captured corals, the rest of the spoils pale in comparison. What's more, when Captain Jack successfully takes control of the Coral Island with the support of Lord Adar, there will be more and more such top-quality corals. This is a new source of income for Adar territory. While the soldiers were carrying the spoils, Admiral Mark Heron, greeted by Bruno himself, came to the Sky Garden and reported to Bruno about the battle. The intelligence about the Coral Island pirates that Captain Jack revealed to us helped us a lot. By ambushing the pirates' route, the Adar Navy successfully captured the pirate Captain Fast Pearson, who planned to attack the Cape Salt Works in its first naval battle. Fast Pearson? Is he the culprit who planned the attack on the salt works? Yes. And I have ordered the soldiers to escort him to Adar. Now he has been locked up in the dungeon. Where is the pirate leader named Kelvin? I remember he is the boss of the Coral Island pirates. Right? Bruno asked in a deep voice. He's dead. Mal Karen answered, somewhat lacking confidence. This is because, before the expedition, Bruno gave him the order to escort the pirate leader Kelvin Plateau to Adar for trial. But who could have thought that the guy would be killed on the spot by a magic crystal bomb? Died? Before we landed on the Coral Island, we first used magic crystal bombs to carry out a large-scale bombardment on the buildings on the Coral Island. And then, Kelvin was killed by the magic crystal bomb. Mal Karen explained hurriedly. Hearing this, Bruno nodded. The battlefield was changing rapidly, And since Kelvin Plato's luck was not very good, there was nothing that could be done about it, etc. Bruno seemed to suddenly realize something. What did it mean to use magic crystal bombs to carry out large-scale bombardment? This is my magic crystal bomb. That was a magic crystal bomb made by several wizard apprentices who worked day and night to create it. Couldn't they use it sparingly? You just said, to use magic crystals as bombs to carry out large-scale bombardment? That's right. Mal Karen did not notice the change in Bruno's expression and continued to tell him about the war. After the Adar Navy soldiers wiped out the pirates under Pearson, I ordered the soldiers to take the newly captured pirate ship and sail to the Coral Island at night. In a very short time, we took control of the pirate port at the southern end of the Coral Island. So I thought, since the pirates are already trapped, why not use magic crystal bombs to kill their spirit and reduce the casualties of the soldiers? So, I let the soldiers operate the catapults to carry out large-scale indiscriminate bombing. Bruno's mouth twitched. Just to kill the pirates' morale. You start dropping bombs? Why didn't I realize you were such a spendthrift before? Mal Karen continued. And what we didn't expect was that Kelvin Prado was actually killed by the magic crystal bomb thrown by the soldiers. The battle after that was almost one-sided. We successfully occupied the Coral Island and captured nearly 100 pirates. Well done, well done. Also, in this battle, how many magic crystal bombs did you consume? At this moment, Bruno still had a glimmer of hope. Perhaps, the so-called large-scale bombing that Mal Karen mentioned was just to appear more powerful. It was possible that he only dropped a small number of bombs. Probably only 2/3. As per your instructions, some of the remaining bombs were given to Captain Jack to intimidate the pirates on Coral Island. And the rest were brought back. What do you mean, only 2/3? Bruno, who originally still held onto a glimmer of hope, finally revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. Although the consumption of magic crystal bombs exceeded Bruno's expectations, he could not blame anything for this reason. After all, the situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. Since Bruno had granted Mal Karen the authority to lead the troops in battle, everything that happened during the war would have to follow Mal Karen's ideas and thoughts. Besides, Mal Karen's move was also to reduce the casualties of the soldiers. So, it was painful. But if Bruno himself was commanding the battle at the time, he would probably make the same decision. Most of the post-war cleanup work was carried out according to your instructions, with the support of the magic crystal bomb and Adar territory. I believe that Captain Jack will soon calm the Coral Island pirates and control the Coral Island waters for Adar territory and monitor everything that happens in the Basel waters. It's just that, on our way back to Adar territory, we discovered a giant whale. Giant whale? Yes. It's the kind of whale that the fishermen talk about, which is huge and can spray thick water columns. If there is no war mission next, I personally hope to let the soldiers try to hunt giant whales. Because just looking at the size of the giant whale, you know that hunting giant whales will definitely not be easy. Therefore, in the process of hunting giant whales, you can also let the soldiers practice cooperating with each other. Bruno nodded slightly at Mal Karen's suggestion. Whales can be said to be treasures from head to toe, because the huge body of the whale can not only provide humans with a large amount of whale meat, but also whale oil and other related products. Whale meat accounts for about half of the whale's body weight. In addition to being used as feed or fertilizer, it can also be eaten by humans after processing. It is rich in protein and has extremely high nutritional value. The oil contained in whales' bodies can be used not only to make soap and purify lubricants, but can also be used to make candles. But the most important thing is that a blue whale weighing about 120 tons can contain more than 40 tons of fat. If you want to obtain a considerable amount of fat from other animals, you would probably need thousands of adult fat pigs. Of course, in addition to these basic uses, if the sperm whale being hunted is also suffering from indigestion, the waste extracted from its stomach and intestines can be made into a high-grade spice called ambergris in the previous life. When this spice is just taken out of the whale's body, it is a dark gray waxy substance with a foul smell. However, after being dried, it will appear amber-like in color. Once ignited with an open flame, it will burn with a light blue flame and emit a fragrant aroma. Whale skin is soft and has a little fluff on the surface. It can be used to make clothes and bags. Whale fins can be used to make umbrellas. Whale ovaries are a miraculous medicine. Whale poop and bone meal can be used to make fertilizer. In addition, whale bones, whale baleen, and whale liver also have extremely important uses. Therefore, Once the Adar territory is able to hunt a whale, the benefits gained will be extremely huge. I will consider hunting whales. But how did the magic crystal bombs perform in this battle? In other words, are there any shortcomings in the first batch of magic crystal bombs? The power of the magic crystal bomb is extremely huge, and it can even be said to be unexpectedly effective. The only drawback is, the hit rate of the magic crystal bomb thrown by the catapult is a little low. If it is thrown at sea, usually only 2 or 3 out of 10 bombs can cause effective damage to the target. What? Hearing what Malkarin said, Bruno stood up from his chair. You just said, out of 10 bombs dropped, only 2 or 3 can cause damage to the enemy? Bruno confirmed again. Yes. Malkarin answered, somewhat lacking confidence. Only 1 or 2 out of 10 magic crystal bombs can effectively kill the target. This means that many magic crystal bombs are actually wasted due to lack of accuracy. Waste is shameful at any time. What's more, what is wasted is the extremely precious magic crystal bomb. A powerful weapon. How do the soldiers aim? Bruno asked suddenly. Malkarin obviously did not expect Bruno to ask such a question, and answered without even thinking, of course. Estimate the distance of the enemy warship, and then launch according to your experience in training. Bruno suddenly came to his senses after hearing what Malkarin said. Yes. I was previously busy supervising the mage apprentices to learn elementary mathematics. But I forgot about the Navy soldiers who were responsible for operating the catapults. The soldiers who operate the catapults don't need to learn very in depth. As long as they learn a little about functions and parabolas, they may be able to greatly increase the hit rate of the magic crystal bombs. Bruno cleared his throat and said to Malkarin, Gather all the Navy soldiers in Adar who are responsible for operating the catapults. I will focus on teaching them these days. In short, they must learn a lot of knowledge about parabolas as soon as possible to improve the hit rate of the magic crystal bombs. Parabola? Hearing another new term coming out of Bruno's mouth, Malkarin felt completely confused. This is a thing that can increase the hit rate of magic crystal bombs, Bruno explained. Chapter 132, What Adar Territory Sees. Wally Heron was full of curiosity about the Adar territory in front of him. In fact, from the moment he boarded the 3-masted warship on the Coral Island, he began to stare at everything that appeared before him. As a noble from the kingdom of Basel and a former pirate captive, Wally Harlan knew very well the strength of the pirates who had been wreaking havoc in Basel's territorial waters for many years. You know, even the navy of the kingdom of Basel is helpless against these pirates. But even so, the Adar people still relied on their strong ships and powerful guns to beat the Coral Island pirates to a pulp in a very short time, and reshuffled the many pirate forces in Basel with a crushing attitude. He even supported Captain Jack and made him the new pirate leader of the Coral Island pirates. As an eyewitness of the Coral Island landing battle, Wally Harlan had many feelings, and this was one of the reasons that prompted him to follow the Adar fleet to the Adar territory far away in the Norman Empire to visit the Earl. The 3-masted warships Pioneer and Explorer were quietly anchored in the Adar Navy's naval port. The towering masts seemed to indicate the Adar people's ambitions for the ocean. Whenever Wally Harlan saw the anchored 3-masted warship, a sense of awe for the Adar Navy would gradually rise in his heart, because Wally Harlan's father, Viscount Harlan's noble territory, was located on the coast of the Kingdom of Basel. But he had never seen such a warship in Viscount Harlan's territory. The huge size, the graceful curves, and the Navy soldiers on the warships, who are full of fighting spirit. During the conversations with the Navy soldiers these days, Wally Harlan learned that these Adar soldiers were not the kind of fool knights who wore exquisite armor and only knew how to brag and joke. The training tasks they had to carry out every day almost stunned Wally Harlan. What surprised him most was that almost all of these Adar soldiers were real civilians. Some even serfs. It's not that the Lord of Harlan didn't have an army composed of civilians and serfs, but those civilian troops were mostly cannon fodder used to die. They had bitter faces all day long and huddled in their tents, eating and waiting to die. Compared with these hard-trained Adar soldiers, who are ready to fight in battle, there is a world of difference. This also made Wally Harlan more curious about the Adar territory. When the 3-masted warship docked at the naval port of Adar territory, Wally Harlan set foot on the land of Adar territory for the first time. After obtaining permission from Admiral Malkarin, Wally Harlan could walk freely in Adar territory accompanied by 2 Adar soldiers. To him, everything in Adar territory was extremely new. If you just take a quick look, this place seems to be no different from Harlem. However, He could not see the genuine sorrow and misery on the faces of the common people, and even the serfs in Adar. On the contrary, here, whether civilians or serfs, their faces are filled with the dawn of hope. Although this sounds very abstract, Valaharan can really feel the vitality that is unique to Adar territory. There are a large number of tents near the port, and it seems that a large-scale project is going to be built here, since Wali Harran was always followed by 2 Adar soldiers. Whenever he had any questions, the Adar officials present were happy to answer him. Therefore, Wali Harlan soon learned that the serfs here were all volunteers who came to build the lighthouse for Adar. Volunteer. When Wali Harran heard this word, he was stunned with shock. What kind of magic power does Lord Adar have that makes these most impoverished serfs rush to sign up to build a lighthouse? You know, just looking at the number of these serfs, you can tell that building a lighthouse is by no means an easy task. You're asking why? The serfs who come here to work can have 2 full meals a day, as long as they are willing to work hard. The Earl will give them enough rewards. If someone works exceptionally well, they may even be released as civilians by the Earl. Therefore, these serfs are naturally very active, an Adar official explained, as a matter of course. But, can the serfs get the full amount of food and wages allocated to them? Is there no exploitation in this? Wali Harlan asked in surprise. What? The Adar official obviously did not expect Valaharan to ask such a question. He shook his head and argued loudly. No. Absolutely not. How can you slander someone's innocence like this? What a joke. Such a phenomenon did occur in Adar territory when the first wonder, the Sky Garden, was being built. However, after the Earl personally ordered the deprivation of several responsible officials and assigned them to the 9th production team for labor reform, no one in Adar dared to disobey the Earl's orders, and no one dared to touch the money that did not belong to them. After all, those officials who were demoted to civilians for labor reform are now working under the supervision of these people. With such a living example right before our eyes, who would dare to disobey? When Wali Harlan finally entered the city of Adar, the renovation and reconstruction of the southern city of Adar had been completed by more than half. At least the houses and shops close to the main road had been completely renovated and looked completely in order. There was already a long queue in front of the shop selling Adar liquor. After several months of word of mouth, most of the merchants and travelers who had been to Adar had heard of this strong vodka that could only be drunk in the city of Adar. The spicy and mellow taste attracts countless travelers and makes countless merchants rush to buy it. Although the Adar people who deal in these spirits have always claimed that these precious vodkas are actually imported from the kingdom of Basel, the merchants have never tasted such fine wines in the kingdom of Basel. Rumors about strong liquor have long been circulated in the streets of Adar. It is said that this strong liquor called vodka was actually brewed by chance by a noble on the eastern coast of the kingdom of Basel, in order to prevent others from coveting it. It was secretly transported to the Norman Empire for sale. Although the merchants were skeptical about this statement, it did not affect their passion to buy liquor at all. Wali Harran also tried a small glass of vodka in the bar, but maybe it was because he had experienced too many things during this period of time. Although he felt as if a red-hot iron was rolling in his throat when he first tasted it, if he savored it carefully, this strong liquor called vodka also left him with an endless aftertaste. Walking on the wide and solid concrete road of Adar city, watching the caravans from the kingdom of Basel entering the city in an orderly manner under the command of the Adar people, Wali Harlan suddenly felt a little doubtful. Why had he never heard of such a Norman noble territory right next to the border of Basel? Located on the border, it is crowded with merchants. Logically speaking, a noble territory like this should not remain unknown. Chapter 133, Tulips from the Flower Growers. With full of doubts, Wali Harlan finally met the legendary Earl in the Sky Garden of Adar territory. If Wali Harran was just curious about the Adar territory, then he was more in awe of the Earl of Adar territory than curious about him. After all, in Wali Harlan's opinion, a noble who could govern such a desolate and remote place as the eastern part of the Norman Empire so well is by no means a simple character. From the naval port to the city of Adar, and from the city of Adar to the Sky Garden, everything Wali Harlan saw shocked him from the bottom of his heart. Apart from the incredible move of freeing the serfs, the roads in Adar territory, the strong liquor in Adar territory, and the miraculous garden in front of him all made Wali Harlan dazzled. Led by Adar's personal guards, Wali Harlan passed through archways and climbed stairs. When he finally saw Count Adar, whom he was in awe of, he felt like his eyes were about to fall out of his head. Young, very young, And he's so handsome. This was Wally Herring's first impression of Bruno. He simply could not imagine that this young Earl, who was probably not much older than himself, could manage his territory in such an orderly manner. No. I'm afraid that the 4 words well organized cannot be used to simply describe everything he saw in Adar territory. In Wally Harlan's opinion, Adar territory is simply a miracle. Although this miracle is still in its infancy, the future of Adar territory has unlimited possibilities. Respected Count Adar. Wally Harlan saluted Bruno respectfully. Although Wally Harlan was the son of the Viscount of the Kingdom of Basel and a nobleman, he was just the son of a Viscount. But the young man in front of him was a real Earl. And an Earl with strong military power. I'm afraid, even the nobles of the Norman Empire don't know the true strength of Count Adar. When the Coral Island landing battle broke out, Wally Harlan had been imprisoned in the pirate dungeon. But the continuous explosions coming from the ground still made Wally Harlan feel frightened. Because in his opinion, in this world, no weapon has such powerful power. Although some powerful wizards can also release such powerful spells, no wizard can create explosions for such a long time. Therefore, there is only one truth. That is, the Adar people possess powerful weapons that can easily create explosions. Until now, Wally Harlan still remembers clearly what he saw after leaving the dungeon. The ruins were broken, and the ground was in ruins. Adar's soldiers searched for surviving pirates on the ruins of the Coral Island and collected their spoils. The Coral Island pirates. What a powerful enemy they had provoked. You are? Wally Herring? The nobleman from Basel? Bruno looked at the young man in front of him and said with a smile. Malkaran had already reported all the information about Wally Harlan to Bruno. Otherwise, without Bruno's permission, how could Wally Harlan travel freely in Adar territory? Yes, Wally Harry said calmly. You are very smart. You even knew to ask to come to Adar County. Bruno said suddenly. That's right. Even if Wally Harlan had not asked Malkaran to come to Adar to visit Bruno, he would probably have been invited back by the Adar soldiers who had come to their senses. This is because Adar soldiers used a large number of magic crystal bombs when attacking the Coral Island. So, as an eyewitness of this war, Wally Harlan must have witnessed the tremendous power of the magic crystal bomb, and knew that the Adar people possessed such a powerful weapon. Wally Harlan, who had witnessed the power of the magic crystal bomb with his own eyes, would naturally be taken to Adar County to be dealt with by Bruno. After all, although the magic crystal bomb is no longer a secret in Adar's navy, its existence is only known to a small number of people. Therefore, before Bruno had figured out the next direction for Adar County, he naturally had to keep the news of the magic crystal bomb secret as much as possible. As for how long he can keep it secret, that is not something Bruno can control. My Lord Earl, everything in Adar County is shocking, Wally Harlan exclaimed sincerely. In that case, let's live here now. Bruno followed Harlan's words. Wally Herring. *0. Could it be that, didn't the Earl realize that what he said was just polite words between nobles? Although Wally Harlan had anticipated this outcome, it was too direct. I'm doing this for your own good, Bruno continued. After all, for you right now, Adar territory is probably the safest place. Even if Wally Herring didn't say anything. The pirates captured by Adar's soldiers had already explained the reason why Wally Herring was kidnapped by pirates. It was nothing more than a very common struggle for inheritance rights among nobles. Seeing that Bruno already knew everything about him, Wally Harlan no longer concealed it. My Lord Earl, if you can help me get the title, then from now on, Lord Harlan will follow your lead. In the past, Wally Harlan did not have any strong desire for his father's Viscount title. But, when he was captured and thrown into the dungeon by those ferocious pirates, his thoughts began to gradually change. Only by obtaining the title of Viscount of Harlan territory can he have the possibility to protect himself. Otherwise, based on the character of my dear brothers, I am afraid my future will not be good. So, you must fight. In Wally Harlan's opinion, if he really had the support of the young Earl in front of him, then his possibility of obtaining the title would be greatly increased. After all, his father had always been particularly fond of him, and what he lacked was only lack of power and strength. If he could hire soldiers from Adar to support him, then the title of Viscount would be within his grasp. Besides, the Earl in front of him is definitely not a guy who is content with the status quo. Otherwise, who would have the time to go to the Kingdom of Basel to strangle pirates and support his cronies? Although it is not known what the Earl actually thinks. If he has the support of the Coral Island pirates at sea and the dependence of Harlan territory on land, It will be of great benefit to Bruno. Therefore, Wally Harlan still has some confidence in the conditions he offered. Can. Sure enough, as Wally Harlan expected, Bruno agreed without much thought. But you can ask me to help you get the title. But first you have to prove your ability to me. Otherwise, how would I know if this will be a losing deal? Bruno changed the subject and said in a deep voice, Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to complete it. Wally Harlan said quickly, looking at Wally Herring's young and tender face. Bruno finally smiled and said, Help me plant flowers. What? Wally Harlan rubbed his ears, thinking he might have heard it wrongly. You heard me right. Help me plant flowers. Bruno said seriously. I can assign a group of serfs to you. When you plant 10,000 acres of tulips in a year, I will help you get the title of Viscount. Chapter 134 Tulips are equivalent to gold coins. In the 17 years since he was born, Wally Harlan has seen countless far-fetched reasons for declaring war, heard of many filthy aristocratic scandals, and witnessed many sensational demands and clauses. But even so, Bruno's request still made him stunned. He had never heard anything more ridiculous than this. When 10,000 acres of tulips are planted, it will help me obtain the title of Viscount. Wally Harlan looked seriously at the Earl in front of him, trying hard to find some joking expression on Bruno's face. Before Bruno made his request, Wally Harlan had thought of many possibilities, such as asking for a large sum of money after helping him become a Viscount, allowing Adair's warships and merchant ships to dock at the port. Or maybe you make yourself do something shameful so that you can leave a handle behind. However, when the condition of planting 10,000 acres of tulips came out of the Earl's mouth, Wally Harlan suddenly felt a little confused. Who I am? Where am I? What am I doing? Wally Harlan's mind was working rapidly. He tried every possible way to connect the two things of growing tulips with helping himself obtain the title. But nothing, because there is no connection between these two things at all. These are two completely independent events. Wally Herring had heard of the tulip, a flower species that grew in the Norman Empire. Although the planting area of tulips is not large, and the quantity is not large, it has always been an ornamental plant that is popular among the nobility. The flowers are vigorous and upright. The leaves are simple and beautiful, dignified and moving, and the fragrance is light and elegant. Almost every noble lord in the Norman Empire has a few tulips decorating his garden. However, although the consumers of tulips are mostly aristocrats, this does not mean that the price of tulips is very high. This is because tulips are different from white sugar. They can neither satisfy the appetite of the nobles nor bring out the elegant and luxurious temperament of the noble ladies. Most nobles just don't want to see their gardens empty, so they just stuff a few tulips in them. Moreover, there are many gorgeous and precious flowers than tulips. So, although the number of tulips is scarce, few people are planted specifically. But, the Earl in front of him actually wanted to plant 10,000 acres of tulips himself? Since when growing flowers can be equated with the title of nobility? Before Wally Herring could say anything, Bruno put his arm around Herring's shoulders and enthusiastically helped him arrange the arrangement. Tulips are a great thing. Think about it. Why do I plant tulips instead of other flowers? Yes. Why? Asked Wally Harlan. Bruno pointed to the flower bed by the window, where several tulips were in full bloom, and said, Come here. Let me tell you. Tulips actually come in more than just the few colors we see today. Look. Aren't most of the tulips you can see on the market the common colors of red and yellow? Yes. But do you know the language of tulips? Flower language? Wally Harlan was stunned. Although the nobles of this era had begun to think about decorating gardens and planting exotic flowers and plants, things like the language of flowers had not yet been worked out. Look! This shows that the difference between the tulip is here. Even though the other flowers are beautiful and bright, but those gorgeous flowers are essentially empty. There is no soul. A flower without flower language is like a body without a soul. Empty and boring. But tulips are different. For example, the red tulips we planted here, their flower language is a confession of love. A confession of love? Although I still don't understand what this Earl is doing. But, confession of love. This so-called flower language sounds very cool. These are just red tulips. If one day you can grow black tulips, it will be very different. Do tulips come in black? Of course. This black tulip is also called the Queen of the Night. Its petals are purple with a hint of red. Once night falls, the petals will even sparkle. But the most important thing is, do you know what the flower language of the black tulip is? Bruno gradually lowered his voice. What is it? Wally Harlan's curiosity was also aroused at this moment. Mystery, nobility, and supreme power, Bruno whispered. Harlan's eyes widened when he heard Bruno's words. So think about it. Once you are able to cultivate black tulips, you can wait until the birthday of the King of Basel and present them to the King of Basel. You know, black tulips are unique. Suddenly, Wally Harlan seemed to realize something. The Earl in front of him was teaching him how to please the king and gain his trust. Other people give money, corals, gems, but these can be summed up in one word: vulgar. Moreover, it's so vulgar. And if I were to give him a unique black tulip that is unrivaled in the world? For a moment, tears sparkled in Wally Harlan's eyes, and he looked at the Earl of Adar with gratitude. This is simply a grace of rebirth. Meanwhile, Wally Harlan said in a trembling voice, "Thank you for your advice, Lord Earl. I am willing to plant flowers for Adar. 10,000 acres is not enough. I want to plant 20,000 acres. Bruno seemed stunned for a moment, but still nodded and said, "I have already informed Shabi. You can go to him to ask for help." "Thank you, Count." Wally Harlan bowed excitedly to Bruno, then trotted out. Bruno sat in his chair, thought for a moment, and muttered to himself, "I haven't finished what I said yet. And besides, when did I give him any advice?" So Bruno had to reorganize what he wanted to say. Present the black tulip to the King of Basel. And then, the nobles attending the banquet will see their king laughing heartily because of a tulip. By then, the tulips in Adar will be in short supply. The price will soar, and you will make a fortune. Money makes the world go round. With a lot of gold coins, Adar will be interested in helping you get the title. Chapter 135 Alert. The tulip bubble that occurred in the early 17th century may be the earliest speculative activity and financial bubble that has occurred on Earth since historical records began. Although as early as 1608, a Frenchman exchanged jewelry worth 30,000 francs for a tulip bulb. This seemed insignificant compared to the huge bubble created by tulips in the Netherlands. In 1634, if the initial price of a tulip bulb was 1,000 yuan, then in just 1 month, its price could reach 20,000 yuan. This means that the value of a tulip bulb can increase by 2,000% in a month, a full 20 times. By February 1637, a tulip named Eternal Augustus was sold for 6,700 Dutch guilders, enough money to buy any mansion on the canal in Amsterdam. Correspondingly, the average annual income of the Dutch at that time was only 150 Dutch guilders. Such huge profits almost drove everyone crazy. No matter they were nobles, citizens, farmers, craftsmen, boatmen, followers, clerks, even chimney sweeps and old ladies in second-hand clothing stores, all joined in the tulip carnival. Once such a huge bubble bursts, the consequences will be extremely tragic. A typical speculative craze. This is Bruno's memory of the tulip bubble in his previous life. However, is this really the case? Although the tulip bubble has often become a synonym for speculative activities, the above content contains a lot of exaggeration. However, it is indisputable that the tulip bubble that occurred in the 17th century did have a significant impact on the market. And it did make some people rich, and some people lost all their money. What Bruno has to do now is to bring a feast and carnival of tulips to the world. Moreover, he will do his best to lay the groundwork for his plan early, trying everything to divert people's attention away from the Adar territory, so as to maximize the coverage of this tulip feast and make as much money as possible from the Adar territory. In the past, even though Bruno knew that such a method could bring huge profits and wealth to the Adar territory, he would not use it easily. After all, this move is too insidious and extremely likely to arouse jealousy. It is completely contrary to the concept of wretched development that Bruno has been implementing in the Adar territory, and it can even be said to be a complete departure from it. But Bruno couldn't wait any longer, because just yesterday, Bruno finally received the battle report from the northern border of the empire. An Odin Iron Cavalry with a total number of 10,000 people, led by the famous general of the Odin Empire, Portia Mariano, penetrated diagonally from the forest of monsters and penetrated deeply into the heart of the empire. This almost caused the situation in the north of the Norman Empire to collapse instantly, and the original defense plan was completely in vain, because, including the Dolan territory, the nobles whose territories were located near the forest of monsters had long ago dispatched the noble private soldiers that were originally used to defend their own territories to the fortresses in the northern border. This directly led to the fact that these noble territories were almost in an undefended state. The reason why these nobles dared to send out all the private soldiers in their territories was because of the existence of the Warcraft Forest. The Warcraft Forest located at the border of the Norman Empire, and the Odin Empire can almost be called a forbidden area for humans. The Kingdom of Warcraft is one of the only two places on the entire continent where humans rarely set foot. It is said that in the Forest of Warcraft there live Warcraft that are far superior to the level of the Great Wizard and have enough power to crush humans. Although these news were just rumors in the beginning, any human who entered the Warcraft Forest would never return, even if they are lucky enough to survive. They are either crazy or stupid, which is terrifying. Fortunately, the Warcraft tribes entrenched in the Warcraft Forest seem to have no interest in the human kingdom outside the forest. For hundreds of years, there has never been any news of Warcraft attacking humans. Even Duke Doran's fief, Doran territory, is adjacent to the Forest of Monsters. 100 years ago, the Odin people tried to cross the Forest of Beasts and directly attack the Norman Empire. But the Odin army, with a total number of more than 20,000 people that entered the Forest of Beasts, disappeared in the Forest of Beasts. No one is seen alive, and no body is seen dead. As a result, there is no need to fight a war, and the task of consuming population and saving food is directly completed. Therefore, the Norman Empire has almost regarded the Forest of Beasts as a natural barrier for the Empire to defend against the Odin people. But this time, the Odin cavalry actually treated the Forest of Monsters as nothing and passed through it, which almost made everyone smell a long-brewing conspiracy. Why can Odin's cavalry move freely in the Forest of Warcraft, including Bruno? This is the doubt of almost all the noble lords, who are aware of the development of the war in the northern border. However, since the Odin people have broken through the original northern defense line in one fell swoop, and it has become an established fact that Odin's army has passed through the Forest of Beasts. So at this moment, it is too late for the Norman Empire to pay attention to why. And what it should pay most attention to is what to do. Because, under the crazy offensive of the Odin people, not only were large tracts of territory of the Norman Empire occupied by the Odin people, but even the aristocracy of the Norman Empire suffered heavy losses. It was easier to deal with great nobles like the Duke of Doran, who had moved to St. Lawrence early on. But those earls, viscounts, and other nobles, who were slower to react, almost all became captives for the Odin people to use for negotiations in the future. As for those nobles with lower titles, such as barons, knights, and the like, every one of them became the souls of the dead under the sword of Odin. Even the soldiers who surrendered in the northern fortresses were directly killed by Odin's people. After all, the Odin people launched the attack because of the population explosion and food shortage. With so many captives, even if each of them only had one bite of food, over a long period of time, it would be a huge waste. The supplies that the nobles of the northern border sent to the frontline before the war were hardly used before they fell into the pockets of the Odinites, leaving them with no need to plunder. However, even if the war in the northern border continues to deteriorate, it will be impossible to defeat Adar within a year or so. After all, the East Empire of Idal and the empire near him can be regarded as a well-known reckless place. Who would go to the east to fight for nothing? Besides, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, although the Odin people are attacking fiercely at this stage. If they want to compete with the Norman Empire in terms of population and foundation, they are probably still far behind. Therefore, no matter how much the situation in the northern border of the empire deteriorates, it actually has little to do with the Adar territory. But what surprised Bruno the most and made him gradually alert was the reaction of the Emperor of St. Lawrence. When the most elite soldiers in the empire were quickly mobilized by St. Lawrence, they did not rush to the north to help immediately. Instead, they began to gather in the center of the empire, which seemed like they were just sitting on the mountain and watching the fight between two tigers. And this is what makes Bruno most alert. Chapter 136: Export to Domestic Sales. In fact, in the short term, the more intense the fighting in northern Xinjiang, the more beneficial it will be for the Adar territory. Because the faster the Odin people's offensive, the more people who are displaced, the more population that poured into Idal. This will be of great benefit in making up for the population shortcomings of Adar territory. However, the imperial soldiers in action made Bruno feel deeply chilled. Today, the intention of the Norman royal family is obvious. They want to use the hands of the Odin people to mess with the nobles of the empire first. After all, the authority of the Regent Council can even resist the emperor's court. From ancient times to the present, I have not heard of such nonsense. However, although Bruno can understand the behavior of the royal family, it does not mean that he will support the royal move. This is almost putting the lives of hundreds of thousands of civilians and serfs in the empire on the chessboard, making them discarded pawns that can be abandoned at any time. Do we need to stabilize the country before we can resist foreign aggression? What a familiar routine. However, the bald men in the previous life held the weapons provided by Hans the cat. The rabbits had an indomitable will and blood. And finally there were the mushroom bombs dropped by Eagle Sauce, and the support of the bear. So they finally drove the foot basin chicken out of the flower-growing family. And can the Norman Empire really drive back the Odin people with just its soldiers? Although the comprehensive national strength of the Normandy Empire is here, who can be 100% affirmed. After all, at the beginning of this war, the Odinites crossed the forest of beasts, which was regarded as an insurmountable barrier by humans. Therefore, although Bruno was full of confidence in the Norman Empire, how the war situation would develop remained an unknown. Besides, if the Norman Empire could really drive the Odins back to the plain of Armanches, would it really be in the best interests of the Adar territory? You know, Bruno in this life is also a member of the nobility. In order to suppress the power of the nobles, the imperial family was able to resort to such means of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of their own. So what happens after that? What kind of threats will nobles like Bruno, who were not affected by the war, face in the southern and eastern parts of the empire? All of this is unknown. And this is an important reason why Bruno is eager to start making a fortune. As long as the money is in place, there are enough people, and the big lighthouse is built, then the Adar territory will enter the fast lane of rapid development. Because the two amazing features of the great lighthouse are just so amazing. In particular, it is important to increase the attractiveness of Adar territory to tool men. Only with enough tool men can Adar territory create more magic crystal bombs. The persuasive power of the magic crystal bomb is much better than anything else. The truth is within the range of cannons. This is more than just a saying. However, since Bruno has just started to let Wally Herring plant tulips, this means that the day when leeks can be harvested is still a long way off. Before that, the treasury of Adar County had to rely on the support of the Adar Chamber of Commerce. Since the establishment of the Adar Chamber of Commerce, the Adar territory's sources of income have undergone certain structural adjustments. The current Adar Chamber of Commerce is equivalent to a giant state-owned enterprise in later generations, monopolizing the sales of Adar sea salt, white sugar and many other products. These goods were produced in the workshop managed by Old Ford, and then sold to various places through the Adar Chamber of Commerce managed by Collio. In other words, Old Ford is responsible for the production of products, while Cario is responsible for the sales channels of products. As for other merchants who wanted to buy sea salt in Adar, they were all turned away by Bruno, because Bruno ordered Calio to set up the Idal Chamber of Commerce, not just to have a reliable sales network belonging to Idal, but also to allow the idol's tentacles to reach a farther place. In this way, when the first batch of personnel of the Adar Intelligence Agency completes their training, the Adar Chamber of Commerce will have already paved the way and built bridges for them in advance. Now that the idol navy has now compiled the Coral Island pirates entangled near the waters of the Kingdom of Basel, then the long-established export to domestic sales plan for Bruno's long-term preparations is finally officially launched. Although before this, things like sea salt, sugar, liquor, and paper, which Bruno had originally planned to sell secretly to the Kingdom of Basel, have gradually appeared in front of the world. But Bruno kept emphasizing that these products, especially paper and sugar, were goods from the Kingdom of Basel. Whether you believe it or not, I believe it anyway. The Adar people, led by Bruno, have always insisted that these things were imported from the Kingdom of Basel. Although the Norman Empire is now in a state of chaos, and many nobles are busy with their own affairs, no one cares where these things of yours come from. However, before the tulip bubble officially exploded, Bruno still wanted to focus on low-level development, as long as he could attract less attention from St. Lawrence. After all, with the precedent of the northern border nobles, Bruno did not want to be targeted by the Emperor of St. Lawrence so early. Otherwise, who knows what other ideas he will come up with to torment me. This so-called otherworld version of export to domestic sales is actually not complicated. All Bruno has to bear is a small part of the transportation cost. The Adar Chamber of Commerce first cooperated with the Adar Navy to transport a small number of goods from the sea to the territory of the Kingdom of Basel via 3-masted warships. and then loaded these goods onto horse-drawn carriages, and returned to the Adar territory from Man Fortress via the Adar Chamber of Commerce's convoy. Of course, before returning to the Adar territory, we must first take a leisurely tour around the kingdom of Basel. The purpose of doing this is to let as many people as possible see that this caravan transporting sugar and paper is passing through the Man Fortress from south to north and entering the Adar territory. There is a saying that goes, "What you hear is not as good as what you see." Only when these merchants who exchanged and saw the teams carrying paper and sugar entered Edal, they would start to believe that these products were really produced somewhere in the kingdom of Basel. However, when it comes to strong liquor, Bruno openly admitted it. Vodka is brewed in Adar. After all, half-truth and half-falsehood will be more convincing. If all the good things in Adar County were taken away, not only would the merchants, but even Bruno himself would not believe it. Instead, they would become suspicious of the true origin of paper and sugar. Of course, in order to ensure sufficient profits and save transportation costs. Every time a convoy transports these goods back to Adar territory through Man Fortress, goods worth dozens of times the value of these goods will be sold by the Adar people. After all, this so-called export to domestic sales is actually just a formality to divert attention from Adar County. Chapter 137 Great Harvest. Among the many commodities sold by the Adar Chamber of Commerce, sales of sea salt still account for the largest share. After 2 consecutive expansions, the annual salt production of the Cape Salt Field on the southeast coast of Adar Territory has reached an astronomical figure. Compared with the original output when boiling salt, it can be said that it has been reborn. Salt ponds are lined up one after another, and the snow-white sea salt is piled up in the salt ponds, like ice in frost. Due to the longer daylight hours and higher temperatures in summer, the time required to dry salt is at least 1/3 shorter than in winter. The Adar Chamber of Commerce is thriving. The Adar territory is booming, and the seeds sown a few days ago have finally come to harvest. Although people say that autumn is the harvest season, in fact, corn, potatoes and sweet potatoes are the tail end of summer and are already ripe in July and August. In the fields, the heavy corn husks can no longer cover the golden corn kernels inside. This made the serfs in charge of farming particularly happy. After all, the fields they were farming were those of the Earl. Although the Earl's temper is much better than that of other nobles, it does not mean that the Earl will always be kind. These fields where new crops are planted are of particular importance to the Earl. If anything goes wrong, he will definitely be held responsible. The potato fields and sweet potato fields were not far apart. In fact, Bruno placed most of the fields for planting new crops along the fertile Adar River, while crops such as wheat that were originally planned to be planted here were all thrown into other fields. Although it is different from the corn that grows up, it is invisible to the hidden soil and sweet potatoes before the formal harvest. But it only depends on the stems and leaves that thrive on the ground, which makes people feel particularly happy. Even old Ford, who had been against planting these new crops at the beginning, couldn't help but pray for these crops that had just arrived in Adar territory. After all, the seeds have already been planted. If we can really have a bumper harvest, as the Earl said, it would indeed be a pleasant surprise, because today is the day when several new crops are officially harvested. In addition to Sabi, which is responsible for Edal's agricultural production, Bruno also called old officials such as Old Ford, Loida, List, etc. Looking at the ripe crops in the fields, Bruno felt a sudden sense of relief. As the situation in the northern border of the empire becomes increasingly tense, the status of food becomes more and more important. Having no money will only slow down the development of Adar County, but having no food will really starve people to death. Therefore, Bruno attaches great importance to food, as it is the foundation of the country's economy and people's livelihood. And if he wanted to continue to receive the refugees pouring into Adar from the northern border of the empire, he would naturally need a large amount of food. Although Bruno does not look fierce, he thinks he is handsome. However, the serfs, who had been cultivating the fields for Bruno, were already trembling with fear. After all, they had never seen such a scene before, although someone had already greeted these serfs in advance. But the person standing in front of him was the actual ruler of Adar County, Lord Bruno, Count of Adar. If we add the important officials of Adar standing next to Bruno, these low-level serfs have met almost all the leaders of Adar in one day. Although privately, almost every serf was surprised and delighted with the policies and measures promulgated by Bruno, and regarded Bruno as the most benevolent nobleman in the entire Norman Empire. But no matter how benevolent a nobleman is, he is still a nobleman. How could the serfs not be afraid and nervous when facing the man who could decide their own destiny? Bruno did not care about those serfs that were trembling. In the shocking eyes of everyone, he pulled his own cuffs, and then walked into the corn and picked up Idal's first corn. After tearing open the bracts wrapping the corn, the round, plump, golden corn kernels immediately appeared in front of everyone. When the Adar officials present saw the corn in Bruno's hand, they all gasped. Different from common crops like wheat and barley, this new crop looks particularly strong. It is so big and thick. The plump corn kernels are like neatly arranged sentinels, densely packed next to each other. Familiar touch. Familiar appearance. Holding the corn tightly in his hand, Bruno felt that the world suddenly became beautiful. This is corn, the new staple food of Adar. Staple food. Everyone was stunned for a moment after hearing Bruno's words. Don't worry about us. Start harvesting corn. Bruno looked at the serfs standing cautiously by the side and said in a deep voice, Yes, yes. The leading serf answered bravely. After hearing Bruno's order, the serfs finally began to act quickly. The serfs carefully broke the corns off the corn stalks one by one and handed them to the serfs following behind them with large baskets. A dozen serfs worked in groups of 2 and harvested all the corn in an acre of land in no time. Of course, there must be more than 1 acre of corn planted in Adar territory. And what is being done now is just to weigh the actual output of 1 acre of land. Looking at the pile of corn on the ground, Old Ford's eyes turned green. I had tried every possible means to stop the Earl, and I was also very suspicious of the books he had read. But now, the output of this 1 acre of land alone is probably much more than that of 2 or 3 acres of wheat. Chapter 41. Besides, the Earl just said, this thing is actually the staple food? The staple food can satisfy hunger. It can fill your stomach. Just as everyone was staring at the pile of corn and wondering. Shabi, who was responsible for calculating the weight of the corn, finally ran over in a panic. My Lord Count, he gasped. 1 acre of land, the yield of 1 acre of land. Not only Bruno, but even Old Ford, Lopi and others looked at him eagerly at this moment. The output of 1 acre of land is a full 700 kilograms. When the number of 700 kilograms came out of Shabi's mouth, everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. This kind of output is already terrifying enough. You know, if this acre of land was planted with wheat, I guess we would be thankful if we could harvest 100 kilograms of wheat in a year. Right? That's right. Wheat production in this era is so low, since they did not know how to cultivate the land intensively, and did not know that human and animal feces could be used for fertilizer, coupled with the defects of the wheat variety itself. A yield of 100 kilograms of wheat per acre was considered extremely good in a year. Compared with the corn yield of 700 kilograms per mu, this is a full 7 times difference. However, although it is 700 kilograms, the part that can be eaten by humans should not reach 700 kilograms. However, even if the cob in the middle of the corn cannot be eaten by humans, it does not mean that it has no other uses. For example, these corn cobs can be made into feed for livestock along with the corn stalks left in the fields. Or they can be made into plant charcoal for heating in the winter after being dried. In addition, it can even be used to cultivate oyster mushrooms. Therefore, although the figure of 700 kilograms is somewhat exaggerated, it has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Even though everyone had a rough estimate of the corn yield the moment they saw the hill of golden corn, thinking it should be more than the wheat produced per acre of land, they never thought it would be so much more. Originally, in the view of Old Ford and others, even if the corn output would be higher, it should not be too outrageous. However, when the number 700 kilograms came out of Shabi's mouth, everyone felt incredible. Even Bruno himself felt a little shocked, because according to his original prediction, it would be very good if he could produce about 600 kilograms. Even if he could only produce 500 kilograms or 400 kilograms, it would be completely acceptable. After all, the per acre yield of crops is closely related to the land on which these crops are planted. And the water and soil conditions in different places will also bring different outputs of corn. Moreover, even if it can only produce 400 to 500 kilograms, it is much higher than the yield of wheat. However, the originally fertile land, coupled with the serfs' careful cultivation and timely application of fertilizers every day, resulted in a final yield of 700 kilograms. Although the reason why the figure of 700 kilograms can be reached is due to the combined effect of many factors. But even if it drops a little, it will still be more than 600 kilograms. Moreover, Even if it is promoted on a large scale in the future, the yield of corn will not necessarily decrease. Since this is the first time planting, only corn is planted in this cornfield. Later, when corn begins to be promoted on a large scale throughout the entire Adar territory, it can be planted together with soybeans. Intercropping. This is knowledge he learned in high school. So Bruno has a pretty solid memory for some things. Although the soybean yield will be reduced due to the conflict between the root systems of soybeans and corn, it will greatly increase the yield and economic value of corn. This is because soybeans, as a leguminous crop, have short plants, and the rhizobia that parasitize their roots can fix nitrogen. Corn happens to be a crop that likes nitrogen and needs fertilizer. Intercropping the two can not only effectively improve the ventilation and light conditions of corn, more rationally utilize the nutrients in the soil, but also reduce the insect-eating rate of soybeans. Of course, the surprise brought by corn is actually just one of the three surprises. While the serfs were busy harvesting corn in the fields on this side, the potatoes planted in the fields on the other side were also being dug out one by one. If the corn yield is shocking, then the potato yield is enough to make people dizzy with joy. 1 acre of land. 1,500 kilograms. This is twice the amount of corn grown and 15 times the amount of wheat grown. So much so that when the Adar officials present heard the output of sweet potatoes per acre, they had become numb. 1 acre of land can produce more than 2,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes, or even close to 3,000 kilograms. 700 kilograms of corn, 1,500 kilograms of potatoes, and more than 2,000 kilograms, or even close to 3,000 kilograms of sweet potatoes. Old Ford was supported by others almost the entire time. After all, such data is really too shocking. When calculating the sweet potato output, Old Ford even came over and calculated with Shabi. At this moment, the Adar officials, including Old Ford, finally understood why their lord the Earl had to call everyone to witness it with their own eyes. Because if such a number was not calculated with their own eyes, no one would believe it. The output of these grains is probably more than 10 times higher than that of wheat. Old Ford muttered to himself as he looked at the fields in front of him. In fact, after large-scale fertilization and pest control, the wheat output in Adar County this year can at least double. Bruno walked to Old Ford's side at some point and said softly, "Your Excellency." At this moment, Old Ford felt so excited in his heart that he almost fainted from excitement. Let's just knock on a miracle. As long as the Earl can make money, earn grain and develop the country faster than he squanders the empire, then he won't have to worry about whether the old Earl's coffin can still be held down. Shabi! Just then, Bruno suddenly shouted, "Here I come!" As soon as Bruno finished speaking, he saw Shabi running towards him with a red face. It turns out that the Earl values himself the most. Shabi vaguely remembered that when the Earl promoted him to be the poop scooper, he once told him that only by scooping up enough poop can he be successful. What you said is indeed true. Look at the current situation. The output of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn are the best in the world. As the agricultural director of Adar territory, Shabi suddenly felt that the shit he had shoveled and the tiredness he had endured before all had special meaning. Although this season's crops have been harvested, you must act immediately and prepare for a new round of planting of potatoes and sweet potatoes, Bruno said seriously. Sowing? Shabi was stunned for a moment, not quite reacting. In fact, not only him, but also the others present were stunned. My Lord Earl, are you saying that we should sow the seeds now? Bruno nodded and said, potatoes and sweet potatoes can be planted twice a year. One crop is sown in early spring and harvested in summer. After that, more can be sown in autumn and harvested in the spring of the following year. Although the output of the second season may be slightly less than that of the previous season due to weather conditions, it is still much higher than the output of other crops. After hearing Bruno's words, everyone present felt dizzy for a moment. Oh my God! The yield per moo is over 1,000 kilograms. With 2 sowing seasons each year. My Lord Earl, is this cheating? Chapter 138 Woohoo! The potatoes are ripe. Until Bruno left, everyone was still a little confused. This is simply a miracle. These 3 extremely high-yield crops seem to have appeared out of thin air. If it weren't for the Earl's keen insight and extraordinary judgment, such high-yield crops would probably still be buried among countless plants. My Lord Earl, you are truly a wise man. While everyone was immersed in the high grain output and the great achievements of the Earl, Bruno quietly picked up a dozen round potatoes and slipped away in a blink of an eye. How could listening to a bunch of natives from another world flattering you be more interesting than just having a meal? The thought of Shabby coming over with his face flushed with excitement and shouting in his high-pitched voice, "The Earl is such a wise man." Bruno felt a chill in his heart. After returning to the castle, Bruno immediately went to the Lord's kitchen with potatoes in his pocket. In his previous life, potatoes were Bruno's favorite food. Whether it's beef stew with potatoes, chicken with mushrooms and potatoes, or French fries, spicy and sour potato shreds, dry pot potato chips, or even potato chips added to grilled fish. They are all Bruno's favorites. So, the first thing to do after the potatoes are harvested is to indulge in a big meal. Before Bruno left the Lord's castle and went to the fields to harvest, he had already greeted the chefs in the Lord's castle and asked them to prepare some fresh beef in advance. Although oxen are extremely important to farmers, and people will not slaughter them easily. But, since I have brought high-yield crops such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes to Adar County, and even to this world, it should not be too much to kill a cow to reward myself. Right? That makes sense. Moreover, although oxen were not easily slaughtered, that was only compared to civilians and serfs. There are no such restrictions for the nobles, and they have always been proud of eating beef. If they hear that someone has eaten pork or something like that, they will be despised by others. This is because the nobles and knights of the Norman Empire believe that the characteristics of food and the characteristics of people are inseparable. So eating meat, especially beef, can maintain the bravery of a warrior. And medium-rare steak with blood streaks is considered to be the best food to maintain the warrior's true nature. Even in some more traditional places such as the west and south of the Norman Empire, steak with blood streaks is considered a man's specialty. Not only can it only be enjoyed by male nobles, it can even only be prepared by male chefs, and then served on the table by the knight servants. Although most of the nobles in the Norman Empire have neither bravery nor the blood of a warrior. But who doesn't have a dream of becoming a great knight, not meaning a title? As for the Adar territory where Bruno is, there are not so many details, because the only male chef in the Lord's kitchen had already been scolded for his poor cooking skills by Bruno, who had just traveled through time, and then ran away in shame. So, when Bruno just arrived outside the castle, he saw a fierce ant with big breasts and fat buttocks holding a big machete, dragging a strong bull and chopping it left and right. After a few hits, she carried the bull, which died tragically. Back, Bruno. Of course, these are all trivial matters, as long as the potato stew can be made as quickly as possible. Bruno does not have the bad habits of the nobles of this era. The fat lady in the kitchen had already mastered the cooking methods of various ingredients under Bruno's training. Therefore, although this round potato was the first time she had seen it, she was able to cook it as if it were a piece of cake. So, it didn't take long before a big bowl of delicious potato stewed beef was served on the table. Looking at the familiar dish, Bruno couldn't wait to take a big bite. The freshly picked potatoes were stewed until they were fresh, soft and glutinous, and the beef was also stewed to just the right degree, with the meat aroma overflowing, soft and tasty. But at the same time, the fresh beef also had the unique chewy texture of meat, so it tasted particularly comfortable to eat. It smells so good. However, it is a pity that the climate conditions in the Norman Empire are not suitable for growing rice. So, there is no rice. Beef stew with potatoes is served with white bread. Although it may sound a bit strange, it tastes really good. For a moment, the entire banquet hall of the Lord's castle was filled with the aroma of stewed beef with potatoes, so much so that the servants, who were serving Bruno nearby, looked at it with envy. At this time, the chefs hurriedly served many new dishes, such as French fries, dry pot potato chips, etc. After all, only children make choices. Since there are enough potatoes, Bruno naturally wants to prepare them all for him to taste. This was a feast of potatoes, including salty and crispy French fries and spicy and sour potato shreds. Bruno felt full before he had even eaten a few. Because after all, because potatoes contain a lot of starch, they can be used as a staple food in many cases. My Lord Earl, Admiral Malkaran is here. At this moment, a servant from the castle came running over, fearing to disturb the Earl's meal. After a long while, he spoke cautiously. "Let him in," said Bruno, as he tried to finish his goulash. "Yes." Then, as soon as he entered the banquet hall of the Lord Castle, Malkaran smelled a strong aroma that permeated in the air. He looked carefully and saw that the Earl was sitting alone in front of a spacious oak table. And on the table were plates of delicious food that he had never seen before. "Let's sit down and eat together." Bruno glanced at Malkarin, stuffed another large piece of beef into his mouth, and said, "No, no." Malkarin looked at the delicious dishes on the long table, waved his hand and said, "I just ate." Before he finished speaking, he heard a gurgling sound coming from Malkarin, which made Malkarin blush. But the food looked so delicious. Finally, Malkarin couldn't resist the temptation of these dishes, and sat down on the side of the long table. He picked up a pair of chopsticks rather clumsily, and then carefully picked up a piece of potato from the plate. Really fragrant. Chapter 139 Promise towards Frank. This was Malkarin's first time eating potatoes. After putting the potato cubes into his mouth, he felt that they were extremely soft and sticky. If he chewed them carefully, he could also taste the unique fragrance of potatoes. The soup mixed with beef sent over the tip of his tongue, making him feel difficult for a while. As we all know, due to the strict training of soldiers in Adar County, all of these soldiers are good for nothings. And the same is true for the Admiral of the Navy, Malkarin. So, he and Bruno finished up the meal, which was enough for 4 people. Boom! Markarn rubbed his belly, and could not help but be full. He and Sam Layton had not been there when the potatoes were harvested, so he had no idea what they were eating. But even though he didn't know what it was really delicious. "Earl Master." After eating and drinking, Malkarin finally said, "The idle naval soldiers have been on standby, and can be set off at any time." Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but nodded approvingly. 3 days ago, when Bruno finally received intelligence from North Xinjiang, where could he sleep steadily? Originally we all lived in harmony. You were responsible for fighting on the front line, and I was developing in the back. What a harmonious combination. But what is the result? No one is worrying on both sides. The Odin Empire was exhausted to fight for a strange attack. The Normandy Empire intends to take this opportunity to clean it. All in all, these emergencies have made Bruno very anxious recently, and disrupted Bruno's original plans and deployments. He had to start many plans and actions in advance, so that he could not guarantee 8 hours of adequate sleep every day. The arrival of Malkarin this time was also discussed in advance with Bruno, mainly for the French islands. The French islands, located in the waters of Merlin Gulf east of Idol, were recorded by Bruno as early as possible. However, everything has to be divided into severity, because Idol has been facing the threat of Coral Island pirates in a few days ago. It was temporarily put down by Bruno, as the war in the northern border intensified, and the Coral Island pirates were incorporated into Lord Adar's fold. Bruno naturally put the exploration of the Fran Islands on his agenda. In fact, according to Bruno's original idea, he wanted to wait until the second batch of newly recruited naval soldiers completed their training and the 2 3-masted warships Pioneer and Explorer were fully put into use before sending soldiers to the Francais Islands. However, this plan has been disturbed due to many things that happen these days. Therefore, Bruno greeted Malkarin in advance, and let the Idol's naval soldiers prepare for the French islands, and are always on standby. And for this exploration, Bruno will go there in person. After all, Cunning Rabbit 3 caves. Although Idol's leading situation at this time is good, Bruno has to find a place where he is overseas as soon as possible, and find a secret base for Idol's lead in the sea. The position of the French islands is extremely in line with this request of Bruno. After comparing the previous description of Captain Jack to compare the route map in the hands of the Coral Island pirates, Bruno was surprised to find that the location of the French islands was basically at the center of Merlin Bay. That is, the opening of the U-shaped coast, keeping the strategy of entering and leaving the Malin Bay. Therefore, for such a key location, Bruno naturally had to go there in person to feel at ease. Tell Idol's naval soldiers to start sailing tomorrow morning. At that time, this adult will go in person, and go to the French islands in person. Bruno said deeply. Ah? Are you going too? The Navy's Governor Markarn was surprised. As the highest ruling of the entire Idol leader, every move of Bruno will make these Idarians, especially Idol's officials and generals, pay special attention. However, in people's inherent impression, there are too many crises and unknowns hidden in the vast ocean. In addition, Bruno has not left any offspring. Once the news that Bruno decided to go there in person spreads, it will undoubtedly cause an uproar. Moreover, Bruno personally took a warship to the French islands, and it was undoubtedly released a signal. That was the importance of the Earl's importance to the ocean, and the concern about what happened overseas. For a while, Malkarin only felt that the burden on her body became heavier. Earl, if you must go, I hope to let the 2-3 mass warships go together to ensure your safety to the greatest extent, Malkarin said. Although Malkarin had great faith in the Earl in front of him, and was grateful for Bruno's trust in him and the idle navy, he actually didn't want Bruno to go in person. After all, if something happened, the sky of Idle would really collapse. Although Bruno had always given people a very unreliable impression a year ago, with the passage of time and the many changes that had taken place in Adar territory over the past year, at least the people of Adar had gradually changed their views on the Earl. Brand new streets, towering wonders. Although the quality of life of most civilians is still relatively low, Bruno has provided a large number of jobs for the people of Adar by building wonders, which has enabled many people to get jobs and fill their stomachs. Therefore, although many of the decrees issued and actions taken by Bruno seemed a little strange at first, as time went by, people could always see the deeper meaning behind them. So that in today's Idal lead, when Bruno launched a certain decree again, everyone's first impression on this has changed from strange to refreshing ears. Even when Bruno ordered the construction of Alexander's big lighthouse at the entrance of the Eater in the Eater River, Idle was almost uncomfortable up and down. You know, when he built the Sky Garden at the time, Sabi dragged Bruno's robe to cry poorly. The reason why these changes happened was naturally because Bruno had already reproved his ability to everyone. Is Adar's second batch of naval soldiers ready to go to sea? Bruno asked in surprise. You know, from the beginning to the present, the training time for Idal to lead the second batch of naval soldiers has not been in the case of half a month. Although we are still lacking in many training programs and practical experience, there is no problem going out to sea by boat, Malkarin assured quickly. From the perspective of Malkail, one more boat and more people. The Earl is more safer. Then let's set off early tomorrow morning. Bruno looked at him and finally made the decision. He naturally also saw that Malkarin was worried about his personal safety. But he was a super awesome magician. Almost no one knew that he had become a magician except Anil and many wizards and apprentices. After all, although the magical fluctuations that occurred in Adar City at that time were very strong, ordinary people like Malkarin could not feel it. Therefore, it can be regarded as Bruno's little trump card. At least, it can allow him to protect himself. Chapter 140 Priest. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, 2 3-masted warships flying the Adar flag finally sailed out of the Adar naval port one after another. The naval soldiers of Adar County were in high spirits, and the flags with the Stewart family emblem fluttered in the wind. Due to the excellent confidentiality of Malkarin, the Adar soldiers did not know until the ship was about to set sail that Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, would also set off with them on the warship. The naval soldiers of Adar already had a deep respect for the Earl, and the instructors of the Adar Navy often told the soldiers about the Earl's heroic deeds and touching stories. Therefore, they all put in their best efforts for fear of losing face in front of the Earl. As for this much respected Earl, almost as soon as he got on board, he hid in the cabin to catch up on his sleep. Perhaps because he was a little excited about eating potatoes yesterday, Bruno suddenly had a brain cramp and set the time for the ship to sail at 8 o'clock in the morning without thinking. But Bruno is living in the Hanging Gardens now. Even though the road from the Sky Garden to Adar Naval Port was much easier to walk on after the concrete road was built, it still took quite a while. So much so that Bruno had barely slept for a moment before he got out of bed. If it was some other errand in the territory, Bruno might just find an excuse to get away with it in order to ensure that he got enough sleep. But when it came to military affairs, Bruno did not dare to be careless at all. What you said, you have to do even if you have to cry. So Bruno had to compromise and make up for his missed sleep on the frigate. After all, sleep is the best tonic, and the body is the capital of revolution. Without me, how could the Adar territory have its current vitality? So, Bruno was sleeping at this time not because he was lazy or sleepy, but for the better development of Adar County, and for the well-being of the people of Adar. Holy City, Bethlehem. St. George's Basilica is located on the east side of the Lateran Palace, and can be regarded as the largest church on the continent. This is a rectangular building with towering spires on both sides, and the main body of the church is wrapped in a semicircular dome. There are a total of 12 statues in the corridors surrounding the church. Although they have different shapes, they are all carved from the most precious stones. with the blessing of magic. They have never been damaged in thousands of years. According to the records in the scriptures of the Holy Sea of Light, these statues represent the 12 angels under the command of the God of Light, who are in charge of everything in the world for the God of Light. There are 5 semicircular arches on the front of the church. The holy door in the middle is the largest, while the arches on both sides gradually become smaller. Each arch has a different meaning. From left to right, they are the gate of death, gate of sacraments, gate of Holy Spirit, gate of good and evil, and gate of life. The holy door in the middle will only be opened during the God's descent ceremony held every 7 years. Bishops, cardinals, and many believers will enter the holy door under the leadership of the Pope and wait for the arrival of the miracle. Today, in St. George's Cathedral, a clergy appointment ceremony is taking place. Those who have been forgotten by the gods, offer your broken souls with your hands, and use the whispers of the God of Light to touch the truth hidden behind the clouds. Inside the church, a bishop in a purple robe was reading aloud the scriptures he was holding in his hand, expressing his sincere faith in the God of Light in his words. Gracement and great love, kindness and dedication, devotion and purity. The believer of the God. Are you ready to defend your faith with your own life? I will use my life to defend my beliefs. At the bottom of the stairs, Mike, dressed in a white robe, answered firmly. According to the hierarchy of clergy in the Holy See of Light, priests wear white robes, bishops wear purple robes, and cardinals above the bishops all wear red robes. Among the cardinals wearing red robes, they are divided into deacons and bishops, corresponding to light red robes and dark red robes respectively. The so-called deacon cardinal is the bishop in charge of various regional affairs. They are usually scattered in various parts of the mainland. There are 12 cardinals at the bishop level, all of whom live in the holy city of Bethlehem. And the most honorable among them is Cardinal Camille Blanchard. Can you dedicate your life to the God of Light? Since then, you will not marry, do not have children, and use your purest and pure emotions to defend the glory of the God of Light. I am willing to dedicate my life to the God of Light, Mike said in a deep voice. I, Arkham Fairchild, Bishop of the Holy See of Light, hereby formally declare that Michael the Adar man will be officially appointed as a priest and will be awaiting deployment at the Inquisition, Arkham Fairchild said solemnly. Mike lowered his head slightly and made the sign of a cross on his chest with his right hand. Since the construction of the Colossus, these believers of the God of Light from the Adar territory have proven their devout faith to everyone. As the leader of this group of Adar people, Mike was highly praised by Cardinal Camus Blanchard. He works hard and diligently. If someone is accidentally injured, Mike will take on all the work for him. If someone covers his face and cries, Mike will carefully comfort them. In recognition of Mike's sincere faith, the cardinal even gifted Mike a house in Bethlehem. But even so, Mike still lives with these workers, without any extravagance, which also made Barry Haines bishops admire, and even ashamed of themselves. So, on this day, under the recommendation of Cardinal Camus Blanchard, Michael naturally became a priest of the Holy See of Light, and was even sent to such an extremely important department as the Inquisition. Seeing that Mike, who had always been by their side, was promoted and even rewarded with a house in Bethlehem, the other Adar believers' thugs recalled their past experiences again. At that time, in order to atone for their sins as quickly as possible, almost every gangster handed over the house they used to live in to Count Bruno of Adar free of charge. And now, Mike actually got a house in Bethlehem. What does that mean? This means that Michael has redeemed his sins and has been blessed by the God of Light. This means that what the Earl said is true. It turns out that by creating wealth through one's own labor and with one's own hands, one can really gain the recognition of the God of Light. My Lord Earl, you really have good intentions. At the same time that Mike was officially appointed as a priest, in the side hall of the Lateran Palace, the bishop who had been sent by the cardinal to Adar to award the Order of St. George had also returned. Standing in front of the cardinal, Snai Sahani was quite nervous, because everything he saw in Adar territory seemed to be very different from what these Adar people said. Chapter 141, Heaven and Earth Collapse. In fact, Snai Sahani was also extremely nervous at this time, although he had been struggling fiercely in his heart before this. His devotion to the God of Light and his awe of the cardinal overcame his fear of revealing the truth. After all, almost all the bishops of Bethlehem have a very good impression of these devout believers from the Adar territory. Even the decision to appoint Mike as a new priest and enter the Inquisition was signed personally by Cardinal Camus Blanchard. And It was also unanimously approved by the majority of bishops. Because, among the numerous workers who cry out and complain about cutting corners, the hard-working and capable Adar people are unique and stand out from the crowd. Although there were only 50 people, each of them could do the work of 2 people, which won the favor of the cardinal. And if his evaluation of the Adar people is completely opposite to that of these big guys, it is still unknown how the situation will develop. Lord Blanchard, Snaisahani said hesitantly, I will go to Adar territory, as you wish, and present the order of St. George to Count Adar. But, what's wrong? Just say it if you have something to say. Upon hearing that it was related to territory Adar, the cardinal finally raised his head and said in a deep voice, After all, it is said that the Lord of Adar is an extremely devout believer in the Holy See. Snaisahani gritted his teeth and finally said, Everything in Adar territory seems to be very different from what those Adar people described. Oh! Camus Blanchard finally sat up straight. What's going on? When I went to Adar territory to present the order of St. George, I found that Adar territory was far from being as desolate as those Adar people said. There are flat roads and a lot of arable land. And even a garden that is like a wonder, Snaisahani said bravely. Smooth roads and plenty of arable land? The cardinal paused, then asked, What's the problem with that? In Camus Blanchard's opinion, even if the Adar territory is remote and desolate, it is impossible that there is not even a piece of arable land and a road. Right? Seeing that the cardinal in front of him had obviously misunderstood his meaning, Snaisahani quickly explained, The roads in Adar territory are definitely not ordinary roads. Those flat roads are as if they were formed by nature. They even look more solid than the avenues in St. Lawrence City. The number of farmlands is far beyond the expectations of ordinary people. There are a large number of people working on the large farmlands. It doesn't look like a so-called desolate place at all. But the most important thing is that the garden in Adar territory is definitely not an ordinary aristocratic garden. Whether it is the stone materials used or the flowers and plants growing there, they are all extremely precious. In the eyes of a villain, if you want to build such a garden, the money you want to spend can even be deducted from the unusual Pistones taxes for several years. I am afraid that even those counts in the west of the empire can easily get such a large amount of money. Hearing this, Camus Blanchard finally fell into deep thought. Let Mike come to see me, he ordered his servant. After a while, the new priest Mike, wearing a brand new white robe, was brought over by his servants. Lord Blanchard. Mike saluted respectfully to Blanchard. Snaisahani, tell me, the real situation in Adar County seems to be different from what you Adar people say. Blanchard stared into Mike's eyes and said angrily, Ah? Mike was obviously stunned for a moment and looked a little at a loss. As a cardinal who is second only to the emperor, Camus Blanchard hates lies the most. So, tell me. Smooth roads, vast farmlands, and gardens that look like wonders. Are these all owned by the Adar territory? Yes, Mike said very calmly. For a moment, Snaisahani looked at the new priest in disbelief. Did he know what he was talking about? Then, Mike said, even though Adar County has all these, it is still an absolutely remote and desolate place. What is going on? The cardinal was already a little impatient. Lord Blanchard, haven't I told you all this a long time ago? Don't you know this? Mike asked back. Cardinal, the miraculous garden that Snaisahani mentioned should be the one we built, in order to improve the technical level and ability of us Adar workers, not to burden the church, and not to hinder the construction of the colossus. Lord Bruno specially spent the huge sum of money accumulated by the Stuart family over the years to build the garden. I told you all this. How do you explain the flat roads and open farmlands? Snaisahani asked quickly. Don't we need to transport stones and wood to build a garden? I'm sure you know how difficult the roads in the eastern part of the empire were in the past. How can such heavy stones be transported on ordinary dirt roads? If the roads were all dirt roads, like the ones in Stranglethorn Vale, I'm afraid the stones would not have been delivered to the construction site yet, Mike said confidently. Besides, Adar territory suffered a sudden attack from Sorin territory, and a large number of farmlands and villages were destroyed. Therefore, the land had to be reclaimed in the southwest of Adar territory, which is the area you passed by. Bishop, if you risk your life to walk to the north of Adar city, you might see countless displaced Adar people and large tracts of land destroyed by Sorin territory's bandits. Speaking of this, Mike's face was one, and he knelt on the ground all at once, crying at the bishop of the red cloth, Lord Blanchard, You can be the masters of Idol's leaders. Those believers who have sincere faith in the Holy See can now suffer from the pain of their wives and departure. Hearing this, Snisahani's face suddenly changed. Because he really had never been to the north of Idar territory. Lord Snisahani seems to have worked under Cardinal Theo Green before. At this moment, a servant beside him suddenly said. Hearing this, Mike was suddenly delighted. This was a godlike assist. Theo Green ranks second among the 12 cardinals, and has always been the third most important figure in the Holy See after the Pope and Cardinal Camille Blanchard. And Mike was recommended by the Cardinal. Although everyone is a devout believers. After the Pope's death, the candidate of the next Pope will be selected among these 12 bishop-level cardinals. Therefore, the relationship between Theo Green and Camus Blanchard is naturally not good. Although it is as close to the brothers on the bright face. The private competition is indispensable. Constructing the imperial nobles. The chaos of the Holy See. Bishop Snisahani. Who has the courage to give you? Hearing the giant bishop of Red with a trace of anger. Snisahani suddenly felt like a cracking of the sky. I am afraid that the position of my bishop cannot be kept. Chapter 142 Lurker. Sure enough, before Snisahani could even speak out to defend himself, Cardinal Camus Blanchard seized the opportunity and said, remove Snisahani's episcopal authority and hand him over to the Inquisition. After hearing the bishop of the red clothing, Snisahani's face suddenly became pale. And it really, bishop of the red cloth. Snisahani begged Blanchard by to begging. It would be fine if Mike denied the facts he said. But Mike admitted them all at once and gave a barely reasonable explanation for each point, which made it almost impossible for Snisahani to refute. Therefore, he couldn't catch these points to fight back on what he said. Even though Snisahani knew clearly that the Idar territory was not as simple as these Idar people said. But after being labeled as Theo Green, no matter what he said, it would probably be in vain, thinking that it was not only booming, but even in fact, even if a church did not have Idol, Snisahani only felt helpless, because the bishop of the red clothing would not believe in himself. Camus Blanchard waved his hand to the side, as if he was shooing away a fly, and two strong Crusader soldiers came from one side of the hall, and carried Snisahani out from the left and right. Lord Blanchard, the leader of Idol, is never as he said. At this moment, Mike still kneeling on the ground and crying. The bishop of the red got up and helped the new priest. He said, this is of course, you of you. Snisahani's false accusations against the Idar people have tarnished his own faith and betrayed the Vatican's trust in him. Now that he has been taken to the Inquisition, and you are about to become a member of the Inquisition, why not let you deal with it? The Cardinal looked into Mike's eyes and said seriously, how can this be? This is absolutely not possible. Mike's reaction was extremely intense. He even stood up without any courtesy and argued with the Cardinal. This also surprised the Cardinal. Although Snisahani's accusations against Lord Idar were completely false, everything he saw was true. So, this was all just a misunderstanding. If Snisahani has doubts about Idol's condition, he is punished by the religious trial. Then who dares to say different opinions from the Holy See since then? So, although Snisahani's actions are a bit radical, everything he does, but for the Holy See. Therefore, although Snisahani made mistakes, he also made contributions. He is wholeheartedly devoted to the Holy See. Mike said sincerely. Don't you feel wronged at all? Blanchard asked. Of course there will be grievances. But compared with the overall situation of the Holy See of Light, what does it matter? Mike said firmly. Listening to Mike's words, the Cardinal couldn't help but feel a little emotional. What talents are the most sincere believers? Mac is. Even if he was accused by others, he still had to think about the problem from the perspective of the Vatican, and plead for those who accuse and wrongly framed him. What a valuable virtue this is. You go down first. Seeing Mike's firm attitude, the Cardinal asked Mike to retreat. Originally, although Mike explained everything about the Idar territory, Blanchard always felt that it was a bit far-fetched. Could it be that in this era, there would really be nobles willing to spend all their wealth to work for the church? However, after hearing Mike's plea for Snisahani, the Cardinal suddenly had an epiphany. Yes, Count Idar has taught countless devout believers like Mike. Now that Mike can have such a consciousness, what the Earl is doing is naturally reasonable. Awarding the Order of St. George to Count Idar is the right thing to do. When Mike walked out of the Lateran Palace calmly, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Just now, it was a close call. Fortunately, The Earl realized the mistake that happened in Adar County some time ago, and told me the information about the bishop named Snesahani and many instructions in the form of a secret letter. Otherwise, maybe the Adar territory will be exposed. As for pleading for Snesahani, it was just Mike's attempt to pass on the blame. Anyway, once Snesahani was accused of being a member of Theo Green's gang, he would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. If I were to judge Snesahani, if the punishment was too light, the cardinal would certainly be dissatisfied, but if the punishment was too heavy, wouldn't it leave a stain on my pure and sincere identity as a believer? As Bruno's most capable assistant, Mike is almost walking on thin ice in the holy city of Bethlehem. He has to be cautious at all times, keeping in mind his fanatical believer and his personality of being ready to sacrifice his life for the Holy See. How could he fall into such a trap? As Mike walked towards the construction site outside the city, a lot of thoughts were in his mind. It has been such a long time since I came to the Holy City. I finally succeeded in squeezing into the Vatican and became a priest. Damn it for not getting married and having children. When I return to Adar County, I will definitely find a woman to give birth to 70 or 80 children. But there is still no progress on the task assigned by the Earl. Because in Bruno's impression, whenever there is a church in the world after traveling through time, the church is often the unquestionable villain boss. Therefore, Bruno's primary purpose in sending Mike to the church was to find out what role the church plays in this world. But, at least so far, within Mike's field of vision, except for a small number of religious fanatics, most of the rest of the church are guys who use religion as a cover to make money. It seems that the task that the Earl has given me can only be observed after I enter the Inquisition. Your Excellency the Bishop. As Mike walked, he never forgot to greet the bishops he met, and his right hand was always ready to make a cross on his chest. Almost more devout than the most devout believers. Chapter 143 The Natural Wonder of the Friend Islands. It's noon. The two three-masted warships travel together, sailing on the rough sea against the howling sea breeze. Bruno rubbed his sleepy eyes, wrapped in his noble robe, stood on the deck at the bow, and looked out at the endless ocean. Although it is still midsummer, the cool sea breeze brings a hint of coolness as we are sailing on the sea. Sleeping in the cabin was really uncomfortable. After all, the three-masted warship was not in the same weight class as the 10,000-ton ships of later generations. Therefore, although the three-masted warship looks very handsome, its streamlined lines are very beautiful, and its sailing speed is indeed not slow. But any slightly stronger wind and waves would cause the bow of the boat to lift up high, making the ride extremely bumpy, so much so that Bruno's face turned pale. Not only was he severely sleep-deprived, he also had no appetite at all. The three-masted warships are still not powerful enough. We must build some big ships in a short time, Bruno muttered in annoyance. My Lord Count, the lunch is ready today. At this moment, the familiar fat cook emerged from the cabin and shouted to Bruno. However, unlike before, Bruno now has no interest in eating. Bruno did not bring many people on this trip. Apart from the Adar Navy soldiers led by Mal Karen, there were only Lister and the fat cook. He did not even bring his personal guards, who usually followed him. The fat cook was named Louise. She was the aunt who had killed the cow with her bare hands in front of Bruno before. She was also the only one who stayed after Bruno had driven away 3 or 4 cooks in succession. Moreover, under Bruno's careful training, her cooking skills have far surpassed Bruno, who in his previous life could only cook the simplest home-cooked meals. Since the three-masted warship is made entirely of wood, open flames are prohibited on the warship unless there are special circumstances or at specific times. And Bruno himself is no exception. Therefore, all Bruno could eat were white bread and some cold vegetables and fruits. As for the air-dried pork jerky, Bruno didn't want to touch it at all. It was not only unpalatable, but also ruined his teeth. This also made Bruno only pray that the castrated piglets would grow up quickly. After the fat cook was sent away, a man named Mal Karen suddenly appeared. My Lord Earl, according to the guidance of the nautical chart we pieced together, the Friend Island should not be far away, and we will probably arrive there soon, Mal Karen reported in a deep voice. Hearing this, Bruno finally nodded. This might be the only good news Bruno had heard in these days. After all, even with a three-masted warship, life at sea is still very hard. Although under Bruno's leadership, Adar County is constantly improving. But if Bruno had not personally followed the warship this time, he would not have realized these flaws in the details. For example, canned food. as a count who loves his people like his own children. How could Bruno have the heart to let these naval soldiers go out to sea eating dry bread all day? Therefore, canned foods that can be preserved for a long time were naturally added to Bruno's little notebook. Of course, besides this, the most important thing is glass. It was not until this voyage that Bruno finally realized a very serious problem. The naval soldiers in Adar County did not even have telescopes. So, they were sailing on the sea relying only on their eyesight. Moreover, the telescope can not only be used by naval soldiers, but can also be equipped to the Adar regular army commanded by Sam Layton. It is a war artifact that can observe the enemy's movements thousands of miles away. At this moment, the Adar soldiers finally shouted from the observation tower at the top of the mast, "Land! There is land in the distance." Hearing this, Bruno quickly snatched the sea chart from Mal Karen's hand. According to the information the Adar people have now, the Farron Islands mainly include 8 islands. Among these 8 islands, the island located on the westernmost side has the largest land area, and the land area of the island becomes smaller as it moves eastward. The distribution of its islands is quite similar to that of the West Indies in Bruno's previous life, both of which gradually extend from northwest to southeast, and their area gradually decreases according to the direction and distance of the Edal ship sailing. The Adar fleet is approaching, and should be the largest island on the west side of the French islands. In fact, it was not just Bruno. The moment they heard the lookout's message, the interest of the Adar naval soldiers became noticeably high. Just as the coastline gradually showed a vague outline in front of Bruno's eyes, the Wonder construction system suddenly started up on its own at this moment. Ding! As a pleasant reminder came in the ear of Bruno, a dialog box suddenly appeared in Bruno's vision. System prompt: you have discovered a new natural wonder. Grass is a plant. At this moment, Bruno only felt that there were 10,000 grass mud horses running across his mind. Yes! Natural wonder. How could I have forgotten about this? In Bruno's previous life, his favorite thing when playing games was definitely to use Lao Chin to knock down wonders. The second favorite is the natural wonders of the world. Among these natural wonders, Bruno's favorite is the IKA underground water pit. This natural wonder that can accelerate the construction of wonders makes Bruno love it. The prototype of IKA underground pit is the IKA cenote in Yucatan, Mexico. But that's not the point. The most important thing is that it can speed up the construction of the wonder by 50%. Natural wonders plus accelerated wonder construction means double farming and double happiness. It's just, I don't know what kind of attribute bonus will it bring to Edal, or what attributes will bring to Edal or Brion. Therefore, when you see the 4 words of natural wonders, Bruno is full of expectations. The blue seawater was shot in the hull. As the islands became closer and closer, the new dialog box finally bounced out. Natural wonders, Flanders Islands. Wonder introduction, the Fren Islands, which consist of 8 islands, have extremely rich resources. As one of the natural harbors in the past, after the departure of humans, the blue carved golem has become the new owner of the island. Background of the wonder: the fallen gods fell from the void, and the scattered divine power caused disasters. The ignorant humans will eventually pay the price for their arrogance. After the huge explosion, the former continent was torn apart. After thousands of years of displacement, the influence of the gods finally stabilized, and these broken lands have re-entered the vision of humans. Note: land fragments from the lost land. As Bruno's eyes gradually scanned line after line of text, although he was very excited about the bonus brought by the Fren Islands, looking at the descriptions in Wonder Introduction and Wonder Background, his originally excited mood gradually subsided. Chapter 144: Everyone loves natural wonders. The fallen gods. A huge explosion. The description of the Fren Islands by the Wonder construction system made Bruno feel as if he had suddenly discovered something extraordinary. Some stories that should have been lost in the long river of time seemed to be suddenly salvaged and reappeared in this world, as a system without any emotions of its own. The Wonder construction system will only mechanically show Bruno the past of the Fren Islands. So, at least 10,000 years ago, gods really did exist in this world. God. Bruno fixed his eyes on the text. What are gods? God is the highest among supernatural entities. He is above the laws of nature and can directly or indirectly influence or even dominate the material world. But why did the gods fall? What kind of power could cause the gods to fall? What exactly did humans do thousands of years ago? And how did they trigger the explosion that caused the original land to be torn apart? Bruno knew nothing about the descriptions given to the construction systems of these wonders. Even at this moment, Bruno suddenly felt that the Fran Islands right before his eyes had been shrouded in a veil of mystery. In fact, to be honest, Bruno has no interest in tracing the origins of what happened in the past. But according to the description of the Fran Islands in the Wonder construction system, there is still residual divine power on the Fran Islands. However, after countless days and months, these divine powers gradually became stable. What is divine power? In Bruno's mind, the so-called divine power should be the same as the magic power that he can control, which is some kind of substance that exists in this world. But why does the Wonder construction system describe these divine powers as scattered divine powers causing disasters? Is it the divine power itself that causes disasters? Or is it that, after these divine powers have been studied and utilized to a certain extent by humans, they have brought disasters to humans? Although these questions sound very heavy, for Bruno, there is no point in worrying about them now. After all, these happened thousands of years ago. What really calmed Bruno down was the independent panel owned by the Fran Islands. Unlike man-made wonders like the Hanging Gardens and the Fortress of Namur, natural wonders like the Francia Archipelago that originally existed in this world can be said to be full of style. In the homepage interface of the Wonder construction system, the Fran Islands have their own information panel located in the lower right corner of the interface, and the activity level of divine power is an important set of data recorded in it. According to the estimation of the Wonder construction system, the divine power remaining on the Fran Islands can almost be said to be extremely small, and the livability level of the Fran Islands is now as high as 3 stars, which is safe and livable. Although Bruno didn't know how the habitability displayed by the system was calculated, it at least showed that the Fran Islands were not dangerous today. Moreover, the wonder bonus that the natural wonder of the Fran Islands can bring to the Adar territory is so attractive that Bruno can't even refuse it. The first is the reward in terms of brilliant points. Unlike the one-time reward Bruno gets for building wonders, the glory points given by the Fran Islands are sustainable. Although the reward of 10 brilliant points each month is not much, it lasts for a long time. This means that as long as Adar controls the Fran Islands, Adar will receive glory points equivalent to building a wonder every year. And it doesn't require any manpower or material resources. It's simply free. Sure enough, getting something for free makes people happy. At the same time, in addition to this, the discovery of the Fran Islands also brought new features to Bruno's Wonder construction system. That is, the world map can be unlocked through brilliant points. The detailed maps of the Norman Empire and its surrounding countries have been entered into the Wonder construction system at this moment, which means that the maps that Bruno can unlock by spending brilliant points are those unexplored oceans and remote places with few people. As a kind-hearted nobleman with a sense of morality and justice, how could the pure and lovely Bruno watch his soldiers risk their lives to explore overseas routes? So, with only 20 brilliant points, the overseas map can be placed on Bruno's desk. Moreover, Bruno placed the focus of Adar's next expansion on the vast ocean. Therefore, being able to exchange sea charts with glory points can almost be called a stroke of genius, and will be of great benefit to the future development of Adar territory. Of course, in addition to the 2 wonders brought by the Fran Islands, an inconspicuous pop-up window also caught Bruno's attention. Progress of discovering natural wonders in Adar territory. 1/2. What does 1/2 mean? This means that these 2 natural wonders can be found within the territory of Adar alone. In addition to the Fran Islands that appeared before his eyes, there was actually another one. This almost made Bruno jump with excitement. Wonders make a country prosperous. Moreover, when Bruno saw this pop-up window, the location of another natural wonder was almost within reach. Almi's Mountains. After all, the entire Adar territory is only this large an area, except for the rarely visited deep Almi's Mountains on the west side of Adar territory. There is almost no place that Bruno has not been to. So, it turns out that I have been living next to a natural wonder without knowing it. Bruno made up his mind almost on the spot that after returning to Adar territory, he would arrange for the standing army to carry out a massive mountain search, and he would definitely find the wonder hidden in the Almi's Mountains. Tell the soldiers to be fully armed and ready to fight at any time, Bruno said in a deep voice as he looked at the Fran Islands, which were getting closer and closer to him. After all, although the Fran Islands have been certified as safe and livable by the Wonder construction system, but who knows what the so-called new owner of the Fran Islands, the blue-carved golem, is? To Bruno, the name sounded very familiar. However, The Friend Islands are, after all, fragments of land from the Lost Land. No human has ever set foot on this island for tens of thousands of years. So, no one knows what unimaginable things may exist on it. Therefore, Bruno must be extremely alert to prevent himself from accidentally overturning the car. Yes. Although he didn't know why the Earl suddenly became so serious, Malkarin still looked stern and quickly replied. Chapter 145 Papa Smith. Don't run. As the three-masted warship finally dropped anchor near the coast, an advance team consisting of dozens of Adar's elite soldiers took the lead in rowing towards the Friend Islands on wooden boats. Bruno was standing at the bow, looking at the nearby Francia Islands from afar, his heart filled with curiosity. If there were no prompts from the Wonder construction system, Bruno would probably really think that this was just an island in the ocean. After all, just looking at the appearance of the island, Bruno really couldn't tell that this so-called land fragment from the Lost Land was any different from other islands and land. As the soldiers of the advance team finally landed on the coast of the Friend Islands and waved the light blue flag to the three-masted warship, the hearts of the people on the warship were finally slightly calmed down. The light blue flag represents safety. However, when Bruno, accompanied by Malkarin, personally set foot on the land of the Friend Islands, he suddenly froze in place. Because, at the moment when he finally set foot on the Friend Islands, the magic contained in the air seemed to suddenly become sparse. Ordinary people like Malkarin cannot feel such changes. But for Bruno, a master of magic, it is particularly obvious. Just like the suppression of the lower ones by the upper ones in the food chain, the magic power floating in the air is something the Friend Islands avoid like a tiger. This seems to be because the thin divine power that still remains on the Friend Islands seems to have a natural suppressive effect on the magic in the air. Because, when Bruno felt the magic power gradually becoming thinner, he also felt another kind of power contained in the air. It is a kind of power that is far more difficult to control than magic. Although it is very thin, even much less than magic, it seems to have the power to destroy the world. Is this divine power? My Lord Earl, what's wrong with you? Malkarin waved his hand cautiously beside Bruno and asked softly. In Malkarin's impression, ever since the Earl saw the Friend Islands, he seemed to have become extremely cautious. Nothing, Bruno said perfunctorily. Tell all soldiers to be on high alert. Although there seems to be no human habitation on this archipelago, there may be other creatures. Of course, Bruno couldn't openly tell people about the existence of the blue-carved golem, so he could only remind them in this way. Clear. The golden sand beach feels soft to step on. Even though there is cool sea water lapping against the shore, it still brings a strong sense of warmth under the scorching sun. Perhaps due to the influence of ocean currents and the specific heat capacity of seawater, the temperature here is much higher than that on the ocean. However, Bruno was not in the mood to appreciate the beauty created by nature. After all, there was no trace of the blue-carved golem on the island, and Bruno felt that there seemed to be something in the forest not far from the sea, spying on him with its eyes. Are they those blue-carved golems? Bruno frowned and stared silently at the vast forest not far from the coast. After the number of Adar naval soldiers who landed reached more than 200, Bruno finally headed into the forest accompanied by these fully armed Adar soldiers. Perhaps because of its isolation from the outside world for many years, the trees in the forest grow exceptionally lush, with green vines climbing up along the branches little by little, and unknown wild flowers are much more colorful than those in ordinary places. The branches of the trees are intertwined with each other, and the dark green leaves are connected together, like emerald green clouds, covering the blue sky tightly without leaving a trace of gaps. So even though it was still daytime, the light was a little dim when walking among the woods. Along the way, there were so many towering ancient trees that they were overwhelming. Most of the trunks of these trees were so thick that they required several people to hug them to measure them. Looking at these towering trees, Malkarin's eyes couldn't help but warm up. If these trees were placed in the Norman Empire, they would all be top-quality woods. If it is used to build ships. Thinking of this, Malkarin couldn't help but become excited. The Friend Islands are truly a treasure trove bestowed by nature. Time passed by minute, and Bruno and his companions were searching aimlessly in the forest. The soldiers of Adar might just be curious about this unknown land, but Bruno's eyes kept scanning everything around him, looking for the trace of the blue-carved golem mentioned in the introduction to Wonders. Could it be that those blue-carved golems don't live on this island? After all, the description given by the Wonder construction system only claimed that the blue golems became the new masters of the Friend Islands after humans left. but did not tell Bruno the specific locations of those blue golems. However, the island beneath his feet is the largest island in the Flanders archipelago. If the blue card golem can't even occupy this island, how can it be called the master? Come quickly. Something's happening. Just as Bruno began to doubt whether the blue card golem actually existed on this island, the shouts of Adar soldiers suddenly came from the front of the team. Bruno took 2 steps forward. And then, he saw an extremely familiar figure. It was a huge monster nearly 8 meters tall. Its entire body covered by rocks that looked extremely hard. And at the joints between these rocks, there was a faint light blue. But the most important thing is, although it looks very tall and ferocious, but its appearance is extremely annoying. Or in other words, whoever encounters it will have the urge to beat it to death with one punch. That's right. That's it. The blue card golem. Before Bruno gave the order, the Adar soldiers present drew their newly equipped machetes from their waists. These sharp machetes are all made of high-quality steel forged by the Adar Steel Factory, and are much sharper than the daggers previously equipped by the soldiers. And the moment the soldiers discovered the blue card golem, it obviously also discovered these uninvited guests. I saw it howling towards the sky and letting out a hoarse roar. The light blue light around it turned into a dark blue flame and burned fiercely. Then, in the shocked eyes of the soldiers, it suddenly stuck its head into the ground and crawled abruptly on the ground, exposing its hard rock SHL. This series of processes was completed almost in an instant. The originally aggressive blue card golem instantly transformed itself into a huge turtle SHL covering dozens of square meters. Is this turtle SHL technique? All the Adar soldiers present were stunned. They all looked at each other. What was going on? The soldiers, who had originally thought they were going to face a fierce battle, were at a loss for a moment when faced with this huge guy hiding behind the rocks. A brave soldier tried to chop the rock hard with the machete in his hand, but except for causing numbness in the palm of his right hand, it did not cause any damage to the blue card golem. How to fight this? Bruno was also a little confused by the magical operation of the blue card golem, but he quickly came to his senses and shouted to the soldiers, "Grenadiers, use magic crystal bombs." Upon hearing the Earl's order, the Adar soldiers present immediately organized themselves in an orderly manner. The soldiers holding swords gradually retreated, while those Adar soldiers responsible for throwing magic crystal stone bombs took to the front row at this moment. As 2 magic crystal bombs exploded beside the blue card golem, the rock covering its back was finally blown open, revealing the magic crystal hidden under the rock that was shining with a light blue light. That's right. It's the magic crystal. Due to the strong impact of the explosion, the blue card golem seemed to have been greatly impacted. It finally stood up from the ground again. And then, it roared to the sky again. And just when the soldiers thought it was going to fight them to the death, the blue card golem turned around at the speed of light and ran away. Oh my god. Papa Smurf actually ran away on his own. Chapter 146, The Smurf of Papa Smurf. Bruno was almost stunned by Papa Smurf's running away. No way. No way. Could this thing be the current owner of the Faron Islands? Can you be braver? Can you be a little stronger? I'm so angry. When will Papa Smurf be able to stand up? Bruno felt heartbroken as he watched that big guy fleeing towards the depths of the forest. As the master of the Faron Islands, couldn't he have a little backbone? This is simply a disgrace to the French Islands. So Bruno said in a deep voice, "Chase! Kill him! After all, that idiot runs really fast. If we don't chase him, he might disappear in a flash. As for ambushes or traps, haha, that's impossible." Because, at the same time when Bruno saw this blue card golem, records about the blue card golem had already appeared in the system interface. Species name, blue card golem magical creature. Species origin, the blue card golem, which was bred in the magic crystal vein, is a huge but extremely timid magical creature. Due to the long-term influence of divine power, the blue card golem has an extremely simple self-awareness, which allows it to respond to changes in the outside world. No wonder the blue light of the blue card magic Arthrin is scattered with blue light, and the traces of the magic spar are hidden under the hard rock of the body. It turns out that this thing was born in the magic crystal mine. For a moment, Bruno became very interested in this Smurf, who was running away for his life. Could the magic crystal veins plus the influence of divine power actually create a magical creature like the blue card golem? In this case, will the magic spar veins owned by the French Islands also have unexpected changes? looking at the back of the blue carved golem going away. Bruno's eyes began to glow green. This thing is such a treasure. Then, a rather funny chase began in this lush forest. The front was the Blue Father, who had a huge body but a rat. But behind it, he followed it was the fierce Adar soldier. These Adar soldiers waved their machetes one by one and vowed to arrest Dad Lon. Dad, the huge body, did not know how many towering trees and the tangled vine trees when they fled. Like a huge open road machine. This also brought great convenience to the pursuit of Adar soldiers. After all, with the blue carved golem leading the way in front, it saved them a lot of trouble. At least, they no longer had to worry about those tangled vines and thorns. Therefore, the distance between them and the blue carved golem became closer and closer. Finally, when the Daedal soldiers who screamed were about to catch up with the blue carved statue, the trees around him suddenly became thinner, as everything in front of me became clear. Here is an extremely broad forest open space. On one side is a vast forest, and the other side is the ridge that gradually begins to rise upwards. A large amount of stones and cracking ground stone walls were piled up on the ground. The countless magic spines were scattered, and the crystal clear dark blue light was flashed. A number of caves can be seen on the mountain ridge not far away. In those deep caves, bursts of light golden light can be heard from time to time. Bruno looked at the ruins and broken magic crystals around him. This place should be a long-abandoned magic crystal mine, even though it has been uninhabited for many years. Perhaps because the remaining trace of divine power on the Friend Islands has slowed down the erosion of time. Although thousands of years have passed, there are still some traces of human beings here. But the most important thing is, looking at it, in this open space, there are countless blue carved statues. The intrusion of Adar soldiers broke the peace here. The blue carved golems, each 7 or 8 meters tall, looked at these sudden uninvited guests with their confused eyes. Then, they all repeated the actions of the blue carved golem. First, the sky was screamed, and then the light blue flames were burned around the body, and finally the aggressive reducing it into a king. So, after a moment, the empty ground in the forest was full of blue carved statues on the ground. Bruno cried and laughed at the group of guys in front of him. So, is the owner of these so-called French islands just like this? If this is true, then the Adar people will not encounter any resistance in their exploration of the Friend Islands. For a while, Bruno felt that these blue carved maggots became cute. The Adalians' clearance work on this forestry ground officially started the next morning and ended in the morning the next morning. The soldiers moved a large number of magic spar bomb from the ammunition store of the 3-mass battlecraft, and the blue carved statue under the rock SHL where the turtle was shrinking into the run into a heavy blow. Since the purpose of this voyage was not to fight, the magic crystal bombs installed on the warships were almost all used up by the Adar soldiers. Moreover, since these blue golems had no idea what resistance was, Adar soldiers even placed magic crystal bombs next to these blue golems and then slowly detonated them. The explosion effect of the magic crystal bomb is obvious. After leaving dozens of blue carved magic statues of broken body, the remaining blue carved magic statues are scattered around the forest. Bruno did not stop. After all, there are too many blue carved magic statues, and they can't blow up at all with the existing magic spar bomb of the Adar. Besides, these magical creatures, which looked extremely ferocious but were actually harmless to humans and animals, pose no threat to the Adar people. The air in the forest is messy, and the hard rocks that were originally covered with blue carved maggots were bombed everywhere. And when these blue carved golems lying on the ground lost the protection of the hard rock on their bodies, the crystal clear magic crystals finally appeared in front of the Adar people at this moment. These magic crystals that make up the body of the blue carved golem are similar to the magic crystals Bruno has seen before, but they always give people a different feeling. And the magic spar, which is located in the heart of the blue carved statue, even flashed a light golden light from time to time. Could it be these magic spar located on the French islands really happened under the transformation of divine power? Bruno thinks more. The more likely, after all, under the influence of divine power, the magic crystal veins can actually breed intelligence and even give birth to cowards, like the blue carved golem. Then it is not surprising that the magic crystal veins also underwent some changes under the influence of divine power. Bruno bent down and added a few shields to himself first. Then he tentatively picked up the magic crystal that was originally located at the heart of the blue carved golem. In an instant, the light golden light became stronger, so that Bruno felt some strange fluctuations different from the magic from this magic crystal. Chapter 147. As we all know, magic spar is just a special crystal that can store magic. So, after all, it is actually just a container. Before Idal's lead, although the magic spines were precious and the price was high, it was only for those high-quality magic spines. Noble wizards would embed it on their staffs in order to release magic faster and thus reduce their casting time. Or he could inject the magic power in the air into the magic crystal stone in advance, so that he could condense the magic power in the air at a faster speed in areas where magic power was scarce. However, under the guidance of Bruno, the Mage Adar led the new usage of magic spines. That is, the relatively poor quality magic crystals are made into a new type of weapon called magic crystal bombs, in order to cause greater damage on the battlefield. Since the magic power stored in these low-quality magic crystals is extremely limited, their prices are usually not unsatisfactory. However, as consumables such as magic spines bomb, using high-quality magic spines is undoubtedly a waste. Therefore, those low-quality magic crystals are more favored by the Adar people. At this very moment, this magic spar that was pinched by Bruno could not simply describe the quality of quality, because it seems to be beyond the category of magic spines. It has become a brand new creation. Holding it in the palm, Bruno can feel that a strange fluctuation is coming from this magic spar. This fluctuation, it seems to come from the weak spirit that still exists on the French islands. It was completely different from any magic in this world. A completely new power that Bruno had never experienced before. That is to say, under the transformation of the remaining divine power on the French islands, the internal structure of these magic crystals has undergone earth-shaking changes. Due to the influence of divine power on the French islands, the magic power here is extremely thin. If it is not directly contacted, Bruno could not notice the special feature of this magic spar at all. However, when Bruno holds this kind of magic crystal on his palm, Bruno can clearly perceive, under the traction of the light golden light, the magic power in the air is gradually gathering towards this special magic crystal stone, so that it is not just a container. Instead, it has become a being that can spontaneously absorb magical power from the air. That's right. This magic crystal stone, after being transformed by divine power, can spontaneously absorb magic power from the air. You know, before that, artworks such as suspension arrays and heating method are operated under the support of the magic array. But, although the magic circle can provide a stable source of magic power for the operation of the circle, it also has a fatal flaw. That is, it must be regularly charged by the mage to provide a stable flow of magic output for other structures of the magic circle. And this is also the most important reason for the master apprentices led by Idal to check regularly every week. If the number of magic arrays in Adar's territory was not large, it would be fine. However, as the distribution range of the magic array gradually expanded within the territory of Adar, the number of magic arrays gradually increased. This will gradually lead to the Adar territory needing more and more mages to charge the magic arrays distributed everywhere. The special function of this special magic crystal stone to absorb free magic power in the air will free the mages of Adar territory from countless running around. However, if this special magic crystal stone is added to the magic circle of Adar territory now, it will cause huge changes in the structure of many magic circles. But it solved the last piece of the puzzle that had been plaguing the development of the magic circle. It even caused the technology tree of Adar territory to suddenly jump up a lot. But the biggest problem now is how many of these special magic crystals there are? Is it only possible to obtain it by hunting the blue card golem? If this is the case, then the source and quantity of these special magic crystals will undoubtedly become a new obstacle to the development of the magic circle. Seeing that the Earl was staring at the magic crystal in his hand and daydreaming, Malkaran finally couldn't help asking, "My Lord Earl, what's wrong with this magic crystal? Is there anything different about it?" Although Malkaran, the Admiral of the Adar Navy, is just an ordinary person, he often deals with magic crystal bombs due to their gradual popularity in the Adar army. The Adar Navy he leads is currently the biggest consumer of magic crystals. Therefore, the unique light golden light emanating from this magic crystal stone undoubtedly attracted the attention of Malkaran. It seems that it can no longer be simply called a magic crystal. Bruno paused, and then said something that shocked Malkaran. "I prefer to call this new crystal source stone. It will reshape the future of Adar territory. It will become the source of Adar territory's magic power." "Originium?" Hearing this, Malkaran was puzzled. Its existence can provide a new source of magic power for the magic circle of Adar territory, Bruno explained. Although Malkaran did not understand the magic circle, he knew what it meant to the Adar territory. So he gradually became excited. Order the soldiers to collect all the magic crystals scattered on the ground, especially to separate those origin stones that are shining with pale golden light. Yes, Malkaran agreed happily. The task of collecting magic crystals and cleaning the battlefield was left to the soldiers, while Bruno himself, together with Malkaran, led the rest of the soldiers towards the mines on the mountain ridge. After all, although the soldiers did not notice it, Bruno's vision and various sensory organs were greatly enhanced after becoming a magic master. Therefore, the pale golden light that was reflected from time to time in the cave naturally attracted Bruno's attention. There is no need for torches when walking in the caves, because these mines located on the ridges are not dim. Instead, they are particularly dazzling due to the light blue light of the magic crystal itself, and the light golden light radiating from the depths of the mines. Bruno was not wrong in his previous guess. This was indeed a former magic crystal mine. In some places, you can even see traces of human excavation and eroded stone steps. And these human traces have been preserved almost intact due to the existence of divine power. So, did humans in this world already start mining magic crystals tens of thousands of years ago? Chapter 148 Past and Rebirth. At this moment, Bruno suddenly realized a very serious problem. That was thousands of years ago. But, to know, the Norman Empire only has a history of a few hundred years. And even the history recorded in the general history of the empire is only about 1,000 years. The history before that can be said to be a blank. However, according to the construction system of the wonders, and the traces left by humans on the Farron Islands, 10,000 years ago, humans in this world had already begun to explore the magic crystal mines, and had established a human civilization that was in no way inferior to the current Norman Empire. This means that there is a historical gap of several thousand years between the establishment of the Norman Empire and the human civilization 10,000 years ago. At least, this piece of history has been deliberately buried by certain people or things. When this bold idea popped up in Bruno's mind, he felt cold all over. Because this is different from the previous life when anthropologists could sit at their desks or in laboratories and calmly study the reasons for the extinction of dinosaurs hundreds of millions of years ago. In this world, at the time of the huge explosion mentioned in the Wonder construction system that caused the entire continent to be torn apart, human society had already formed a highly developed civilization. However, to this day, Bruno has not heard any records or even a single word about that civilization. This is totally against common sense. Because, although tens of thousands of years is a long time, it is absolutely impossible for human beings to experience the process from extinction to rebirth in tens of thousands of years. This means that there must be some connection between today's human civilization and the disappeared civilization. Even, the people living on this continent today are very likely the descendants of the survivors of the explosion that occurred 10,000 years ago. And this idea became stronger and stronger in Bruno's mind as time went by. My Lord Earl. At this moment, Malkaran's slightly anxious shout finally brought Bruno back to reality. What's wrong? My Lord Earl. Please go and take a look. There is something going on ahead. Malkaran said in a rather inappropriate manner. Looking at Malkaran's expression, Bruno gradually felt a strong sense of curiosity and vigilance. After all, he had not encountered many things that could make Adar's Navy Admiral Malkaran lose his composure. This was probably a very deep mine, extending all the way downwards, with broken soil and rocks scattered on the bumpy stone steps. Bruno followed behind Malkaran and slowly walked deeper into the mine. Unlike the magic crystal mines exposed on the surface in Adar territory, the magic crystal veins in the Farron Islands are buried deep beneath the surface, so that all Bruno saw along the way were some broken magic crystals and a small amount of scattered source stones. And he never saw any magic crystal veins. The further down we went, the colder it became. At the same time, the concentration of divine power and magic power in the air gradually became thicker. Moreover, as the road continued to extend, Bruno would be able to see more originium. On the ground, there is probably only one source stone among dozens of magic crystals. However, as Bruno went deeper and deeper into the ground, I am afraid that the ratio of originium to magic crystal has basically become equal. When Bruno finally came to a wide open space underground under the guidance of Malkaran, he finally saw a whole vein of minerals in front of him, shining with light blue and dark gold light. It is actually very difficult to determine whether this vein is an originium vein or a magic crystal vein, because originium was originally formed by magic crystal under the influence of divine power. So, at the surface of this vein, since they can directly come into contact with the divine power contained in the air, most of them show a soft light of light golden. Bruno took the tool from the Adar soldier and laboriously removed a piece of originium on the surface of the vein. Then the light blue magic crystal hidden behind this layer of originium was revealed. Only, I don't know how long it will take to go from magic crystal to source stone. If the time unit needs to be measured in months or even years, then Bruno's previous joy was just a false alarm. My lord! Over here! On the side! Malkaran shouted loudly. Bruno frowned, as he saw that Malkaran had walked into a cave on the other side of the mine. So he followed the sound. But, the moment Bruno stepped into the cave, his eyes suddenly widened, because he saw a blue carved golem that is being nurtured in the magic crystal mine. This cave is connected to an underground river. The gurgling water hits the rock wall, making this cave appear particularly humid compared to the outside. The mineral vein that extends into this cave has gradually revealed the shape of a blue carved golem. So, is this the place where those blue carved golems were born? Bruno could imagine. In this cave, the fusion of divine power and magic gave birth to new life. Under the scouring of the underground river, with rock walls and mineral veins as carriers, one after another blue carved golems opened their eyes. In this cave, the divine power and magic power in the air seemed to have condensed into thin threads that seemed to be visible and invisible. They connected the source stone and the magic crystal stone, creating new miracles. Swish! Bruno pulled out the military knife hanging between Malkaran's waist without warning, and then cut it towards the air. Those filaments condensed by divine power, under the effect of the sharp blade of Adar's saber, and the burning magic circle attached to the blade. They broke into pieces one after another. For a time, the outline of the blue carved golem that was gradually emerging disappeared in an instant, and the mineral veins in this cave became no different from the mineral veins outside. Confidential. Bruno put Malkaran's saber back into its scabbard and spoke. After all, it is really too sensational to breathe life in a mineral vein like this. Besides, Bruno still hasn't figured out what kind of existence divine power is, so keeping it secret is undoubtedly the best choice at this stage. As you command? My lord. Malkaran's face turned serious, and he quickly replied. Chapter 149 Forever French Island. Bruno and Adar's naval soldiers stayed in the French Islands for more than a month. During this period, the Adar people traveled to almost every island in the French Islands and penetrated into every corner of these islands. Due to the Wonder bonus brought by the Farron Islands, the Wonder construction system unlocks new map functions. Every piece of woodland on the island was marked in detail by the system, which made Bruno once again amazed by this amazing system. Although in the dark, Bruno could always hear some voices complaining that his Wonder construction system was not powerful enough. But at least, Bruno himself was very satisfied. Be content with what you have. It's better to have a cheat code than to have no cheat code at all. Therefore, the Adar people's exploration of the French Islands can almost be described as very smooth. This is because the topography, rivers and forests of each island have already been marked on the map of the Wonder construction system. What the soldiers of Adar County have to do is to find the mineral resources, forest vegetation, and the fleeing blue carved golems that have not been marked on the map. After these days of exploration of the French Islands, Bruno has been able to confirm that the magic crystal veins and the blue carved golems only exist on the largest island where they first landed. Since this largest island is located on the westernmost side of the Francia archipelago, Bruno, who was unable to come up with a name, used his little brain to come up with a very resounding name for it: French Island. The westernmost island of the French archipelago is called the French Island. No problem. That makes sense. Moreover, under the control of the well-trained Adar soldiers, Bruno could shout out responsibly. No one can break through the Isle de France. As the largest island in the French Islands, the French Islands possess the only magic crystal and source stone vein in the French Islands. According to Bruno's estimation, the total reserves of magic crystals on the French island should not be inferior to the magic crystal vein near the Almes Mountains. Speaking of Yuan Sher, after a month of this, under the guidance of the great Earl Idal Bruno Focus, the Adar people finally figured out the time and steps required to transform magic crystals into originium. Step 1. Dig out magic crystals from the magic crystal veins. Step 2. Divide these magic spines dug out of the magic crystal veins into small pieces of fists. Step 3. Arrange these divided magic crystals neatly on the ground of the Frant Islands to receive the harassment of divine power. Step 4. After 3 days, under the repeated attacks of divine power, the internal structure of these magic crystals will be destroyed by divine power, and then rearranged to form new crystals. This is what Bruno calls the Source Stone. However, because the magic power on the French Islands is extremely thin, only after taking these Source Stones away from the French Islands can Bruno know the true data of the degree of magic power absorption in the air by these Source Stones. But what surprised Bruno was that although the divine power on the Frant Islands had a natural aversion to magic, however, these magic crystals that have been conditioned by divine power can absorb the free magic power in the air. However, these changes are obviously not within the scope of what Bruno needs to consider in the short term. Moreover, due to the existence of the blue carb golem and the originium veins, after careful consideration, Bruno decided to build France Island into the first largest naval base outside the mainland of Idar. After all, as a former natural harbor, Ile-de-France has a unique deepwater port that is extremely suitable for ships to dock. In addition, the Frant Islands are basically located on the central axis of the Merlin Gulf. Therefore, it can also be regarded as a transit station connecting the Odin Empire and the King of Basel, and it is also a must-pass place in and out of the Merlin Gulf. Therefore, the French island will also become the only one of the 8 islands of the French Islands, and it is the only place in the scope of Idal's leadership that is completely controlled by the Idal army. This is not only due to the importance of Yuan-Shermine veins and the special location of the French Islands, but also to protect and explore human relics of human beings left over 10,000 years ago on the island, as mentioned in the Wonder construction system, as an important port thousands of years ago. In addition to the traces of man-made mines, there are still many other human relics left on this island. The ancient streets near the coast, the dilapidated old castles, and even the broken stone walls that are still standing. These things that should have been lost in the long river of time have been preserved due to the existence of divine power. Therefore, these human sites of thousands of years ago were of great significance for Bruno to explore the completely blank history. Of course, apart from the largest Ile-de-France, the other 7 islands also have their own advantages. After all, the natural wonders are here. According to the description in the system map, the Frant Islands located in the Merlin Gulf can be said to be located near a warm current. This indirectly leads to the fact that the climate of the Francais Islands is warm and humid all year round, which is somewhat similar to the subtropical climate of the previous life and is similar to the climatic conditions in the southeast of Basel. This also means that tropical cash crops such as sugarcane can be grown on the land of the French Islands. Sugar making, paper making and wine making. If Bruno decides to grow sugarcane on the Franco Islands, what a perfect circular chain it will form. But, in Bruno's opinion, how could such a good place as the French Islands be used simply to grow sugarcane? This is not because it is not good for planting sugarcane, but because of raw materials such as cane. It can be acquired in the Basel Kingdom at a very low price. The so-called transportation cost is actually the least thing to worry about. After all, in this era, serfs have always been the cheapest labor force. If Bruno is a bit more heartbreaking, as long as these serfs who can be picked up, they cannot be starved to death, and they do not even need to pay them. Of course, as an outstanding young man full of justice, such a lack of virtue, Bruno will definitely not do it. At least, he will not make such a request to the serfs of Idal. Besides, one is very important. If the French islands are also used to plant sugar cane, then the types of products led by Idal will be too single, which is not conducive to the full development of Idal's leading industries and the adjustment of Idal's income structure. Once someone gets in the way or the sales of a certain product are blocked, the gold coin income of Idar County will become extremely tight. So Bruno turned his attention to other things. After all, the Frant Islands are not suitable for growing crops such as potatoes and corn. Therefore, it can be said that it is the only place in Idar territory where tropical cash crops can be grown on a large scale. Therefore, he naturally intends to plan. At this time, coffee and tobacco naturally appeared in Bruno's mind. Chapter 150 Colorful Sunshine. The tobacco industry has always been regarded as a highly profitable industry. A pack of cigarettes that sells for dozens of yuan may actually cost only a few yuan. Of course, it is also a highly taxed industry. In the previous life, The taxes paid by the tobacco industry alone in 1 year were enough to equal the flower-growing country's entire year's military expenditure. This is more than the total amount of taxes paid by those major internet giants combined. You thought you were smoking? No. In fact, you are paying taxes to the country. The consumption tax for Class A cigarettes alone is as high as 56% plus 0.003 yuan per cigarette. Moreover, this does not include value-added tax, corporate income tax, and other various taxes and fees. But, no matter what, all the profits from the tobacco industry will be stuffed into the treasury of Idar County. Therefore, for Bruno, there is actually no difference between huge profits and huge taxes. To be honest, some things are more profitable than tobacco. But, as an outstanding aristocrat of the new era who possesses a sense of morality and justice, a benevolent heart and various noble qualities, Bruno will never touch anything that challenges the moral bottom line. After all, although people often say that smoking is harmful to health, and many cigarette boxes in the past life were printed with pictures of some patient's lungs that turned black and oily due to smoking. But that's on the earth. In this era when the per capita age is only 30 or 40. I am afraid that before the smoker's lungs suffer too much damage and start to go on strike, their owners have already died for various reasons. Frequent conflicts and wars, unexpected natural disasters, and the extremely harsh living environment of civilians in this era are far more harmful to them than tobacco. Moreover, the huge profits that tobacco can bring makes Bruno difficult to refuse. Of course, although the profit of tobacco is huge, in the planning of Bruno, the cultivation of tobacco is only limited to the French islands. After all, under the situation where the situation of the war is still unclear, food is all fundamental. There are many ways to make money, and it is only one of them. Moreover, by growing tobacco and making cigarettes, Idar territory can provide more jobs and employment opportunities for civilians, which is also of great significance for stabilizing the social order in Idar territory. After all, those northern Jiangsu citizens who have poured from the Solin River port to Idal can increase the number of people owned by Idal. But if they are not well managed, they will also induce many unstable factors. With the French islands, all these problems are solved. Just send the extra excessives to the French islands to grow tobacco. In this way, it not only reduces the pressure on Idal's native local, but also speeds up the development progress of the French islands. Although Bruno decided to carry out military management on France and not allowed unrelated personnel to land on the island, it was a great number to develop another 7 islands. Furthermore, these refugees who came from the northern border must have suffered countless hardships and tribulations along the way. Although it is a very difficult thing to plant tobacco, it is nothing compared to those they experience. Because for them, there is a meal that the aristocracy is appreciated, which is already a great grace. To know, Bruno is the only empire nobleman who retains them. Although such measures certainly do not talk about these outsourcing people to be grateful to Dade, they will definitely let the helplessness and panic in their hearts calm down, and do things for Idal to do things well. As for the coffee mentioned earlier, although the profit alone is definitely not as good as tobacco, it can also enrich the merchandise of Idar territory. As for not enough profits, can you use the price to make up for it? Because coffee, like sugar, the consumer group will be the nobles of the mainland countries. After all, like those bitter civilians, they have not paused after eating, and even their stomachs are not full. Where can I buy drinks and drinks? In this era, the drinks that the nobles drink can be said to be poor. Most nobles drink milk, goat milk, and low-level beer wines. But this is not because they like it, but because they only have these choices. And coffee, you know, in the previous life, when coffee was introduced to Europe in the name of hot wine through Venetian merchants and the Dutch, who held maritime hegemony, this black drink with a rich taste and charming aroma was sought after by the aristocracy. And the value of coffee also rose, so much so that it was given the name black gold. Sea salt called white gold, known as red gold coral, coupled with the coffee called black gold. Bruno tried to collect 7 colors of gold this morning. To collect 7 colors, etc. Bruno suddenly realized that the mage apprentices, who are weak, can be made every morning to make colorful sun broadcast gymnastics every morning. If he were on the Faroe Islands, Bruno could exercise all the time. But the space on the ship was too small to run. However, in order to keep yourself a sense of substitution for this body, the necessary exercise must be indispensable. Therefore, Bruno naturally remembered the colorful sunlight of the famous primary and secondary school students in the last life. This was an essential skill for primary and secondary school students to keep fit in the previous life. Perfect. It was under the impetus of this sudden idea that Bruno personally practiced the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics every day during the journey from the Fran Islands back to Adar territory, so as to remember as many details of the movements as possible. After all, you can only teach the group of students who can learn mathematics after returning to Idal. When I thought of the group of students in Idal, I was still studying hard and immersed in the wonderful world of mathematics. And Bruno raised a hint of praise from his heart. Good performance must be rewarded. When I get back, I must reward them with a midterm exam. In this way, the apprentice mages will be able to know the results of their learning during this period. Presumably, they should be very happy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Bruno sat in a chair, shouting the beat and arranging the body movements of the idle sailors. Sure enough, exercising the body is indeed a test of people's will, and even his throat feels a bit thirsty. Chapter 151. In and Out. Viscount Conti has been in Adar County for a full week. In fact, according to Viscount Conti's original idea, he just came to talk to Bruno about life and ideals. As a long-standing friend of the Stewart family, the Conti family, whose fiefdom is located in the Moore River Valley west of Stranglethorn Vale, can be regarded as the Stewart family's closest political ally. As early as Bruno's great-great-great-grandfather, the relationship between the two noble lords had been quite good. In addition, there were no territorial disputes or economic disputes, so the Viscounts of Kant and Counts of Adar often visited each other, and if they encountered any major events, they would sometimes help each other. And now the Farwood Confide, Empress Confeld, is nearly 60. It is the friend of Bruno's father's father. Even when Bruno was still in the middle, he hugged Bruno himself. After Bruno's father died, it was thanks to the help of Viscount Conti that the then very young Bruno was able to defend the land of Adar in the Golan Heights. You know, at that time, the Adar territory was able to block the attack from the Sorin territory with the full support of Viscount Conti. Therefore, although Bruno was a count, he always respected the old Viscount, even before he traveled through time. The lawless prodigal son of his original self was never ostentatious in front of this old Viscount, and never showed off with the style of an earl. It's just this time, when Viscount Conti arrived in Adar, he found out that Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, had actually gone out to sea a few days ago. So, he silently put away the idea of selling his daughter to Bruno, because, in the minds of the nobles of this era, only the poorest, most difficult, and lowest class civilians would risk their lives to make a living in the ocean. After all, the howling winds and raging waves in the ocean can easily overturn a fishing boat and bury the people on board at the bottom of the sea. In Viscount Conti's opinion, it would be fine if he lost a little, as long as he didn't lose his title. But something like going out to sea, that would be a life-threatening situation. If Bruno really developed the bad habit of going out to sea for adventure, his daughter would probably become a widow within a few days of her marriage. However, although the idea of selling his daughter was rejected by Viscount Conti himself before it was even mentioned, in addition to chatting about life with Bruno, Viscount Conti also came here for this important matter. That's the population. Although Bruno had specifically bypassed the Moore River Valley, the territory of Viscount Conti, when conducting public opinion propaganda earlier. However, as Stranglethorn Vale is the second largest customs under the Adar Immigration Administration, most of the poor people from the south and west of the empire enter Adar through Stranglethorn Vale. The Moore River Valley is the only way to reach the Stranglethorn Vale. Therefore, when the civilians living in the Moore River Valley saw those people heading to Adar territory with their families, they naturally couldn't help but go up and ask a few questions. No matter what era it is, people have a herd mentality. Although these people who have traveled thousands of miles to Adar territory have not yet arrived, they are naturally willing to let more people go with them, because in this way, they will feel more confident. So, 3 people make a tiger. Although the Adar people initially announced that they would only provide fields for farming, with the constant exaggeration and artistic processing of the civilians who moved to Adar, the benefits provided by Adar were magnified dozens of times, and gradually it was described as a paradise on earth. How could this not excite the people living in Connie territory? After all, they were only one Stranglethorn Vale away from Adar territory, and it would only take 2 days to go back and forth. If it was true, then that would be great, but if it was false, then they could just go back to Connie territory. Therefore, as time went on, more and more civilians living in Connie territory began to migrate to Adar territory. Although the conditions offered by the Adar people were far from as favorable as described by others, they were still much better than those offered by most noble territories. At least, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can always fill your stomach in Adar County, and even get better living conditions. So, one day several months later, Viscount Condi was surprised to find that the number of free people in his territory had decreased by more than 1/3. After living for so many years, this was simply unheard of for Viscount Condi. Therefore, after much investigation, Viscount Condi finally figured out the source of all this. It turned out to be the young Earl next door, who always made him worry. What a sin! Could it be that the Earl's ability to squander money has advanced a step further? From only squandering his own noble lords, to even squandering the noble lords next door? So, promoting his unmarried daughter, no. Promoting his beautiful daughter was actually just a side job. The ultimate goal of Viscount Condi was to hope that Bruno would drive back all the civilians who had moved from the territory of Conti. Due to the geographical location of Conti, those expensive people from the northern Xinjiang had been accepted by Bruno as long as they entered the Confel. Therefore, unlike those northern lords who were troubled by refugees, Viscount Conti was now troubled by the loss of population in his territory. So, he finally made up his mind and wanted to come to Adar territory to ask for an explanation. But Bruno was not in the territory. In fact, he didn't ask for anything else, just to drive back the civilians who originally lived in Connie territory. Today, the Confeds can be said to be only out, and Idal's collar can be said to be only available. And Jew Confucius hopes that at least the population situation of Connie is maintained in the appearance and exit, supplementing the lost population back. Otherwise, I am afraid that the taxes of Conti will be a lot less. As a result, Fa of Fa Tet led him for the time being. As for Old Ford, the former chief steward of Lord Adar, he naturally made all the arrangements for Viscount Condi. After all, Viscount Condi had lived in Adar more than once or twice, and he even had guest rooms reserved in advance in the newly built Sky Garden. When Viscount Condi was pulled in front of the Sky Gardens by the Adar people's carriage, the old man, who was over 50 years old, was stunned. Is this an air garden built by Bruno? Chapter 152 Mosquito Quill. When they saw Viscount Condi's shocked face, the servants of the Sky Garden spontaneously followed closely behind the Viscount, not leaving his side for a moment. They were afraid that the old churra that widened his eyes would faint when he didn't pay attention. After all, almost every first-time visitor will be shocked by the towering wonders of Adar territory and marvel at the magnificent scenery of the Hanging Gardens. This also gave every Adar person present a strong sense of pride. Although the construction of a large number of wonders caused the heavy gold coins in the Adar treasury to be spent like water, it created a large number of jobs, allowing many Adar people who had no stable source of income to find a job and put some spare money in their pockets. Although the money you get may not be much, and the lives of civilians are relatively tight, most of the time, they can make them fill their stomachs and put on clothes. And this is already much better than the life of most civilians in the Norman Empire. The improvement of living conditions and the abundance of living materials have made even the most ordinary civilians in Adar County walk with more energy. When was this built? Looking at the Sky Garden in front of him, Viscount Condi asked with a trembling voice. You know, only 1 or 2 years passed from his last visit to Idal. Although it sounds short for a year or two, from the perspective of Fae of Confucius, it is not enough to build such wonders of such a scale, since the territory of Conti and the territory of Adar are so close to each other. The conditions and financial status of the territories of both sides are roughly the same. But, looking at the building in front of him, which was called the Sky Garden by the Adar people, Viscount Condi suddenly felt confused. How could the Idal caller build such a building in just such a short time? Even if the Adar lords had the income from the salt industry, they would probably not be able to do so. Fei Fun, who is also a border aristocracy with Bruno, clearly knows what kind of heritage of building such a large building is needed. It is precisely because of this that he feels more surprised. However, since Bruno was not in Adar County at the time, Viscount Conti could only keep all these questions to himself for the time being. However, although Bruno is not in Adar for the time being, Viscount Conti has been living an exceptionally comfortable life these days. The Hanging Gardens, leaning against the Almes Mountains, are not only close to the stream, but also have lush green shade and gentle mountain breezes. It can be said to be a rare summer resort. In addition, when Bruno was building this building, he considered livability as an important aspect of building a sky garden. Therefore, White Barrel, who was in charge of supervising the construction, put in a lot of effort in both living conditions and architectural structure. Naturally, it is much better than ordinary castles that are cold in winter and hot in summer, except for the times when a violent and dull roar seemed to be heard from the depths of the Almes Mountains. The rest of the time was exceptionally comfortable, so much so that during these days, Viscount Conti seemed reluctant to leave and was extremely envious of Bruno's living environment. He was even about to forget about asking Bruno for people. Of course, what shocked Viscount Conti was not only the beauty of the Hanging Gardens, but also the attention paid to details by the Adar people. Although it was midsummer and the Hanging Gardens were located between mountains and forests, Viscount Conti had never been bitten by mosquitoes during the days he lived there. This is very rare. Perhaps it was because Viscount Conti was attracted to mosquitoes. Even in his own castle, he would often be bitten by mosquitoes and feel itchy all over in the summer. After some inquiries, Viscount Conti finally figured out the reason for all this. Mosquito coil. This is a brand new creation invented by Count Bruno of Adar himself. This was actually the first time that Viscount Conti had heard of mosquito coils. It was said that Bruno had invented this thing a few days ago. After it was lit, it had a very obvious effect of repelling mosquitoes. This also allowed Viscount Conti to understand why there were often many burning ring-shaped objects in the corridor outside the room. Speaking of mosquito coils, Bruno, as a nobleman, would naturally not treat himself badly. Therefore, before the midsummer, Bruno had already ordered his servants to pick some pyrethrum to make mosquito coils. That's right, pyrethrum, which is used as a natural insecticide by the Adar people, can not only prevent and control pests in the fields, but the processed pyrethrum powder can also be used to make natural mosquito coils. Moreover, the mosquito coils made of pyrethrum emit gases that are almost harmless to the human body when burned, which is far better than the chemical insecticide mosquito coils of the previous life. The production of mosquito coils is actually very simple, as long as the operation is proper. Even the dumbest civilian can make mosquito coils that are ugly in appearance but effective. Pyrethrum powder is the most important raw material for making mosquito coils. In addition, a small amount of elm root powder, clean water, and some other raw materials are also needed. Although there are many variations in the ratio of raw materials needed to make mosquito coils, as long as the mosquito coils are pressed into the appropriate length, or a long solid shape, they are considered to be successfully made. A treasure like mosquito coils, would your Lord Earl sell it? I am willing to pay a high price in exchange for it. Looking at the burning mosquito coils, Viscount Conti asked with some envy. You know, what Viscount Conti hates most is the mosquitoes that bite people everywhere in the midsummer. Such a treasure? The servant who answered the question was obviously stunned for a moment, and then quickly replied, reporting to the Viscount. There is a store in the southern city of Adar that specializes in selling mosquito coils. Although these mosquito coils are still in the research and development stage, there are already several types of mosquito coils available for merchants and civilians in Adar to choose from. Viscount Conti keenly grasped the words in the servant's words. Sell to civilians? Yes. The servant nodded. For a moment, Viscount Conti felt a little speechless. This kind of thing that I had never even seen before was actually commonplace to the civilians in Adar territory. This made Viscount Conti feel a little unbelievable. In other parts of the empire, it is extremely difficult for civilians to even fill their stomachs. But in Adar County, civilians actually have spare money to buy mosquito coils? Chapter 153 The Fragrant Viscount. I am afraid, even the common people living in the wealthy areas of the western part of the empire don't have such living conditions. Lord Bruno is really something. He doesn't even share such a good thing with me. I will pay for it myself. By the way, at what price are these mosquito coils sold to civilians? Viscount Conti asked curiously. You can buy 3 mosquito coils for just 1 copper coin. The servant answered truthfully. 3 mosquito coils for only 1 copper coin? Viscount Conti was startled. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt relieved. After all, mosquito coils, like this are affordable even for ordinary people. For the civilians in Adar County, a piece of mosquito coil can be cut into 3 pieces and used for 3 days. If the family is a little more frugal, it can even last for 4 or 5 days, or even a week. In this way, the monthly expenditure on mosquito coils is only 3 or 4 copper coins. Workers like those who worked in the Adar steel factory and built the wonders could earn more than 50 copper coins a month. And even the least was 30 or 40 copper coins. If there are 2 or more working adults in a family, it is completely affordable to buy some mosquito coils to burn. After all, although the living environment in this era is not very good, the cost of living is extremely low, and the biggest expense on a daily basis is always spent on food. Besides, isn't it only needed for 2 or 3 months in the summer and a year? When it comes to mosquito coils, Bruno's main strategy is small profits, but quick turnover. You know, the total cost of 10 mosquito coils is probably just 1 copper coin. Therefore, instead of setting a high price and selling it to the nobles, it is better to improve the lives of the common people in Adar through low prices and obtain more profits through large-scale shipments. In this way, not only did the copper coins in the hands of the common people flow back into Bruno's pocket, but it also highlighted the noble character of Bruno as Count Adar. "I want to take some with me when I go back," Viscount Conti muttered. "You can, but..." Hearing this, the servant who served Viscount Conti hurriedly promoted the product. "How can mosquito coils alone reflect your noble temperament as a noble? Lord Bruno has developed a brand new product called floral water specifically for nobles." "Flower? What do water?" Forte Confusi hesitated. "What kind of fresh thing is this?" "This floral water, like mosquito coils, has the effect of repelling mosquitoes and preventing bites. But the difference is that floral water can be sprayed on your body. And most importantly, this toilet water also has a minty fragrance, which is 100 times better than mosquito coils." Upon hearing this, Count Conti's eyes widened. "I haven't visited for just 1 or 2 years, but there are so many magical things in the neighboring Adar territory. With this floral water, I'm afraid it will not only prevent mosquito bites, but maybe it will also be able to suppress the stench in my territory. You know, the dumping of the stool to the streets is almost except for the city of Edal, and the common customs of each city of the Norman Empire, and even the mainland countries. Moreover, the more densely populated a city is, the stronger the smell of feces in the air. Even the civilians of the imperial capital of St. Louis are no exception." When Viscount Conti thought about riding in his own carriage with a fragrant smell and passing through the filthy streets with his head held high, he felt very happy, and even a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Lord Bruno is so considerate. In fact, the real reason is that, in Bruno's view, although mosquito coils adopt the strategy of small profits but quick turnover, the money of the nobles must also be earned, because after all, the nobles are the richest group of people in the world. Moreover, how can low-end products like mosquito coils reflect the dignity and uniqueness of aristocratic gentlemen? Therefore, toilet water naturally became Bruno's only choice to reap the nobles' wealth. After all, the leeks of the Norman Empire. That's wrong. The nobles of the Norman Empire are like those fresh leeks, one crop after another, and you can never finish harvesting them all. Besides, the cost of toilet water is indeed slightly higher than that of mosquito coils, so it cannot be considered as price gouging and disrupting the market. If a stingy noble thinks the price is not right, then he or she can simply not buy it. Maybe, if you rub it on other noble lords or ladies who have used the floral water, it will have the same effect." As he spoke, a servant beside him took out a bottle of toilet water from somewhere and handed it respectfully to Viscount Conti. "Wow! Looks really good." Viscount Conti took the bottle carefully and looked at the liquid in the bottle carefully. The small amount of liquid in the bottle is crystal clear and looks like light green jade, which is particularly eye-catching. In fact, similar to mosquito coils, the preparation process of toilet water is not that complicated. The production method of the floral water produced in Adar territory is extremely simple, and the main raw materials used are mint and alcohol. First, wash and dry the fresh mint leaves, then place them in a sealed bottle, and then add high concentration alcohol to the bottle. After waiting for a week, take out the mint leaves and add a large amount of water to dilute the liquid in the bottle. What remains is the so-called floral water. Although the production method sounds a bit crude, it is very effective in use, and is not much worse than the common 6 god in the previous life. With the help of his servants, Viscount Conti carefully unscrewed the bottle cap. Although a large amount of water had been added to dilute it, a fresh mint scent still wafted to his face. "This is such a great thing," Viscount Conti exclaimed. "Of course. This was invented by the Earl," the servant agreed. "Besides, the price of this toilet water is not expensive at all. You can buy a bottle of this size for just 1 gold coin. Although the price of a gold coin is close to the total annual income of a civilian. But for the nobles, the price of 1 gold coin is completely acceptable. What does this little money mean to the dignity of aristocrats?" Almost on the spot, Viscount Conti generously ordered 10 bottles of toilet water. "I darling made a net profit of almost 9 gold and 15 shillings. What is the concept? Even in Adar County where civilians' income has increased significantly, a civilian's annual income is less than 2 gold coins. This is simply perfect." As the first person to try it out, the excited Viscount Conti immediately ordered the servants to prepare a bathtub. He wanted to take a bath, change clothes, and spray himself with some floral water to make himself smell fragrant. Viscount Conti gained the respect of a noble, and Lord Adar also gained a decent profit. This is a win-win situation. While Viscount Conti was washing himself and waiting for Bruno's arrival, the 3-masted warship Pioneer finally arrived at the military port of Adar County. Those Navy soldiers who had been doing the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics for several days under Bruno's watch were finally freed. Chapter 154. The days of sailing on the sea are actually not comfortable. Therefore, when Bruno finally stepped on land again, he felt particularly comfortable. Goodbye. Dry bread. Goodbye. Rocking cabin. Goodbye. Lovely blue glyph golem. Although 2 ships went to the Faroe Islands together, when they returned, only the Pioneer was left. Mal Karen led the naval soldiers on the 3-masted warship Explorer to stay on the Faroe Islands temporarily, responsible for collecting as much source stone as possible and exploring the island. After all, since the Faroe Islands, a land outside the Empire's territory, has been occupied by the Adar people, it is natural to station troops there. Although according to the laws of the Norman Empire, all newly developed lands of the nobility should belong to the imperial family. But in Bruno's opinion, the paper you haven't signed is shit in the toilet. In the feudal era of the previous life, people often said that imperial power did not extend to the countryside. In this world, the royal decree may only be unobstructed only among St. Louis and a few near jurisdictions. If the emperor of the empire had not always held the military power tightly, the Alexander family of the Norman royal family would have become fish on the chopping board long ago. Therefore, selectively implementing some imperial laws in Adar is already giving face to the royal family. Moreover, among the current noble lords of the Norman Empire, I am afraid that none of them would implement the laws of the empire intactly in their own territories. Bruno would never give up a precious place like the Franco-Saxon Islands. The reason why the Flanders Islands have never been discovered is actually due to a certain amount of luck. Since the navigation technology of this era was generally backward, most ships on the sea sailed along the offshore coastline, and few ships would risk their lives to sail into the deep sea. Perhaps only the Adar people, relying on their 3-masted warships, can travel freely in the deep sea. Therefore, the Faroe Islands located in the deep sea have never been discovered, making this extremely important sea stronghold an uninhabited pure land, and allowing the abandoned ruins on the island to retain their original appearance. Bruno retained the living habits from his previous life. After returning from a long trip, he would reward himself with a delicious meal no matter what. The hanging gardens were a bit far away, so Bruno first settled down in the Lord's Castle in Adar. While enjoying the delicious food prepared by the fat cook, he listened to Lister, Old Ford and others describing the many things that had happened in Adar territory in the past few days, which was quite enjoyable. Looking at the Earl, who was eating with great relish, Old Ford felt deeply moved. Even though everything in Adar County has undergone tremendous changes under Bruno's leadership. But, however, the Earl still chose to take the risk and personally go sailing with the Navy soldiers. Isn't this the chivalrous spirit of selfless dedication that is admired by countless nobles? Although they have not yet been widely popularized. Potatoes, corn and sweet potatoes have been served on the tables of many officials in Adar, from daily diet to everything around them. In just 1 year, Bruno has brought too many changes to Adar. My Lord Earl, I hope you will be careful, Old Ford said meaningfully. This time, almost all Adar officials were present from the heart to the Old Ford's words, from the heart. Because everyone present was clear that if Bruno was unexpected, Then Idal was really messy. Alright. Alright. Bruno waved his hands and said, I'm back safely. Right? But by the way, during the time I was away, was there anything new in Adar County? Also, is there any new progress in the war in the northern border of the Empire? In reply to the Earl's words, Krell, the head of the Adar Intelligence Agency, bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, According to the intelligence we received a few days ago, the war situation in the northern border is extremely tense. After the Odins almost swept through many noble territories in the northern border, their offensive has obviously slowed down, and those Imperial soldiers loyal to the royal family have also begun to march north. Humph! You have a very good plan. You aren't afraid of ruining it by accident. Bruno's words revealed a lot of resentment. Claire and many other officials could only stand aside in silence, not daring to continue the conversation. After all, no matter how outrageous what they did, they were still the royal family. Although noble lords like Bruno had the right to complain, it would be an act of usurpation if people like them also complained about the actions of the royal family. The food the cook makes is getting better and better. The golden fried French fries look quite pleasing to the eye. They are stacked one by one and placed in a basket specially made of wicker twigs. From a distance, it looks a bit crispy. Then, Bruno finally couldn't resist the temptation of French fries. He reached out and grabbed a few and put them in his mouth. Then he wiped his greasy fingers with a handkerchief. The yellow fries are particularly delicious to chew. Take a bite. A layer of oil appeared on the crispy skin, revealing the extra soft and glutinous potatoes inside. Not only smells fragrant, it also tastes the sweetness of potatoes. Idle officials, including List, don't do it. Ahem. List coughed twice and swallowed his saliva before continuing with what Claire said. The war in the northern border provided Adar with a large number of displaced adults, which also brought the total population of Adar to nearly 40,000, which is 4 times more than a year ago. Knowing it, there is nothing new. Like this, the adults can guess it if they are closed. In addition, Viscount Conti came to Adar County a few days ago, and is now living in the Sky Garden at the foot of Mount Almes. Lister added quickly. Viscount Conti? Bruno looked puzzled. After a moment of recollection, he suddenly remembered the elderly Viscount who lived west of Adar. And, in the original body's memory, it seemed that he had special respect for this elderly Viscount. Why did Empress Conti suddenly come? Bruno puzzled. It seems, it is related to the population that has flowed into Adar territory in recent days, Lister said somewhat embarrassedly. After all, as the director of the Adar Immigration Administration, Lister is responsible for managing those immigrants. Population? Didn't the spies we sent out deceive people in Conti territory? I heard it from Adar's spies. Those who go to Adar from the west all have to pass through Viscount Conti's Moor River Valley, so that the civilians of Conti have also heard about Adar's policies. Lister said helplessly. How many are here? According to statistics from the Adar Immigration Administration, more than 1/3 of the civilians in Conti territory have moved to Adar territory in the past 6 months. After the wheat harvest in the fall, it is estimated that this number will increase significantly, Lister said truthfully. Hearing this, Bruno felt speechless. No wonder the FA of FA2 is coming to find himself. But 1/3 of the civilian population. Nearly 1/3 of the tax income. Thinking of this, Bruno felt it was a pity. After all, Viscount Conti had been on good terms with the Stuart family for generations, and was a firm political ally of the Lord Adar. Moreover, they have provided great convenience to Lord Adar in many matters. And we cannot just keep doing this perfunctorily. Otherwise, if we give Lord Conti a good beating like we did Lord Sauron, there wouldn't be any such problems. Look at it now. More than half of the civilian population of Sorin territory has poured into Adar territory. Doesn't Earl Sorin dare not even make a move? List, please ask Viscount Conti to see me. Bruno pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, As you command, my lord. After taking a bath, changing clothes, and then spraying himself with floral water, Viscount Conti, who had already washed himself to make him smell fragrant in advance, finally received news from the Lord's castle and got on a carriage to the city of Adar. Along the way, Viscount Conti felt particularly refreshed, and the unique fragrance of mint made him particularly energetic. This floral water, what a good stuff. I don't know if such a good thing can be sold for only 1 gold coin. I don't know if the Adar people can get back their investment. Seeing the city of Adar in the distance, Viscount Conti became more and more excited. He imagined himself walking through the filthy streets with a fragrant scent, while the poorly dressed civilians around him stared with wide eyes, admiring his noble demeanor with envy. I will definitely be the brightest person in Idar city today. While Viscount Conti was fantasizing happily, the carriage finally entered the city of Idar slowly. Viscount Conti, immersed in his own world, shrugged his nose. It seemed that he did not smell the familiar smell of feces. Could it be that the effect of this floral water is so powerful? I smell it. I'll smell it again. Like, there is really no smell at all. Viscount Conti finally opened his eyes, which had been closed tightly. And then, he saw a wide and spotless street. What about feces? What about those dirty serfs? People on the spacious streets come and go. There are ruddy serfs, rushing civilians, and caravans rushing to carry the carriage with carriages. Although these people are tall and short, there are farmers and businessmen. But without exception, although they did not look very wealthy, they were exceptionally clean. And even the air did not have any unpleasant yet familiar smells. Where is this? Anton asked suddenly. Master Viscount. This is Idar. Liszt replied with a smile. Earls Confell looked blankly at everything in the city. The house on the roadside was just built, although basically it looked like a look. It had a neat beauty, as the forefront of Yidal city ushered in. If you just look at the newly renovated Nanchung district of Yidal city, I am afraid that the scale is definitely not under the large cities, with a huge population in the west of the empire. Most of the newly opened shops are booming, and the FA of Confucius even saw the shops that sold mosquito coils mentioned in the servants a few days ago. Why did Yidal change in such a short time in the past? Von Empress Confucius only felt puzzled at this time. It's like everyone used to live in a house with a leaky roof. But when you wake up, your neighbor has moved into a 1,000 square meter villa, while your own house is almost dirty. Your Excellency, in the Lord's castle, the FA of Confucius, who was in nobility robe, performed a standard aristocratic etiquette towards Bruno. Viscount Conti can be considered an extremely traditional imperial nobleman. His every move is in line with the aristocratic standards. His already gray curly hair is neatly combed on top of his head, and he wears an elegant pendant that is extremely popular among the nobles on his chest, which shows the aristocratic decency to the fullest. Although Beau Confucius is already an old man over half a year old. After all, the throne of the Earl of Bruno is placed here after all, so such etiquette cannot be exempted. Hello, Viscount Conti, Bruno said with a smile, smelling the scent of floral water on Viscount Conti's body. Hurry up and sit down. While speaking, Bruno motioned to sit down and brought a bottle of whiskey. This is because some agrees may be drunk by Von Confelln first to say it. Although everyone is a good buddy, it is absolutely impossible to want Bruno to give him back. After all, how could a guy who had already reached his pockets took it out at will? Earl. The Empress Confucius took a moment, and still bluntly stated, in these days, a large number of civilians, who originally lived in Confit came to Yidal. Come! First taste Yidal's whiskey. This is the specialty of Yidal. Bruno answered. This is wine. Although Viscount Conti had been in Idar for quite some time, he had never seen strong liquor like whiskey. After all, the FA of Fay Confucius could not stay with him here. That's right. This is a precious wine from Yidal. It is an excellent highly high wine, said Bruno. So, in the shocking eyes of Bruno, Fay of the FA even gave him a sip. After a while, Earls Confell licked his lips, and said a little back, this wine, it's really fierce. Oh shit. I really didn't expect that the old and strong Viscount Conti would be so strong. If you change to others, I am afraid that a glass of wine will become a little dizzy. Soon, a whole bottle of whiskey entered the belly of Fun Toot. But, the old female leg still looked sober. Therefore, Bruno had to give up his evil idea of getting Viscount Conti drunk first. This, when it comes to population. Bruno paused, then explained, you also know that Idar has a vast territory and rich resources. The gap between the rich and the poor has led to polarization of the population. The uneven distribution of jobs has caused an uneven distribution of the population. The influx of refugees has had a certain impact on social order. The increase in civilian income has made them tend to have better material living conditions. Bruno Balabera said a lot, but Leon Confucius didn't understand much, so he had to look at Bruno with a smile. Earl, I really speak. So, Bruno concluded, it is estimated that there is no way to send these people who have poured into Idar territory back to Conti territory. What? Upon hearing this, Viscount Conti almost jumped up from his seat. However, the money lost due to the large-scale exodus of civilians can be compensated to you through other methods. And even, it may allow Lord Conti to collect a large amount of additional taxes. Bruno said. Chapter 155 More Manor. Population. Can't come back. When I heard the first half of the sentence, Eric Confuctor felt a feeling of pain, but felt like a sigh of relief on his chest. A little painful. That's 1/3 of Conti. It's just like that. Gone in an instant. But, when Boat Confucius heard Bruno claiming that the taxes of these losses could be made back in other ways, and his whole person instantly became energetic. The population is secondary. And those dirty people will leave when they leave. As long as their taxes are still there. As long as those gold coins that are golden and heavy are still there. Everything will be discussed. Moreover, there is no benefit of population reduction. For example, the sanitary environment in Moor City, the location of the Lord's Castle in Conti territory, is obviously much better than before. Although it is still far from being as clean and tidy as the city of Adar. The stinking smell has been greatly reduced. Prior to this, the torrent of Fong Confit had no disgust about the smell in the territory. After all, everyone's territory was like this. However, after living in Adar for a week, Viscount Conti actually began to dislike his own city of Moor. Then, they Confucius enlightened. It turns out that a clean and orderly urban environment is such a prestigious thing. This is the decentness of the real noble. However, Viscount Conti really couldn't understand why his territory was cleaner the fewer people there were, while Adar's territory was cleaner the more people there were. Could it be that the Adar people store their feces in their homes and don't spill them on the streets? Viscount Conti shook his head helplessly. He really couldn't figure it out. My Lord Earl, I wonder how we can get back the lost money, Viscount Conti asked doubtfully. Although I don't want to do this. But the population who came to Idal could not find any way, said deeply. As for the population loss, the biggest loss suffered by Conti territory is the rent paid by the civilians for farming the land, and the firewood tax paid by the civilians for heating in winter, as well as the mill usage fee, forest tax, and a small amount of commercial tax. These taxes account for a small proportion, but are numerous. That being the case, it is better to do a business with his adults, Bruno said with a sharp way. Ah? Do business? Although the nobles in this era did not exclude merchants. But, if you want to lean down to do business in person, there are also some inconsistent identities. Most of them come to face by the housekeeper or confidant. What do you think of this bottle of liquor called whiskey, Lord Viscount? Bruno asked, pointing to the empty bottle. Viscount Conti licked his lips, savored it secretly, and then praised this strong liquor. I just felt it was particularly spicy when I first took a sip. But if you taste it carefully, it has a flavor different from beer and wine. Although everyone has different preferences. Yes, I personally have a special liking for this kind of strong liquor from Adar territory. The business I'm talking about is this liquor. Bruno nodded and spoke. Strong liquor? Could it be that the Earl wants to use strong liquor to exchange for civilians to compensate for the tax losses of the county of Conti? Viscount Conti asked thoughtfully. Actually, in Viscount Conti's opinion, this is not a bad idea. After all, although Bruno had begun selling spirits in Adar, and had tried to use them to open up the market in the kingdom of Basel, the spirits had not been sold to the west or north of Adar. Therefore, Viscount Conti naturally found this kind of liquor very new and fresh. Even if you don't drink it yourself, you should be able to make a lot of money by reselling these liquors. No. Bruno opened a new bottle of whiskey, and poured it for the two of them himself. I plan to cooperate with you to brew strong liquor together. Before Viscount Conti could come to his senses, Bruno suddenly changed the subject and said, wine together. Viscount Conti was stunned for a moment and murmured, that's right. When Bruno heard that Viscount Conti was coming, he naturally set his sights on Viscount Conti. Although the Moor River Valley where Conti is located in the inland, and does not have the high income brought by the salt industry. It also has its own unique source of wealth. And that is grapes. The suitable climatic conditions and geographical environment make the grapes grown in the Moor River Valley particularly sweet and full-bodied. Even within the Norman Empire, it is considered to be one of the most famous. Although the profits from growing grapes are not as lucrative as those from drying salt, it can still bring Viscount Conti more than 1,000 gold coins every year. Using high-quality grapes to brew brandy, with a mellow taste and unique flavor naturally became one of Bruno's choices for brewing spirits. After all, although the Adar territory can use grain to brew spirits such as whiskey, but that still requires the consumption of grain. It would be fine if it were normal times. But the Norman Empire is currently at war. Food is an extremely valuable strategic resource. Therefore, Bruno certainly could not use too much of the food reserves to brew liquor. But the profits brought by the liquor also made Bruno extremely envious. Therefore, brewing fruit wine such as brandy naturally became Bruno's only choice to expand his profits. You mean, such a sweet and strong liquor can actually be made from grapes? Of course. Besides, I call the strong liquor made from grapes brandy. Bruno nodded. Brandy? Viscount Conti pondered for a moment. Then couldn't help but praise, what a good name. This name sounds particularly refreshing and noble. So, Your Excellency the Viscount agrees? Bruno asked. If we can use the finest grapes produced in the Moor River Valley to make brandy, then there is no reason not to agree. But I don't know how to divide the specific operation and the final profits. As for the profits, we'll split it 20% to 80%. 80% for me and 20% for you. What do you think? Viscount Conti? Bruno said calmly. What? Viscount Conti almost jumped up from his seat. My Lord Earl, this ratio is a bit too exaggerated, isn't it? Of course Bruno knew that this ratio was a bit exaggerated. But isn't negotiation all about asking for a high price and paying a low price? But, Lord Viscount, you have to know that the technology for brewing strong liquor is only possessed by the Adar territory. This means that there will be almost no competitors for brandy brewed in the future. Besides, it's just rogue to only talk about profit sharing without talking about investment. All you have to be responsible for is growing grapes from the land. As for the brewing of brandy, the subsequent sales and packaging, all these investments need to be borne by a darling. But friendship is friendship. Business is business. After a lot of haggling, Bruno and Viscount Conti finally agreed on the profit-sharing ratio and many other matters regarding this cooperation. Chapter 156. After some haggling, both parties made some concessions, and the final profit-sharing ratio was set at 4-6. The Adar territory takes the lion's share, receiving 60% of the profits, while the Conti territory receives 40%. However, this is a conditional 40% to 60% split. If the annual income obtained by Conti County through this cooperation is less than 1,500 gold coins, then when dividing the income, Bruno must first make up for Conti County's profit of 1,500 gold coins. After all, Lord Conti must at least make up for the tax losses caused by population loss. To be honest, Bruno agreed to this condition without even thinking about it, because the market for strong liquor is there, and there is also sales data of whiskey and vodka as a reference. The profit obtained will be an extremely considerable figure. In exchange, Contelling needs to hand over all the production and sales of the low-alcohol wine he is currently engaged in to Moor Wine Industry. Moor Wines. This is the name of the interest group jointly established by the territory of Adar and the territory of Conti, which is responsible for the production and sale of wine. Contelling is mainly responsible for providing high-quality grapes for winemaking, as well as planting grapes and managing the estate. The Adar region is responsible for brewing these high-quality grapes into crystal-clear wines and providing brand-new packaging for those low-alcohol wines. Clothes make the man. Saddles make the horse. Through exquisite packaging and sales strategies, even the most ordinary products can be sold at a high price. Bruno firmly believed this. After all, in the previous life, a box of ordinary mooncakes could be sold at a sky-high price with exquisite packaging, let alone wine that was widely accepted and sought after by the nobles. According to the agreement between Bruno and Viscount Conti, Viscount Conti will build a super-large wine estate on the most fertile and most suitable land for grape growth in the Moor River Valley, namely, Moor Park. At the same time, for the sake of scale operation and saving transportation costs, the entire process from grape planting to brandy making will be completed in the Moor Manor located in the Moor River Valley. However, although the Moor Manor is located within the territory of the Conti territory, according to the agreement reached by both parties, the operation and management of the Moor wine industry will be the responsibility of the Adar territory, and the Count of Conti has the right to send people to supervise the output of Moor's Manor, and the income of Moor's wine industry will not need to pay taxes to Viscount Conti, but will be directly reinvested and distributed as profits. But most importantly, Viscount Conti will allow Bruno to send Adar's regular army to be stationed in the Moorish manor to prevent the brandy brewing process from being leaked. It was precisely because of such conditions that Bruno agreed to the 40% to 60% split so readily. What's more, in the agreement, More Wine's business scope was the Norman Empire. And this means that if More Wine Industry wants to sell brandy and other wine products produced by More Wine Industry to the Kingdom of Basel in the future, it will need the assistance of the Adar Chamber of Commerce. In this way, Bruno can also get another channel fee. To be honest, Bruno learned this trick from someone. Although Q Reading and Dien Dien are the same company, the two have to share the channel fee first, which makes the original 1/2 of the income suddenly become 1/4 or even lower. However, this is at least much better than the 1/8 or even 1/9 of some sites. So, although Bruno and Lord Conti have a close relationship now, if there are any disagreements in the future, Bruno will have some means to curb them. In fact, when it comes down to it, the significance of More Wine Industry's existence goes far beyond this. Its existence not only enables Adar and Conti to gain monetary benefits, but also allows Bruno to practically tie Conti to the Adar chariot. Once the agreement is signed, everyone will be happy. As it was getting late, Bruno arranged a banquet in the Lord's castle to celebrate the upcoming establishment of the More Wine Company, and to bid farewell to the departing Viscount Conti. Steaming seaweed egg drop soup, soft and tasty potato stewed beef, golden fried chicken and many other dishes were served on the table, which made Viscount Conti feel particularly novel. In addition to the fact that many of the ingredients on the table were unfamiliar to him, Viscount Conti was particularly excited by the new cooking methods and unique flavors of these foods. After 3 rounds of drinking, Viscount Conti finally got a little tipsy and said to Bruno, "My lord, do you still remember my little daughter Isabel?" Although Viscount Conti had been somewhat afraid of Bruno's voyage, after seeing with his own eyes what happened in Adar territory, his previous thoughts came to his mind again. Lord Bruno, although his words and actions are somewhat peculiar, he is also a very suitable single nobleman. Moreover, with the establishment of More Wine Industry, Viscount Conti also knew that his relationship with Lord Adar had become closer. So he thought of the marriage of his youngest daughter again. Isabel? Bruno was stunned. After spending a few seconds searching his mind, Bruno finally recalled the girl he had met several times from his original memory. Viscount Conti has 1 son and 3 daughters. The eldest son was named Belkin Conti, who was about 4 or 5 years older than Bruno. He had met Bruno several times before, and seemed to be particularly handsome. Rather than being a nobleman, he is more like a qualified warrior. And he is completely different from Viscount Conti. The eldest daughter was named Evola Conti. She had married a noble viscount living on the Valence plain a few years earlier, and had long since lived a comfortable life as a noble lady. The second daughter died of illness a long time ago. As for Isabel, she is the youngest and most beloved daughter of Viscount Conti. Although she is only 17 years old now, she is already old enough to get married. Due to the relatively harsh living environment and various natural and man-made disasters, the average life expectancy of ordinary people is only around 30 years old. Therefore, this also leads to the fact that people of this era generally get married at a younger age. According to the law of the Normandy Empire, the boy is over the age of 14, and the girl is over the age of 12 years old. So, it seems that, whether it is 17-year-old Isabel or Bruno in his early 20s, they can already be called older single dogs. Remember, Bruno, a single dog in the last life, said embarrassingly, "I see that there is still a lot of empty space in the Sky Gardens. How about I ask Isabel to come to Adar in a few days to visit the Earl and sort out the many matters of More Wine Industry on my behalf?" Viscount Conti asked tentatively. "Well, oh, no problem." Chapter 157 Rose Essential Oil. The next morning, Bruno got up early, which was rare. Before 10 o'clock, he had already jumped out of bed, although it had only left for more than a month. Even Bruno himself was extremely shocked by the huge potential of Idal's collar. With the influx of more and more migrants, the community of migrant workers one after another was established. At the same time, in order to facilitate management and further implement the planning of the agricultural and industrial areas of Adar territory at the closed-door meeting at the beginning of the year, most of these working people's communities are distributed in clusters along the Adar River and near the town of Gran on the Grand Highlands. Although the fishing port was originally just a coastal fishing village. But, with the construction of the big lighthouse, and the completion of the Adar Army Port, coupled with the support of the industrial zone on the industrial zone of the Adar River. This area, located at the mouth of the Adar River, has gradually evolved from a village into a small town, and even vaguely takes on the appearance of a new city. I'm afraid it won't take long. With the further development of the French islands, the number of exchanges at sea gradually increases, and the second city of Idal's lead will be born on this land. So, it seemed to think of something suddenly. The high-end Bruno dragged the Adar map on the desk, and then carefully painted a circle in the place where the idol was entered the high cow with the goose pin. Not sure. Several years later, the leaders of Idal's leader will also sing this. That summer, the Earl drew a circle in the east of Adar territory. Viscount Conti planned to leave after lunch. After all, the food prepared by Lord Adar was really hard for him to refuse. For a noble like Viscount Conti who grew up eating white bread, how could he have ever seen such refreshing cooking methods? However, Viscount Conti did not mention Isabel again today. Perhaps, did he regret it after he sobered up today? For a while, Bruno felt a little sorry. Although in the original body's memory, the last time the two met, they were still little kids of about 5 or 6 years old. But, just hearing the name Isabel, I felt that she was a beauty. Now that Algin does not mention, Bruno will definitely not mention itself, because he has always felt that he has his own will in the underworld. Bruno didn't pay much attention to this old-fashioned girl paper. Moreover, for Bruno, it is the most important thing to plant fields at this stage. After all, who knows what will happen to those two people fighting outside? Coupled with the human relics that Bruno saw on the French islands, I don't know what to do. He just felt that the time left for himself seemed to not be much. After sending boat Confucius, Bruno did not hesitate to come to the industrial zone on the Adar River. Apart from steel mills, paper mills and other industries that cause considerable pollution, which are mainly distributed in the Golan Heights, most of the other workshops are located on the banks of the Adar River. With the expansion and development of the Riverside Industrial Zone, many new branch roads have been built along the cement road. Most of these branch roads lead to various working people's communities. For the sake of ease of management, Bruno did not gather all these refugees together, but divided them into many communities with certain intervals, and the population of each community was about 1,000 people. This is a bit similar to the residential area in the previous life, but not exactly the same. At the same time, under Bruno's order, several officials from the Adar Immigration Administration were sent to each community, which greatly expanded the staff under Lister. These officials stationed in various communities are called bowmen officials, and are responsible for dealing with trivial matters between civilians. Waiting for Idal's population a little more. Almost the same police force should be set up, Bruno muttered to himself while looking at the scenes in various communities. Police? List, who had been with Bruno, asked puzzledly. They are personnel who specialize in handling conflicts and crimes within the territory. They are a bit similar to the city defense forces in the past, but they are only responsible for handling affairs within the territory, Bruno explained. It's hard to explain now. You will know when the time comes. Oh! Before they knew it, Bruno and List arrived near a workshop that was working in full swing. On the road not far ahead, Bruno finally saw the checkpoint set up by the Anti-Smuggling Bureau. After greeting these dedicated anti-smuggling soldiers, Bruno, led by Lister, came to a newly built workshop covering a large area. This is the workshop responsible for producing rose essential oil. The production of rose essential oil was the task assigned by Bruno more than a month ago. However, due to time constraints, Bruno boarded a 3-masted warship to the Franco-French Islands before the workshop was completed. Therefore, after returning from the Franconian Islands, Bruno naturally had to come here to take a look first. Rose essential oils can stand out from the countless essential oils of the previous life. It is called Essential Oil Queen, and it is naturally a very good thing. But the most important point is, expensive. However, there is a reason why it is expensive. Compared with other products produced in Adar territory, the cost of rose essential oil is the highest. As for how high the cost is, it takes 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of rose petals to produce only about 1 kilogram of rose essential oil. The amount of rose petals that can be produced from 1 acre of land is only about 500 kilograms. It is for this reason that rose essential oil can be said to be priceless. If we say that the existence of sugar liquor is to satisfy the appetite of noble lords, the rose essential oil produced in this workshop is to satisfy the noble lady's love of beauty and competitive spirit. The Jews once had a saying that there are two kinds of people in the world whose money is easiest to make: women and children. Therefore, Bruno naturally turned his attention to those noble ladies. Although rose essential oil is extremely expensive, it is indeed a very good thing. Not to mention that it can improve coldness and menopausal discomfort. Rose essential oil also has a good beauty and skin care effect, which can improve skin dryness, restore skin elasticity, and make women have fair and elastic healthy skin. Of course, if rose essential oil only had the above two effects, it would definitely not be called the queen of essential oils. In terms of emotions and heart, rose essential oil has the effects of calming, relieving stress and promoting sleep. It is said to enhance self-confidence and popularity, relieve anger and sadness, and make women feel positive about themselves. But if you think that's all there is to it, you are totally wrong. Although Bruno had never used it in his previous life, people's pursuit of the magical effects of rose essential oil almost made him dumbfounded. Rumor has it that it can not only reduce cardiac congestion, improve nausea, vomiting and constipation, but also relieve menstrual pain, and is even of great help for infertility, frigidity and impotence. It is simply a magical creation that can do everything. Chapter 158 Happy World Voice Day. Bruno already knew the magical effect of rose essential oil, but in his previous life, as a lovely boy. But I don't know whether these effects are true or not, and I don't know if they are really as magical as people claim. After all, Bruno, who is not willing to eat instant noodles, cannot buy rose essential oils such as high prices. What's more, as the first choice of women's essential oil and the most excellent beauty product, Bruno, as a single dog, can't use it even if he has money. The roar of a single dog.jpg. However, no matter what the efficacy of rose essential oil is, it does not prevent Bruno from selling rose essential oil. As for the effects that need to be introduced when selling rose essential oil, no matter whether it is true or not, just say it in a high-sounding way. Just copy it from Baidu Encyclopedia. But what troubled Bruno was that the idea of making rose essential oil was something he came up with when he was making floral water in the summer. Therefore, this undoubtedly made it our county miss the best opportunity to plant roses. We could only wait until September or October this year to arrange special personnel, divide the land, and start planting. Speaking of growing roses, Bruno suddenly remembered Basil Nobleman Herring, who was busy growing tulips in Adar. Anyway, planting one flower is the same as planting two flowers. So why not let Harry take on the responsibility of planting roses? After all, if only one kind of flower is planted, it will inevitably be a bit boring, which is not conducive to stimulating Harlem's enthusiasm for planting flowers. It seems that I am indeed a good lord who cares about my subordinates. Although idle territory originally had several acres of rose gardens, the amount of rose petals consumed was too huge, so it could only temporarily purchase roses from Sorin territory and the neighboring noble territories, which undoubtedly greatly limited the production of rose essential oil in idle territory. Besides, even if they could be purchased elsewhere, who would have the time to plant his thousands of acres of roses? In addition, the rose petals used to make rose essential oil must be picked between 5 and 7 in the morning to have a higher oil content. Therefore, although the rose essential oil workshop is built in an exceptionally grand manner, the daily output is pitifully small. However, scarcity makes things valuable, even if there is only a little bit. Bruno is confident that he can sell it at a sky-high price. Moreover, although this essential oil workshop mainly produces rose essential oil, it can also prepare other essential oils when rose petals are insufficient. Therefore, products such as daisy essential oil and lavender essential oil are also within Bruno's business scope. Through these essential oil products made from different flower petals, Lord Adar can set price ranges more flexibly and sell different types of essential oils to noble ladies with different purchasing power. If drying the sea salt required some thought for Bruno, then making rose essential oil was almost a piece of cake for him. He didn't even need to spend brilliance points to buy it through the system mall. After all, when Bruno was taking the college entrance examination in his previous life, the elective question in the comprehensive science biology exam he studied was about the preparation process of rose essential oil. This is something he has memorized by heart. The distillation method is used to make rose essential oil. As for why the distillation method is chosen, this is determined by the properties of rose essential oil. Moreover, although the distillation method is used, it is not difficult to prepare. and the temperature requirement is only about 70 to 80 degrees. In addition, the Adar territory already had experience in making distilled liquor. So Bruno directly transferred a number of workers from the Adar distillery and asked them to be responsible for the preparation of rose essential oil. When Bruno arrived, the preparation of rose essential oil had already begun. Mix rose petals and clean water in a ratio of 1 to 4, and then obtain an oil-water mixture through water distillation. By adding sodium chloride to the oil-water mixture, the oil and water can be separated. After the steps of dehydration and filtration, the rose essential oil is ready. My Lord Earl, a middle-aged man about 30 years old, walked over respectfully and handed Bruno a small glass bottle. This is the rose essential oil extracted in the past week, he said respectfully. The middle-aged man's name is Nima Cross. He can be said to be a native of Adar. He once served as the personal bodyguard of Count Adar in the Adar Lord's personal guard. However, in a conflict with the territory of Soren a few years ago, Nima Cross's left foot suffered irreversible damage. Coupled with a lack of medical knowledge and poor medical environment in that era, Nima Cross eventually became a cripple with a disabled left foot. Fortunately, even the original self, who was always thinking about how to ruin his family, had a special appreciation for the loyal Nima Cross. Therefore, a position of neither importance was arranged for Nima Cross in Adar County. A few days ago, this former guard, who was loyal to Lord Adar, was transferred by Bruno to the essential oil workshop, where he was responsible for the production and preparation of rose essential oil and other products. Bruno patted Nima Cross's shoulder solemnly to show his approval. Then, Bruno looked at the rose essential oil in the small bottle, which was less than 100 milliliters and had a golden luster, and felt extremely happy. From theory to practice, the biological knowledge he had learned saved him nearly 20 brilliant points. How could he not be excited? Although the amount of rose essential oil produced today is really small, every drop is worth a lot of money. You know, in the international market in the previous life, the price of 2 milliliters of pure rose essential oil could sometimes even reach around 3,000 yuan. Of course, a precious product like rose essential oil must naturally be diluted with water before being sold. However, even if the rose essential oil content is only about 5% or 10%, the price hovers between 50 and 150 yuan per milliliter. Nima, you did a great job, Bruno praised. I'll take this bottle of essential oil first. In addition to rose essential oils made from plants such as cornflowers and lavender should also be refined as soon as possible. If you do a good job, I will personally give you a generous reward at the end of the year. Thank you, my Lord Earl. I will do my best, Nima Cross said hurriedly. Seeing that the essential oil workshop was running normally, Bruno did not stay any longer, pulled Lister and left. After all, if I, as a count, stayed here all the time, the common people or serfs working in the workshop would probably be worried and might even make mistakes due to excessive nervousness. My Lord Earl, where are we going now? After going out, List asked. There's no rush to go back. Go find Kallio and Old Ford for me first. Bruno pondered for a moment. Wait, let's search separately. Call Old Ford over to me first, Bruno added, although these two people are Bruno's right-hand men. But, for some things, the fewer people who know about them, the better, since the scope of each person's jurisdiction is delineated. Except for the people who followed Luno all day in front of Bruno. You only need to control your own division. The reason why they asked Old Ford to come here was because of what Bruno had recorded in his little notebook a few days ago. Telescope. Chapter 159 Telescope. A telescope is a good thing. However, if you want to make a telescope, you first need to make the glass. In fact, glass has already appeared in this world. This undoubtedly made Bruno marvel, although most of the places he saw were poor and backward. But this is a big world after all. There are always many bright spots, and glass is undoubtedly one of the highlights in Bruno's eyes. Whether it is a wine bottle used to make liquor, or containers used to store essential oils, these are made of glass. However, although the glass has long appeared in this world, the production technology of the glass has always been covered by a minority nobleman. Both the required raw materials and the production process are regarded as a top secret. Speaking of making glass, Arnell's father, the Duke of Lune, one of the 5 regents of the Regency Council, owned the largest glass workshop in the Norman Empire. The annual glass output of Lurne's collar can even reach more than 1/3 of the total glass output of Norman Empire. At the same time, in order to ensure that the glass production process would not be leaked, the glass workshop of Rune was built on a deserted island by the sea. All steps to produce glass are under the supervision of the special person and made by serfs. In addition to death, these serfs entering the glass workshop will never be allowed to leave, and relying on their monopoly on glass products. These nobles who control the pricing power undoubtedly made a fortune. But as a time traveler, Bruno certainly knew that these glasses were actually made from sand that can be found everywhere. With the continuous production of spirits and essential oils, the demand for glass products in Adar County has also increased. Bruno naturally does not want to be a sucker and pay for a pile of sand. Therefore, building a glass workshop exclusively for Adar territory naturally became a matter of urgency. Bruno had seen glass from this era, although he didn't know the process of firing glass. Bruno estimated that it should have been made by blowing. This is because the size of the glass is mostly small, and the mirror surface is also blurry, showing a light green color. And, according to the craftsmanship level of that era, Bruno did not think there was any other possibility except the oldest method of blowing. But most importantly, under the current conditions, even Bruno, a time traveler, would find it difficult to come up with a better way to make glass without the help of the wonder construction system and magical power. After all, although the blowing method is labor-intensive and requires a lot of work, it is the simplest and easiest method. But, if you want to make a telescope, glass made by blown method is not suitable for it. Therefore, this requires Bruno to use the power of magic, making glass by casting. When making glass by the casting method, just by hearing the word casting in the name, we know that temperature is an extremely important part of the process. The principle of casting is actually very simple. The glass is melted and then formed into a special mold. Click on the system mall. Just spend 20 brilliant points to buy a glass-making gift pack and give it to Old Ford, and Bruno will have nothing to do with the rest. After explaining the matters of making telescopes and selling Rose essential oil to Old Ford and Kalia respectively, Bruno returned directly to the Hanging Gardens in the Almes Mountains accompanied by Lister. The road that runs through Adar territory from north to south was named Adar Avenue by Bruno, while the main road that runs through Adar territory from east to west was named Jingshire Road by Bruno, taking Adar City as the node. To the west of Adar City is Jingshire West Road, and to the east of Adar City is Jingshire East Road, which can be regarded as a commemoration of the longest urban trunk road in the country in the previous life. Bruno galloped along the Jingshire Road that ran through Adar territory from east to west. When he returned to the Hanging Gardens, it was almost evening. The mage apprentices, including Arnell, had been waiting in the classroom on the first floor of the Sky Garden for a long time. The source stones brought back from the Friend Islands have also been sent to the Sky Garden by the soldiers in charge of transportation. How does originium absorb magic power? In fact, Bruno got the answer to this question when he left the Franco-French Islands. When the three-masted warship sailed away from the Friend Islands, the source stones piled up in the cabin began to absorb the magic power in the air. It may be because he was suppressed by the divine power for too long in the Friend Islands. Bruno could almost feel that around each source stone, a faint magical cyclone was spontaneously formed, absorbing the free magic in the air almost madly. Although the names are similar, magic cyclone and magic storm are completely different. The magic cyclone is a normal phenomenon caused by the large accumulation of magic power, and will not cause any damage or impact to anything around it. The magic storm is a natural disaster, with extremely destructive power caused by the disorder of various magic elements under the induction of certain inducements. Certainly, with the magic crystal bomb, the Adar people seem to be able to ignore the laws of nature and artificially create magic storms. When Bruno walked into the classroom, holding a source stone, almost all the mage apprentices present raised their heads spontaneously, because they're in Bruno's hands. I felt a strong fluctuation of magical power. Originium's affinity for magic is hundreds of times stronger than magic crystal, and the magic power floating in the air was gradually absorbed into the source stone under the influence of this affinity. The absorption of magic power by originium is closely related to the concentration of magic power in the air and the size of the originium. The thinner the magic power in the air, the larger the volume of the originium itself, and the longer it takes for the originium to absorb the magic power, and vice versa. Master Mentor, Arnell was the first to ask. What, is that in your hand? I call it originium, Bruno said directly without hiding anything. After all, the subsequent research on the applicability of originium must be completed by the mage apprentices present. Bruno himself would definitely not be able to do it personally. Originium? Arnell took the originium from Bruno's hand and looked at it carefully. To Arnell, this was definitely a magical material he had never seen before. Even in the imperial capital of St. Lawrence, where countless great wizards gather, there may not be such a treasure. My mentor is really amazing. From the groundbreaking research on magic circles to the unprecedented magic crystal bomb, plus elementary mathematics and today's originium. These are all milestones in the history of magic. Chapter 160 Night Talk. Bruno didn't need to elaborate on what kind of impact originium would have on the research of the Adar school. Almost from the moment they saw the originium, the mage apprentices deeply realized how great an impact the originium would have on the research of magic arrays. This is something that can completely replace the solid magic circle. Master Mentor, among these things called originium, is there only this one piece? Or are there many? Wright suddenly asked. This is the key. If there is only this one piece of originium, then no matter how good its effects are, there is not much point in studying it, because it is not universal and cannot be popularized in Adar territory. But if there are a lot of them, then it would be completely different. It's more precious than magic crystals. But the reserves are not small. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, it must not be wasted. The last sentence is the key point. After all, Mal Karen did use a lot of magic crystal bombs in the Battle of Coral Island. So much so that both the regular army of Adar led by Sam Layton and the navy of Adar led by Mal Karen are now clamoring for magic crystal bombs all day long, which undoubtedly gives Bruno a headache. Clear. After receiving Bruno's affirmative answer, the wizard apprentices were all delighted and extremely happy. These mage apprentices have been in Adar County for more than half a year. Although they spent most of their time in the Array Research Laboratory in the Almes Mountains and the classroom in the Sky Garden, they also saw the changes that took place in the Adar territory during this period. This is a thriving aristocratic territory, and it is also a vibrant aristocratic territory. During the days in Adar territory, these mage apprentices of humble origin and limited talent excluding Arnell gradually developed a heartfelt sense of identification with the Adar territory including Arnell. There is no cruel exploitation from the nobles, no evil servants who bully others by taking advantage of their power, and no ruffians who force women of good families into prostitution and rob people. Even the refugees from all over the empire can be properly resettled, and even the serfs at the bottom of society can regain their status as civilians through their own labor. In addition, the research on magic arrays is progressing steadily day by day, and the Adar territory has almost become their most recognized affiliation. And today, the originium held in the hands of the mentor has solved a huge obstacle that has been hindering the progress of the Adar school at one time. How can they not be ecstatic? Really? Although the Earl did not spend all his time in the laboratory like them, every move he made was able to just right solve the difficulties that the Adar school faced on its way forward and pointed out the direction for them. My Lord Earl, you are truly unfathomable. In the following time, the apprentice mages gave a detailed report on the progress of their array research over the past month. And Bruno finally announced the schedule for the first math test in Adar County to the apprentice mages. At the same time, in order to test your learning outcomes and better urge you to learn mathematical knowledge, I decided to give you a math test next weekend. Bruno finally said. Take an exam? Bruno's words echoed in Wright's ears over and over again. He could actually take the exam during the days when he was cleaning the mage tower in St. Lawrence. As an ordinary mage apprentice, Wright was not even qualified to take the exam. Only those mage apprentices who are valued by the great mage will be qualified to take the assessment at the end of the year. Although it was just a math test, it was enough to make Wright excited. Therefore, when they heard the word exam, the mage apprentices present became extremely excited for a moment. This almost made Bruno think that there was something wrong with his eyes. Or, the wizard apprentices had heard it wrong? It's not right. When I speak, my voice is always loud and deep, clear and pleasant, which matches my handsome face very well. How could my pronunciation be unclear? After all, in the previous life, whenever students heard words like monthly exams, weekly exams, and final exams, every one of them would have a sad face. Even the top students who always got the top spot in the exams would probably pretend to be in agony. Right? Even after traveling through time, Bruno still clearly remembered that after the college entrance examination in his previous life, the two students in his class who tied for first place sat together and cried bitterly. And then their classmates rushed to comfort them. But when the results came out, both of them had scores that exceeded the admission score of C9 universities. Academic master. But mainly, except for Einer's mathematics level, the math performance of the rest of these mage apprentices is really ordinary. Could it be that? Are they all somewhat masochistic? Therefore, after Bruno quickly gave the order to do the colorful sunshine radio gymnastics every day, the wizard apprentices left one by one. Only Arnell was kept by Bruno. Annel. Bruno pulled a chair over and sat down. Then, after a moment's silence, he finally asked, I've been studying history these days, and found that most of the history records today are about what happened after the establishment of the Norman Empire. There is no mention of the history before the establishment of the Norman Empire. Do you know anything about that period of history? History before the founding of the empire? Arnell was obviously stunned when he heard Bruno's words, because this question was obviously beyond his expectations. Arnell originally thought that his mentor was going to give him extra lessons in private. I have never thought about it before. And I have never read any books related to this. Maybe there will be records in my father's collection of books. But you also know, Master Tutor, that I never read those boring history books. Hearing this, Bruno couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. In Bruno's opinion, Arnell, as the heir of the Duke of Lund, is probably the guy most likely to know some unknown secrets. However, before the establishment of the empire, the church had already existed on this land. So perhaps there are books in the church that record that period of history. Church? Bruno was startled. Although I had been alert to the group of charlatans in the church before, I still overlooked them this time. Did the church exist long before the empire was founded? In that case, how much do you know about gods? God. Master, are you referring to the god of light worshipped by the church? Annel asked doubtfully. The god of light, sort of. How much do you know about him? Actually, I don't really believe in this. But the Church of Light is the most powerful religious organization on the continent. The tithes paid by the noble territories every year are also a huge amount. However, my understanding of the God of Light is limited to the records in the church's public books. Chapter 161. The subscription has dropped so badly. Please subscribe. Woo woo woo. Have to. Asking is almost the same as not asking. Bruno has almost all the religious books that the church can make public. He had to work very hard to collect this. After all, he is also a real owner of the Order of St. George. So he must do enough work to save his face. Otherwise, if people from the church came one day, wouldn't it be easy to be exposed? A few days ago, Adar Territory had made a mistake, and it almost exposed the true situation of Adar Territory. If Mike hadn't been smart enough, I'm afraid all the previous efforts would have been wasted. You know, Mike worked hard to lick himself into a priest and enter the Inquisition. So, this opportunity like this may only come once. But, Arnell seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, in a few days, there will probably be a lot more civilians who believe in the church. Oh! Bruno immediately became interested when he heard Mike's words. There's a war in the north, Arnell said in a deep voice. As Bruno's student and Adar's mage advisor, Arnell naturally knew about the war in the northern border. The imperial soldiers were stagnant, and war was raging in the northern border of the empire. These news made Bruno alert and naturally attracted Arnell's attention. Whenever natural disasters or man-made disasters occur, the lowest class of civilians will be helpless, and may even become homeless, with their families broken up. However, the church can give them spiritual sustenance at this time, telling them that only by believing in God can they gain hope. Hearing this, Bruno nodded naturally. After all, whether in the previous life or this life, the emergence and development of religions mostly have specific historical backgrounds. Severe disasters and the ravages of foreign races will make people yearn for the coming of a savior in their hearts, and thus find spiritual sustenance in despair to soothe their scarred spiritual world. This was true for the three major religions in the previous life, and it is also true for the Church of Light in this life. Only, the speaker has no intention, but the listener has intention. The war between the two countries will allow the church to gain more believers, and the past history can only be found in the secret books of the church, coupled with the God of Light worshipped by the church and the remaining divine power on the Francia Islands. Bruno gradually developed more doubts about the church. Although Bruno still couldn't figure out the role of the church in this war. It was all too coincidental, as if there was an invisible hand controlling everything. You go down first. Bruno said to Arnell. Bruno had no idea what role the church played. But as the owner of the Order of St. George, which has the right to interpret religion, Bruno could take precautions and make preparations in advance. As a border city of the empire, Idar was not the focus of the church's attention. Therefore, the number of civilians who believed in the church was much smaller than that of the cities in the central and western parts of the empire. According to statistics from the Idar Immigration Administration a few days ago, the population of the Idar Territory Faith Church accounts for about 1/8 of the total population. Although it still seems like a lot, it is much better than the ratio of 1/2 or even 2/3 in other places. After all, Bruno didn't want to see a group of devout believers who only knew how to worship gods all day long in his territory. And he didn't want to see unstable factors like religious lunatics appear in his territory. Only, at least for now, the church has not taken any extraordinary actions on the surface. Therefore, Bruno naturally has to be extremely cautious about religion, an area that no one wants to touch. If you are too abrupt, you might end up hurting yourself. Well, Bruno rubbed his head and let out a long breath. In his previous life, when he played Europa 4, what he hated most was the era of the Reformation, because no one knows when and where a bunch of screaming religious fanatics will appear. And the religious reform centers are so overwhelming that it is particularly annoying to clean the floor. Bruno stayed in the classroom thinking for a long time before he got up and went back to his study upstairs. Pull out a piece of white paper from the drawer and scribble on it with a quill pen. As a sharp whistle sounded in the open space in front of the military camp, bursts of running and shouting began to be heard in the Idar regular army camp, which had been silent. As the population of Idar territory gradually increased, the total number of Idar's standing army has increased to 800, more than double the previous number of 300. Although it still doesn't seem like much, it is already a fighting force that cannot be underestimated. Moreover, the weapons and equipment of Idar's soldiers can be regarded as the best in the Norman Empire, not to mention the magic crystal bombs unique to Idar County. The sabers and armor equipped by the soldiers alone far exceed the standard equipment of the imperial soldiers. The sabers and armor equipped by the soldiers were all jointly developed by the mage apprentices of the Idar Steel Factory and the Idar Magic Array Research Laboratory. As the first and largest factory in Idar territory, the daily steel production of Idar Steel Plant is almost an astronomical figure compared to the original one. Moreover, all of this steel is extremely hard and tempered steel, compared with those daggers made by the lump iron smelting method. They are simply not weapons on the same level. The saber made of 100-fold tempered steel is already extremely sharp, and with the magic array engraved on the back of the saber by the mage apprentices, it is invincible in battle. The only drawback is, it consumes more mages. After all, Yuanchur has just been brought back to Idal by Bunno. From research to application, it will take a long time to take a long time. Therefore, the magic array is still the mainstream of Idal. After a while, neatly dressed and dignified Idar soldiers stood in neat rows on the training ground in front of the military camp. Sam Layton looked at the army in front of him. Although he had a stern face, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As the former commander of the City Defense Army and the current commander of Idar's Standing Army, Sam Layton is most aware of the changes that have taken place in these soldiers during these days. From a group of guys who just sat and waited for meals all day to today's elite soldiers who are full of energy and high morale. Bruno's methods of training and strengthening the army simply left Sam Layton dumbfounded. Chapter 162. At ease. Stand at attention. Sam gave commands one after another, and the soldiers quickly completed their actions according to the instructions. Best a little. Stand up. Cross stand. Report. Although the training day after day was a bit boring, no soldier complained. After all, as Earl Idal, Bruno has always been very concerned about the training and development of standing forces and the navy. Whether it is the annual army of the military, or the daily food of the soldiers, it is full, and it is not deducted at all. Moreover, the instructor of the army has long described the beautiful blueprints of Idals led to these soldiers, which gives each soldier a dependence from the heart. According to past practice, after the count was completed, the commander, Sam Layton, would issue the order for the cross-country race with loads. But today, there seemed to be something slightly different. Sam Layton looked around, and then he said in a deep voice, according to the order of the Earl, today, 30 elite soldiers will be selected from the standing army to form an expedition team to enter the Almes Mountains to carry out the mission. Sam Layton's words were just came out, and the soldiers present showed a little joy. Since the Battle of the Golan Heights, the standing army has never received a mission like this one directly assigned by the Lord. Apart from repeated training on weekdays, we also assist the Adar Immigration Administration in holding court at several important checkpoints, which makes us feel like we have no place to put our energy to use. The instructors had already told the soldiers about the victory of the Adar Navy on the Coral Island, so that when they heard Sam Reeton's words, these soldiers of the standing forces were as excited as the blood of chicken blood. During this time, the momentum of Idal's standing forces has always been suppressed by the Idle Navy, which has only 400 people in the combatant, which made the Idle soldiers hold a lot of energy. So, they are extremely urgent to prove their value to Earl. This mission is based on the principle of voluntariness. So, if you want to sign up, please step forward, Sam Layton said seriously. Swish. All the Adar soldiers present took a step forward in unison. That's right. When Adar County needs them most, Adar soldiers will never back down. Since everyone wants to perform this task this time, then according to the training performance of weekdays, I personally screened 30 people. When Sam Rayton screened the list of 30 expedition team members, Bruno just arrived in the barracks. Your Excellency. Sam Rayton performed a military ceremony towards Bruno, and then paid the list just screened. There is a natural wonder in the Almes Mountains, and this is the purpose of Bruno forming such an expedition team. 30 regular army soldiers and 20 Adar intelligence personnel will form an expedition team of about 50 people, under the leadership of Claire, director of the Adar Intelligence Agency. They will head to the Almes Mountains to search for the legendary natural wonders. In fact, Bruno originally wanted to give this operation completely to the Idle Intelligence Agency, which was completely handed over to the Idle Intelligence Bureau. However, at Bruno's request, the Adar Intelligence Agency has always pursued a strict entry and exit policy, so there are not many available manpower. In addition, many people were sent out first. So this time, the exploration plan for the Almes Mountains turned into a joint operation led by the Adar Intelligence Bureau and coordinated by the Adar Regular Army. Bruno actually didn't expect them to be able to find the natural wonders mentioned in the system when they first entered the mountains. This is because the members of these expedition teams do not have the support of the wonder construction system. Even if the natural wonders recognized by the system are placed before their eyes, they may not be able to recognize them. So what Bruno stated openly was to let them explore the topography and possible natural resources deep in the Almes Mountains, and to draw a map of the depths of the Almes Mountains as best as possible. As for Bruno, perhaps it would be more time-saving to go into the mountains with the expedition team in person. But at the moment, he had more important things to do. What kind of management strategy should the working people community implement? How to make Adar territory realize industrialization as soon as possible? When will Adar territory start to carry out enlightenment education for civilians? All of the above issues required Bruno's careful consideration. Although Bruno does not need to personally oversee the specific implementation, the direction and plan of Adar's development need to be formulated by Bruno. Therefore, Bruno's daily routine only seems a little lazy, but his real purpose is to sit at the center and command the overall situation, regardless of whether others believe it or not. Bruno himself believes it. Outside the garden in the air, a girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old was looking at the garden built near the Almes Mountains with curiosity with her light blue eyes. Her long light golden hair was slightly curly. Her skin was as white as cream, and her cheeks were slightly flushed, making her look particularly lively. Isabel was wearing a light purple dress, which was simple yet bright. The hem of the skirt formed an arc, gracefully puffed up, revealing her white and slender calves. As the youngest daughter of Viscount Conti, Isabel had already heard from Viscount Conti about the unusualness of the Adar territory. Therefore, she was full of curiosity about the Earl who lived next door to her. Among the many noble ladies, Isabel's temperament was relatively quiet, and she had no interest in those aristocratic gatherings with drinking and feasting. However, a quiet personality does not mean a lack of opinions. Isabel could easily hear a hint of matchmaking in her father's words. This is not. With her personal maid, riding in her own carriage, Isabel wanted to see with her own eyes what was different about the Adar territory, and also take a look at who the so-called Count Adar was. After all, in Isabel's impression, a count who was already in his 20s and still unmarried must have something wrong with him. After Isabel reported his house, the servants in the air garden did not dare to stop. On the one hand, it was because he had heard Viscount Conti and his own Earl occasionally mention it. And on the other hand, it was because the noble lady in front of him would most likely become the hostess of this noble territory. Chapter 163. Isabel walked curiously in the promenade in the air garden. Her clear light blue eyes swept across the flowers and plants on the side of the corridor from time to time. Most of the strange and heterogeneous grass were rare varieties, and in any era, rare was equivalent to expensive. Although Isabel also owns a private garden in the Moor River Valley, which was given to her as a gift for adulthood by Viscount Connie. But, compared with the air garden, it is like one in the sky, one on the ground. My father said right. Idal's Lead is indeed a magical place. When Bruno had not returned to the air garden, he heard a sister-in-law named Isabel, who arrived in the air garden silently. Where are the people? Bruno asked the servants, who had been waiting at the door of the air garden for a long time. Miss Isabel has already gone in, the servant replied with his head down. A group of bastards. Hearing this, Bruno kicked the servant on the butt. Master! The servants who were standing on both sides were suddenly shocked, and they were frightened on the ground at once. Where is the air garden? Here is the adult's residence. If you come casually, do you put it in? What should I do if it is an assassin? Bruno frowned. Back to Master. She said that the daughter of his potion was Miss Isabel from Confit. Said a servant who was on the ground crying. Are you a silly fork? In case she is really an assassin, can she still be everywhere? Bruno asked with some anger. This, for a while. The servant of the headed only felt that it could not be refuted. Bruno turned around and said to Liszt, replace all the servants on duty today and send them to build the lighthouse. From now on, no one is allowed to enter the hanging garden without my permission. The same goes for the Lord's castle. Yes, Liszt replied quickly. In the past few days, the F.A. Confederation of Confucius, and today's Isabel. Bruno had long wanted to rectify these servants, who were waiting for themselves. Although this practice is a tradition in most noble territories, regardless of whether the castle owner is at home or not, the castle servants will invite the visiting nobles in and serve them with good food and drink, in order to demonstrate the Lord's broad mind and magnanimity as a noble. But Bruno doesn't care about this. Hack the aristocratic dignity. Face can't be eaten. In Bruno's opinion, ensuring his own personal safety is the top priority. In a situation like today, if there really is someone with ulterior motives, it would be extremely dangerous. Where's Isabel? Bruno asked. My lord, Miss Isabel is in the classroom on the first floor, the servant who was kicked said sobbingly. Bruno nodded, greeted a few guards, and followed him into the air garden. Before taking a few steps, Bruno saw a shadow in the classroom sitting in the air garden. What's happening here? Bruno waved his hand. Let the guards on both sides retreat. And by the way, he also quietly applied an invisible magic shield for himself. At this moment, Isabel was converging at the early mathematics that was not omitted by the mage apprentice in the classroom. Originally she just took a casual glance at it. But what she didn't expect was that the knowledge recorded in this book seemed to have magic and attracted her at once. Like y equals x caret 2. Cosine theorem. The content recorded in the book seems to open a door to new world for Isabel. Although Isabel had never heard of mathematics before. But, whenever she independently calculates an example, she can feel a joy from her heart, which is the joy she has never experienced before. The magical magic of mathematics almost made her forget where she was, and the purpose of her came here. Bruno quietly walked to Isabel's body silently. So serious, sister paper. But the most important thing is that some topics don't even understand even Bruno themselves. But they are easily answered by Isabel's little head melon. For a while, Bruno's eyes gradually became hot. He believed more and more firmly that if he could lure this girl to Adar territory, then Adar territory would have one more mathematical genius and a new tool man. Ahem. Bruno cleared his throat and wanted to attract the attention of Isabel. Only, where can this girl who has already been immersed in the sea of knowledge? Where do you care about this stinky man who does not know where? Wait for a while. I will solve this question first. Bruno. Time passed by minute, and Isabel was doing her exercises seriously at her desk. And Bruno didn't know where to bring a plate of French fries from the desk on the other side. The golden brown crispy fries were covered with a touch of sweet jam. Perhaps because Isabel was doing the question. Whenever a French fries were sent to Bruno's mouth, he felt that he had learned a lot. Traveling in the ocean of knowledge is really a very happy thing. Finally, Isabel solved the problem that troubled her for a while. Gurgle. I didn't eat a little bit in the morning. Isabel's stomach was empty for a long time. In addition, there was always a looming aroma that was introduced into her nasal cavity. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Isabel raised his head, and Xue Ling's big eyes were a little grieving. At the moment she raised her head, a handsome and chic jade tree's face came into her eyes. Only, this Earl of Adar, how come he doesn't have any aristocratic manners at all? Have you eaten? Bruno held up a French fry and waved it in front of her face. Isabel, the Earl's way of greeting is really special. No. She shook her head. Seeing this, Bruno handed over a large plate of potato sticks in his hand. If you want to conquer a new tool person, you must first conquer her stomach. If this is the case with Ornell, then Isabel should be the same. Bruno thought a little uncertainly. Isabel had long been envious of the fragrant golden French fries. First, I picked up one and tasted it carefully. Then, she devoured the food like a hungry little animal. It smells so good. Chapter 164 Between the Mountains. The reason why a tool person is called a tool person is that she or he can give and help others emotionally, materially and financially without asking for anything in return, either unknowingly or willingly. In the body of Isabel, who is attached to mathematics, it is easy to see the potential of becoming an excellent tool person. Because of the last life as a single dog, I really don't know what sister-in-law's skills. So he gave Isabel a copy of Advanced Mathematics Part 1 as a meeting gift. After all, Isabel's love for mathematics is obvious. At the same time, Bruno personally instructed Liz to prepare a guest room on the first floor of the Sky Garden for Isabel. After all, she was the daughter of Viscount Conti and must be treated well. Bruno was not opposed to letting visiting guests live in the Sky Garden, but he absolutely could not tolerate servants bringing guests into the garden without his permission. These were two completely different concepts. Isabel was naturally very happy to get Advanced Mathematics Part 1. Before she could say a few words to Bruno, she slipped into her room with a thick book in her hands to do exercises, looking like a small-town problem solver. Deep in the Almes Mountains, an expedition team led by Krell is traveling through the dense forest. Limited by the extremely low productivity of this era, the Almes Mountains are in a stage where they have never been developed. Although there are no terrifying magical creatures in the mountains and forests of the Almes Mountains, the most common wild birds and beasts living deep in the forest are not something that ordinary people can easily test. If civilian soldiers were allowed to go to the battlefield with black bread, they could still fight, because both sides were equally bad. But if they were asked to fight for their lives with ferocious and swift jackals, tigers and leopards with black bread in their pockets, it would be nothing but a foolish dream. Therefore, even the most experienced hunters in Adar territory do not dare to travel alone deep in the mountains. Even in times of famine, few people dare to try their luck deep in the mountains. This is because, according to the laws of the Norman Empire, mountains, forests and grass all belong to the Lord, and anyone who wanted to cut down trees or hunt in the mountains and forests had to pay a tax to the local lord. In addition, the dangers deep in the mountains are well known, so the common people would not be stupid enough to give money to the Lord and risk their lives in vain. It is in this context that the Almes Mountains have almost retained the most primitive appearance of this era. Roar! Just as the soldiers were walking cautiously in the woods, with a deafening roar, a huge monster emerged from the woods nearby. That was a brown bear that was 3 meters tall. Spread out freely and prepare for battle, Claire commanded calmly. Yes! Both the experts from the Intelligence Bureau and the soldiers from the regular army had serious expressions and drew out the sabers at their waists. This was not the first time the soldiers had encountered these ferocious beasts. Along the way, Idar's soldiers had hunted 3 wild leopards and a grizzly bear. Therefore, when facing this huge monster in front of them, although the soldiers were a little nervous, they were not at a loss. The saber with a burning magic circle drawn on it slashed across the side of the brown bear, and scarlet blood gradually appeared under the scorched fur. The brown bear became furious in pain and rushed towards the soldier closest to him with a roar. After these battles, the soldiers had already developed a tacit understanding of cooperation. Just as the brown bear pounced on the soldier, dozens of arrows shot towards the angry brown bear like thunder. These arrows are no longer the first batch of crappy arrows that only have acceleration arrays drawn on them. With the careful improvement of the mage apprentices, burning arrays have also been drawn on the arrows. For a moment, it seemed as if there was a flame burning in the brown bear's flesh and blood, which actually stopped the brown bear's attack. It was during the time when the brown bear was busy that Adar's soldiers quickly dispersed and almost shot the brown bear into a hedgehog, as Claire raised his sword and slashed it. The brown bear officially became another soul killed by the sword on the expedition team's road ahead. This sudden encounter did not stop the expedition team's progress. Under the leadership of Claire, they forcibly opened up a path leading deep into the mountains and climbed upward along the ridge. The expedition team's progress was not actually that fast, because every time they arrived at a relatively flat and safe place, the intelligence personnel of the Intelligence Bureau would, under the protection of the soldiers, begin to map the terrain and landforms along the way, record what they saw and heard along the way, and strive to complete the tasks assigned by the Earl to the greatest extent possible. So, when the soldiers of the expedition team finally let out a surprised shout at the distant mountains, it was already the 17th day since the expedition team entered the mountains. Claire, who had just walked out of the canyon, looked from afar and felt that the surprise and shock in his heart were becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Now they are at a vast basin surrounded by countless towering mountains. If the expedition team had not discovered a narrow path between two mountains after crossing the mountains, no matter how long they explored, they would have found it difficult to reach this secret place hidden deep among the mountains, because the steep mountains surrounding this basin are extremely difficult to climb. The slopes in many places can even reach over 70 degrees. This narrow path between the two mountains is probably the only way in and out of this basin. However, compared with the creation that could barely be called a mountain standing in the center of this basin, this slope was like drizzle. That mountain was probably a giant cylindrical rock hundreds of meters high, almost completely vertical above the ground. And if you look closely, there seemed to be hundreds of parallel cracks around it, dividing the entire cylindrical rock into hexagonal prisms. The huge hexagonal stone pillar certainly shocked Claire. But what made Claire unable to calm down for a long time was, at the narrowest point of the path leading to the basin, although it has been weathered by wind and rain for countless years, you can still see traces of human excavation, and even piles of dry bones scattered on the ground. This discovery made almost all members of the expedition team feel a strong chill. In the deep mountains where few people live, it is possible to pick up countless human remains. Anyone who encounters such a situation would probably feel a chill all over their body. At this very moment, just as the soldiers were brave enough to continue advancing deeper into the basin, a huge black shadow suddenly streaked across the sky accompanied by a sharp cry. Claire raised his head and looked at the huge figure in the sky. Like a bird, but not a bird. Gradually, as the bird of prey in the sky gradually circled and descended, it suddenly swooped down towards the people on the ground. At the moment when the man and the beast's eyes met, a figure that had been sealed away in the ancient books suddenly appeared in Claire's mind. Run! Chapter 165 New Wonders. When the Great Lighthouse finally stood in Adar territory, it became the focus of all Adar people, and a holy place in the hearts of navigators. Some years later, White Beryl, then chief architect of the Great Lighthouse, said so. Adar territory. As the light at the top of the lighthouse was reflected by the mirror and projected into the distance, the lighthouse of Alexandria, known as one of the 8 wonders of the world on earth, finally revealed its grandeur and charm in this magical world. As the third wonder standing in Adar territory, the time taken to build the Great Lighthouse was much shorter than that of the Hanging Gardens and the fortress of Namur. This was not only because the members of the production team became more and more skilled in building wonders, but also because of the influx of a large number of manpower, making the labor force recruited for the construction of the lighthouse more than twice that of the construction of the Sky Garden. The lighthouse is mainly composed of 3 parts. The bottom part is a square structure several dozen meters high with hundreds of rooms of different sizes. Going up is an octagonal stone structure, about 10 meters high, with spiral stairs inside, and a room on the side is used to store supplies. According to Bruno's idea, the square structure on the bottom floor and the octagonal structure in the middle of the lighthouse will become the office space for the future port management department. By the way, the big lighthouse next to the coast should be considered the best office space in Adar County. The circular structure at the top of the lighthouse can be said to be the core of the lighthouse of Alexandria. It not only has a dome lighthouse supported by 8 stone pillars, but also stands a bronze statue of the standing sun god Helios. In fact, according to Bruno's idea, erecting a statue of Poseidon, the god of the sea, on the top of the lighthouse might be more in line with the meaning of the lighthouse. But Bruno didn't know whether quietly replacing the statue with another one would have a negative impact on the completion of the wonder. so he did not make any changes to the original statue. The dome lighthouse cleverly uses the principle of reflection, and the light on the top is reflected to the distant coast, making these unparalleled lighthouses shine in the daytime and brightly lit at night. Bruno finally reached the top platform of the lighthouse at this time, gazing at the vast sea in the distance and overlooking the crowd gathered around the lighthouse. He couldn't help but admire the Adar people's drive and creativity from the bottom of his heart. No matter in which era, wise working people can create miraculous achievements with their own hands. Who could have imagined that one of the most magnificent wonders of the Norman Empire, and even the entire continent, was built by a group of serfs who could not read a single word? Although the magic array engraved by the mage provided essential assistance for the construction of the lighthouse, and the large box of construction drawings provided by Bruno was also the basis for the construction of the lighthouse. But, looking at the group of serfs who were surrounding the lighthouse of Alexandria with happy smiles on their faces, Bruno became more and more convinced that no matter what era it was, the vast majority of people would always be the creators of history. Perhaps they themselves have not yet realized the changes that are taking place, but Bruno has already seen in them hope for the future of Adar County. Bruno firmly believed that one day, the sea not far away would be filled with ships and masts. Merchant ships loaded with goods would come and go, and warships flying the Adar flag would sail freely on the sea. Isabel had just stepped down from the carriage with the help of her maid when she saw the huge building several dozen meters high standing on the shore. Once upon a time, she had the honor of accompanying Viscount Conti on a trip to St. Lawrence. Even now, she can still clearly remember those wizard towers that were close to each other. They were so tall and there were so many of them. So much so that Isabel marveled countless times at the prosperity of St. Lawrence and the western part of the empire. However, compared to the lighthouse in front of him that looked to be 70 to 80 meters high, the wizard towers that were only 20 meters high suddenly became ordinary. But is this really a building that a mere earldom can build? First there was the unique sky garden, and then there was the big lighthouse in front of us. As a noble lady with a broad vision, Isabel suddenly felt that her inherent cognition had encountered unprecedented challenges in the Adar territory. During the days since she came to Adar County, Isabel's life has undergone earth-shaking changes. So much so that she had long forgotten the task assigned to her by Viscount Conti to urge the implementation of the cooperation agreement as soon as possible. Every morning when I get up, the amiable fat cook will respectfully serve me a large table of sumptuous breakfast. Many of the ingredients were ones she had never seen anywhere else. After all, in this era, even for the nobility, daily breakfast usually consisted of white bread, eggs, milk and the like. But in Adar territory, new varieties of noodles, wontons, dumplings, and the like undoubtedly opened her eyes. Combined with the meals at noon and in the evening, Isabel felt that she had gained weight in the past few days. Damn Adar territory. But these things are really delicious. You came? Bruno, who had just walked out of the lighthouse, finally noticed Isabel, who came after hearing the news. Isabel nodded. When she saw the Earl again, even Isabel herself did not realize that she had gradually developed a feeling of admiration for Bruno in her heart. After all, I heard from others that the book Advanced Mathematics Part 1 given to me was just written by Bruno in his spare time. As a girl who had never been exposed to mathematics before coming to Adar County, Isabel was able to do the questions in elementary mathematics quite well. But the theorems and formulas described in advanced mathematics often left her dumbfounded. Although it looked difficult, and was indeed difficult to do, it further aroused Isabel's interest in mathematics. However, Bruno didn't have time to chat with Isabel at this moment. He just said hello and left in a hurry. Only, at the moment when the great lighthouse was built, no one, including Bruno, noticed that at the very top of the lighthouse, at the top of the scepter held by the sun god Helios, a circle of parallel light golden beams suddenly burst out. After appearing, the beam of light quickly dispersed into the surrounding sky, and in just a moment, it merged into the dazzling sunlight. Chapter 166 The Light of Enlightenment. Light golden beams of light pierced through the thick clouds and covered every inch of land in the eastern part of the empire in almost the blink of an eye. Then, the beam of light did not stop for a moment. And then it spread from the eastern part of the empire to St. Lawrence, from St. Lawrence to all parts of the empire, and then to the kingdom of Basel, and even to the Odin Empire far to the north, and even to more distant overseas. This beam of light of enlightenment quietly spread throughout the entire magical world. Imperial capital, St. Lawrence. A young mage apprentice, who was taking a nap, was suddenly awakened and sat up from the bed. The wizard apprentice is named Chris Pierre, and he is one of the most favored students of the great wizard Grand Galvin. In the dream just now, he suddenly remembered his classmates, who left half a year ago. I remember that at that time, Master Galvin was extremely angry and lost his temper at those apprentices who remained in the mage tower. What's more, those wizard apprentices who left without saying goodbye are all a bunch of rebellious bastards. After all, if all those unwelcome mage apprentices leave, who will maintain the sanitary conditions in the mage tower? Right. Watson. Arnell. Somehow, these names that he had long forgotten suddenly appeared in his mind. Wright is the guy in charge of cleaning the stairs. Arnell seems to be the guy who is very good at relying on his father. And as for Watson, he seems to be Wright's good friend? Chris Pierre rubbed his dizzy head and felt extremely weird. After all, he didn't have much interaction with those mediocre wizard apprentices. Even if they occasionally bumped into each other in the stairwell, they usually didn't say anything. But today, for some unknown reason, Chris Pierre suddenly felt full of sympathy and a little admiration for those mage apprentices who left a few days ago. The insults that the Grand Master gave to those mage apprentices actually made him feel somewhat indignant for a moment. After all, not every unwelcome apprentice dares to walk out of the mage tower, abandon the halo of being the student of the great mage Grand Galvin, and go to the outside world to find his own path. I don't know what kind of dangers they will encounter along the way. Boom, boom, boom. There was a violent knock on the door from outside the room. Chris Pierre frowned, but got up and opened the door. Standing outside was another classmate of his, Yazid Donaldson. Pierre, I also want to go to the east. Yaz Donaldson stared into Pierre's eyes and said seriously. What? Pierre was stunned for a moment. Think about the wizard apprentices who left St. Lawrence, Donaldson said excitedly. Although they have always been looked down upon by the instructor, they are still our classmates after all. We all live together in this mage tower. This is a friendship that can never be erased. Can you bear to watch them leave alone and go to a desolate and remote place like the eastern part of the empire? Yaz Donaldson has always been the most emotional guy among these mage apprentices. Perhaps it is because he was born with a good guy card. So Yaz Donaldson is particularly friendly to everyone. Only, no matter how compassionate you are, you don't have to follow the footsteps of those mage apprentices and head east. Right? In the past, Pierre would have immediately and sternly rejected such an unrealistic idea. They would even laugh at Yaz Donaldson's unrealistic idea. But today, the words are on the tip of my tongue. But I just can't say them. It seems, what Yaz Donaldson said makes some sense. When are you planning to leave? The day after tomorrow. Late at night? Me and you together. Pierre steeled himself and spoke in a deep voice. Yaz Donaldson is right. Although those mage apprentices were mediocre in qualifications and unpopular, they were still my classmates. When the mage apprentices of St. Lawrence were planning to go to our territory to look for their classmates, several mages living in the central part of the empire finally gathered in a tavern. Siebel has been gone for a while. These days, I have always felt uneasy. After all, that thing was not Siebel's fault in the first place. Before he finished speaking, he added, at least, it's not all Siebel's fault. That's right. That noble lord is already over 60 years old. But he still insisted on marrying a girl who is only 20 years old. He is willing but unable to do so. Besides, Siebel didn't do anything. Yeah. Actually, I think so too. Everyone, said the leading mage. I heard a few days ago that Zybel went to the east. It is said that only the desolate land in the east can make Zybel live in peace. In this case, we might as well go to the east to find him. Good. This should have happened a long time ago. The mages present all agreed. At this time, Bruno did not know that some mages were performing a series of anti-intellectual behaviors. Walking on the way back to the Sky Garden, Bruno was thinking hard about the second miraculous feature of the lighthouse. The second feature of the Great Lighthouse Wonder, the probability of the birth of mages within the territory is increased, and the attraction to mages from other regions is enhanced. It's easy to understand that the probability of a wizard being born in the territory has increased. But the attraction has increased. No matter how hard Bruno racked his brains, he couldn't figure out how to attract him. After all, according to the nature of the wonder construction system, whether it is the rewards given or the characteristics of the wonder, there is a way to give a barely reasonable explanation to the outside world, so it is not too abrupt. But the point about attracting mages, those mages are living good lives. They wouldn't be so rash as to come to the eastern part of the empire to suffer. Moreover, the Adar territory, which is implementing the general policy of slow growth, will stick to the principle of staying low at this stage, and will definitely not recruit mages and promote itself in a big way. So, Bruno shook his head and thought, forget it, since he couldn't figure it out. He might as well let things take their course. Now that the lighthouse has been built, Bruno needs to make plans for the next wonder. In fact, Bruno already had a vague idea of the next wonder. But, as a conscientious Earl, how could he force serfs to work every day? That's what black-hearted capitalists do. So, no matter how tight the time is, there are 365 days in a year, and the serfs in the production team should be allowed to rest for 3 to 5 days. Chapter 167. Hey. Chicken in a basin. Wonder name, Lighthouse of Alexandria. Wonder completion level, SSS. Wonder coordinates, eastern part of Adar territory. South bank of the Adar River estuary. That's right. Still the same SSS rating as always. Today, as Bruno has explored the Wonder construction system more and more deeply, he has already figured out the nature of the system. The so-called SSS rating simply represents the average level of Wonder construction. SS represents a building that is crudely made but still a wonder to behold. SSS means that the construction level of the wonder is basically the same as that of wonders on Earth. SSS means that a lot of difficulty has been added to the original wonders, making them more outstanding. The highest known wonder rating is SSSS, which represents a brand new wonder that is based on an existing wonder, or is created out of nothing. After all, innovation is the primary productive force. The completion of the lighthouse undoubtedly made Bruno breathe a sigh of relief, and also gave Bruno a few more cards in his hand. At least, he got another 150 points of glory points. Moreover, since the construction time of the Lighthouse of Alexandria was extremely short this time, the system also gave an additional construction subsidy of 30 points of brilliance points. Bruno could finally sit cross-legged in his study, nibble on freshly picked fruit, and browse the myriad goodies in the system mall without restraint, without having to worry about not being able to pay for them for the time being. The white-feathered broiler chicken that Bruno had previously added to the shopping cart was thrown away by him without mercy. If the white-feathered broiler chickens were still alive, they would probably cry out loud. Because, after Bruno had a deeper understanding of the introduction in the system mall, he found that these white-feathered broiler chickens were actually not easy to raise. Although the meat-to-feed ratio is as high as 1 to 2 on paper, and it only takes 40 days to be marketed, it still requires a large amount of concentrated feed and medicines. Without sufficient and appropriate medicines, more than half of the cattle would die within a few days. However, this key introduction is marked at the bottom of the product interface. So, be wary of unscrupulous merchants. After the construction of the lighthouse, Bruno naturally had extra money on hand. So he turned his attention to another kind of business. No matter what, chicken is a must. Eating chicken makes him happy. Since it is impossible to raise white-feathered broiler chickens, then just buy the basin chickens, which are more expensive, but very easy to raise. There's nothing to show off. It's just that I have a lot of points. The reason why the foot basin chicken is called foot basin chicken is because its huge body looks like a round foot basin. Although it is not tall, it has a lot of meat and delicious taste, and is particularly easy to raise. It can be regarded as a new evolved version of white-feathered broiler chicken launched by the system mall, and its selling price is as high as 40 brilliant points. This is even more valuable than many valuable technical and process drawings. The high price is of course justified. The foot basin chicken retains most of the advantages of white-feathered broiler chickens. For example, the meat-to-feed ratio is as high as 1 to 2, and the time it takes to be marketed is only about 40 days. But the most important thing is that this chicken can eat almost anything. So why does it need to be carefully fed with concentrated feed? It can be said that the foot basin chicken does not have any of the bad problems that white-feather broiler chickens have. Each foot basin chicken has an indestructible stomach. The chicken grown there is pure natural and pollution-free, without any hormones. Such a good chicken in a basin. Just one word. Buy it. Bruno clicked the buy button almost without hesitation. The moment Bruno chose to buy it, 40 points of glory were automatically deducted from the upper right corner, and a familiar parchment was placed on Bruno's desk. Just like sweet potatoes, and corn. There was a line of small words written on the parchment. The Sky Garden will be invaded by a large number of chickens in 5 hours. Great. Once you come, don't even think about leaving. List. Bruno shouted toward the door. Here I come. Lord Earl. I just counted with my fingers, and found that there seems to be some unusual movement deep in the Almies Mountains. Go find Sam Layton and ask him to bring 100 regular soldiers to the Sky Garden immediately. Yes, List said quickly. Outside the Sky Garden, the Adar soldiers, armed with swords, were already on high alert, although they didn't know what they would face. Nor did they know where the Earl got the news from. But obeying orders is a soldier's duty. The Earl's orders are always correct. Every word and action of the Earl is full of meaning. As the most elite soldiers in Adar County, their loyalty to Bruno is deeply engraved in their bones. However, for unknown reasons, the Earl actually ordered them to put down their weapons and replace them with a bunch of wooden sticks of varying lengths, baskets of different sizes, and a large net made of thick hemp ropes. What is this for? The soldiers' doubts did not last long. And finally, as the first plump chicken rushed into the soldier's sight, the hunt for chickens, no. The feast of catching chickens began. These light yellow basin chickens are wild birds that ran out from the depths of the Almies Mountains. Their fighting power is very proportional to their size, and their fighting power is almost zero. So all soldiers must capture them alive, and not let any basin chicken escape, because they will become the new food of Adar territory. The soldiers didn't know whether they heard the previous words or not, but they heard the 3 words new ingredients clearly. For a moment, the soldiers' eyes lit up as they stared at those thugs whose bodies were shaped like foot basins. There are quite a few new ingredients in Adar territory these days, such as sweet potatoes, corn and potatoes. The soldiers have already eaten them. Not only do they taste great, but they also make them feel full after eating them. But the soldiers' meat diet was extremely monotonous. So, in the minds of these soldiers, new ingredients mean delicious meals and time to fill their stomachs. Therefore, those ignorant chickens were like running into a weasel's lair, and the soldiers were all trying their best to catch the chickens. Although the chicken feathers were flying all over the sky, these chickens that were as big as foot basins moved very slowly, so the soldiers could not catch them effortlessly. I could almost grab one with just one reach out, and I felt extremely happy. After about half an hour, all the chickens were captured by the soldiers. If you count them carefully, you will find that there are tens of thousands of them. Chapter 168 Control of Merlin Bay. Fresh ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. For a wandering time traveler like Bruno, it is a very wonderful thing to have the taste of childhood hometown around him. Therefore, a lucky chicken was quickly plucked and slaughtered by Bruno's orders, and then covered with mud to make a beggar's chicken. The soldiers who completed their mission returned to the barracks to continue their training, while Bruno was happily gnawing on the juicy and fragrant roasted chicken. The meat of this chicken tastes completely different from the quick-grown chickens in the previous life. The meat is firm and rich in gelatin, which can be called an excellent delicacy. You can recruit the serfs to build a large chicken farm. This will save them from having to knock on the doors of a jewel all day long. It will be a change of pace for them and allow them to relax for a while. Bruno tore off a piece of firm chicken leg meat and instructed Lister. After receiving the order, List hurriedly trotted out. After all, the Earl's beggar's chicken was so delicious that it made one saliva dripping. Although the chicken in a basin tasted good, Bruno was a little absent-minded. Judging from the time, Captain Jack should have succeeded. Right? Merlin Bay, the northeastern waters of the Kingdom of Basel. The sea breeze was howling. The white waves were chasing. And Captain Jack, wearing a tilted inverted triangle-shaped captain's hat on his head, was concentrating on watching the battle taking place not far away. This is the last island in the entire Merlin Bay that is not controlled by the Coral Island pirates, or the Adar people. As a former captive of Adar, Captain Jack, who now leads the Coral Island pirates, has many emotions. If it weren't for the support of Lord Bruno, Count of Adar, he would probably have been just a small pirate leader under the great pirate Kelvin until now. Every day, he flatters a group of short-sighted pirates who only know how to eat, drink, gamble and have sex, and discusses who has the prettiest girl. But everything that happened in Adar territory changed Captain Jack, who had no ambitions at all, and made him forget his previous low-level interests. He, Captain Jack, is the man who wants to become the pirate king. He will control these pirate minions with unhealthy thoughts in their heads for the Lord of Adar, and let them bask in the glory of the great Lord Bruno's steward, Count of Adar. Then, today, Captain Jack has transformed himself into the leader of the Coral Island Pirates, and a famous pirate in the waters northeast of Basel. This was a position he had never imagined before. In order to achieve Bruno's goal of unifying the waters northeast of Basel as soon as possible, after Captain Jack reintegrated the Coral Island Pirates, he took the lead in tearing up the non-aggression agreement signed between the pirates and launched a raid on other pirate groups entrenched in the waters northeast of Basel. Pirates are not aristocrats. They don't need to pay attention to whether their behavior is in line with etiquette and integrity. In fact, Captain Jack originally thought that although he was still a pirate in name, he had actually become a lackey of Lord Adar. Therefore, I am somewhat worried that this approach will damage the dignity of the young Earl. But what Captain Jack didn't expect was that not all nobles cared about their dignity as nobles. And Lord Count Idle only cared about the results he wanted to see. So, this also made Captain Jack feel free of any psychological burden about his actions. And he just rushed forward with his head down. If we say we will fight without any ambiguity. Although there are only 100 or so pirates on Coral Island. With the support of the magic crystal bomb, Captain Jack has the courage to fight all the other pirates alone. The difference in weapons and equipment cannot be made up by the advantage in numbers alone. At least, for the pirates, who are used to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. The powerful magic crystal bomb is enough to make the enemy terrified and almost flee. With the support of the magic crystal bombs provided by Lord Adar, Captain Jack's offensive was almost unstoppable. Pirate groups were wiped out one after another, and the evil pirates were drowned in the deep sea. If the prisoner looks pleasing to the eye, he will be spared or directly recruited into his own army. However, if there have been conflicts and contradictions between them before, Captain Jack will naturally not show any mercy. Among the navy of the Kingdom of Basel, there may also be people who are aspiring to the country. Perhaps they have regarded those pirates who harassed the coastal towns as enemies. But, when their reports were set aside again and again, when their words were ignored again and again by the nobles who pretended to be deaf and dumb, even the most resolute soldiers would gradually become lazy. Moreover, the Basel Navy's salaries and food were always in arrears again and again. So, when the boxes full of coins were transported to the port by pirate ships, they gradually became decadent and corrupt. So much so that they turned a blind eye to the pirates' actions. Because a large part of the Basel Navy's military pay might have come from those pirates whom they once hated so much. Therefore, when naval battles broke out in the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Basel, the nobles in power did not receive any valuable information at all. Therefore, when the nobles of the Basel Kingdom were spending the sky in their castles, they talked about it. They didn't realize that in the ocean not far from the Kingdom of Basel, a division of marine territory was conducting in an orderly manner. Even if they knew, they would probably just think it was another fight between pirates, and would not care at all. After all, compared with the vast ocean, in the perspective of the nobles of this era, the land under their feet is more important. Instead of spending a lot of money and a manpower to explore the ocean, it is better to buy more jewelry and clothes for his wife and themselves. As for sea control, let it be. Our interests will not be harmed anyway. Just like that, amid the roar of bomb explosions, one island after another was occupied by Captain Jack. Those pirate gangs that were originally evenly matched with the Coral Island pirates were all succumbed to the threat of the magic crystal bombs. This also allowed the pirates under Captain Jack to finally break through the number of 300 and move towards the mark of 400, with the final battle for the island coming to an end on August 25th, 537 of the new calendar, without being noticed by any other forces. Lord Adar, through the Coral Island pirates, finally completed the control of the entire Merlin Bay. This also meant that the sea power in the northeastern waters of the Kingdom of Basel was firmly controlled by the Adar people. Perhaps the Basel nobles today do not care much about the ocean. But when these nobles finally realize the importance of the ocean, it may be too late. Because the construction of three-masted warships never stops. Today's Adar territory. He is no longer the noble lord who had to choose between a three-masted warship and a spectacle a few months ago. Chapter 169 Ceremony. The towering lighthouse and the blue sea stretched to the sky. The surging waves beat against the rugged rocks, and the cool sea breeze blew away the last embers of late summer. Life passed day by day. From early summer to late summer, the summer of Adar had reached the end. Although sometimes the weather was still a little hot, it was much colder than the summer season. On the coast under the big lighthouse, a platform about 1 meter high was being built by serfs. Most of the stones, and would use to build this platform are the remaining building materials after the construction of the lighthouse. This is a way to make full use of the materials and save the loss of transportation back and forth. Perhaps the perspective of the future. These serfs have set up a slightly larger drama. But in this world, it is also a very rare large platform. Roughly, the size of dozens of gallows. After many days of preparation, at Bruno's request, a grand ceremony will be held on this newly built wooden platform. Unlike those aristocratic banquets held in the Lord Castle. According to Bruno, this will become a celebration for all Italians. It was for this reason that Bruno decided to hold the ceremony on the land adjacent to the lighthouse. After all, even though Bruno had expanded and renovated the southern part of Adar, the city was still unable to accommodate the large number of civilians and serfs. Moreover, this would require a large number of civilians to pour into the city from all over Adar County. If a stampede occurred, it would turn a good thing into a bad one. It was for this reason that the flat, open and unobstructed land around the lighthouse became the preferred location for holding the ceremony. Moreover, due to the construction of the lighthouse, a large number of serfs and civilians gathered around the lighthouse, which saved them the trouble of traveling back and forth, and at the same time allowed them to recruit labor locally. In fact, most officials in Adar had many doubts about the decision made by Bruno, and even the civilians in Adar felt a little panicked. After all, according to Bruno, they were also participants and witnesses of this ceremony. It's just, as a member of the lowest class of people who couldn't even get enough food to eat in the past. When did I ever have the honor of attending the same ceremony with noble lords? What's more, according to Bruno, both serfs and civilians can attend this ceremony. This is something that has almost never happened since the founding of the Norman Empire. But no matter how shocked the civilians are, no matter how confused the officials are, there is absolutely no room for change in what Bruno has already decided. Besides, even a wonder like the lighthouse was built. So the officials of Adar had already developed a strong heart. Why would they care about the cost of this ceremony? At most, I felt a little unbalanced when I saw that civilians and serfs could also participate. But for them, this is something they must go through. After all, according to Bruno's vision for the future, Adar County will sooner or later become a place without serfs, and become a pearl in the eastern part of the Norman Empire and even the entire continent. This will be the inevitable trend of historical development, and will not be changed by the will of a few people. So, all the officials in Adar can do is to accept this as soon as possible. Otherwise, Bruno doesn't mind replacing a group of people to take charge. For this long-prepared ceremony, not only the working serfs, but also the Adar Regular Army, the Adar Immigration Administration, and other departments of the Adar territory almost all joined in the preparations. Finally, with the joint efforts of countless people, the first large-scale ceremony held by Adar territory officially began on the last day of August. Around the central platform, flags with the Stuart family emblem fluttered in the wind. And under the stands, countless civilians were bustling about. These civilians and serfs huddled together, staring with wide eyes at everything happening around them. A hint of nervousness and curiosity in their eyes. In addition, the Earl did not explain the content of the ceremony in advance, so they gradually began to speculate among themselves. When Bruno finally stepped onto the platform under the protection of his personal guards, the civilians and serfs were suddenly excited. That really is the Earl. Live. Still able to move. The common people and serfs looked at the young Earl standing on the stage with curiosity. Besides being nervous, they were also filled with excitement. After all, after Bruno promulgated some governance measures, almost everyone present became the beneficiaries of these policies. Not to mention, which lord would there be a lord who cares about their lives and death? Bruno Stuart, Count of Adar, can be considered a unique Scorpion dad. While the people in the audience were looking at him curiously, Bruno, who was standing on the stage, was also looking at the civilians and serfs in the audience. Bruno clearly remembered how the serfs, who worked for him, looked when they first saw him, just a few months ago, when potatoes, corn and other crops were being harvested. Humble, cowardly, fearful, and terrified, even though they know the policy promulgated by Bruno has changed dramatically. But in the hearts of those serfs, their own position is still very humble, and even dare not even lift their heads. This situation cannot continue forever. The Adar people should have the pride of the Adar people, and should be proud of living on the land of Adar. They should have awe and gratitude towards Bruno. But they should never let their knees go weak at the sight of a nobleman. Otherwise, Once Adar County is invaded by foreign enemies, these people will just accept the situation, and will not be able to help Adar County at all. So today, Bruno will stand in front of the stage and let all the civilians and serfs in Adar see who the person who bestowed the favor on them is, and how handsome he looks. It is also important to let the Adar people in the audience know that only Bruno Stewart, the Earl of Adar, is their lord. Except for Bruno himself. The other nobles are all villains who turn their backs on them and are not worthy of their support at all. Let them know that the ceremony is not just a privilege of the nobles, but all the people living in Adar territory will have the power granted by Lord Adar. Bruno hopes that through this series of actions, these Adar people can unite as one and make them have a strong sense of belonging to the Adar territory. What Bruno most wants to see is that he only knows Count Adar, but not the royal family and the church. Otherwise, wouldn't all Bruno's previous efforts be in vain? Even if we cannot make everyone believe in Adar territory in a short period of time, we must let most people know that Adar territory is the pure land worthy of their protection. Let them stand firmly in the Adar Lord's camp when war comes. Chapter 170 Trial. Although this was a ceremony that had been planned for a long time, but according to the plan, the first item of this ceremony was the trial. The great pirate Kelvin was killed on the spot by the brave and combative Adar Navy soldiers during the battle. However, someone must pay for the crimes they have committed, and someone must be tried on the land of Adar. Therefore, Fast Pearson, the pirate leader who was Kelvin's right-hand man, naturally became the protagonist of this trial, and took on all the charges for the raid. After all, Captain Jack, who has been cleansed, has to work for Lord Adar and assist Bruno in controlling the vast ocean. Standing on the podium, Bruno actually felt a little nervous. Although he was a count, this was his first time to give a speech under the gaze of tens of thousands of people. Bruno looked around. The soldiers standing beside the platform to maintain order were his source of strength, while the people in front of him were the support and reliance that made Lord Adar even greater. He cleared his throat, took a deep breath, and then spoke loudly to the Adar people gathered below the stage. Commoners, serfs, and officials of all levels in Adar territory. I am your lord, the owner of the Order of St. George, the supreme military commander of Adar territory, Count Bruno Stewart of Adar. The moment Bruno opened his mouth, the noisy chatter in the audience instantly quieted down, and the speculations in the hearts of the common people were finally confirmed at this moment. Sure enough, the young nobleman in front of them was actually their lord. But the brief calm did not last for a few seconds. Under the guidance of the prearranged atmosphere group, cheers louder and louder began to be heard. Long live Lord Adar! Long live Lord Bruno! Hearing the cheers around them, the people who were filled with tension finally relaxed and shouted out the words that had been hidden in their hearts for a long time. Listening to the heartfelt cries of the civilians and serfs in the audience, Bruno felt warm in his chest. Everything I have done these days has finally not been in vain. This is the public opinion. Isabel stared blankly at the scene in front of her. As the daughter of Viscount Conti and a future tool, she was also invited to attend the celebration as a guest. Looking at the excited people and the joy on their faces, Isabel's expression changed from disbelief at first to shock, and finally even a little fear. She had never thought that those people at the bottom of society, those humblest guys who were always bossed around by the nobles, could actually burst out with such shocking momentum. Isabel knew very well what the civilians in Conti were like. They were half naked, sleeping in the open, and full of pessimism and loss about the future. However, in Adar County, these people are completely different from the sickly civilians in Conti County. Isabel could feel that there was hope in their eyes, and they were looking forward to the future. It was under this strong contrast that a question arose in Isabel's mind. Why are the common people of Adar so optimistic, and why are they so supportive of their lord? She looked towards the stage with clear eyes. The Earl of Adar was indeed an extraordinary nobleman. Bruno pressed his hand down, signaling these excited people to calm down. I believe many people still remember that a few months ago, a group of pirates attacked the Cape Salt Works on the east coast of Adar territory. 8 soldiers died in the battle, and 6 innocent serfs were killed by the pirates. Whether they are soldiers or serfs, they are all citizens of Adar territory, and they are brothers and sisters of all Adar people. They use their blood and lives to guard the Cape Salt Works and the peace of Adar territory. Listening to Bruno's words, all the Adar people present fell silent. But this silence was not because of gratitude, but more because, in this era, the death of a few people is really a normal thing. Therefore, They did not understand why the Earl would bring up the old matter at this time, and at this celebration. The purpose of my saying this here is to tell everyone. Bruno paused, then said in a deep voice, any enemy who dares to invade Adar territory will be hunted down to the ends of the earth by Adar territory's soldiers. Come on. Bring the criminal up. Following Bruno's order, in front of everyone's eyes, a ragged pirate was brought up by the soldiers of Adar's regular army. He, Fast Pearson, is the pirate leader who led his men to invade Adar territory that day, Bruno said, pointing at the pirate kneeling on the stage. Suddenly, someone in the audience knelt down excitedly, pointing with trembling fingers at the pirate kneeling on the stage. The man cried out loudly, "It's him! It's that guy! He killed my brother!" Bruno ignored the shouts from the audience and continued. In order to avenge the dead soldiers and serfs in Adar, the Adar navy launched an attack and wiped out the pirates entrenched in the Basel waters in one fell swoop. The lives of serfs are also lives. Anyone who offends Adar will be punished no matter how far away they are. As Bruno finished his words, the civilians and serfs in the audience were all excited. Originally, the people were somewhat confused about Bruno's words. But at this moment, looking at the victims' families squatting and crying in the audience, the Earl standing on the stage and making an impassioned speech, plus the pirate leader kneeling on the stage, it couldn't be more real. In order to avenge a dozen of the lowest-ranking people, the Earl actually ordered the navy led by Adar to travel thousands of miles to strangle those pirates who had committed heinous crimes. Although they found it unbelievable, the facts were right before their eyes. So much so that at this moment, the desire of the young and strong men in Adar to join the army became stronger and stronger. And even the serfs loved the Adar territory more and more. This made all of them realize that Lord Bruno was not just talking, but truly regarded the serfs as living people. The lives of serfs are also lives. Anyone who offends Adar will be punished no matter how far away they are. Bruno's 2 sentences seemed to ignite the long-hidden passion in the hearts of the people, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the scene. Looking at the excited people below the stage, Bruno couldn't help but nodded in the direction of the serf, who was crying in pain. Actually, the guy who squatted on the ground and burst into tears when he saw the pirate leader was not only a senior member of the Atmosphere Group, but also an excellent agent working for the Adar Intelligence Agency. His acting talent and crying skills can be compared with those of the big stars in his previous life. No, his acting talent is even better than that of the big stars in his previous life. I must ask Claire to give him chicken legs when I get back. Kill him! Revenge for the dead soldiers. The serfs with red eyes shouted loudly. Finally, Bruno, who had been silent for a long time, said in a deep voice, the pirate leader Fast Pearson planned to invade the Cape Salt Works. The evidence is irrefutable, and his crime is unforgivable. Here, I, Count Bruno Stewart of Adar, formally sentence Pearson to death. Chapter 171 Commendation Conference and Emergency. When Pearson heard Bruno's words, he shuddered so hard that he fainted. That's a death penalty. Of course, Pearson was not the only pirate escorted to Adar by Admiral Malkaran. But after the ringleader was killed, it would be a bit of a waste to execute the rest as well. After all, it was because Bruno really missed the former 9th production team. Those brainwashed thugs worked extremely hard and without asking for anything in return. They might be the only production team in the entire Adar territory that was more efficient than the serfs. I don't know how those lovely hooligans are doing in Bethlehem, and whether their daily lives are fulfilling enough. So, isn't it a joyous thing to recreate the legend of the 9th production team? It not only provides a benchmark for the serfs, but also allows the pirates to undergo labor reform. After all, if they were to be interrogated carefully, not all of these pirates brought to Adar County were extremely evil. Most of the pirates brought to Adar were selected by Captain Jack, and many of them were sent to Adar because of their conflicts with Captain Jack. Bruno turned a blind eye to Captain Jack's actions. After all, reorganizing the pirates in the entire Basel waters was Bruno's top priority. As for things like taking revenge for personal gain, none of these pirates are good people anyway. And the guys sent to labor camp are definitely not good people. Fast Pearson must be killed to serve as a warning to others. Although the other pirates are guilty, their crimes do not deserve the death penalty. So, pass the order to assign the remaining pirates to the 9th production team and conduct labor reform for 30 years. Bruno announced in a deep voice. In the current Adar territory, only 2 types of punishment are imposed in most cases: death penalty and labor reform. As for punishments such as fixed-term imprisonment and jail time, not only will it waste land, but it will also waste Adar territory's air and food. It would be better to let them use their limited lives to make more contributions to Adar territory, so as to atone for their sins. Bruno's decision naturally received the support of the majority of Adar residents. Because Bruno was the only lord who cared about civilians and serfs, they were so grateful that they had no right to complain. After the trial, Bruno waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to quickly drag Pearson away. Then he began to talk about the good weather and great changes in Adar County over the past year, and began to commend those outstanding workers. As the workers with big red flowers tied on their chests walked onto the stands under the guidance of Adar's personal guards, the people present all widened their eyes, because they knew most of the people who had just come on stage. But they were actually qualified to stand with the Lord. Wagner stood on the stage and felt that it was the first time for him to have such a glorious moment. As one of the first civilians who moved from Sorin to Adar, Wagner relied on his hard-working spirit and his will to overcome difficulties head-on, and was repeatedly elected as the model worker and pioneer worker of the Adar steel plant. However, he never expected that today, Lord Bruno Stewart, Count of Adar, would personally award him the Model Worker Medal. The sickle and hammer engraved on the medal symbolize the farmers and workers of Adar territory, and symbolize the most ordinary people who work hard for Adar territory. Bruno personally pinned the medal on Wagner's chest, which made Wagner feel extremely honored that he was touched by the Count. This means, my body is no longer just my own. It also belongs to the Earl. Excited, nervous, thrilled. For a moment, Wagner's body actually began to tremble slightly, and his eyes became tearful. From Sorin territory to Adar territory, in less than a year, Wagner really went through too much hardship. Thanks to the generous Count Adar, who gave him a job, he was able to live an ordinary life again with his pregnant wife. So, Wagner knew deeply that everything he had was given by the Lord of Adar. How could he not be grateful to Bruno, the Count of Adar? Come on! Keep up the good work. Bruno patted Wagner's shoulder affectionately and encouraged him. I will definitely live up to the Count's trust, Wagner replied excitedly. There were a total of 6 workers who received the commendation this time. Most of them came from workshops and construction sites across Adar territory, and there were even 2 serfs from the production team among them. This almost made the serfs down the desire straight. It turns out, even though I am a serf, I still had the opportunity to stand on the stage and receive praise from the Earl. After the trial of the pirates and the commendation of outstanding workers came to an end, the long-awaited banquet finally began. Although Bruno had previously claimed that everyone could participate in the ceremony, in reality, only the most diligent and hard-working serfs and civilians were eligible to participate. But even so, the number of people is as large as 3,000 to 4,000. After all, the total population of Adar territory is only about 40,000, and 3,000 to 4,000 people is 1/10 of the population. As for those who were unable to attend the ceremony, they could have heard about what happened at the ceremony from their friends and neighbors. Besides, only when some people are able to attend and some are shut out, can such a gap make people cherish the opportunity to attend the ceremony. And a very important point is, there will be an open-air banquet after the celebration. If so many people really come, the food consumption at the banquet will be enormous. Bruno couldn't buy so much food at once, so it would be safer to store it as food reserves. For this banquet, Bruno adopted the buffet format. Fragrant fried chicken, skewers of barbecue, braised pork elbows. These are all in limited supply. However, there is plenty of white bread, seaweed soup, and seafood cooked in various ways. The people of Adar County had never seen such a sumptuous meal before, and their eyes were red with envy. The Earl was so kind to them that he was truly indebted to them. But Bruno felt a pang of heartache when he looked at the large amount of food. If it wasn't for the purpose of winning the hearts of the people and uniting the people of Adar, Bruno would not have been willing to spend so lavishly. Bruno moved among the crowd below the stage, greeting the people from time to time, and then flattered the civilian serfs. After going around in circles, I unexpectedly ran into Wagner, a civilian working in the Adar steel factory, who had just been awarded the Model Worker Medal. Just as he was about to say hello to him, he saw someone saying something to him, and Wagner's face suddenly turned pale. What's wrong? Bruno walked over. Seeing the Count coming, Wagner burst into tears and knelt on the ground. My Lord Earl, my wife is having a difficult childbirth. Chapter 172 Surgery? Difficult labor? When Bruno heard Wagner's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, Bruno felt vaguely excited, although this sounds a bit unkind. And it is definitely a disaster for Wagner's family. But for Bruno, or for the Adar territory, it may be a good thing. Although Bruno had already introduced a series of subsidy policies for local pregnant women in order to increase the population and the birth rate in Adar territory as much as possible. But the birth rate in Adar County is still not high. Or in other words, giving birth is an extremely dangerous thing. And it can even be said to be putting one foot into the coffin. Even if there are no complications such as dystocia, the various symptoms that women experience during childbirth may very likely send both the mother and the baby into the arms of death. Of course, there are midwives. But even so, problems and mistakes that may arise in the panic are difficult to avoid. In response to this tragic situation, Bruno had actually already made plans. For example, he concentrated all the midwives in the entire Adar County in the city of Adar. At the same time, a hospital specializing in caring for pregnant women and assisting in childbirth was opened in Adar territory. All pregnant women in Adar territory must come to Adar territory's hospital 1 month before giving birth to receive the most direct care and observation. The reason why Bruno took these actions was to wait for an opportunity, waiting for pregnant women to show symptoms of difficult labor. Because, in this era, difficult childbirth is an unsolvable problem. Even the most experienced midwife could not avoid the outcome of 2 deaths. So, once Bruno encounters a woman with symptoms of difficult labor, he can naturally order the doctors in Adar to perform cesarean sections on these women. It was also because of this that when Bruno heard that Wagner's wife was showing symptoms of difficult labor, he knew that the opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. In the final analysis, Bruno couldn't force pregnant women who could give birth smoothly to have their bellies cut open. Only in the case of difficult labor. Performing a cesarean section can maximize the avoidance of medical disputes and allow the development of medicine to gradually take a new step in Adar. Although casualties are inevitable in this process, any progress comes at a price. Although he thought so in his heart. When Bruno heard the news, he couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. How could this happen? Bruno said somewhat absent-mindedly. My Lord Earl, please allow me to go back now. To see her for the last time. Wagner, who had just been elected as the first model worker in Adar, had a face full of sorrow. He was so overwhelmed with joy and sorrow that he felt his whole spirit became dazed. After all, in this era, difficult childbirth often means death. I will go with you, said Bruno. Ah? Wagner looked at his Lord Count in shock. Your wife's child is naturally Lord Adar's child. And I am Count Adar, the supreme ruler of this land. So, your child is actually my child too. If your child can be born safely, I will personally pray for him. Bruno gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. How can this be? For a moment, Wagner felt dizzy. This is such a great joyous event. I am just a commoner. But the man in front of me is a great earl. If my child can really be born safely, with the earl's blessing, I'm afraid my future days will be hundreds of times better than mine. But I'm afraid my children won't have such a blessing. Well, without further delay, I will personally return to Adar City with you. List, give him a horse, Bruno ordered, seeing the Count's generosity and kindness. And his wife's life was in danger. Wagner could not care less for a moment. He said as calmly as possible, I will never be able to repay the Earl's kindness even if I die. No matter what the outcome today is, I will follow the Earl's lead. Ah. Yeah. Adar City. Temporary Maternity Hospital. This is a courtyard located in the eastern city of Adar Territory. Since it gathers almost all the pregnant women in Adar Territory, the area it covers is extremely large. When Bruno and Wagner arrived here, they heard a series of groans of pain. Several midwives were walking back and forth in the corridor with anxious looks on their faces. The sweat on their foreheads flowed down their hair, showing that they were also extremely nervous. How is the pregnant woman inside? Bruno stopped a midwife and asked. Reporting to the Earl, the pregnant woman's condition is very urgent. Although she has already tried upright delivery, she has already shown symptoms of dystocia. The midwife replied quickly. Bruno had heard of upright childbirth, which was the method of childbirth chosen by most women of that era. And it also reflected the rare wisdom in the medical history of that era. This method originated in the kingdom of Basel. People usually placed the mother on 2 side-by-side chairs, balancing her body between the two. and massage her abdomen to relieve pain and speed up the delivery process. However, although this method has certain effects, the effect is extremely limited. Once encountering situations such as difficult labor, midwives will be helpless. How could this happen? How could this happen? When Wagner heard the bad news from the midwife, he sat down on the ground, staring blankly ahead. He seemed to recall the ordinary and happy time he had with his wife some time ago, when he thought about how he and his wife had finally arrived in Adar territory, but had encountered such a thing. He became more and more regretful and sad. Difficult childbirth is almost equivalent to death. Actually, it's not that there is no solution, Bruno on the side suddenly said. Wagner, immersed in grief, did not react at the moment Bruno finished speaking. But after a moment, he suddenly raised his head. My lord Earl. He grasped Bruno's noble robe tightly, as if he had grabbed the last straw. My lord Earl. Are you saying that my wife can still be saved? Wagner, you have to remember that no matter when, there are always more solutions than problems. I certainly have solutions, but they may not necessarily succeed. And the probability of failure is even greater than the probability of success. Bruno said uncertainly. This doesn't matter. If we wait here, we will only wait for death, even if there is only a slight possibility of success. I am willing to try. Wagner hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind, and said in a deep voice, in that case, someone call Doug Batalov over here. Prepare for surgery. My lord Earl, I have been waiting for your orders for a long time. As soon as Bruno finished speaking, he saw a guy who was sitting on the ground stood up and responded. Chapter 173 Attack on the Big Bath. Doug Batalov is the former military doctor of Adar territory, and is also the pig castration expert of Adar territory today. After several months of deep reflection in the dungeon, Dr. Doug was finally rehired by Bruno, and became a big shot who controlled the ownership of all the pig eggs in Adar County. It was precisely because of the excellent skills and special talent that Dr. Doug demonstrated in castrating piglets that Bruno made up his mind to train Doug Batalov to be the first medical pioneer in Adar territory, who possessed both modern medical knowledge and local medical theories. What Bruno relied on, naturally, was the medical knowledge from the system mall. If Bruno encountered a difficult and complicated disease that required the treatment of various advanced medical equipment and methods, he would naturally be helpless because he simply did not have enough glory points. However, relatively simple operations such as cesarean sections do not require so many requirements. Moreover, Doug Batalov had already conducted secret experiments on many kinds of animals and the corpses of enemy prisoners, so he had a certain practical foundation. Since the cesarean section operation had been planned for a long time, a disinfected room had been set up in advance in the temporary obstetrics and gynecology hospital in Adar City, and even the drugs needed for anesthesia had been prepared. It can be said that everything was ready except for the east wind. So, when Dr. Doug heard the news that someone was having a difficult delivery, he rushed over almost immediately. Only, when Wagner heard the name Doug Batalov from Bruno's mouth, his face seemed to turn even paler in an instant, because for most people in Adar territory, the name Doug Batalov is well known. Ever since the rumor that Lord Shabi loved Origai was broken. Chapter 14. Dr. Doug's glorious deeds have become a rare gossip material among the people of this era. As a guy who locked himself and the piglets in a small dark room all day long, and often did some unscrupulous things to the piglets in Adar's territory. Unlike the pity that the people had for Shabi at that time, the people's feelings towards Dr. Doug were more alienated. Could it be that the method that the Earl mentioned actually has to rely on this dog doctor to achieve it? The moment he saw Doug Batalov with his own eyes, Wagner's heart was already half cold. In his opinion, it is no longer a question of how much greater the probability of failure is than the probability of success, but that the probability of success is almost zero. My lord, what exactly is this method you are talking about? Wagner asked nervously. Under the current circumstances, I'm afraid the only way out is to perform surgery as soon as possible, Bruno said. Operation. What? Surgery. Although he was just a civilian of the lowest level, Wagner was not completely ignorant of surgery. However, the surgery in this era was more for taking out the fetus from the mother's belly after she died and burying them separately. Surgery does not necessarily mean death. If the operation is performed properly, the probability of your wife's survival is still very high, Bruno comforted. Wagner could only nod his head. Well, let's treat the dead horse as a living one. Go and get ready. Bruno looked at Doug Batalov and said in a deep voice, "This operation must be successful. I will do my best." Dr. Doug wiped the sweat from his forehead and said quickly, "It is naturally impossible to say that it is naturally impossible. Although Bruno has taught him a lot of medical knowledge. After all, this is the first time he has undergone surgery in living people. The risks and challenges that we'll encounter during the operation are unpredictable." Dr. Doug went in to perform the operation, while Wagner cried under the wall of the operating room. As if he had anticipated his wife's death, Bruno sighed and walked into the lounge next to the makeshift hospital. At this moment, Bruno finally realized how he should choose the next wonders of Idol. Large public bath. In the illustrations of the wonder construction system, this is the only wonder that can increase the birth rate of the population, improve urban sanitation, and promote the development of medicine. Although the continuous influx of the migrant population has caused the population of Idol to lead, it has been rising. But this is still impossible to cover up the terrible mortality rate in this era. Pregnant women may die while giving birth. Eating unhygienic food may lead to death. Getting sick may lead to death. And going to the doctor in a suicidal way may lead to death. Although there are many different ways of death, and the causes of death are different. In the final analysis, it is undoubtedly due to the backwardness of medicine and unsanitary living environment. Nowadays, there is no dirty sewage on the streets of Idar County, and the sanitary environment is more than twice as good as that of almost all cities. However, the living environment cannot be improved by simply collecting sewage. Domestic sewage, moldy food, and unhygienic living habits can all lead to the occurrence of a variety of diseases. The wonder bonus that the large baths can bring can undoubtedly improve this to a great extent, which is why Bruno chose the large baths as the next wonder. The large bathhouse provided by the wonder construction system is actually two completely different wonder buildings from the large bathhouse in Savage 6. The prototype of this large bath that Bruno wants to build is actually the Caracara bath located in ancient Rome. As for the big bath in Saving 6, the full name should be Mohenjo-Daro baths. The name sounds very Indian. Even if it falls into a ruthless filter screen, I am still willing to pour out the water of my love. Even if I fail, I will not hesitate. So, like a devout Indian, this is the description of William Shakespeare on the Mohenjo-Daro bathroom. However, even if it is a beautiful text, it is difficult to cover it. This large puddle, which was only 2.4 meters deep, was too deep for a bathing place and had nothing to do with flood control. Bruno was left with a speechless feeling. Fortunately, the large bathhouse provided by the wonder construction system is the Baths of Caracalla. The bath with the name of the Roman Empire is enough to accommodate 2,000 or 3,000 people to take a bath at the same time, with a total area of 412 by 383 meters, covering an area comparable to a small town. Even the large-scale swimming pool with modern standards may be difficult to reach its huge scale. In addition to the main bathing area, it also has gardens on 3 sides as well as various facilities such as a public library, an arena, a promenade, a gym, etc. It can be called a large shopping and leisure center built in ancient times. In addition, the ancient Romans spared no expense in building public facilities. Therefore, under the order of the notorious and bloodthirsty Roman tyrant Caracalla, the baths of Caracalla were extremely luxurious and incomparable to any other ordinary baths. Even the way it brings wonder bonuses to the Idar territory is very different from other wonders. Chapter 174 Ancient Roman Drug. Wonder name, Caracara Bath. One of the wonder characteristics, reduces the chance of Idar's people getting sick, greatly reduces the possibility of large-scale infectious diseases and plagues. Spectacle feature 2, enhance the general hygiene awareness of the people in Idar territory, and consciously maintain and improve the sanitary environment of Idar city. Note, dear, the baths of Caracalla are better when used in conjunction with the ancient Roman aqueduct. Building the ancient Roman aqueduct will unlock new wonder features for the baths of Caracalla. Wonder feature 3 to be unlocked. The medical enlightenment movement takes place in Idar territory, greatly accelerating the development of Idar territory's medicine and increasing the birth rate of the population. Have to. It's not enough to just build a large bathhouse. We need to also build an ancient Roman aqueduct to make it smell good enough. The ancient Roman aqueduct mentioned in the wonder construction system refers to a large ancient aqueduct built in 53 AD and located in the old town of Segovia, Spain. Although it is not recognized by the system as an independent wonder, it fully meets the characteristics of uniqueness. Uniqueness and representativeness of a wonder. The city of Adar is close to the Adar River, and is actually not short of water. But this so-called proximity is about 5 or 6 kilometers away. Therefore, it is of certain value to establish a stable and long-lasting water supply system by building canals. At least it can save the civilians of Adar from having to go out of the city to fetch water every day, so that they can devote more time and energy to their work. What's more, this ancient Roman aqueduct can also unlock the third wonder bonus for the Great Baths. Anything related to wonder bonuses is good stuff. Considering the current population size of Adar territory, it is not impossible to build the large baths and the ancient Roman aqueduct at the same time as long as it is carefully calculated and allocated properly. Moreover, since an independent water supply system, like the ancient Roman aqueduct, is about to appear, the plan to build a sewer covering the entire city of Adar should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. After all, in many cases, it is not necessary to focus everyone on the same project in order to achieve the highest efficiency. The Karakara bath is about to break the ground, so the location of the bath needs to be finalized as soon as possible. In fact, when Bruno decided to build a large bath, he already had a rough plan for the construction of the big bath. The first thing that needs to be made clear is that a good thing like the baths of Karakala should naturally be built in the city of Adar. In addition, the large bathhouse is very large and covers a large area. So, according to Bruno's consideration, it is more appropriate to build on the east side of Idal's city. This is because when the Brun-Nua renovated the southern city of Idal, in order to broaden the main roads and improve the living environment, many houses were demolished and moved to the east side of Idal's city, revised Nanchung district, and expanded Dongchung district. This is a plan that Bruno has formulated a long time ago. This means that in order to accommodate the large number of residents who have moved to the east city district, part of the city wall on the east side of Adar has begun to be demolished in an orderly manner. Bruno was not in a hurry to rebuild the city wall after it was demolished. Otherwise, with the increase in the population of Adar, the greatest possibility was that he would build and demolish it, wasting a lot of labor and resources in vain. Furthermore, after Idal's lead has cement, the speed of building the city wall is no longer the same. If it is facing more fire, it can be filled with the missing city walls in a very short time. Not to mention, the inconspicuous Namur fortress in the north is definitely not just a decoration. Now that the city wall is not rushed to build, this allows Bruno to make a systematic planning for Idal's lead in advance, so as to divide the positions of various functional areas of Idal's city early. But don't underestimate the role of dividing functional areas and building a reasonable road network. Bruno doesn't want to see the city of Adar being blocked from the east gate to the west gate in the future. Woo-ah-woo. Just as Bruno's thoughts gradually diverged, and he was thinking about the location planning of Adar city, the cry of a baby interrupted Bruno's thoughts. Hearing the baby's crying, Bruno couldn't help but happy, because Wagner's wife was the only one giving birth in this obstetrics and gynecology hospital today. And this at least means Wagner's child survived successfully, and the cesarean section operation was at least half successful. So Bruno pushed the door open almost immediately. And then, he saw Wagner with a happy face. Earl. At the moment he saw Bruno, Wagner kneeled on the ground at once. Earl. Save. Mother and children are all survived. Okay. Bruno felt sincere joy, because Bruno knew better than anyone what a successful cesarean section meant. With cesarean section as a precedent, operations of all sizes, such as amputation, appendectomy and circumcision, which are not very difficult, no longer seem to be out of reach. But most importantly, the great significance of medical progress can be enjoyed by everyone in the entire Adar territory, including Bruno himself. Although Bruno has become a veritable magic master, illnesses such as colds and fevers are still difficult to avoid. So, if the surgery was successful, then 999 cold relief can be far behind? Bruno doesn't want someone to come and give him bloodletting treatment when he gets sick in the future. My Lord Earl, I have accomplished your mission. At this time, Dr. Doug, who looked a little tired, came over. Looking at the new surgeon, Bruno couldn't help but feel emotional. Although Dr. Doug's name was really funny, he was still very dedicated in his work, which was worthy of his earnest teachings. Success once does not mean success every time. So in addition to castrating piglets, you also need to study hard. Also, you can't stop drawing the human body structure diagram for a moment. There can't be any mistakes. Yes, Dr. Dub replied quickly. In fact, Dr. Doug himself was quite surprised at the success of this operation. Although he had done many experiments on animals before, this was his first time performing surgery on a living person. Thinking back on it now, he still felt a little scared. At the same time as the operation was successful, the expedition team led by Claire finally returned to the outside of Adar City. The ferocious beasts soaring in the sky, the strange remains in the valley, the unheard of giant rocks, all these things that happened in the Almes Mountains made him feel unforgettable for the rest of his life. Chapter 175, Remains and the Crusaders. Krell's light armor was covered in mud, and his bag was torn into pieces by the thorns along the way. Looking back, there were traces of blood on the soldiers' faces. When they, exhausted both physically and mentally, finally saw the long-lost city of Adar, the string that had been tightly stretched in their hearts finally relaxed at this moment. The city before them, and the land beneath their feet, are the only home where the soldiers can feel safe. Before heading to the Almes Mountains, this fully armed team had 50 people. But now, there are only more than 30 people following Claire. The lives of more than a dozen soldiers rest forever in the depths of the Almes Mountains. But Claire looked at the soldiers behind him, whose clothes were torn, but whose eyes were determined. Although they had experienced hardships and tribulations along the way, they finally completed the tasks assigned by Bruno's men. Into the city, Claire's eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was a little hoarse. Finally arrived at home, Lord's Castle. Bruno sat behind his desk, quietly listening to what Claire had seen and heard deep in the Almes Mountains, thinking about the first-hand information that Claire had brought him. You mean? Bruno frowned and tapped the table with his fingers. In the Almes Mountains, there is a vast basin that has never been visited by anyone, although it's a sparsely populated place. It can't be said that no one has ever set foot here. Claire's face became serious. He raised his hand, took something out of his pocket, and handed it to Bruno. This is... What Claire handed over was a pale golden brooch, which shone with a faint golden light under the candlelight. But, the moment Bruno saw the pattern carved on the brooch, he felt his originally calm heart suddenly beating violently. Boom! Bang bang! The night was quiet, and the bright moonlight poured down through the half-open window, illuminating one side of the study. Bruno tightly grasped the brooch that Claire handed over with his fingers. And then, he couldn't help but lock his eyes on the brooch. This is indeed just an ordinary gold-plated brooch. But, although it has been a long time, after so many years of wind and rain, the patterns and lines on the brooch have gradually become blurred. But Bruno could still clearly identify that the pattern carved in the center of the brooch was a light golden cross. The light green paint depicting the vines around the cross had faded, and the colorful decorations around it had long since become dilapidated. But the cross was like a nail that had firmly nailed Bruno's heart. This is the cross that represents the church. As the owner of the Order of St. George, Bruno knew very well the meaning behind this brooch, which is the Crusader of the church. Those bones scattered all over the depths of the Almes Mountains belonged to the Crusaders. When the answer suddenly appeared in Bruno's mind, Bruno couldn't help but let out a long sigh and leaned back on the chair. It's the church again! Although the war that broke out in the north was tense and fierce, the changes in the battle situation could be clearly presented in front of Bruno. However, the Church of Light crawling in the south of the Empire brought him even greater pressure at this moment. Why are there traces of the church deep in the Almes Mountains, as an armed force directly under the command of the church? Why would the Crusaders appear here, on the territory of Adar? Bruno would never believe that this could be a coincidence, because according to Claire's description, the number of remaining skeletons they found alone exceeded 30. Just ask yourself, who would have nothing better to do than to send their elite soldiers to remote mountains and forests without any purpose? If it weren't for the purpose of searching for the undiscovered natural wonders mentioned by the system and exploring the hidden resources in the Almes Mountains, Bruno would not have sent these most precious elite troops over there. But the Almes Mountains are more than a month's journey from the holy city of Bethlehem. So this means that there must be something in the Almes Mountains that attracts the attention of the church. Perhaps resources, or perhaps treasures. But Bruno does not know what the purpose is just based on these dozens of Crusader skeletons. Moreover, what puzzled Bruno the most was that if the Almes Mountains were really so important, why did the church ignore the eastern part of the empire during all these years? Never set up dioceses and cardinals, and simply awarded itself the Order of St. George, an honor that carries the right to interpret religion? Confusion, doubt, and puzzlement, compared to the natural wonders that sat quietly there waiting to be discovered. The existence of the church undoubtedly attracted more attention from Bruno. It seems, the religious issues remaining in Adar County must be resolved as soon as possible. How are the members of the expedition team? Did they encounter any danger? Bruno rubbed his slightly swollen head and asked. He suddenly realized that since the Crusaders would dump corpses in the wilderness, there might be some unpredictable dangers in the Almes Mountains. Claire hesitated. There are indeed some losses. What's going on? Lord Adar doesn't need these imaginary numbers. Every member of the expedition team is an elite in the regular army and the intelligence agency. How many people were injured and what kind of losses they suffered must be compiled into a report and reported to me in detail, Bruno said seriously. After all, everything in Adar County is still in its infancy, and the financial resources are not strong. Any slight loss will make Bruno heartbroken. Reporting to the Earl, 12 soldiers were killed in this exploration. Claire gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. What? In fact, in the first 10 days or so. Although the soldiers of the expedition encountered many ferocious beasts in the mountains, and some soldiers were slightly injured. Due to the close cooperation of the soldiers and the new weapons and equipment, there were no casualties. All the casualties occurred in that basin deep in the mountains. We actually found the skeletons of the Crusaders in the canyon leading to the basin. After entering the basin, we encountered a magical beast that we had only seen in books. What monster? Bruno asked seriously. Griffin. Chapter 176 Griffin. Griffin? Bruno was surprised. That's right. Claire nodded. After a moment's hesitation, Bruno finally waved his hand and asked Claire to retreat. The compensation for the fallen soldiers must be distributed to their families as soon as possible, and the soldiers who return safely must have a good rest. After a while, I will personally go to the Almes Mountains with you again. I understand, Claire said in a deep voice. Candles lit up Bruno's study. After Claire left, Bruno searched the bookshelf behind him for a long time and finally found the atlas with the griffin in it. The old parchment has become somewhat loose due to the erosion of time, but fortunately the handwriting on the parchment can still be recognized. This is probably the only book in the study of Lord Adar that has a relatively detailed record of magical creatures such as griffins. Before Bruno traveled through time, it had always been used to pad the corners of the table. As early as in Bruno's previous life before he traveled through time, griffins were widely present in various myths and legends and online games. This magical beast with an eagle's head and a lion's body has always been regarded as a powerful creature capable of dominating both land and sky. Although this is a magical world, creatures like Warcraft are not common. Most of them live far away from humans, or in the monster forest on the border between the Norman Empire and the Odin Empire. Even Bruno himself had only seen one kind of magical beast, and that was the blue-carbed golem that lived on the Friend Islands. But the griffin was obviously not a coward like the blue-carbed golem. As the direct murderer who caused the deaths of 12 elite Adar soldiers, Bruno was naturally quite afraid of it. However, I possess powerful magical powers, so I should be able to deal with the griffin, right? However, I seem to have seen the term griffin somewhere else a few days ago. At this moment, Bruno seemed to have thought of something, and quickly awakened the Wonder Construction System and entered the system mall. After searching the keyword griffin, a long list of content that made Bruno happy appeared in his field of vision. Griffin Taming Method Price, 66 Brilliance Points. Great. For Bruno, this was a pleasant surprise. Due to the existence of natural wonders, the griffins living in the basin are a problem that Bruno must solve. Either kill them or tame them. There are only these two options. So, although the method of taming a griffin is extremely expensive, even comparable to a three-masted warship, it plays an extremely important role in the Adar territory. Air power. Bruno could already imagine that after a period of time, the Griffin Knights of Adar territory would soar in the sky, thus adding an extremely important link to the military strength of Adar territory. This is the style that a knight should have. It is much more handsome than those knights riding on horses. What's more, right in the griffin's habitat, there is a natural wonder waiting to be discovered. Looking at the painting jointly drawn by Claire and the agents of the intelligence agency, and the eye-catching natural wonder in the center of the painting, Bruno felt more and more delighted. Others may not know what it is, but Bruno, a veteran player of the Civilization series, knows the name of the natural wonder in the picture very clearly. Looking at the huge rocks perpendicular to the ground surface and the hexagonal prisms with hundreds of parallel cracks in the painting, a familiar text appeared in Bruno's mind in an instant. A natural wonder that occupies one cell and is inaccessible. Adds +1 faith and +1 productivity to the adjacent cells. Devil's Tower. Even though the quality of the painting was extremely rough and there were messy interferences around the picture, Bruno still recognized at a glance that the giant rock was very similar to Devil's Tower in the northeast of Wyoming. The Lighthouse Country. Although the Devil's Tower on Earth may not be exactly the same as the Devil's Tower here, there is no doubt that it is the most likely creation in the Almes Mountains to be recognized as a natural wonder by the Wonder Construction System. So, is Devil's Tower the natural wonder hidden deep in the Almes Mountains? For a moment, Bruno's originally gloomy mood became relaxed. No matter what the church is planning, Bruno is a time traveler who possesses a system. If he cannot defeat the obstacles in front of him with the help of the golden finger, how can he have the face to say that he is a time traveler? Just do it. Thinking of this, Bruno opened the calendar that had been placed in the corner of his desk. It seems that after the members of the expedition team have rested, I really need to go there in person. After all, only when Bruno sees the natural wonder with his own eyes, the bonus brought by the natural wonder will be successfully activated. Stupid system. Ruining my sleep. Depend on. With the end of the ceremony and the return of the expedition team, the Adar territory finally ushered in the golden early autumn quietly. Although he has lived in the Sky Garden for a long time, the summers of this era are still inevitably hot and humid, making people sweat all day long. This undoubtedly makes Bruno miss the air conditioning in his previous life. For Bruno, wrapping himself in a blanket and enjoying the air conditioning is a simple and happy thing. Perhaps because there is no severe extreme weather, the climate in Adar territory immediately became much fresher as soon as autumn came. After finally getting such suitable weather, Bruno took Lys with him and rode on horseback among the cities and fields of Adar territory. For the new Adar territory, autumn is also the season for sowing. Potatoes and sweet potatoes can be planted twice a year. So as soon as September begins, the farmers in Adar County are busy again. However, for this round of work, both serfs and civilians had a smile on their faces. Labor is a happy thing. After seeing the horrific yields of potatoes and sweet potatoes, almost everyone is full of hope for their future. Perhaps, the day when we can have a full meal every day is coming. At the same time, the influx of a large population also brought news of the outbreak of war in the northern border to the ears of civilians. At a time when war was raging outside, being able to farm and live peacefully on the land of Adar territory. Isn't this a great thing? No matter how hard or tiring the life is, here, they have a place to stay and they can survive. Actually, not only the farmers, but also Herring, who came from the king of Basel, on the other side of Adar, finally started planting tulips. Chapter 177 The Queen and the Merchant. September is a good time to plant tulips. In fact, tulips can be planted all year round. Tulips planted in September will bloom in April and May after experiencing the low temperature environment in winter. And then the flowering period will last for 3 to 5 months. In order to plant these thousands of acres of tulips, the Adar Chamber of Commerce purchased a large number of tulip bulbs from all over the empire, especially in the north of the empire. Due to the impact of this sudden war, the prices of flowers such as tulips and roses plummeted. Because when war comes, only food and gold coins can be considered as heavy hard currency. And this provides great convenience for Lord Adar to take advantage of the opportunity to buy up goods. After all, flowers like tulips can neither be used as food nor store their value in gold coins. Their only function is to be enjoyed by noble gentlemen on a daily basis. The enemies from the north will not let you go just because the flowers you grow are beautiful. Therefore, with the advent of war and the shortage of supplies, the price of bulbs naturally plummeted. I am afraid that the current market price is only about 1/5 of the usual price. The same goes for antiques in prosperous times and gold in troubled times. In fact, Bruno has a slightly different idea about the cultivation of tulips. And the inspiration comes from those source stones. After the targeted improvement of the residual divine power on the Friend Islands, the internal structure of the magic crystal stone has undergone earth-shaking changes, thus becoming a special crystal source stone that can spontaneously absorb free magic elements in the air. At the same time, many plants growing on the Farron Islands are more or less different from the animals and plants living in other places. Originally, Bruno took it for granted that they were just some trees, flowers, and plants that were not commonly seen in daily life. However, after returning to Adar County, the more Bruno thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. If Bruno's guess is correct, the trees, flowers, and plants on the Friend Islands should have undergone a certain degree of change under the influence of divine power. If this is the case, then can tulips be improved through the influence of divine power? After all, if you want to successfully drive up the price of tulips, you must have some particularly rare varieties, so that it will be easier to operate. If it were possible to cultivate tulips of rare colors such as black and purple, Bruno's plan would be more secure. However, deep purple tulips are not so easy to cultivate. So the Friend Islands, which possess residual divine power, naturally became an ideal base for Bruno to improve plant varieties. Not only tulips, but also wheat, rice, and even roses. A small handful should be sent to the French islands. Speaking of roses, in addition to the vast fields of tulips, roses are also considered to be among the crops grown in Haarlem. Similar to tulips, the extraction of rose essential oil requires more than just 1 or 2 acres of flowers. In addition, this is the season for planting roses. Therefore, a large amount of grain seeds are continuously sown in the soil on the south side of Idar city. On the north side of Idar, the planting of roses and tulips is also being carried out in an orderly manner. Wally Harlan, who was covered in mud, soon spotted Bruno strolling around. He trotted over and said, "My lord Count, look, I planted all these tulips myself. Don't worry. As long as you can grow tulips, I will definitely help you get the title." Bruno said seriously. "Don't worry, Count. I can definitely cultivate the most precious and rare tulips," Harlan said confidently, because of Bruno's promise. During the days he came to Idar County, he went into the gardener's house almost every day. He didn't care about his status as a nobleman at all, and he was not ashamed to ask questions. He probably knew much more about tulips than Bruno. "My lord Earl, it's just, I don't know where my token is." Harlan hesitated. After Bruno conducted a detailed investigation on Harling, he got a token belonging to the Harling family from Harling on the pretext of helping Harling obtain the title. This matter is closely related to helping you obtain the title, so don't ask too much, Bruno said in a pretentious manner. Oh, Harlan had no choice but to nod. Speaking of the token belonging to the Harlan family, Bruno suddenly recalled what he had told Callio before. Such a long time has passed, so he should have established a firm foothold in the Kingdom of Basel. Right? The Kingdom of Basel is located in the southeast of the Norman Empire. The shape of its territory is roughly an inverted ox horn, with high terrain in the northwest and low terrain in the southeast. It borders the Duchy of Sidon to the west and the Norman Empire to the north, and has an extremely long border. At this moment, the Norman Empire and the Odin Empire were mired in the quagmire of war, and the Principality of Sidon was too far away. Therefore, the Kingdom of Basel, located in the southeast and adjacent to the territory of Idar, naturally became an ideal place for Bruno to dump goods. After all, although the Kingdom of Basel was only a kingdom, it was difficult to compare with the Norman Empire in terms of the number of nobles or the land area. However, with a big brother like the Norman Empire as its natural barrier, the Kingdom of Basel has never participated in any war for decades, enjoying long-lasting peace and accumulating a lot of wealth. As an outstanding and progressive young man of the new era with a sense of morality and justice, how could Bruno watch the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel bury their precious wealth in the cellar to rot? So, Bruno decided to help them spend their money. Spend it where it will benefit the people the most, where it will promote social progress and the growth of the technology tree. To put it more bluntly, the goal is to make the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel willingly and eagerly hand over the money in their hands to Lord Idar. Bruno, who possessed many excellent qualities, certainly would not rob others by force mainly because he could not win the fight. So for the welfare of the people and the progress of society, he could only slightly increase the selling price of Idar's goods. But he still believed that the nobles of Basel were very willing to serve Idar. No. The nobles of Basel were very willing to contribute to the cause of human progress. The city of Basel, located in the Goethe Plain and adjacent to the Wagroa River, is the political, economic and cultural center of the entire Kingdom of Basel. During these years, the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel, who had no internal worries and no external enemies, focused most of their energy on travel and enjoyment. Compared with the capital of the Norman Empire, St. Lawrence, the extravagance of the city of Basel was even more extravagant. As the capital of the Kingdom of Basel, it is also the most populous city in the entire Kingdom of Basel, and is about 10 days away from the territory of Idar. Perhaps to show its submission to the Norman Empire, the city of Basel does not have the towering city walls and vast palaces like those of the Norman Empire. But at the same time, His Majesty the King of Basel is not constrained by the Regency Council, possesses the most complete and extensive power in the Kingdom of Basel, and is the largest noble in the entire Kingdom of Basel. Speaking of which, in fact, when the Norman Empire established the Regency Council, the Kingdom of Basel, as a vassal state of the Norman Empire, originally wanted to follow suit and establish a Regency Council. But the Norman royal family at the time believed that the Kingdom of Basel's practice was a shameless plagiarism of the Norman Empire's political wisdom and governance philosophy. And they also issued severe condemnations of the Kingdom of Basel. Therefore, the establishment of the Regency Council eventually came to nothing. Today, whenever they saw the situation of confrontation gradually forming between the royal family of the Norman Empire and the Regency Council, the subsequent kings of the Kingdom of Basel were extremely grateful for the condemnation of the Norman Empire. What is this? This is the spirit of Big Brother who sacrifices himself to prove his truth. At this moment, on the Via Nerva that runs north-south through the city of Basel, a gorgeous carriage is slowly driving on this straight cobblestone road. The wooden wheels rolled over the undulating gaps between the stone slabs, making Kallio feel particularly bumpy. Kallio lifted the curtain of the lathe, stuck his head out, and looked at the morning scene of the city. He wanted to breathe in the fresh air and sort out his messy thoughts. Only, he forgot that this was not Idar City, much less Idar County. The gentle morning breeze blew through the densely packed houses, carrying with it the smell of fermented feces that immediately hit Kallio's face. What a disgusting smell. Kallio quickly pulled down the curtain beside the car window and retracted his head. In fact, the environment of Basel City is one of the best even in the Norman Empire. But Kallio was used to the fresh air in Idar, so the stench almost made him suffocate. It was almost the same as the smell of the toilet in Idar. The carriage moved slowly along the road. When it passed the crowded civilian area and entered the inner city near the royal palace, the air around it finally became much better, although it was still filled with a faint smell of urine. It was enough to bring Kallio back to his senses. Call. It has been 2 weeks since Kallio arrived in Basel. As the president of the Idar Chamber of Commerce and Bruno's right-hand man, Kallio will personally preside over the operations of the Idar Chamber of Commerce in Basel. But, in this city full of nobles, a businessman without any backing is like a lamb to be slaughtered, being stared at by countless eyes, and has no status at all. Therefore, the token Bruno gave him before leaving undoubtedly became the key for the Idar Chamber of Commerce to break the situation. That was the token that Bruno asked for from Wally Herring, symbolizing the Herring family. Viscount Harlan is indeed just a small viscount. But he has a beautiful daughter, Alana Herring, the eldest daughter of Viscount Herring, is the second queen of the current King Ivan III of Basel. If his backer is just a viscount, then he will undoubtedly have to give up a lot of interests in order not to be controlled too much. But if I tell others that my backer is the current queen, that would be a big difference. It was precisely because the Harlan family had a queen that the fight for the heir to the title developed into a fratricide. Several possible heirs were wooed by various forces, so that the weak Wally Harlan had to temporarily live in the Idar territory, using the identity of the Harlan family to help the Idar Chamber of Commerce gain a foothold was an idea that Bruno and Kallio had agreed on long ago. So, the news that Wally Harlan currently lives in Idar territory has long been strictly blocked by Bruno. But in the subconscious of the Harlan family members, Wally Harlan is still on his way to the Odin Empire. And Kallio's identity at this time is the businessman that Wally Harlan relies on most, and the spokesperson of Wally Harlan in the Kingdom of Basel. The carriage moved forward slowly, gradually approaching the palace. This was actually the second time that Kallio came to visit the queen from the Harlan family. As the eldest sister of Wally Herring, Alana has always been particularly fond of her younger brother, which has greatly facilitated Kallio's many actions in the Kingdom of Basel. The reason why the Idar Chamber of Commerce was able to take over the store located in the prime section of Nerva Avenue was thanks to the help of the queen. So this time when he entered the palace, Kallio actually came to present gifts. Of course, as a businessman who would not do anything without profit, Kallio also had his own considerations in addition to presenting the gift. The royal palace of the Kingdom of Basel was not too big, and since he had been there once before, Kallio was naturally familiar with the place, led by the royal guards holding short swords and round shields. And after numerous inspections, He finally met the noble queen again in the garden behind the palace. The garden is not big, and it is not as grand as the Sky Garden in Adar territory. Callio thought to himself. Since becoming Bruno's subordinate, Callio has always regarded himself as a native Idarian. And from time to time, he compares Adar with other places. And then, he will gain a sense of accomplishment and pride. Of course, as a qualified businessman, such emotions would certainly not show on his face. Your Majesty, this is truly a very beautiful garden. It's probably not inferior to the garden of the Norman palace. The moment he saw Queen Alana, Callio hurriedly complimented her. Alana Herring is now 28 years old. At the peak of her beauty and grace, her brown hair fell in rolling waves, and her snow-white skin looked delicate and charming in the morning sun. A girl who looked only 13 or 14 years old was standing carefully behind her, massaging her sore shoulder blades. Callio, why are you here? Queen Alana opened her lips slightly, nodded slightly, and said calmly, Her Majesty, this is a gift that Master Wally specially ordered to give you. As he said, Callio waved his hand, and a front guard came over. On the tray at his hand, a crystal bottle wrapped with a well-wrapped satin was placed on his hand. This is... Alana hesitated. This is rose essential oil. Your Majesty, Callio replied respectfully. Chapter 178 God-given item. You mean? Rose, what? Alana asked confusedly. She knew about roses, of course, but she was confused by the essential oils that Callio mentioned. In the Kingdom of Basel, especially in the Royal Palace of Basel, the consumption of roses has always been huge. In addition to placing rose petals in vases for viewing, the nobles of the Kingdom of Basel, especially the ladies and young ladies, often used rose petals as guides when bathing. Sprinkling the light pink rose petals into the water, not only will it make people feel refreshed, but it will also leave a lingering scent of roses on the body. But the liquid contained in this small and exquisite crystal bottle is obviously very different from those light red rose petals. Looking at the clear liquid with a light golden luster, if it wasn't for Callio to explain in advance, Alana would not think that the liquid in this bottle had a little connection with the rose. Her Majesty, the liquid in this bottle is called rose essential oil. It was a great gift that Master Wally Harlem was transferred to you before leaving. Callio answered. Rose essential oil? Yes. Callio nodded, and then said, reporting to the Queen, This rose essential oil is a good thing that Master Vala went through a lot of trouble to get from the Norman Empire. Although rose essential oil seems to be very little, it requires hundreds of acres of roses to purify it. Take the roses used to make essential oil. For example, they must be cultivated in the frozen soil of the plateau of the Odin Empire. Roses grown in other places will never be able to produce such a treasure. Oh! Go on. Callio's words could not help but evoke the interest of Queen Alana. As the queen of a country, she has never seen something good in a country. But this rose essential oil really made her open. Yes! In addition to being grown in plateau frozen soil, the rose petals used to extract essential oils must be picked at 7 a.m. on the 7th day of flowering, and then immersed in clear spring water from the Almes Mountains for preservation. In order to preserve the purest rose fragrance, the rose petals must be picked naked by children under the age of 7. The picked rose petals must be purified within 7 hours. However, children under the age of 7 are obviously unable to operate the process of purifying rose essential oil. Therefore, when purifying the essential oil, the most devout believers need to recite church scriptures and express gratitude to the gods for their grace, so that the gods can perform miracles and remove the filth around them, so that the selected rose petals can receive the gods' blessing and cleansing. I don't know the specific process of purification, but it takes at least hundreds of acres of roses to extract a small bottle of rose essential oil. Hearing this, Alana was stunned. Even the luxurious royal family of Basel had never heard of such a process. You mean, just this small bottle requires hundreds of acres of roses? Your Majesty, I dare not lie. The bottle of essential oil in your hand has actually been diluted. Dilution? Yes, but even so, this bottle of essential oil requires at least 30 or 40 acres of roses to be extracted. Moreover, the water used to dilute the rose essential oil comes from the purest water source deep in the Almes Mountains, and is holy water obtained after the blessing and prayer of the cardinal. After hearing what Callio said, Alana couldn't help but be stunned. As the eldest sister of Wally Harlan, Alana knew very well that her brother would never lie to her. So, This small bottle of rose essential oil was so valuable. It's just, I don't know what this rose essential oil is good for. Rose flowers can be used for viewing and rose petals can be used for bathing. But what effects do the essential oils extracted from rose flowers have? Your Majesty, the benefits of rose essential oil are simply innumerable. Because they are too complicated. I have made a list for you and recorded them all. As he spoke, Callio handed over a thick roll of parchment. There are so many? Alana asked in surprise, looking at the lines of text. Of course. This rose essential oil is made from the best roses and has been blessed by the cardinal. Naturally, it has excellent effects, Callio said quickly. Whitening skin care, beauty and skin care, even improve physiological discomfort. Every line of text on the parchment made Alana feel incredible. This rose essential oil, could it be really so magical? Seeing that the fire was almost the same, Callio said softly. His Majesty, the villain now retreats. Go ahead. Alana waved her hand. As she watched Callio gradually walk away, she impatiently ordered, prepare warm water and follow the instructions on this parchment roll. Yes. The maid serving beside her replied quickly. When Callio left the palace, the wide Via Nerva was already crowded with people. As the main north-south artery running through Basel, the land-scarce Via Nerva is home to many of Basel's shops. At the corner of this road, a large shop is being renovated in full swing. This is the base of the Adar Chamber of Commerce in Basel, and also the first stop for the Adar Chamber of Commerce to enter the Basel market. With the tacit consent of Queen Alana, Callio, under the banner of the Harlan family, easily took over this shop located on the Golden Road. Giving rose essential oil to Queen Alana was not only to express gratitude to her, but also to advertise the rose essential oil produced by the Adar Chamber of Commerce. What could be more impressive than having the Queen herself endorse the deal? Callio has great confidence in the efficacy of rose essential oil. When those noble ladies find out the source of the rose essential oil, Callio will naturally offer a price that his Lord Earl will find reasonable. That's right. It is to make Bruno feel reasonable, not to make these Basel nobles feel reasonable. After all, as a luxury product, rose essential oil naturally has to go the high-end route. Moreover, the production of rose essential oil also forced Adar County to choose the high-end route of having a high price but no market. However, the products in the store are naturally not just rose essential oil. With rose essential oil as a brand, the other products will surely sell well. Callio attached great importance to the decoration of the store. Under Bruno's guidance, Callio firmly remembered a series of refreshing sales techniques and sales methods in his little notebook. Any product needs packaging and promotion. Only if the store in front of you looks high-end and classy at first glance can Callio have the capital to raise the price. Therefore, the store in front of us, whether it is the exterior decoration or the interior decoration, can be called extremely luxurious, so that those noble gentlemen can pay without hesitation. Give the order, and let the people below make preparations early. Our shop will officially open on the 1st of next month, Callio said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 179, The Stillness of Night. As the sky gradually darkened, the Adar territory was gradually shrouded in the dark night sky. But at this time, the Lord's castle was brightly lit. It may be a little tight. Please be gentle. Isabel widened her eyes and looked at Bruno nervously. I'll try my best. Bruno's voice was a little anxious, but the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. I want to pull it out. Ha! I pulled it out. Bruno showed a happy expression, holding a building block that had just been pulled out in his hand. Before he finished speaking, I saw the building standing on the desk gradually skewed aside. Then, with a clang, the stacked block suddenly fell onto the desk. Lorry-le, also known as Equidity, layer by layer, is a puzzle game that Bruno once played in the last life. The gameplay is very simple. Place 3 rectangular wooden blocks of the same size and shape as a layer, and then stack them up to form a tower. Take turns rolling the dice to decide which color or layer of wooden blocks to draw, and place the drawn wooden blocks on the top floor of the tower until the tower collapses due to loss of balance. Looking at the building blocks scattered in front of him, Bruno couldn't help but be a little annoyed. What did you play with Isabel to play with Isabel? Have lost 2 games. Since there is a lack of entertainment in this world, Bruno asked carpenters to use fine wood to polish such a stacking music set early in the morning so that he could help himself pass the time when he was bored. Mainly because, although Bruno had figured out how to play poker, His luck was terrible, and he lost every time. So the personal servants in the castle were very cautious every time they played cards. Or even dared not to play cards at all. "Come on, Isabel. Who wins 2 games?" asked with great interest. "Don't come. All these things are a waste of time. And there is something to do," Bruno said justice. "TSK. You can't afford to play?" Isabel asked back. "You have to explain 10 math problems to me every time you lose. This is what we agreed on beforehand. You can't go back on your word." Bruno pretended that he had never heard Isabel's words, and shouted loudly outside the door, "List! Why haven't the wine yet? We are here. Count. We were delayed on the way." Liszt pushed open the door and waved behind him. "Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The Earl is waiting here." Only 2 servants walked into the room one after another, each of them holding a rectangular wooden box in their hands. "Be careful about action. But don't give the county's baby," Liszt told him. After Liszt led the servants away, Isabel walked over curiously and looked at the wooden box on the table. This is the first batch of products from Moor Wine Industry. I asked them to bring it to you for a look. If there is no problem, they will appear in the shops in the Kingdom of Basel next month," Bruno said. These 2 wooden boxes on the table are definitely not the usual shoddy products made by carpenters. Every piece of wood has been polished to be extremely smooth, and even different patterns are engraved on the surface of the wooden boxes. Not everyone likes strong liquor, so these boxes contain low-alcohol wines produced by Moor Wine Company. "You can open them and take a look," Bruno introduced, different from the usual way of unpacking. After some investigation, Isabel suddenly saw that there was an extremely delicate switch on the side of the wooden box. The wooden box can only be opened after the bolt is removed. Isabel reached out and opened the wooden box. And then, she saw a piece of cardboard produced by the Adar paper mill. And on that piece of paper, there were detailed records of the origin of the grapes used, the production date, and even the name of the worker who produced this bottle of wine. In addition, there is an introduction to this bottle of wine, and the benefits that wine can bring in moderation. After opening the card, a bottle of beautifully packed low wine was finally presented in front of Isabel. The glass bottle containing the wine looks crystal clear, and there is still a layer of thin paper on the bottle of wine. But the content written on it is much simpler. The name Moor Wines was printed on it in cursive, which looked particularly beautiful. Add to that the confetti and feathers scattered around the bottle to enhance its class and avoid collisions, and the bottle of wine suddenly looks different, perhaps from the perspective of future generations. These scraps of paper are quite cheap, but in this world, these light yellow scraps of paper are unique to the Adar territory. For a moment, looking at this bottle of high-end wine, Isabel was speechless. "That's right. This is the wine produced by Connie before." "Is it better to look better than before?" Bruno asked proudly. "The taste probably hasn't changed much, but the price has definitely more than doubled." Isabel felt as if she had realized something. "Yes. The Moor River Valley has always been an important producer of high-quality grapes in the Norman Empire. But over the years, the price it sells for has been no different from other ordinary wines," Bruno concluded. "So in my opinion, the wine produced in the Moor River Valley must have a price gap with other wines. At the same time, we sell not only wine, but also the decentness of the nobles." "Noble dignity?" Isabel murmured thoughtfully. Bruno nodded. "In this world, the most important thing of the nobles is the decentness of their aristocracy, because this is a few in the era when this spiritual entertainment activity is extremely scarce. A few of them can make themselves a sense of accomplishment and satisfaction. So, Bruno firmly believes that a wine that can make the nobles feel full of wine in an instant is the real wine, and the true love of the noble masters. If you think that's all, you're totally wrong," Bruno said proudly. "The pictures on this wooden box are 16 kinds of magical beasts that exist in legends. Once a customer can collect all the wooden boxes with 16 pictures, he will have the priority to buy whiskey." Priority to purchase? Isabel already felt that his head could not turn around. "You know, there are 2 types of products that Moor's wine industry is now operating and produced, namely low wine and whiteland, while Idal led it to vulgar and whiskey. Unlike the huge production of wine, this strong liquor called whiskey needs to be aged before it can be sold. Therefore, the production is much less than other wines. Scarcity makes things valuable," Bruno emphasized. "So, selling through the right of first refusal can not only stimulate the sales of wine, but also double the selling price of whiskey." Isabel took over the conversation and said softly, Smart. That means. Bruno nodded and couldn't help but give Isabel a thumbs up. Chapter 180 issue. Wagner. It's just, what about a spirit? What? Bruno froze. According to your previous thinking, the price of strong liquors, like brandy and vodka, must be much higher than that of low-alcohol wines. However, you have applied these sales tactics to low-alcohol wines. As for strong liquors, how do you plan to drive up the price? Is it just through the right of first refusal? Isabel puzzled. Because, according to her understanding of Bruno these days, if it cannot earn more than 200% of profits, the count in front of him will never give up. What is the price? Bruno's expression changed, and he said very seriously, I am doing this to satisfy the nobles' dignity, and to allow them to enjoy life better. This is completely for the benefit of the nobles of the Norman Empire and the Kingdom of Basel. Isabel, you don't have to worry about the packaging and publicity of the spirits. This adult is not only wise, but also intelligent, wise, and talented. Seeing this, Isabel said no more, because Bruno had used the low-alcohol wine in front of her to make her deeply aware of the sales skills and market control that the Adar Lord possessed far beyond that of ordinary chambers of commerce. Let's go again! After seeing the new packaging of the wine, Isabel's mood became even better. She pointed to the building blocks scattered on the table and spoke excitedly. No! It's time to sleep. Bruno, who had good work and rest habits, firmly refused. The natural wonders in the Almeida Mountains often appear in the minds of Bruno, like a newlywed woman looking forward to her husband's home, from time to time with a hint of resentment. Master Bruno, come here soon, you come here. Although he really wanted to go to the depths of the Almes Mountains to find out what was going on, and quickly activate the bonus effect of the natural wonders. But there were still many problems in the Adar territory that needed to be solved by Bruno. Bruno hopes to set up a police team that is responsible for internal affairs as soon as possible in Edal, as the population pouring into Adar territory continues to increase. Even though the current situation is very good, and the people's living standards are constantly improving, Adar territory will inevitably face the problem of rising crime rates. Serious cases hardly happen. After all, if you want to commit a crime, you need the tools to do it. In the homes of these residents, the most likely tool to commit crimes is the piece of black bread that can be dozens of centimeters long. The length of black bread is the best indicator of the improvement in people's living standards. In the past, it was considered very good if the black bread stored in civilian homes was 10 centimeters long. On weekdays, they could only live frugally and barely make themselves survive. However, nowadays, the length of the black bread sold in Darling has generally exceeded 20 centimeters, and even reached more than 30 centimeters. It is rough and hard, and is especially good for teeth, although this thing can indeed kill people, and the Adar people can basically fill their stomachs. But after all, black bread is real food, and it is the most easily available thing for people to eat on a daily basis. And it will not be wasted like this. Moreover, although there are not many serious cases, there are still many small things like theft, non-payment of debts, neighborhood conflicts, accusations against each other, and so on. Prior to this, these matters had always been managed by the standing army of Adar. But with the increase in population, this would undoubtedly delay the time and progress of the standing army's daily training, leaving the standing army surrounded by these trivial matters in the market. Therefore, it became an urgent matter to establish a team specifically responsible for handling conflicts between civilians in Adar. Otherwise, if someone came to the door of the Lord's castle crying and shouting all day long, it would undoubtedly have a great impact on Bruno's sleep quality. Without good sleep quality, how can we plan the way forward for Adar and seek well-being for the people? Although establishing a police force sounds simple, Bruno was undoubtedly troubled by who would lead the team and how to select the police officers. Unlike the standing army of Adar, the soldiers of the standing army, as the armed force to guard the security of Adar, only need to be responsible to Bruno. Although literacy is good, it is a plus, not a minus. What is more important is to understand the policies of the Adar lordship and support the rule of the Stewart family. Therefore, when recruiting standing troops, one only needs to consider whether the other party's physical fitness can withstand the daily training of the standing army, whether their background is reliable, and whether they can faithfully complete the orders issued by Bruno. However, the recruitment of police is completely different, although the police also need training, and the training requirements are much lower than those of the standing army. the requirements in other aspects have been greatly increased. Because, after all, the role of the police is to deal with the civilians and serfs of Adar County. Therefore, physical conditions and physical qualities are secondary. The most important thing is to be able to correctly resolve conflicts and disputes between the two sides and protect the life and property safety of the Adar people. At the same time, they will also be responsible for solving possible vicious cases and patrolling in the city of Adar. This requires that the police force recruits people who have practiced reading and writing. In addition, they must be familiar with various principles and be able to convince the public, so as to avoid making things more chaotic. But in this era, how would ordinary people know how to write? For these commoners and serfs, who had difficulty even filling their stomachs in the past, learning, reading and writing were undoubtedly the privilege of the nobles. This also led to the fact that most of the civilians who could read were carpenters, stonemasons, blacksmiths and other people with relatively good living conditions, or civilians with active thinking who could run some small businesses in the streets. Although these people are not rare, they are still pitifully few. Fortunately, the Adar territory manages immigrants and local residents living outside the city of Adar through independent working communities. So the number of police needed is not too large. Bruno called the policy implemented in Adar County the grassroots mass autonomy system. Each migrant worker community will establish a community committee, and the people in the community will elect people who they believe can win the support of the people to assist the Adar Immigration Administration in management. This method not only makes Adar easier to manage, but also reduces the burden on Adar officials, saves Adar's limited funds and manpower, and allows Bruno to focus more energy on more needed and urgent areas. Therefore, similar to the Adar Intelligence Bureau, the most important thing at the moment is to build a framework of the police force first. After thinking about it for a while, Bruno probably already had a relatively preferred candidate in mind. That is Wagner, the immigrant from the territory of Sorin. After Bruno saved the lives of his wife and children, Wagner was completely devoted to the lordship of Adar. Moreover, according to an investigation conducted by the Adar Intelligence Agency some time ago, this civilian named Wagner is not only hardworking, but also literate and a relatively decent person. The only shortcoming is that I have no experience and have not received any specific and systematic training. But for Bruno, these are not problems, because for the natives of this world, everything in Adar territory is new, and they need to constantly explore and adapt. What Bruno cares most about is loyalty. So, that's you, Wagner.